When the doctor has a plug, chapter 1430 to chapter 1514. The first batch to be treated were 3 officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although their situation was urgent, they were much more relaxed compared to the soldiers. Out of the 7 foreign officials, 3 were successfully rescued and sent to the ICU for monitoring. In the operating room, the Muslim doctors watched as the China medical team completed one difficult operation after another. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. Wang Tong, Zhou Hongguang, and the others' surgery was simply too exciting. The difficult operation and novel concept made them gasp in amazement. That was the difference in skills. Everyone could not help but sigh. Dean Siba and the vice president saw this scene and were extremely excited. Big Brother was Big Brother. They could not help but admire him. Looking at the elite rescue medical team, Vice President Abate was filled with emotions. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. He clenched his hands and silently chanted the Quran in his heart. You must save them. Every single one of them had their own secrets, and the fact that they were still alive was the strongest evidence. Many doctors who could not enter the operating room watched the surgery in the office through video and learned from experience. From time to time, they would sigh with emotion. As for the other 4 officials, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs was in a coma, but his condition was stable. Another had a ruptured liver and was looking for a liver donor. The third was the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs News Department. His injury was also very serious. His heart was fixed to the spine. A slender wire crossed the heart and spine and fixed to the back of the chair. Now, no one dared to move because the surgery plan had not been finalized. The 4th official's condition was more complicated. His condition was very serious. His brain was damaged by a firearm in the skull. However, during the operation, his heart suddenly stopped. Even if he immediately used cardiac resuscitation, it was useless. Fortunately, he used the extracorporeal circulation machine in time to provide blood to the whole body. However, he could not leave the operating table. He became the most helpless patient. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Tong formulated a rescue plan for this patient. He looked for a heart donor and performed a heart transplant surgery. These few patients made everyone face an unprecedented threat. Thinking of these critical cases, to be honest, Wang Tong and the others were not confident. After all, these injuries were also difficult to deal with internationally. They did not need to be treated immediately as the symptoms were more stable. However, when they began to rescue the soldiers, they realized that the difficulties had just begun. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was true. At the scene of the explosion, the most seriously injured were the soldiers. In order to protect the life of the senior official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they stepped forward bravely, using their bodies as shields to block the scorching flames and the flying explosives. These people were the most seriously injured. However, these people were not the first to be treated. This was politics. However, they would not be abandoned. When Wang Tong and the others began to rescue these soldiers, the real problem was beginning to appear. The mortality rate suddenly increased. 38 critically ill patients gradually left the operating table. This feeling made everyone feel the fragility of life. When the first patient's surgery failed, they might not feel anything. At that time, when they encountered despair one after another, that kind of feeling made them feel like they were about to collapse. Heartbeat dropped to 28 beats per minute. Blood pressure drop, 6,238 millimeters of mercury. Slow down your breathing. The heartbeat has disappeared. After hearing this news, Wharton's hands instinctively trembled. Was another national hero going to die? Everyone was a little disappointed when they saw that the heart was gradually failing. Was he going to fail? The Muslim doctors and nurses in the operating room looked up at the time. It turned out that it was time for the Isha night ritual. This was the last of the 5 daily prayers of the Muslims. If there was a characteristic of Muslim fort, it would be their devout Muslim culture. They prayed 5 times a day, from morning ritual to night ritual. The sound of the Quran would even spread in the hospital. Even in times of war, during prayer time, everyone would put down their guns and kneel down to pray, silently reading the Quran in their hearts. This was their spiritual support. I swear by God. Just when everyone was silently reciting the 4th paragraph of the Quran, suddenly, the door of the operating room opened. What are you waiting for? Intravenous epinephrine. Increase the atropine. Increase it again. Give me the pacemaker. Where's the dopamine? Be brave. You're going to die, why are you still so scared? Accompanied by a voice, these Muslim people suddenly froze and looked at the uninvited guest. And this familiar voice was like a savior, making Wharton and the others' eyes light up. Professor Chen is here. Hello, Professor Chen. Professor Chen, you're here. Accompanied by a series of voices, Chen Song put on the surgical gown and was already standing in front of the operating table. They saw Chen Song gently touching his heart with his hands. After wrapping his hands around the heart, his hands began to exert force. What was he doing? Who was this? Why was he holding his heart with both hands? Just when all the Muslim medical students were curious, they suddenly saw Chen Song let go of his hands. At the same time, they heard the sound of beep, beep, beep from the monitor. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Wharton and the others were pleasantly surprised. Even if they had seen Chen Song use his hands to realize his dreams and awaken his heart several times, this time, they were still shocked. This was simply a miracle, and these Muslim doctors who had not seen the world saw Chen Song use this move for the first time. After seeing Chen Song's hands touch his heart, the heartbeat actually recovered. This group of people was stunned. It could even be said that they were stunned. The shock in their hearts was incomparable. What was this? A miracle, scientifically speaking? Or a miracle? At this moment, they stared at Chen Song with wide eyes, full of curiosity, only feeling that this man was full of mysterious aura. How did he do it? The outside office was already boiling with excitement. One by one, the doctors clenched their hands and began to recite the Quran. This was simply a miracle. Vice President Abate was no exception. Things had gone beyond the scope of his understanding. This kind of impact from the soul and vision made this devout Muslim feel the existence of God. Dean Siba saw this scene and suddenly exclaimed, This is barehanded combat? He's Chen Song? Chung Guotao was stunned and looked at Chen Song. He actually came, that's right, Chen Song was here. His arrival seemed to have a life of its own. His arrival also instantly restored the heartbeat of a dying heart. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Song with eyes full of divinity. That's right, Chen Song appeared during such a night ritual while they were silently chanting the Quran. He seemed to have the blessing of divinity. This caused these devout believers to look at Chen Song with eyes full of respect. It was as if Chen Song had become an incarnation. After Chen Song came in, the patient's heartbeat was quickly adjusted. Chen Song, who had rich experience in cardiac arrest, was almost child's play in this situation. After a series of complicated and precise processing, Li Mu's eyes lit up. The patient had finally stabilized. Everyone around remembered and applauded enthusiastically. Although no one knew who he was and where he came from, they knew that he could save people. That was enough. After Chen Song's adjustment, the patient's condition quickly recovered and was sent to the intensive care unit. At this moment, Abat and Sibo walked into the operating theater and introduced to everyone, This is Chen Song from China, Professor Chen. Everyone, cooperate with Professor Chen and complete the next surgery. As soon as Abat finished speaking, everyone in the room exclaimed, This is Chen Song? This is Professor Chen, the researcher with non-stop cardiac arrest. He's really amazing. He's so young, as expected of the most promising president of the AATS Association. Professor Chen is really amazing. After all, it was the top hospital in Qingzhen country. The people in the cardiovascular surgery department naturally knew about Chen Song, who was currently very popular. Everyone knew that a strong person had appeared in the field of cardiac surgery. This was the first time they had seen him. However, they did not expect Chen Song to be even stronger than the rumors. At this moment, the emergency room suddenly called. Director, bad news, something happened. Mr. Sharon suddenly lost feeling in his lower body. Sharon was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs official whose heart and spinal cord were injured by the slender iron piece. This patient's situation was too dangerous. In the first round of selection of rescue personnel, Sharon did not make a move because he did not know how to formulate a surgical plan. Now that there was an emergency, they could not delay any longer. However, what could they do if they did not delay? Who could handle it? Hearing the news, Siba immediately frowned. Even Vice President Abate's expression changed. What should he do? Xiaolang was too important to them. Who could save him? However, when he turned around and saw Chen Song, he seemed to be filled with hope. Professor Chen, can you save Sharon? After Chen Song finished a surgery, he was about to change his clothes. Hearing Abate's words, Chen Song turned around and asked Wang Tong, how's the patient's condition? Wang Tong introduced Sharon's situation in detail. To be honest, Wang Tong wasn't sure either. After Wang Tong's detailed introduction, the operating theater fell silent. No one disturbed Chen Song. Instead, they looked at him indifferently. They felt that there was hope for this person. As time passed, Chen Song's mind kept thinking about how to optimize the surgery. Finally, 2 or 3 minutes passed. Just as everyone couldn't help but sigh, Chen Song spoke. He turned around and glanced at Wang Tong and the others. He took off his gloves and said to Wang Tong, "Today, I'll teach you the clinical application of target temperature treatment in cardiac surgery." After hearing this sentence, Wang Tong was stunned. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. At this moment, perhaps only this group of devout believers could understand Wang Tong's feelings. Because this was the lighthouse in his life, the clinical application of target temperature treatment in cardiac surgery, could it be used? Wang Tong carefully thought about Chen Song's idea and was suddenly stunned. That's right, a reasonable target temperature could effectively reduce the damage to the body. It could even control the damage to the myocardial cells, the damage to the muscles and blood vessels, as well as the nerves involved, after the heart stopped beating. If the targeted treatment of tumor drugs was the profound method of internal medicine treatment, then, target temperature treatment was the profound part of cardiac surgery. Okay, prepare for the surgery. After that, Chen Song said to Abate, okay. Send the patient here. This sentence was understated. There was no momentum. But it was a real momentum. This was an attitude of absolute confidence in the surgery. There was no modesty about going all out, let alone saying no, just a sentence, send the patient here. Simple and neat, the spirit of the sword. 20 minutes later, Sharon was pushed to the operating table. Chen Song turned around and said to the anesthesiologist, prepare to establish an extracorporeal circulation system. The anesthesiologist nodded. Chen Song began to open the chest and establish an extracorporeal circulation system. Countless pairs of eyes in the entire hospital were fixated on this operation. When Chen Song opened the chest, he immediately saw the iron piece that went through the heart. It was very thin and long. It could even be seen going out of the heart to the spinal cord and through the spinal canal. The difficulty of the surgery seemed to be very high. The patient was able to survive all by luck. Perhaps this luck cost him all his luck for the rest of his life. Because the angle was too tricky. The iron piece deviated due to the beating of the heart and damaged the nerves in the spinal canal, causing the lower body to lose feeling. However, the sod chair was fixed behind the iron piece. The surgery began. Chen Song's eyes were like torches. He was firm and decisive. He said directly, hypothermia of 23 degrees, cardiac arrest. Hypothermia of 21 degrees, cooling of the spinal canal. Establish venous circulation channel and check the vascular venous pressure. Chen Song kept giving medical instructions. About 2 minutes later, the patient's heart stopped. At this time, the most important thing happened. Chen Song was under hypothermia. The surgery itself was under general anesthesia. Because the temperature of the spinal canal decreased, there was a slight abnormality. The temperature requirements of each tissue in the human body were different. Under different temperatures, the treatment methods were also different. After the hypothermia stopped the heart and the circulation, the anesthesiologist was a little worried. He did not know why Chen Song wanted to do this, but time was really limited. Professor Chen, you only have 12 minutes. Chen Song nodded. Okay, thank you. After that, Chen Song took the scalpel. Chen Song, who had performed very well when the heart did not stop beating, was even more relaxed when facing the hypothermia stopped the circulation. He did not want to damage the heart and coronary arteries. Moreover, the most important thing about the target temperature was the change of different tissues and organs under constant temperature. For example, at this time, Chen Song's heart seemed to be very easy to treat. Soon, the iron piece was separated. However, at this time, Chen Song said calmly, change the temperature. Let the heart warm up to 30 degrees. After hearing this, Wang Tong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His heart suddenly became clear. He seemed to understand what Chen Song said that day. He seemed to have grasped a clue. At this time, Chen Song had already started to operate. However, at this time, the surrounding doctors looked at the surgery with a confused face. Who was he? What was he doing? What was the target temperature treatment? Yes, in their eyes, Chen Song's operation was like playing the piano for a dairy cow. However, there was a kind of feeling that they did not understand. Time passed slowly. Chen Song's processing was very accurate. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said, raise the temperature of the spinal canal to 36 degrees Celsius. As soon as his voice fell, the iron piece was suddenly taken out by Chen Song. Suddenly, this scene shocked the whole audience. Wang Tong looked at this scene and his chest was rolling. Using the body at different temperatures and the activity of different tissues to perform a reasonable operation, this was the least damaging tissue. It was really wonderful. It was a divine skill. Many doctors in Xianxia country saw this scene and looked at each other with their eyes wide open. What's going on? How did he do it? Don't ask me, I don't know. Everyone really did not understand what was going on. After they read Journey to the West, a sentence would definitely appear in their minds. The operation was over before I could react. P.S. I'm done updating. On the one hand, I'm not satisfied with what I wrote before. On the other hand, I have some personal matters. Fortunately, I worked overtime to finish it. Finally, I'm asking for your votes. At the end of the month, they are about to overtake us. Comrades, we don't need to be in the top few, we need to be in the top 10, right? Please support, it's the last few days, we can't be beaten, please vote, please vote. Chen Song's operation was beyond their knowledge, it was beyond everyone's understanding of surgery. What kind of surgery was this? What was target temperature treatment? Why was this surgery performed? The questions left the local onlookers dumbfounded and speechless. But, they were too embarrassed to ask. The anesthesiologist was different. With 8 years of clinical experience in the United States, he felt that he should have seen the world. But at this moment, when he faced the chief surgeon in front of him, he still felt that the other party was unbelievably terrifying. There was only one thought in his mind: has China's medical system become so powerful? At this moment, Director Siba saw this scene and could not help but say, Mr. Abate, Mr. Sharon may be saved. Abate looked at Chen Song's operation. He did not understand it, but he could feel a kind of momentum. This was a kind of absolute confidence that came from the inside out. Abate nodded. I know. After that, he frowned slightly and asked thoughtfully, Siba, you're a professional. Siba, you're a professional. How big do you think the gap between China and us is? This question stumped Siba. Mr. President, this question may be beyond my understanding. Indeed, before Chen Song's appearance, Siba might have given a vague answer of 10 or 20 years. However, after Chen Song's appearance, Siba found that he had to re-evaluate this powerful country. But I can tell you with certainty that Professor Chen is the world's top cardiologist. He's better than the United States, England, and Sweden. And with Chen Song, the development of cardiology in China will greatly increase. In the future, China will become the world's top cardiology country. I even think that the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons, the best in the industry, may change hands in the future. As soon as Siba finished speaking, Chen Song stopped the scalpel in his hand. He turned to look at the neurosurgeon and said, Director Xue, would you like to perform spinal debridement? The neurosurgeon was none other than Xue Jingren. To be honest, Xue Jingren was also shocked by Chen Song's operation just now. So this was called target temperature surgery? This was actually very useful for neurosurgery. However, Xue Jingren really couldn't bring himself to ask Chen Song for advice. How many days had it been since Xue Dong's incident? Although Xue Jingren knew that his son had failed to live up to his expectations and deserved to be punished, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In this world, very few people could be so selfless. It was the same for Xue Jingren. The most he could do was to draw a clear line between public and private affairs. However, it was impossible for him to lick Chen Song's boots. Furthermore, He felt that he couldn't bear to see Chen Song act tough. Of course, whether Chen Song pretended to be pretentious or not was not something that could be changed by one's will. However, when Shui Jingren heard that Chen Song wanted him to perform spinal debridement, Shui Jingren's heart was filled with pride. It was undeniable that Shui Jingren was one of the kings of neurosurgery in China, academician Shui. As he spoke, Shui Jingren had already peeled off the area of the lamina on both sides. He carefully pushed aside the muscles on both sides and then used a retractor to expose the lamina. An ordinary person would need to remove 3 lamina. However, for Shui Jingren, 2 were enough. He decisively cut off the supraspinous and interspinous ligaments, removed 2 spinous processes and lamina, exposed the dura mater, and began debridement of the spinal canal. At that moment, Chen Song suddenly realized that he had received a lot of system prompts. Ding! Instance Dungeon Shopping Center has started. Use points to exchange for related items. Ding! Cardiac recovery successful, points plus 100. Ding! Successfully removed foreign body, points plus 200. Chen Song realized that his points had reached 300 points. However, what did this Instance Dungeon Shopping Center mean? At that moment, Chen Song opened the shopping center interface. Suddenly, the screen jumped and a lot of items appeared before Chen Song's eyes. When Chen Song saw a series of items that could be exchanged, Chen Song admitted that he was about to explode. Gold first aid set, gold skill book, gold strengthening gem. After the dazzling array of items appeared, Chen Song realized for the first time that the system was so powerful. Too powerful. However, there was a countdown in the upper right corner. Countdown, 6 days 23 hours. Chen Song was shocked. Time limit? For a moment, Chen Song became a little nervous. This was a rare opportunity. It was not easy for the system to open up the shopping center. If he did not exchange for some good items, he would be letting himself down. However, when he saw that he had 300 points, he became listless. Gold heart surgery set, points to be exchanged for 100,000 points. Gold skill book, designated, points to be exchanged for 50,000 points. Gold strengthening gem, points to be exchanged for 10,000 points. There was a dazzling array of items. Chen Song looked at those items and felt extremely envious. However, his current 300 points were not enough to exchange for anything. At that moment, Chen Song suddenly noticed something strange. Instance Dungeon Item Lottery Card. Points to be exchanged for 100 points. After opening the lottery card, you can randomly obtain an item, skill, technique, etc. that appeared in this instance dungeon. The level of the item will be randomly changed. Chen Song looked at the item and was tempted. Should I give it a try? Give me one, just one. Ding! Open lottery card. Obtain spinal cord debridement, perfect level. Chen Song was stunned, his mind was buzzing. Happiness came too suddenly, so fragrant. Continue, ding. Open lottery card. Obtain skin suture, beginner level. Ding. Open lottery card. Obtained Ma Yuehui socks, white color. Chen Song was speechless. What is this? Ma Yuehui socks, what use do I have for that? Ma Yuehui socks, deodorant +1, Chen Song was helpless. Forget it, let's bet on it. The probability of drawing the lottery was too low. It seemed that the latter two were normal operations. The first one was really lucky. However, that was enough. Chen Song felt that from a probability point of view, after the first lucky draw, the next 100 chances would be similar to Ma Yuehui's socks. He would average the drop rate. No more lucky draws. He had profited, he would accumulate points to exchange for items. As he spoke, Chen Song decisively learned the perfect level spinal cord debridement. Cerebrospinal fluid could be seen flowing out of the opening of the dura mater, and it was mixed with fragments of spinal cord tissue. These fragments of bone outside the dura mater naturally had to be removed. Shui Jingren was very skilled. He only needed to cut less than 3 centimeters of the dura mater in the dorsal midline to complete this series of operations. Perhaps an ordinary person would need to cut between 4 to 6 centimeters. The slightest difference in this incision would lead to a huge difference. Any effort of 1 centimeter would be very difficult, his limit could even be reduced to 2 cm. This time, Shui Jingren performed beyond his usual standards. He carefully cut 2 centimeters of the dura mater and was about to use a small piece of cotton to remove the deactivated spinal cord tissue and blood clots. At the same time, he glanced at Xianxia. This was ability. When Xianxia saw this, he thought that Department Director Shui had made a mistake. He lowered his head to take a closer look and saw that the wound was 2 centimeters. He instantly understood. Xianxia instinctively frowned and then shook his head. 2 centimeters? That was too much. Xianxia sighed like an experienced person. He wanted to say something but stopped. However, he felt that the elderly needed encouragement. He immediately comforted him. Well, Department Director Shui, although the wound is a little big, but it's okay. Shui Jingren was stunned. He turned around and stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. There was only one meaning in his eyes. Try saying that again. Old Shui was so angry that his face turned red. He was so angry that his liver hurt. That was right. Shui Jingren felt like he was being teased. It's easy for you to talk while you're standing. What do you mean by a 2 centimeters wound is too big? No one in Asia has a wound less than 2 cm. His small size is famous in Asia. Shui Jingren was confident that he was the smallest in this field. However, Shui Jingren decided not to lower himself to Xianxia's level. The surgery continued. Xianxia saw that Chief Shui's expression was a little unnatural. He nodded in relief. It's a good thing to admit your mistakes. Look, Chief Shui is much better than his son. He just said one sentence and his face turned red. Xianxia felt that it was not a big deal. He should be more caring and tolerant of the elderly. After all, respecting the old and loving the young was a traditional Chinese virtue. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided not to say anything. So, the surgery continued. Chief Shui's debridement of the spinal canal was very good. Xianxia thought about it and decided to encourage him. Chief Shui did a good job. The dura, spinal cord, nerve roots, and foreign bodies are also cleaned very well. It's not easy to do this at your age. Old Shui's face turned red. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Dog Chen, don't go too far. I've tolerated you for a long time. Xianxia saw that Chief Shui's face turned red again. He must be embarrassed, right? He must be embarrassed after being praised. The surgery continued. Xianxia assisted. The people around him carefully watched the debridement of the spinal cord. It had to be said that neurosurgery was a profound and precise surgery. These instruments were specially made. Moreover, the hands had to be very steady. They could not damage too many nerve roots. Once damaged, it would cause discomfort to the limbs. Chief Shui's hands were very steady. However, just as everyone was heaving a sigh of relief and looking forward to the end of the surgery, a sound suddenly came from the monitor. Everyone turned around and was surprised to find that their hearts had started to beat faster. This time, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why did his heartbeat suddenly accelerate? The patient was on cardiopulmonary bypass, and his heart had stopped beating. Even if the hypothermia had been lifted and his heart had begun to recover, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? What exactly happened? Shui Jingren's eyes widened when he saw this. What went wrong? Wang Tong's expression changed. He was in charge of the heart region. How could the heart recover so quickly? Isn't this unrealistic? The anesthesiologist quickly said, wait a moment, let me check the temperature. Just as everyone began to look for the problem, Xianxia suddenly spoke. Stop looking, that's not the problem. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and stared at Xianxia. They wanted to know why his heart was recovering so quickly. The anesthesiologist had never seen such a sudden recovery of the heart. This might not seem like a bad thing to others. After all, after the patient's heart was damaged, everyone was worried that the heart would fail and it would be difficult to resuscitate. This sudden heartbeat showed the ingenuity of Xianxia's operation just now. The damage to the heart was minimal. However, while it was a good thing that the heart was not damaged, there should not be any resuscitation at this time. What was going on? Xianxia glanced at the stunned Shui Jingren and said directly, Chief Shui, clean up the forceps and scalpel for me. Shui Jingren instinctively handed them to Xianxia. However, as soon as he handed them over, he resisted internally. Why should I give them to him? Why should I listen to him? Does he know how to perform neurosurgery? Spinal cord debridement was a relatively accurate surgery in neurosurgery. It required a lot of experience to master it. He did not think that Chen Song could do it, however, before Shui Jingren could finish thinking, Chen Song had already made his move. Chen Song continued to dig deeper. Even the spinal cord was exposed. Shui Jingren's expression changed. This was a very difficult deep debridement in spinal cord debridement. It needed to be done in the spinal cord. Chen Song knew how to perform deep debridement. Just as expected, Chen Song began to remove blood clots, foreign bodies, broken bones, and necrotic tissues in and around the spinal cord. He did not find any of these, however, as Chen Song continued to dig deeper, a spinal cord pressure object suddenly appeared. Shui Jingren's expression changed instantly. How? How did he find out? The spinal cord pressure object was nothing else, it was a broken vertebral fragment. It was very small and almost negligible. After Chen Song removed it, his heart immediately calmed down. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What on earth happened? At this time, how could Shui Jingren not understand what had happened? He stared at Chen Song with furrowed brows. He was full of shock. He was shocked not only by how Chen Song discovered the spinal cord pressure object, but also by how Chen Song was so proficient and profound in the advanced surgical method of spinal cord debridement, deep debridement. This method had higher requirements for the technique, was more difficult, and was more stringent. However, Chen Song's operation was as smooth as flowing water. Removing the foreign body was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Shui Jingren was amazed. Everyone around looked at Chen Song blankly. Professor Chen, what happened just now? Chen Song calmly repositioned the displaced fracture fragment, trimmed the edge of the dura, and prepared to repair it. Director Shui, explained to everyone. Shui Jingren was speechless. Chen Song lowered his head and performed the surgery without saying anything. Shui Jingren had no choice but to say, this is a kind of spinal nerve block compression in the cone, causing the sympathetic nerve to be excited. The sympathetic nerve is a part of the autonomic nerve. Its center is located in the lateral corner of the gray matter of the lumbar marrow 1 to 3 segments of the thorax. The sympathetic trunk is located on both sides of the spine and is connected by the sympathetic ganglia and intersegmental branches. It regulates the activities of the heart and other internal organs. During the surgery just now, I accidentally caused the foreign body to penetrate deep, causing the mind to be under pressure. It caused the sympathetic nerve to react, causing the patient's heart to start to beat faster. The patient's heart is in the preparation period for recovery, so the performance is the performance of early recovery. As he spoke, Shui Jingren blushed a little. After all, he did not notice this detail. After Chen Song heard this, he commented with satisfaction. Director Shui is right. Shui Jingren was speechless. Chen Song continued, Director Shui, don't be nervous and don't be afraid of making mistakes. 99% of people won't notice what happened just now. Shui Jingren blushed and could not help but complain, are you saying that you belong to the 1%? At this moment, Shui Jingren did not refute. Because of Chen Song's surgery just now, he had no choice but to be convinced. Chen Song was definitely one of the 1%. At least, the spinal debridement just now was one of them. P.S. Thank you to Miss Isu17 for the 40,000 tip. Thank you to Alliance Master Guoguo 10086 for the 20,000 tip. Thank you to Sword God of Nanue for the 10,000 tip. A total of 2 chapters added, 110 chapters needed to be added, and 71 chapters have already been returned. Thank you, everyone. Today is the graduation of my junior brothers and sisters. As their senior brother, I invited them and the teacher for a meal. It's a sect meal. That's why I came back late. But don't worry, the veteran will work overtime and write 2 more chapters tonight. Sorry. Finally. It's the end of the month. Can I ask for a monthly vote? In the wrong, the veteran who did not work overtime is not righteous at all. Shui Jingren explained very clearly. He admitted his mistake very calmly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was just as Chen Song said. This mistake would be overlooked by 99% of people. The remaining 1% might not be able to find the root of the problem, and those who found the problem might not be able to complete the in-depth debridement. And after all these abilities, this person would definitely be much, much better than him. thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. After listening to the explanation, everyone suddenly became enlightened. However, they could not help but sigh a few times. The nervous system was really difficult, a detail could directly affect the heartbeat. Indeed, the most complicated part of neurosurgery was this. Any insignificant detail could affect the success or failure of a surgery. However, nerves were almost everywhere, from the sympathetic nervous system to the parasympathetic nervous system to the peripheral nerves. They were almost everywhere in the human body. The nervous system was indeed the most complicated system in the human body. It was also a top student specialization that made many medical students shrink back. If they were not smart enough, they would not dare to go to Xianxia. There were many factors that neurosurgeons needed to consider, and there were also many abilities that needed to be trained. Everyone felt that Xianxia had done this surgery well and perfectly. However, who would have thought that there would still be some omissions? Perhaps it was inevitable that something would be missed in the clinic. After all, no surgery could be perfect. However, it was precisely because of this that when everyone turned to look at Xianxia again, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. When the building was about to collapse, he took the scalpel, stood his ground against the opinions of the masses, and resolved the crisis. How could this not make people sigh? The key was that in order to prevent people from not knowing what was good for them, there was also a professional commentator, Chief Shui. He was full of pretentiousness. Everyone outside the field began to talk about it. This is too amazing. An old chief of a local hospital sighed. He saw the problem at a glance? Indeed, everyone was checking the problem at that time. This sudden heartbeat recovery was not expected by anyone. In fact, no one had encountered such a thing at all. The most they had encountered was that the heartbeat could not recover no matter how hard they tried. This sudden heartbeat was still very strange. There was also a neurosurgeon outside. When he heard the old chief physician's lament, he said seriously, "Professor Chen is really amazing. Not only does he have a keen eye, but his surgical skills are also superb. Look at this surgery. Professor Chen just performed the most difficult deep debridement in spinal cord debridement. This is extremely demanding on the surgeon, and look at the suture of the dura mater. Actually, Chief Shui is already very impressive. A 2 cm dural opening is the smallest I've ever seen. But Professor Chen actually used a 9-0 suture for 4 stitches, and the fit is very high. This will help the recovery of the spinal cord." In the operating theater. After Xianxia completed the debridement and repair of the spinal cord, the next step was to repair the heart. His heart was going to beat again soon, so he had to make good use of the time. Even though Xianxia could also complete a cardiac repair surgery, only an idiot would make his own surgery more difficult. Wasn't it better to have such a better offer? Medical treatment was not for show, unless there was no other choice. Instead, he needed to make the best choice. Xianxia changed the needle holder and suture thread. He said to Wang Tong, "I'll teach you a new way to suture the heart." Wang Tong was still shocked that Xianxia was proficient in cardiac surgery. When he heard Xianxia's words, he immediately became happy and quickly said, "Thank you, Professor Chen." The eyes of the other cardiac surgery department directors who came to the rescue also lit up when they heard this. They could really learn a lot from Professor Chen. Everyone was also looking forward to what kind of suture method. This time, Xianxia patiently explained, "Look, this kind of wound through the heart is actually not big, but it's severely damaged, causing the surrounding area to be damaged. So, when you're repairing the heart, you must choose a suture method that can avoid damaging the inner wall of the heart. At the same time, you must learn to use the pericardial patch reasonably." As he spoke, Xianxia picked up the needle holder and said, "Look carefully." Xianxia spoke in Chinese, so the people around him did not understand. However, they seemed to understand that Xianxia wanted to teach some skills, so they all came closer. After Xianxia began to operate, he did not speak. He directly used the needle holder in his hand to start today's demonstration. At the side, Shui Jingren saw a group of cardiac surgery department directors surrounding Xianxia, and he had an indescribable feeling. He was also a famous doctor and a big shot in the neurosurgery department. However, it was also because of this that he seemed to be a little distant from other doctors. To be honest, who could be honest with each other? who could be willing to teach others everything. Humans were all selfish, however, Xianxia in front of him did not seem to hold back and taught many exclusive secrets to everyone around him. Looking at the suture technique in Xianxia's hands, which caused waves of exclamations, Xue Jingren knew that this must be another top skill in cardiac surgery. How many treasures did Xianxia have, however, as time passed and the surgery was completed, the patient's heart sank. At this moment, Xue Jingren finally understood why Xianxia did not hold back. It was because Xianxia was confident enough. Even if others learned it, they would not be able to surpass him. This was because he was very confident in his own strength. This might be the difference, right? Thinking of this, Xue Jingren could not help but sigh. At this moment, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chief Xue, actually, I have an idea. While shrinking the opening of the dura mater, it can also be better for debridement. Xue Jingren was suddenly stunned. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were a little unfocused. Xianxia said to Xue Jingren as he moved away from the operating table. Actually, it's not a profound skill. When the dura mater is opened, you can make a cross-shaped incision with common sense and use a cotton swab to debridement. In this way, the opening can be enlarged, and the cotton swab will cause little damage to the surrounding tissue. I think that in this way, we can completely reduce the opening of the dura mater to about 1 to 1.5 centimeters. What do you think? Xianxia's words were very calm. It seemed to be an academic discussion, and it also seemed to be sharing his experience with him without holding back. At this moment, Xue Jingren was silent. The pride and persistence in his heart were not worth mentioning at this moment. In the past, he thought that Xianxia would have a problem with him because of Xue Dong's matter. But now it seemed that he was really too naive. Perhaps in Xianxia's eyes, Xue Dong was just an insignificant character. Similarly, in Xianxia's eyes, he had always been just an old senior. It had nothing to do with identity. It had nothing to do with ability. That was all. That's right, Xue Jingren suddenly had a thought at this moment. I'm not him. Even though he might go further in the field of neurosurgery than Xianxia. However, with Xianxia's attitude and ability, he would definitely surpass him in the future. Wang Tong couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Perhaps this is how adults act cool? Why should I be complacent in front of you? There's no need to deliberately show off. I just need to inadvertently reveal that I'm better than you in the field you're best at. Perhaps this is enough to kill you. The best way to act cool is to slap someone in the face. After successfully acting cool, the other party will be grateful. As expected. After listening to Xianxia's words, Xue Jingren took the initiative to give in this time. Professor Chen, what you said is very reasonable, but the cross-incision involves the suturing technique of the dura mater. It's difficult to complete too many sutures with a 9-0 suture. Xianxia smiled slightly. I happen to have some research on this. Perhaps we can discuss it when we go back. Xue Jingren's eyes lit up. Okay. Wang Tong sighed when he saw this. Becoming Xianxia's opponent, even if it was an imaginary opponent, was a very terrifying thing. After the surgery, a notification sounded in Xianxia's mind. Ding. Spinal cord debridement completed. Completion level is perfect. Points plus 400. Ding. Heart repair completed. Completion level is master. Points plus 300. Xianxia was suddenly stunned. There's a completion level? But after thinking about it carefully, his spinal cord debridement was indeed perfect, and his heart repair was almost perfect. It seemed that Xianxia had mastered some small skills. 2 surgeries were completed in succession. Xianxia didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt that the more he fought, the braver he became. After all, the dungeon was only less than 7 days. The more he completed, the better the rewards. Perhaps he could really get a golden suit. After coming out of the operating room, many doctors gathered and shook hands with Xianxia. Hello, Professor Chen. Thank you for your help. I benefited a lot. These were all doctors from the local hospitals in Ba country. They did not expect Xianxia to not mind their presence during the surgery and teach them top-notch surgical techniques. To them, this kind of kindness was hard to forget, therefore, they all came over to express their gratitude. Chen Song smiled. You're welcome. Let's have more exchanges. If you have the chance, come to China. We have many cardiology training bases. We welcome everyone. When everyone heard this, they nodded gratefully again. Professor Chen was really a good person. At that moment, Vice President Abate also witnessed this scene clearly, and he was extremely touched. He said to Chung Guotao from the Asia Department of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chung, Professor Chen will be Pakistan's best friend. Thank you to China for sending such an outstanding, selfless, and great Professor Chen to rescue us. Long live the friendship between China and Bar. Chung Guotao was also stunned. He did not expect that Chen Song would inadvertently facilitate diplomatic affairs and strengthen their friendship. It was really, he had to report this to Minister Jia when he went back. It was not convenient for Abate to enter the operating theater, but he picked up his phone and called his assistant. Arrange for Professor Chen to be at the Capital Hotel. And arrange for him to be treated as a state guest. This sentence directly stunned Chung Guotao. Even if he came, he would only be treated as a minister. But, Chen Song actually treated him as a state guest. He was actually inferior to Chen Song. The gap between them was obvious. After Chen Song greeted everyone, he began to wash his hands seriously. Then, he glanced at Shiba. Director Shiba, what do I need to do? Before Shiba could say anything, a nurse ran out of the operating theater next door. Then, another nurse ran out. Director, Operating Theater 12 needs help from the Cardiology Department. Director, Operating Theater 11 needs help from the Cardiology Department. Before Shiba could say anything, Chen Song immediately stood up and said to Wang Tong, I'll go to Operating Theater 12, you go to Operating Theater 11. You come with me, the rest follow Chief Wang. Everyone quickly nodded. They hurriedly went into the operating theater. The nurse quickly helped them change clothes. Generally speaking, the most fatal injury of this kind was the injury to the heart area. After Chen Song came in, he immediately saw Ma Yuehui and the others. However, they were not in the mood to pay attention to Chen Song. They shouted from time to time. Stop the bleeding! Ma Yuehui, you're here to stop the bleeding. Su Aiqing, continue the chest compressions. At this time, the emergency rescue team was working in Operating Theater 12. The sound of the cardiac arrest flute was already heard. When Chen Song saw this, he did not care about anything else and walked forward. Sister Su, please move aside. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone seemed to feel a light from the depths of their souls. Chen Song? Chen Song, that's right, no one knew when it started, but Chen Song had become a key role in the surgical team. In the face of very serious patients, Chen Song became an indispensable part of the team. Everyone turned around and was pleasantly surprised when they saw a pair of familiar eyes. The patient was saved, Old Ma grinned. Chen Song ignored him. His mind was only filled with Old Ma's smelly socks. Yu Yonggang could not help but say, he's here. Chen Song nodded. He's here. Su Aiqing quickly moved aside. At this time, after Chen Song stepped forward, he quickly began to check the patient's condition. A large thoracoabdominal incision. The patient had many wounds all over his body. This was a patient with heavy bleeding. The heart was also seriously damaged. There were many wounds in the liver, abdominal cavity, and aorta. Sharp instruments were inserted into the patient's body. When Chen Song saw this, he could not help but sigh. At this time, Chen Song repeated the same trick and resuscitated the heart again. When the sound of the flute disappeared and turned into a beeping sound. It was the first time everyone around saw this scene. They were still staring with their eyes wide open, full of shock and disbelief. However, at this time, the operating theater opened. It was a man from the rescue team. He hurriedly ran in. Professor Chen, the patient next door has serious heart damage. Director Wang Tong. He's not confident. Hearing this, Yu Yonggang frowned. Because the patient in front of him was also dangerous. Chen Song could not leave. What should they do, just when everyone was anxious and at a loss? Chen Song suddenly said to Shiba, who followed in, "Director Shiba, turn on the communication video TV." Everyone looked at Chen Song, full of doubts. Chen Song said to the man who came in, "Tell Wang Tong that I'm here to guide him to complete the surgery." Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Shiba also looked at Chen Song nervously. "Then, what about the surgery here?" Chen Song said lightly, "It's okay, it won't affect it." Everyone was stunned when they heard what Chen Song said. Was this equivalent to performing 2 surgeries at the same time? Was this possible? This was the first time they had heard of a chief surgeon performing 2 surgeries at the same time. It was unheard of. Siba's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief and disbelief. This was surgery, not child's play. He decided to persuade Chen Song. "Professor Chen, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Save as many as you can." Siba could not help but say. He was trying to persuade Chen Song, but everyone in the room understood what he was trying to say. Don't be greedy. Don't end up not being able to save anyone. Chen Song smiled. Let's try. Siba saw that Chen Song was insistent. He was about to say something when the nurse from the next room rushed in. The patient is in critical condition. He needs surgery as soon as possible. Professor Chen, what do you think? Siba saw this and gave up on persuading Chen Song. There was no other way. He could only try his best. He glanced at Chen Song, gritted his teeth, and said to the nurse, "Turn on the TV in both operating theaters." Then, he looked at Chen Song and said, "Professor Chen. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Song nodded. He lowered his head and took out a sharp piece of metal. Then, Suiqing cleverly debrided the wound while Liu began to suture it. Siba saw this and his palms were sweating. After all, the patient in front of him was in critical condition. His heartbeat had just recovered, and the most serious rupture of the liver and spleen had not been repaired yet. The surgery for the patient next door was also very risky. For a moment, Siba was really worried. He believed in Chen Song's ability. If he performed the 2 surgeries separately, there would be no problem. However, while he was the chief surgeon of one surgery, he was also guiding the other. This was not only a test of ability, but also talent. Who the hell could do 2 things at once? Yu Yonggang was also very worried. He glanced at Chen Song and could not help but say, "Chen Song, let's clean up the blood vessels first. The liver and spleen repair can be done later." Or, "Liu, you do it." Yu Yonggang's meaning was very clear. He wanted to separate the primary and the secondary. When both sides needed to be operated on at the same time, both sides were key segments. This way, he wouldn't be distracted during the surgery, and there wouldn't be any problems. Surgeries really needed to be focused. Not to mention being distracted, it was impossible to not be focused. However, before Yu Yonggang could finish his sentence, the bleeding in the patient's spleen increased. As the most important immune and hematopoietic organ in the human body, the spleen was rich in blood. If he didn't deal with it now, it would be more difficult to deal with it later. Seeing this, Chen Song said, "It's too late." As he spoke, Chen Song had already taken out the spleen. That was right. After the spleen rupture was accompanied by massive bleeding, the spleen shrank, and there was no adhesion. At this time, there was still a foreign body in the spleen. The most suitable treatment was to push the spleen out of the incision. The entire process of lifting the spleen out seemed simple, but it made everyone around tremble in fear. They were afraid that Chen Song's movements would be too violent and cause massive bleeding. Fortunately, Chen Song's hand was very steady. "Big gauze." Liu quickly nodded and used the gauze to press the spleen bed to protect the spleen pedicle. In fact, at this time, the spleen could be thought of as a broken melon that was still connected to the pedicle. Chen Song looked at the patient's spleen and frowned. The spleen rupture level was between level 2 and level 3. At this time, part of the spleen had to be removed. At this time, the television screen was turned on. Wang Tong and the others appeared on the television screen. Then, the scene was adjusted and turned into the scene in the surgical field. Everyone raised their heads and saw the patient's heart. After seeing it, everyone immediately frowned. As expected, they couldn't afford to delay it. In the scene, an iron piece pierced out of the broad front wall of the heart, and the other side was stuck in the aorta. Although the patient didn't have massive bleeding, there was no way to perform cardiopulmonary bypass and cardiac arrest. Chen Song could even clearly see the bluish-purple color of the patient's coronary arteries. This was a sign of blood failure. In the long run, even if the heart didn't have any problems, the blunt injury area would soften and necrosis, leading to myocardial ischemia and necrosis. At that time, it would be impossible to save him. Wang Tong and the others also saw Chen Song at this time. They found that he was lowering his head and seriously dealing with the ruptured spleen. For a moment, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The patient might not be saved. At this time, Chen Song said to Su Aiqing again, "Give me the scalpel." In addition, he raised his head to look at the scene in the surgical field and said, "Chief Wang, tell me about the patient's situation." At this time, Chen Song also took the scalpel from Su Aiqing. He began to carefully remove and clean the necrotic tissue around the sharp iron piece pierced into the spleen, meticulously. At this time, the operating theater was very quiet. Other than the sound of the monitor, there was only the voice of Wang Tong reporting the case. Everyone stared at Chen Song. These onlookers began to sweat nervously, but the scalpel in Chen Song's hand was as steady as Mount Tai. It was really steady. This scene made Yu Yonggang uneasy. He was afraid that something would happen to Chen Song if he wasn't careful. Director Siba clenched his hands tightly, sweating profusely. 3 minutes later, when Wang Tong finished explaining the situation, Chen Song raised his head to look at the heart again. After carefully staring at it for 30 seconds. In his mind, according to Wang Tong's description, according to the scene in front of him, he began to accurately restore the patient's situation. Soon, the patient's situation was perfectly presented on the four-dimensional model in Chen Song's eyes. Then, Chen Song lowered his head and said to Su Aiqing, "Give me the large needle." As he spoke, Chen Song also looked down at Old Ma's lower body in a teasing manner. Old Ma's face suddenly changed. "Good doggy Chen, when are you still teasing me?" I'm still bigger than a large needle." Absorbable suture. Su Aiqing nodded and quickly went to prepare. Su Aiqing's strength was that no matter what happened, she was very obedient to Chen Song's arrangements. Even if the room was quiet now, except for Old Ma's angry panting, it still did not affect her choice. Everyone stared at Chen Song anxiously. Siba looked at Chen Song like an ant on a hot pan. Yu Yonggang looked at Chen Song. On one hand, he wanted Chen Song to do his current surgery well. On the other hand, he did not want to see Wang Tong's patient die. After Wang Tong reported the situation, the whole room suddenly fell into a tense and stagnant vacuum for a minute. Chen Song did not reply. Everyone was very nervous. What should they do? Just when everyone was feeling awkward, Chen Song's voice suddenly sounded. "Director Wang, prepare for the surgery." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard Chen Song's voice. Was it finally starting? However, when they looked over, they realized that Chen Song had already started to repair the spleen. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Abate, who was watching the surgery from outside, was stunned. He asked Cheng Guotao curiously, "Director Cheng, why is Professor Chen operating with his head down? Isn't he guiding the surgery next door?" Cheng Guotao was also stunned by the question. He was even more confused about what was going on. After all, the eyes of the masses were as clear as snow. How was Chen Song guiding the surgery now? At that moment, Chen Song was carefully suturing the spleen in his hands. He was single-minded and did not dare to relax for even a moment. Just when everyone was feeling emotional, Chen Song suddenly said, "First step, stop the bleeding and suture. First, you can use the acupressure suture method to stop the bleeding and suture the ruptured heart. First, press the ruptured heart with your left index finger. Then, use a 3-0 non-invasive suture with a gasket to pass through the entire layer of myocardium and do a mattress suture. Then, move the tip of your finger down to expose the upper part of the rupture. Immediately ligate the suture so that the rupture is closed. Then, do an interrupted suture step by step." Chen Song's words might not mean much in the ears of others. However, at that moment, after Wang Tong heard Chen Song's words, his thoughts suddenly became clear. He began to operate according to Chen Song's instructions. It was undeniable that Wang Tong was excellent in terms of basic skills, operation, and awareness. After receiving Chen Song's reminder, he immediately began to operate. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned, because they realized that Chen Song had been operating from the beginning to the end. He did not even lift his head to look at Wang Tong, while Wang Tong's operation suddenly became smooth. Was this an act? Director Siba saw this scene and was a little confused. However, soon, Wang Tong spent 15 minutes to complete this series of operations. Chen Song finally cleaned up the foreign matter in the spleen. A part of the damaged spleen was also sutured and repaired. At that moment, Wang Tong suddenly stopped. "Teacher Chen, the first step is complete," Wang Tong said respectfully. As soon as he said that, the people who were watching the surgery were stunned. My guidance was actually correct? What happened? They didn't expect that Chen Song's casual words were actually guidance for Wang Tong. If the first time was a coincidence, the next few times could be said to have completely refreshed everyone's worldview. At this time, Chen Song raised his head again and glanced at the sky. Then, he casually grunted. Not bad. The second step is to suture the coronary artery to stop the bleeding. After saying that, Chen Song leisurely placed a part of the spleen in a container beside him. Then, he said, the next step will be a little difficult. Be careful. The laceration is located near the coronary artery, so when you suture the wound, remember to be careful to avoid the coronary artery. It's best to perform an interrupted mattress suture with a small gasket in the deep layer of the coronary blood vessel to prevent the coronary blood vessel from causing myocardial infarction. Wang Tong accepted it humbly. He realized that Professor Chen's guidance was too detailed. He had considered every step of the way. How did he do it? At this time, the people who were performing the surgery with Wang Tong were overwhelmed with shock. They had a deep understanding of Chen Song's freakishness. Another 15 minutes later, Chen Song had finished the surgery on the spleen. He had completed a partial splenectomy, preserving most of the spleen tissue, and successfully stopped the bleeding. However, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he said to Su Aiqing, "Prepare to perform the hepatectomy." However, at the same time, Chen Song raised his head every 10 minutes to look at Wang Tong's surgery. He constantly proposed various surgical procedures. The third step is very important. There is a defect between the aorta and the heart. The surgery can't be performed here. Use a non-invasive vascular clamp to temporarily close the wound, then suture it. Finally, we can now establish an extracorporeal circulation, but don't use cardiac arrest. Perform a continuous cardiac arrest repair technique. During the whole process, it seemed that Chen Song was only performing his own spleen surgery and liver surgery. However, he could precisely control the other person's surgery. Moreover, it was really comfortable. The guidance of the surgery didn't affect his own surgery at all. At this moment, everyone was silent. What was going on? Chen Song only listened to the introduction of the surgery and looked at the heart for less than a minute, and he could complete the guidance of the surgery at the same time. How did he do it? Did he secretly read the script? Finally, 2 hours later, the surgery was completed. The moment Chen Song put down the needle holder and completed the suture, Wang Tong's surgery was also completed. At this time, the anesthesiologist said to Chen Song in surprise, "Professor Chen, the surgery went smoothly. The patient's condition and vital signs are completely normal." At this time, a voice came from the television. "Professor Chen, our patient's condition is stable. His vital signs are completely stable. The surgery was a success." Two pieces of good news came at the same time. After hearing these two pieces of good news, everyone in the two operating theaters was overjoyed. Both of them were critical cases that could endanger the patient's life at any time. However, in these two surgeries, Professor Chen faced two surgeries at the same time. One was the chief surgeon, and the other was the guidance. Both surgeries were successful. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Song with eyes full of shock. How good was Chen Song? That was the only thought in everyone's mind. He was really too good. Meanwhile, the director, Siba, was still immersed in the surgery just now. The scene of Chen Song guiding the surgery kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Too good. It's too perverted." Siba swore that from today onwards, even if Chen Song said that eating feces could make one immortal, he was willing to believe it. As a vice president who didn't understand medicine at all, Abate was at 3 o'clock in the morning. He watched Chen Song complete 2 surgeries with his own eyes, and these 2 surgeries gave him an unprecedented shock. It also refreshed his understanding of medicine. So, surgery could be done like this? Director Chung, the height of China's medicine is really a distance that we can't reach. After this matter is over, I hope that we can send a medical team to China to learn. After Chung Guotao heard this, he was suddenly happy. The difficult problem of medical cooperation was solved just like that. Although China and Pakistan had a deep friendship, when it came to medical knowledge exchange, the other side had always chosen other developed countries. And Chung Guotao didn't expect Chen Song's surgery to have such an effect. P.S. Thank you to the big boss Deng Xiaohong for the 100000 tip. I became the 75th chief of this book. Thank you very much. Add 3 chapters. That's it for today. I'll resume tomorrow. After these 2 days of running around, I've finally reached the end. Sorry. Finally, can I ask for a ticket? For a moment, Chung Guotao looked at Chen Song with eyes full of surprise. This feeling was as if he had unlocked a new position for his girlfriend. It made people's hearts race. He realized that Chen Song was much better at diplomacy than pandas. Instead of sending pandas for diplomacy, he might as well send Chen Song out for a walk. Maybe when he came back, he would become China's staunchest friend. Thinking of this, Chung Guotao decided to report everything he saw and heard today to his leader. For a moment, Chung Guotao looked at Chen Song with eyes full of surprise. If Chung Guotao, who was a layman, was surprised by Chen Song, then his peers would be full of admiration, because what Chen Song did was really a little too shocking. What was the saying? Yes, poverty limited their imagination. The poverty of academics and technology made them not dare to think about this kind of double surgery. Just as everyone stared at Chen Song with eyes full of admiration, respect, shock, curiosity, and other complicated feelings, everyone was surprised to find that there was no trace of surprise or other emotions in Professor Chen's eyes. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. His face was calm and there was no change in his expression at all. For a moment, everyone's hearts were shocked again. Did he not think that he had done something great? He was so calm. Perhaps this was what a big shot was like. After all, if this kind of thing happened in their country, they would have been in an uproar. Ding. Guided surgery successful. Completion rate perfect. Obtained 500 points. Ding. Congratulations. Completed liver and spleen repair. Completion rate perfect. Obtained 600 points. The moment when the 2 clear sounds were heard, Chen Song was suddenly very surprised. Just as expected, he could get points for guiding the surgery. However, Chen Song did not expect that the points would be so high. Thinking of this, Chen Song had many plans in his mind. Moreover, after today, Chen Song had a direct understanding of his multitasking. It was really too good. During the surgery just now, Chen Song felt that he had extra time to think about other things. For example, he could study the new method of sliced beef and ox tongue in chili sauce at the same time. It felt as if his soul could be split into 2. One was to complete his current surgery, and the other was to think about and arrange Wang Tong's surgery. It was truly terrifying. Chen Song felt as if he had opened a smurf account to clear a dungeon. In this case, Chen Song felt that he should give himself more pressure from tomorrow onwards. Time was limited, and he only had about 2,000 points today. After 7 days, at most, 14,000 points. He couldn't even exchange for a single item, let alone a gold set equipment. It was a pity that he could only multitask at the moment. When he evolved, it would be best if he could multitask. This was exciting. Unknowingly, it was already 3 in the morning. From the moment he got off the plane, Chen Song had already immersed himself in the surgery. Until now, the first batch of critically ill patients had finally been rescued. Moreover, the following surgeries were more difficult and required everyone to discuss before they could be carried out. Siba looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen. You should go back and rest for a while. You've been running around all day and performing surgery as soon as you arrived. It's really hard on you. Chen Song nodded. Compared to him, Yu Yonggang, Wang Tong, and the others had it even harder. After all, they had arrived a while earlier than him. After coming out of the operating theater, everyone dragged their tired bodies. They were really tired. At this moment, Vice President Abate walked in. This man, who was almost 60 years old, looked haggard. He had also accompanied everyone until now, but his eyes were unusually firm. When Abate saw everyone coming out of the operating theater, he was touched and bowed slightly. "Thank you for reaching out to us from afar. I thank everyone on their behalf. Everyone has worked hard today. You've been tired all day. Everyone, go back and rest well today." The time difference between Ba country and China was nearly 3 to 4 hours. It was already past 3 in the morning in Ba country, which was equivalent to 6 or 7 in the morning in China. When their rescue team first arrived in Ba country, it was around 13 o'clock Beijing time. Until now, they had been working for nearly 20 hours. At this moment, it was really hard on them. During this period, they had only replenished some energy and water. They did not have time to rest at all. The car was already prepared outside. Not long after everyone got into the car, they leaned against the back of the chair and fell asleep in an instant. After all, those who could come to the rescue were the top talents of the mainstay. They were all older and were over 50 years old. Ma Sansui was different. He had just learned how to speak and looked at Chen Song curiously. "Song, did you upgrade the system?" When Chen Song heard old Ma's words, he immediately became vigilant. This guy knew that he had a system. Yu Yonggang was lying on the chair. When he heard old Ma's words, he could not help but ask, how uncultured. "This is called upgrading the hardware. The CPU directly went from a single core to a dual core. This guy can even perform surgery at the same time. How can this be?" Old Ma also said indignantly, "That's right. I didn't even understand this single-core system, but you actually upgraded it to a dual-core. Who knows how many gigabytes of memory you have?" Chen Song rolled his eyes at old Ma and heaved a sigh of relief. How could Ma Sansui guess that he had a system with his IQ? Suiqing could not help but laugh. Not only did Professor Chen upgrade his CPU, but his hard drive is also big. When old Ma heard this, he immediately fell silent. He was allergic to the word big now. Sure enough, the car fell silent again. The atmosphere was a little awkward. When Suiqing saw the sudden silence, she was stunned for a moment. However, she had been married for many years, so she immediately reacted. She could not help but laugh. "Team Leader Ma, I didn't mean that. Besides, the hard drive means storage space. Don't misunderstand." Haha. Well, sometimes, misunderstandings became clearer the more they were explained. Old Ma was so angry that he stopped talking and fell asleep. Chen Song did not know how to explain. However, at this time, Li Yu, who had always been silent, suddenly said, "Team Leader Ma, actually, you have a lot of good points." When old Ma heard this, he immediately became energetic. "Tell me." Li Yu looked at Ma Yuehui seriously and said thoughtfully, "The fan dissipates the heat quickly. When you get angry, it will be gone in a while." Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Old Ma did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was how a group like this found joy in the midst of hardship. Lying on the bed, Chen Song looked at the point store. At this moment, he finally understood why girls liked to shop on Taobao. It was because it was really too cool. Looking at so many good things, he wished he could have them all. Why was there no such thing as Huaba? Looking at his few points, Chen Song once again felt the taste of poverty. It was really uncomfortable. However, this did not affect Chen Song's pleasure at all. As he browsed, the sky was about to brighten. Chen Song was actually hungry. Chen Song regretted it so much that he swore 3 times that he would not stay up the next day. However, on second thought, as long as he stayed up until 6 o'clock, it would not be considered staying up all night. It should be considered staying up all night. Thinking of this, he simply took out a few sets of equipment that he needed and wrote and drew on a piece of paper. Then, he asked the hotel staff to send breakfast. After eating, he slept for a while with satisfaction. Everyone was shocked to see Chen Song arrive at the ward so early. They were all stunned. "Professor Chen, don't you want to rest for a while?" "Professor Chen, these people were all doctors on the night shift." It was just past 7 when Chen Song entered the ward. After all, it was probably 4 o'clock when he went back last night. Chen Song waved his hand and smiled. I couldn't sleep, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with. After all, seeing so many patients, I was a little worried and couldn't sleep. So I came to see the patients in advance. When they are well rested, it will be easier to make the surgery arrangements. For a moment, after hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was stunned, worried about the patients and couldn't sleep. What kind of great doctor was this? At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. What a good person, he deserved to be so good. This was the modern-day practitioner of the Nightingale spirit, dedication, selflessness, healing the wounded, and respect for life. Moreover, these people were not Chinese. Professor Chen was only there to help, but he had no national boundaries when it came to patients. Everyone was a little touched. It was a blessing to have such an ally. After yesterday's rescue, the emergency department and the ICU were very busy. Every doctor on the night shift was exhausted. At this moment, a voice rang out. Bed 31, Dr. Suka, prepare the intravenous catheter. Suka was about to get up when Chen Song stopped her. I'll go. You guys are too tired. It's time to rest. After saying that, he got up, put on his gloves and entered the ward. 10 minutes later, the installation was complete. Ding. Central venous catheterization completed. Perfect completion rate. 100 points awarded. Chen Song was overjoyed. Sure enough, that was the case. Therefore, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the emergency office became lively. A young man from China was running around every corner of the emergency department of Ba country's capital hospital. He was omnipotent, doing electrocardiograms, blood pressure measurements, changing bandages. He never complained about small tasks. Catheterization, debridement, sputum suction. He never complained about dirty things. From 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, Chen Song, who was sweating profusely, was running around. Suka was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. What was a great doctor? They felt that this was it, a doctor who did not care about trifles. He could perform top-notch major surgeries and catheterize everything. Who would hate such a doctor? Who wouldn't respect such a doctor? Everyone sighed. Looking at Chen Song, who was sweating profusely, running back and forth, the softest part of their hearts was gently touched. A big shot like Professor Chen was actually doing odd jobs for them. How long had he slept since last night? At this moment, Director Siba returned. After hearing the report from the doctor on duty, he rushed over in a hurry. With a dark expression, he entered the hospital and called everyone into his office. Who asked Professor Chen to do these odd jobs? Everyone was silent. Siba slammed the table angrily. Do you know what time Professor Chen slept last night? Let me tell you, Professor Chen didn't sleep until almost 6 o'clock last night. He arrived at the hospital after 7 o'clock. He only slept for an hour last night. He's a top international expert, a world-class talent. When he found out that we needed a long time, he came all the way here to help us save the injured. Is it hard for you? Is it harder for you than Professor Chen? Professor Chen is getting married in a few days. He left his fiancée at home to help us through this difficult time. Look at you, what do you look like? Is Professor Chen doing odd jobs? To be honest, not to mention me, even in the entire Ba country, there is no one who can be compared to Professor Chen in the medical field. Sigh, what a good person. As Siba spoke, he was so moved that his eyes turned red. Yesterday, I heard from the hotel staff that Professor Chen ordered some food at 6:00 last night. When it was sent in, the lights in the room were still on. There were complicated data written on it that I couldn't understand. Sigh. I think that those were probably Professor Chen's plans for the patients. They should be all kinds of indicators. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Chen Song's actions. At this moment, Chen Song walked in and said to Suka, Dr. Suka, beds 13, 15, 17, 20, and 26 have been dealt with. Eh? Director Siba, you're up so early. Siba hurriedly grabbed Chen Song. Professor Chen, you've worked hard. Just let them do it. There's still a lot to do today. No. Go back and have a good rest today. How could Chen Song be willing? After all, although he was tired in the morning, he had gained a lot. He had gained nearly 1,000 points in the morning. How could he give up? Chen Song used a bottle of stamina potion. According to the price of the points store, it was only 50 points. However, he had gained more than 1,000 points. Chen Song felt that he probably didn't need to sleep anymore. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Song stared at Siba and smiled. Director Siba, the patient's life is greater than the heavens. I can still do it. Everyone has worked hard. You didn't sleep the whole night. Director Siba, don't blame everyone. Siba looked at Chen Song with a red face. He sighed deeply and patted Chen Song's shoulder. Professor Chen. You are the doctor that I, Siba, respect the most in my life. You are also my Ba country's best friend. When everyone heard this, they sighed. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, if possible, we hope to give you the most precious gift for your wedding. P.S. Thank you to Fu Air 520 for the 10,000 reward. I became the leader of this book and added a chapter. Thank you, be there or be square, haha, you're so confident. Looking for monthly votes, it's the 29th. Tomorrow is the last day. Chen Song blushed a little at Dean Siba's words. He felt that he was still a little thick-skinned. Just as Liu had said, if he had a fan like old Ma, he wouldn't have blushed, after all. Chen Song had never seen old Ma blush. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the rescue team arrived one after another. Today's mission was not easy at all. Compared to yesterday's rescue of critically ill patients, today's discussion should belong to the discussion of difficult and miscellaneous diseases. So far, there were still 18 people who needed treatment and surgery. Among them, there were several people who were still in critical condition. The most important person was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was in a coma. He was also the key person in this rescue. After they arrived, they were stunned when they saw Chen Song standing there with sweat all over his forehead. Teacher Chen, why are you here so early? Wang Tong asked first. Chen Song smiled. It's nothing. I just arrived. Seeing the series of secretions on Chen Song's white coat, it would be strange if everyone believed him. Thinking of this, everyone sighed slightly. Teacher Chen was good at both ethics and skills, even Xue Jingren couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to Chen Song, his son, Xue Dong, was simply worlds apart. Not to mention his skills, just his medical ethics alone was already better than most people. The night shift doctors present also couldn't help but shake their heads. They glanced at Chen Song and didn't say anything. Siba quickly said to the young nurse, go and get the head nurse to get Professor Chen a new white coat. The nurse quickly nodded. In the morning, they went to the wards to make ward rounds. Everyone was worried about the patients who had just undergone surgery yesterday. Sometimes, ward rounds were like a test of a pre-made procedure. It was actually full of anticipation. On the first day after the surgery, if the condition could be improved, the possibility of recovery would also be very high. However, on the way to the ward rounds, Chen Song walked at the front, followed by Siba. The other chief team formed by the capital of Ba country and the China medical team followed behind. These dozens of people walked on the road, and their aura instantly appeared, but it didn't feel out of place at all. Chen Song had unknowingly formed such a temperament. However, old Ma couldn't help but shrink back, wanting to hide his face. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone who was taller than him. Old Ma gave up. One had to know that the most helpless thing about doing ward rounds with Chen Song was, Ma Yuwei, read this test report to me. Old Ma's expression changed, and he wanted to tear him apart. He knew that Chen Song would do something like this. This kind of reading was not a sound reading, but an interpretation. However, old Ma looked at Chen Song curiously. Why is he treating me so gently today? Was it just to read the test results? Old Ma skillfully analyzed the situation. Chen Song nodded. Not bad. Continue with the current treatment plan. Next patient. Old Ma suddenly felt that it was unreal. Just, such a simple question was enough. Seeing that Chen Song had switched to another person, old Ma was flattered. It seemed that, although Chen Song was a bit of a dog, he still gave him face in front of outsiders. Thinking of this, old Ma looked at Chen Song with a lot of gentleness in his eyes. Actually, Chen Song was not bad. He had to treat him better when he went back. Yu Yonggang stood behind him and sighed when he saw Ma Yuehui's reaction. This guy had already been tortured by Chen Song to the point of doubting life. Now that he was treated better, he actually felt a little happy. Was this Stockholm Syndrome? There were more than 10 patients and 18 patients who were preparing for surgery. After Chen Song finished his ward rounds, it was already noon. After the boxed lunches were delivered, everyone rested for a while and ate something. At this time, Abate and Ching Tao also came. Professor Chen, how is Cedis? How long will it take for him to wake up? Abate asked carefully. As the vice president of Ba country, Abate didn't put on any airs in front of Chen Song. Especially after Ba told him about Professor Chen's incident, Abate's heart was filled with emotions and even a little ashamed. Cedis was the deputy minister of foreign affairs and he was still in a coma. Before Chen Song could say anything, the director of the intensive care unit hurried in. Mr. President, Director. Good news. Mr. Cedis just opened his eyes. As soon as this was said, everyone around was pleasantly surprised. He had been in a coma for nearly 2 days. Now that he suddenly opened his eyes, it seemed to be a good thing for everyone. That's great. There's even more hope. Abate said happily. I'll tell Mr. President the news now. Just as everyone was celebrating and thinking that the treatment was working, Chen Song suddenly sighed. This sigh was very sudden, causing the originally joyous atmosphere in the office to instantly turn cold. Everyone turned around and realized that it was Chen Song who was sighing. If this sigh had come from someone else, Abate and the others would definitely think that it was a spy. They might have even called the soldiers in to detain Chen Song. After all, their national hero might have finally woken up, but he was actually sighing. Was this disappointment? However, everyone knew that Professor Chen had forgotten to eat and sleep to save patients. He definitely could not be a spy. The question was, why did Chen Song sigh? When old Ma saw this, he anxiously winked at Chen Song. Are you an idiot or not? The Minister of Foreign Affairs is awake. Why are you sighing? This isn't our country. For a moment, everyone stared at Chen Song with a complicated expression. Professor Chen, is there something wrong? Ba asked. Chen Song stood up and walked to the front. He was not afraid in front of everyone. Instead, he stared at the director of the intensive care unit with a sharp gaze. Will Mr. Cedis open his eyes after receiving external stimuli? But won't he speak or obey orders? Won't he even react to stimulation? Chen Song's series of words shocked the director of the intensive care unit. Yes, yes. Professor Chen, how did you know? When everyone heard this, they were stunned. They were very curious about how Chen Song knew these things. Could it be that Professor Chen had the ability to predict the future? He could even guess this. Hearing the director of the intensive care unit's affirmation, Chen Song was even more certain of his thoughts. He shook his head, sighed, and said with some regret, Mr. Cedis opening his eyes is not a good thing. It can even be said that it's a bad thing. After hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was stunned. How could suddenly waking up be a bad thing? Shui Jingren was probably the best doctor who was proficient in the nervous system among everyone present. At this moment, he was thinking about Chen Song's words. He seemed to have realized something, but he could not seem to grasp the clue. After all, there was a difference between neurology and neurosurgery. If a neurosurgeon was better than a neurosurgeon, why would they still need him? The complexity of the nervous system meant that diagnosis was difficult. The difficulty of this surgery was comparable to that of neurosurgery. Perhaps many people still did not understand the difference between internal and external medicine. To put it bluntly, in the clinic, the difference between internal medicine and surgery was whether the patient needed surgery or not. Surgeons might spend their entire lives pursuing a good knife and perform surgeries that others could not. However, the ultimate goal of internal medicine was to be known as a god. They had a pair of sharp eyes and could find the clues needed in the complicated diseases. Then, they could make a successful diagnosis and come up with a treatment plan. Some people said that the highest level of a surgeon was to be an internal medicine doctor. This showed the importance of diagnosis and conservative treatment. Just as everyone was curious and puzzled, Chen Song finally spoke. I saw Mr. Cedis' initial state. He was indeed in a coma, but, When I was doing the ward rounds this morning, I realized that something was wrong because I found that the situation seemed to have changed. And just as the professor said, the patient suddenly opened his eyes. This clue allowed me to make a final diagnosis. Actually, this opening of eyes is a manifestation of the sleep-wake cycle. Once this was said, there was a flurry of discussion. Sleep-wake cycle? I see. In an instant, many people understood what was going on. Sleep-wake cycle was something that normal people had. It was even one of the internal rhythms of the human body, which was the so-called day-night cycle. But what was coma? Coma was an unstable state. Vital signs were very unstable. It was a pathological and dangerous state. In such a state, it was impossible to have a sleep-wake cycle. Comatose patients had their eyes closed, therefore, in this case. Although Cedes opened his eyes, he did not respond to external stimuli. There were no words, movements, or emotions. This was not a good thing, Xianxia continued. This actually means that the patient has entered a state called persistent vegetative state. There are some differences between persistent vegetative state and normal vegetative state. Instead, it is similar to coma and can be easily confused with coma. Moreover, patients who are initially in a coma can gradually develop into these states after varying lengths of time. Therefore, once the patient has a sleep-wake cycle, the real coma no longer exists. Instead, he enters a persistent vegetative state. Xianxia's words were clear. After hearing about persistent vegetative state, everyone immediately understood why Xianxia sighed. How many people who were in a vegetative state could be cured? Comas could be adjusted according to the situation and resuscitated, but once the patient entered persistent vegetative state, it would be more difficult. Moreover, this was very well the patient's condition. Generally speaking, acute trauma was the most common cause of continuous vegetative state. This was also in line with the patient's diagnosis. After hearing this, he gradually understood the situation should be in the hospital, although the patient in the hospital, the Professor Chen, persistent vegetative state. What's the situation? How can it be treated? Xianxia said, this situation is relatively rare. The incidence is only 4 in a million. But, currently, there is no effective treatment for persistent vegetative state. The main thing is to treat the cause. And the cause is the most difficult clue to find. Speaking of this, Xianxia did not continue to discourage the patient. Instead, he said, but it's not hopeless. There are also reports of patients who have recovered. The most important thing now is to find the cause. Since it is caused by trauma, the most important thing now is to find the key factor. After Abate heard this, he immediately became happy. He called Xianxia out and said seriously, don't worry, Xianxia. Professor Chen, Minister Cedes is too important. We still have to rely on you for this. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry, Mr. President. I will do my best. After Xianxia returned to the ward, he looked at the crowd and immediately began to diagnose and discuss the difficult case. Now, Mr. Cedes's only hope of survival lies in the cause. After the trauma, we should look for pathological products. We need to find the cause. Now, prepare to recheck the head CT, MRI, and EEG. Shui Jingren stood there and looked at Xianxia standing there as if he was giving advice. He was a little emotional. He did not expect Xianxia to have such powerful neurological diagnostic skills. Even Shui Jingren felt that he would surpass him. Thinking of this, he even felt a little scared. He was afraid that Xianxia would surpass him soon. This was not impossible. As a neurosurgeon, Shui Jingren knew very well how easy it would be for a doctor with a strong neurological foundation, especially when the other party was a highly talented surgeon with a surgical background. Soon, Xianxia arranged all the plans. What they needed to do now was to find the cause of the patient and try to solve it. However, the patient in the vegetative state would not die during this period. While waiting for the results of Cedes's examination, they naturally could not stay idle. The liver of another official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been obtained. In the face of the country's power, there were too many sources of donors. Xianxia decided to perform a liver transplant. When Zhou Hongguang saw Xianxia, he took the initiative to give up his position as the chief surgeon. Xianxia was now a master in liver transplant surgery. He was only one surgery away from completing the liver transplant mission and successfully breaking through to perfection. When the surrounding Pakistani doctors saw Xianxia enter the operating theater for the liver transplant, they immediately started discussing. What department is Professor Chen in? Cardiac surgery. After all, Professor Chen just attended the AATS meeting. No, it's digestive surgery. I just checked the information. Professor Chen is the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. But, why is his nervous system so powerful? Because he's Professor Chen. Suika, Xianxia's little fan, said. No one could find any fault with this answer. During the liver transplant surgery, Xianxia said to the head nurse. Establish a video conversation with Professor Wang Tong. The head nurse nodded blankly. Director Siba had no objections. After all, whatever you say goes. You're awesome, you have the final say. P.S. There are still 2 more chapters tonight, please give me monthly votes. Siba had already lost the courage to question Xianxia. He could not find any evidence to refute it. Xianxia did it very carefully. After all, it was the same surgery. Different completion levels would give different reward points. The system was very stingy this time. These monsters all became mission monsters. After they died, they did not drop any equipment or skill books. If it were not for the experience points, Xianxia would definitely feel that the dungeon was very cheap. Fortunately, there were points for ward rounds, points for changing medicine, and even points for a clear diagnosis. As long as it was related to rescue, the system would never be stingy with points. Liver transplant surgery was not difficult, but it was not easy either. Zhou Hongguang watched the surgery begin and did not make a sound. He had seen Xianxia's liver transplant surgery. It was very impressive. In fact, the development of organ transplants was not very long. It had a history of about 30 to 40 years. However, the survival time after the surgery was not very long. After all, it was a foreign body. No matter how high the compatibility was, it was still someone else's thing. If it was placed in one's body, there would more or less be some rejection. In the past 10 years, the survival rate of liver transplant patients had greatly improved. It was mainly because of the emergence of new immunosuppressants, especially cyclosporin. In fact, this meant that the surgery was not perfect. It required many things to be maintained together in order for a perfect surgery to be born. This was also the reason why Xianxia spent a lot of money to support Croft's research on the cardiac rejuvenation fluid. Perhaps in the near future, Xianxia would support the next project. Wait. Medical science had always been perfected and worked hard generation after generation. What Xianxia could do was to achieve the highest level of medical treatment that could be achieved in the current background of scientific development. That was enough. The development of science required the promotion and hard work of countless people. In contrast, Xianxia felt that he was satisfied to be able to do well in his own field. However, so far, the longest survival period after a liver transplant surgery was only 30 years. Xianxia wondered if he should loosen the restraints on this record. The master-level liver transplant surgery actually made Xianxia realize that there were many shortcomings. Zhou Hongguang, who was at the side, followed Xianxia during the surgery. He carefully assisted and did some of the details. Xianxia knew Zhou Hongguang's strengths and weaknesses. Only by combining them could he achieve a better surgical completion rate. Therefore, with the cooperation of the two, the operation was finally completed. This caused Zhou Hongguang to be deeply moved and benefited greatly. To be honest, he was really happy to perform surgery with Xianxia. However, in the adult world, happiness was definitely not the only thing that could solve the problem. Zhou Hongguang's shoulders were not just burdened with his own guts. The hospitals, his families, his friends, his fellow disciples, most of the time, moving forward was involuntary. He really needed to become an academician. He was also qualified to become an academician. Zhou Hongguang was now the vice president of the National Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeons. He was one of the top figures in the industry. However, under the rules of academicians, the unspoken rule that there could only be one academician in the same field was still troubling him. Also, the academicians in the same field had veto power over the selection of the next academician. Unless you really surpassed him in every field and he couldn't find a reason to reject you, this was too difficult. Moreover, old academician Ping Yang was the first person in the older generation to raise the banner of liver transplantation. He was the first person in liver transplantation after old Master Meng. If Zhou Hongguang wanted to get old academician Peng's approval, he had to have a good understanding of the field of liver transplantation. It would be best if he could surpass him. But, it was already very difficult for him to break through now. However, he had to break through now to realize his dream. Dreams were always out of reach, the surgery was finally over. At this moment, Chen Song's reminder sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, you have completed 10 liver transplants. Your liver transplantation surgery has automatically been upgraded to perfect level. Chen Song was instantly delighted. He had broken through. Zhou Hongguang looked at Chen Song's smile and suddenly said, if I had a liver transplant like you 5 years ago, I could have become an academician. After Chen Song heard this, he smiled slightly. It's not too late now. Zhou Hongguang shook his head. It's too late. The selection is in October. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately asked curiously, who's in this batch? Zhou Hongguang knew what Chen Song meant. He was asking about those acquaintances. There are quite a lot of acquaintances. I guess you know some of them too. Professor Tang from the field of extracranial tendons. I seem to have seen Department Director He Ziqian nominated for heart valve diseases in the field of cardiology. He was the last to be nominated. I guess you're not very familiar with the other fields. However, Department Director Gong Daizhen may become the first academician of the Academy of Engineering in the field of plastic surgery. She may also become the first academician of plastic surgery in our country. But, whether she can be voted through or not depends on Department Director Gong's results. There was still a big difference between an academician of the Academy of Engineering and an academician of the Academy of Sciences. After Chen Song heard this, he had more plans in his heart. After he got married, he seemed to have something to do. It would be a consolation for him to cultivate some academicians. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at Zhou Hongguang and said with a smile, after August ends, you can adjust your time. I'll help you make a breakthrough. Maybe you'll have a chance. When he heard Chen Song say this, Zhou Hongguang naturally smiled happily in his heart. Regardless of whether Chen Song had the ability or not, his intention was already very precious. Okay. Let's have a good exchange. I'll definitely gain something. Even if I don't become an academician, I think I'll gain something. This kind of thing depends on fate. You can't force it. Indeed, the selection of academicians was really dependent on fate for those who did not have a background. If you couldn't do it when you were in the prime of your life, it would be even more difficult when you retired. When Chen Song heard this, he did not say anything. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 patients were successfully resuscitated again. At this moment, the results of CD's various tests were out. Chen Song took the patient's enhanced CT, nuclear MRI, and other radiographic films and patiently compared them. However, it seemed that he still could not find any abnormalities. The results showed that the gray and white matter of the brain had diffuse multifocal lesions. It was still an ordinary intracranial edema. It was difficult to find a gold standard diagnosis with such early symptoms. Would a simple cerebral edema be like this? Moreover, the patient had already been treated for cerebral edema. Although the intracranial pressure was high now, it should not be to this extent. What exactly went wrong? At this time, Chen Song also had a headache. When faced with such a difficult disease, he really did not know what to do. At this time, Chen Song uninterestedly opened his shop to see if there were any clues. Chen Song searched for persistent vegetative state. Not long after, many items appeared. Detailed explanation of persistent vegetative state for 2,291 years, exchange for 20,000 points. Persistent vegetative state for 2,300 years, exchange for 30,000 points. There were many similar items, but they were very expensive. These were all things that transcended time. Too expensive, however. Just as Chen Song was about to give up, he suddenly saw an item that could be exchanged. Analysis of 100 cases of persistent vegetative state in 2020, exchange for 200 points. This was a thesis, and it was this year's thesis. Even this would cost 200 points. Xianxia gritted his teeth and decided to exchange for it. Even if he did not gain anything, he would just treat it as 2 pairs of smelly socks. 200 points were not very expensive anyway, after clicking on the exchange. Not long after, the content of the thesis appeared in Xianxia's mind. In his mind, Xianxia had spent a few hours, but in reality, Xianxia had done it in the blink of an eye. After opening his eyes, Xianxia suddenly stood up excitedly. He discovered a pleasant surprise. He could actually learn the things that he exchanged from the store. This was too cool, right? However, now was not the time to dwell on this. He suddenly remembered a classic case. This was the case in the thesis. Every detail was clearly visible. Xianxia only wanted to see if he could exchange for 5,000 years. This way, he would not need to read and could learn everything. After reorganizing the case, Xianxia's eyes lit up. There was a way that he could try. He turned to Skiba and said, "Mr. Skiba, help me contact President Abat." In the case just now, he saw a novel method, by stimulating the cortical response to observe the electroencephalogram, and by performing a PET examination to observe the patient's intracranial electrical response pulsation, thus determining the stimulation area and lesion area. This was the latest and most advanced method of retrograde thought deduction for the treatment of advanced technology. However, no one was sure of the specific effect. It was just a phenomenon that was discovered by accident in the thesis, and its reliability was not necessarily high. Moreover, this method was only suitable for the rich. Because it was very likely that tens or even hundreds of thousands of examination fees would be spent, and the result had no effect. They might even end up with nothing to show for it. But now, CDs had no other choice. He had to try. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiba quickly asked, "What's wrong, Professor Chen?" Xianxia quickly said, "I need to talk to Mr. Abate." Xiba nodded and quickly contacted the vice president. At this time, the vice president had already left the hospital and went to the presidential palace to discuss the next matters. "According to what you said, CDs is now in a vegetative state. There is no specific time for him to recover, right?" President Alvin asked with a sigh. Abat nodded. "That's right. That's what Professor Chen said. But he's looking for a breakthrough now. I hope there's good news." Alvin nodded, then shook his head. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally picked up the phone and dialed the number of a doctor in the field of neurosurgery that he knew. "Mr. Will, I'm Alvin." "Hello, Mr. President." Will's voice was soon heard. As the vice president of the WFNS World Federation of Neurosurgery, Will was renowned in this field. Different professions are worlds apart. It's really difficult to break the circle. Will personally performed the surgery on Alvin's father and he recovered well after the surgery. It would be best if Will was asked to help complete the surgery at this time. But, sometimes, this kind of problem was very complicated. Will's identity and many other particularities made Alvin cautious. Even, he had a feeling that Will's call might be monitored by the other party. Therefore, Alvin just asked casually, "Dr. Will, my friend is now in a persistent vegetative state after trauma. Do you think there's a chance in this situation?" After listening to Alvin's words, Will could not help but be silent for a moment. He said faintly, "Perhaps only God and the Lord can help him." Will was telling the truth. This was because patients who had fallen into this state could only do one thing in most cases: wait. If the cause could not be found, it would be difficult to treat successfully. After receiving Will's affirmative answer, Alvin hung up the phone and could not help but sigh. CDs had too many secrets. He was unconscious and Alvin did not know many things. This is a very bad thing. What should he do? Will said such words and Alvin was really about to give up. At this moment, the assistant walked in and said to Vice President Abate, "Sir. Your phone call." Abate looked at the phone. It was Xiba. "Dean Xiba, what's wrong?" Xiba said, "Mr. President, Professor Chen wants to see you. He said it has something to do with waking up CDs." After hearing this, Abate quickly said, "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Abate got up and said to Alvin, "President Alvin, I need to go to the hospital now. Professor Chen said he might have a way." Alvin nodded. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Let's go together. I also want to see how powerful this Professor Chen you mentioned is." Abate nodded. "He's a genius. And worthy of respect." While talking, the two rushed directly to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Abate went to find Chen Song while Alvin followed behind with his men. "Professor Chen, do you have a way to save Mr. Cedes?" As soon as they met, Abate asked directly. Chen Song shook his head and nodded. "There is a way to try, but it needs the help of some people." Abate's eyes lit up. "Who?" "Chen Song, Mr. Cedes' mother, wife, and children, the people closest to him." After hearing this, everyone around was stunned. Abate also looked at Chen Song with a blank face. "Why are you looking for them?" Chen Song then explained, "This is a special method. You can try it." Abate hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll help you find them." After that, Abate got up and found Alvin and told him about the matter. After hearing this, Alvin was also curious. He wanted to know what Professor Chen could do about the person that was said was hopeless. P.S. It's after 12 o'clock again. Everyone should rest quickly. Thank you to Dazzling W for the 10,000 reward. Thank you for your support. It's the last day. It's the last day of June. Those with monthly votes, I hope you can support the veterans. Chen Song's request was quickly fulfilled. Not long after, Cedes' wife, children, and parents all came. The day the plane crashed, they knew something had happened to Cedes. When they came to the hospital and saw Cedes in a coma, they were heartbroken. However, the hospital was under control and they were not allowed to visit during this period. When they suddenly received the news to come to the hospital, they instinctively thought that something had happened, not that Cedes had gotten better. Therefore, the family came to the hospital anxiously. Abate said to the family personally, "Mr. Cedes is in a vegetative state and the situation is quite serious. Professor Chen thinks that it might be due to intracranial damage. Don't worry, cooperate with Professor Chen's treatment. We want Mr. Cedes to be safe more than anyone else." To be honest, it was inevitable for Cedes' family to be sad, but they did not react too violently. Perhaps they already knew and were mentally prepared. To be honest, at Cedes' position, his family had long been closely connected to the country and couldn't be separated. Cedes' father said, "Don't worry, President Abate. We will cooperate with Professor Chen." After Abate heard this, he was relieved. After meeting Cedes' family, Chen Song asked the doctor to insert a metal plate into Cedes' head. It was a part of the EEG machine. After everything was ready, Chen Song said to Cedes' mother, "Auntie, tell him a story that will leave a deep impression on him." After Chen Song's words came out, everyone was stunned. Cedes' mother was an intellectual. She immediately understood Chen Song's meaning. "Professor Chen, you mean? I will tell him some of Cedes' past?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, that's right." At this moment, there were many doctors around. After all, this kind of thing was rare. Waking up a vegetative state, was he going to use love to create electricity? President Alvin also looked at this scene with interest. To be honest, he still had some doubts about Chen Song. On the contrary, Alvin was more willing to believe Will, whether it was because of his preconceived beliefs or because of his identity as the vice president of the World Neurosurgery Union. Will was indeed more convincing. One had to know that at this stage, fame alone was not enough. This required a strong foundation of strength. At this time, Chen Song said to Siba, "Contact the radiology department and do a PET examination. Prepare the audio equipment. Auntie, you can tell Mr. Cedes stories outside. Prepare the EEG. At the same time, detect event-related potentials." The complicated process was arranged properly by Chen Song, and it was done in an orderly manner. This series of complicated processes instantly attracted everyone's attention. Regardless of whether it succeeded or not, it was really eye-catching. Would such a complicated series of operations be useful? However, Old Ma was a little worried. Song Air went through so much trouble and invited so many people. He even used PET-CT. If this doesn't work, how embarrassing would that be? Old Ma said to Yu Yonggang. Old Yu looked ahead and didn't say anything. To be honest, he was also very worried about this matter. Old Ma saw that Old Yu was ignoring him and could only look at Wang Tong. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Tong's eyes lit up and he said confidently, no problem. Professor Chen definitely knows what he's doing. When old Ma heard this, he was helpless. Wang Tong was a loyal fan of Xianxia. Only Xue Jingren crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was a little expectant and a little worried. To be honest, Xue Jingren himself didn't understand why he was worried about Chen Song. Perhaps at this moment, Xue Jingren still felt that Chen Song was on the same side as him? Or perhaps he also hoped that Chen Song could save the patient. No matter what, Chen Song had become the focus of everyone's attention. Finally, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, Chen Song sent the patient into the CT room. The PET examination was more complicated. It also required an EEG and event-related potentials test. It might take a little longer. Professor Chen, you can come out now, the radiologist said. Chen Song said directly, it's okay. Close the door and start filming. Suddenly, the radiologist was stunned. There's a lot of radiation inside, Chen Song smiled. It's okay. Just treat it as if I'm doing a checkup. It won't affect anything. Also, I need to adjust the equipment and observe some signals. Okay, Auntie, get ready to tell the story. Chen Song's words made everyone fall silent. Most people didn't want to touch the examination in the radiology department. After all, it was radioactive. Moreover, the PET-CT examination took longer than normal examination. Needless to say, the amount of radiation was naturally higher. However, Professor Chen was willing to take the initiative to enter the room in order to diagnose the patient more accurately. For a moment, everyone was silent. Whether or not Chen Song succeeded today, his courage and responsibility were enough to make everyone admire him. Chen Song was, of course, afraid of death. He decisively put on his white coat to reduce radiation and adjusted the equipment. Then, he said to the camera room, it's done. Get ready to start. When Sidi's mother saw this, her heart softened. She said directly, wait, this isn't good. Professor Chen, let me in. That's right. The doctor was willing to enter the radiology department to save her son. As a mother, why would she refuse? Therefore, the old woman walked in without hesitation. Everyone began to wait, time passed by minute by minute. The director of the radiology department stared at the film and filmed carefully. Director Siba and a few other directors also entered the camera room. Looking at the PET results, everyone was silent. They were waiting for some special signal to appear. However, time passed by minute and second by second. There was still no reaction. Chen Song stared at the EEG machine and sighed helplessly. As expected, the probability of this happening was too low. Finally, the director of the radiology department said, Professor Chen, there's no abnormality. Along with this voice, everyone sighed regretfully. Abe couldn't help but shake his head. However, Chen Song suddenly said, let's change the patient. Mr. Sidi's wife and child come in together. As soon as he finished speaking, Sidi's child and mother walked into the CT room. They didn't mind the so-called radiation either. Professor Chen, an outsider, had nothing to say. What right did they have to complain? Chen Song said to the director of the radiology department, come. Continue the examination. Hearing Chen Song's words, the director of the radiology department nodded. Okay. The director of the film room saw Chen Song's determined eyes and could not help but have a little more conviction. Because he was really infectious, the doctors waiting and observing outside the room looked at the replacement. Although they did not say it explicitly, they still felt that this behavior was not feasible. Even President Alvin sighed in disappointment. To be honest, he was the one who wanted Sidis to wake up the most, but some things could not be changed by his own will. Time passed by minute, not long after, Sidis' wife and children came out. Both of them looked a little depressed. After coming out, they were silent. It could be seen that, this time it still did not succeed. Old Ma and the others saw this and could not help but sigh. Xianxia, you have been pretending for so long. This is the only failure I have seen. Forget it, this time I can pretend that I did not see it. The people around also began to whisper. Could it be a failure? Well, almost. After all, it is not so easy to wake up a vegetative state. What is Professor Chen's purpose? I don't know. Maybe there is still a chance. Let's wait and see. Everyone hoped that Chen Song would succeed. This time everyone was willing to stand on Chen Song's side. Everyone could not even bear the slightest disgust for Professor Chen, who sacrificed himself to save the patient. Chen Song was a little disappointed. There was still no cortical reaction. Could it be that the patient really had extensive cerebral cortex damage? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but scratch his head. What should he do? Professor Chen? Are you okay? The voice of the radiologist who often came to the film room came from the loudspeaker. Chen Song looked up and smiled. I am fine. Seeing this, Abate also comforted him. Professor Chen, it's okay if you can't do it. You don't have to feel burdened. It is normal for you to die of old age. And CDs is also doing it for the country. Before Abate finished speaking, Chen Song's eyes suddenly widened. That's right, he suddenly felt that for CDs, the strongest stimulation was not this, but the country. After thinking it through, Chen Song quickly said, Mr. Abate, I may need your help. Abate was stunned. Me? Chen Song nodded. That's right, it's you. I need you to talk to Mr. CDs, just like how you talk about work. You can even talk about the forgetfulness between the two of you. You can also talk about the important matters of the country. The more CDs cares about it, the better. Abate hesitated for a moment. All right. Abate's secretary's expression changed. Mr. President, there are spokes inside. Before he could finish, Abate's face darkened. Professor Chen also knows about the radiation inside. As he spoke, Abate resolutely walked in. When the people outside saw Abate enter the room, they were stunned. Why does Mr. President Abate want to go in? Chen Song performed an operation on the radiology department's director and said to Abate, you may begin. Abate sighed deeply and said, CDs, I said that I would wait for you to come back and hold a celebration party for you. You did well. Abate enunciated each word clearly. Time ticked by. At this moment, Chen Song's face lit up with joy, because he realized that the electroencephalogram had changed. The evoked potential was not as obvious as before. It finally appeared. Chen Song's face lit up. He said to the radiology department's director, prepare to take the scan. It might be coming out. The radiology department's director's expression changed and he quickly looked down. Finally, he realized that there was indeed an abnormal signal from the PET scan. He was surprised to find that there was a special message in CD's cranial tissue. Especially the head of the cingulate gyrus, right middle temporal gyrus, and premotor cortex, the cerebral blood flow had increased. This area was more stimulating than the nonverbal sound. What did this mean? This meant that CD's was not completely in a vegetative state. It also did not mean that his cortex was still. It was very likely that CD's intracranial trauma had damaged his cortex. Thinking of this, the radiology department's director shouted in surprise. Professor Chen, it's out. It really appeared. The cortex is fluctuating. Chen Song was overjoyed. The two of them suppressed the extreme nervousness and anticipation in their hearts and finally produced the results of the scan. At this time, everyone in the film room was shocked. It really worked. As for Abate, he felt a little sad as he spoke. They were old comrades, old friends. When talking about working hard for the country, Abate could not help but feel sad. He heard the radiology department's response. Abate turned to Chen Song excitedly. Professor Chen. You must save him. Chen Song also nodded in surprise. Of course. Of course. After that, he did not bother to talk to Abate and rushed directly to the film room. Everyone saw the automatic door open and thought that it had failed. However, they suddenly saw Chen Song rush into the film room. After entering, Chen Song stared at the image on the computer screen. He waved his fist excitedly. Great! There's a result. Although this report could not awaken CDs, it could find the problem with the patient. Since there was a cortical reaction, it meant that the patient in the vegetative state might have some hidden recognition ability. However, did the cortical reaction of the sensory stimulation indicate recovery from the vegetative state? This meant that the patient could be saved. After thinking it through, Chen Song kept opening the scans one by one and carefully comparing them. these scans were like signals, constantly filling up the four-dimensional picture in Chen Song's eyes. Combined with EEG, event-related potentials, PET, and other scans, Chen Song found the specific injury in an instant. He was pleasantly surprised. Now it seemed that the patient's cortex was not dead, but the tissue necrosis caused by the blunt trauma of the brain blocked the cortex's function. Now, what he needed to do was debridement of the brain. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to Siba, "Director Siba, prepare for surgery. Debridement of intracranial trauma. Inform the operating room." Siba quickly stood up. "Okay." Abat looked at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, can CDs be saved?" Chen Song's lips curled up slightly. His efforts were not in vain. "If I'm not wrong, there should be no problem." Abat heard this and said excitedly, "Good. Good. Good. Everyone, cooperate with Professor Chen." Chen Song came out of the room and said to Xue Jingren, "Director Xue, will you follow me to the surgery?" Xue Jingren was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted and nodded excitedly. "Okay. Thank you, Professor Chen." When the surrounding crowd saw this, they were all stunned. He actually succeeded. This Professor Chen was too awesome. Author's note, there are still 4 chapters left, the last day, hehe, please vote. Was it really effective? Everyone was shocked to see the sudden burst of excitement and laughter in the lively radiology department. They were really shocked. Chen Sung's operation was really unbelievable. To be honest, waking up a vegetative patient had always been a big problem in the medical industry. It was also a difficult and complicated point in the field of neurological diseases. It was a problem that no one could do anything about. As Will, vice president of the World Federation of Neurological Surgeons, said, this disease was often hopeless. Treatment could only support treatment, and waking up depended on fate. However, Chen Song targeted this disease today. Moreover, after such a complicated series of examinations, he really made some progress. Although this was only to find the cause of the disease, there was still a long way to go before a real diagnosis and waking up the patient. However, even so, it still aroused the excitement of everyone in the hospital, because at least they had taken the first step. Many people couldn't even find the first step. This was a meaningful step for saving Mr. CDs or for the diagnosis of a difficult disease like waking up a vegetative patient. If this matter was born in their hospital, it would definitely be a matter of pride for the hospital's influence and for every doctor here. After this case was restored, there was no doubt that a Lancet article would be published. There were so many hospitals in the capital of Ba country, but no one could really publish a Lancet. Therefore, everyone attached great importance to this matter. Even President Alvin didn't expect Chen Song to have results and was surprised for a moment. He called Siba over, cooperate fully with Professor Chen to complete the operation. Alvin's appearance caused a sensation in the hospital. As the head of Ba country, Alvin's public opinion was extremely high. When Alvin came, Abate didn't tell everyone. He just asked Siba to arrange for him to stay in the office. When everyone saw President Alvin coming, everyone quickly got up and looked at the leader with respect. Arvin greeted everyone and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Then, he walked straight to Chen Song. "Professor Chen, hello. Thank you for reaching out to help." Alvin shook hands with Chen Song and said. Chen Song was also a little stunned. To be honest, this was the first time he shook hands with the head of a country. Moreover, the other party respected him so much. It was a wonderful feeling. One had to know that Ba country was not a small country. It had a population of more than 200 million and was one of the top 10 most populous countries in the world. Although he was not flattered that the head of state of such a country had personally come out to receive him, his vanity was still bursting. Because the other party had given him enough face. This was the highest standard of reception. What's more, Chen Song also respected a national hero like Alvin. Seeing the other party take the initiative to extend his hand, Chen Song excitedly returned the gesture. He held the old man in his 60s with both hands and hurriedly said, "Mr. President, you are too polite. Our leader also values the friendship between our two countries. We will definitely do our best to save Mr. CDs." Alvin was already 67 years old this year. He was the national hero of Ba country and the idol of the people. He stretched out his left hand and patted the back of Chen Song's hand. Ba country will be your strongest ally. Professor Chen, please. After that, Alvin hugged Chen Song 3 times. It was very grand. He gave Chen Song the warmest and most cordial greeting. Everyone in the hospital was stunned when they saw this scene. This was the most precious friendship that Chen Song had received from Mr. President Alvin. In such a country of faith, the meaning behind Alvin's serious hug to Chen Song was self-evident. Old Ma said sourly, I thought this guy was going to fail in showing off. In the end, I was careless and he showed off big time. In the future, Chen Song will definitely be treated as the head of Ba country. He is the president's friend. Old Ma said what everyone was thinking. Everyone looked at Chen Song with eyes full of envy and respect. Preparations were quickly being made in the operating theater. CDs also began to shave with the help of the nurse. At this time, in the operating theater office, Chen Song selected 5 experts in the field of neurosurgery to cooperate with Chen Song for the surgery. Shui Jingren from China, Yang Ming from Union Medical College Hospital, and 3 local experts. The 5 of them were looking forward to today's surgery. Chen Song stood in front and began to introduce the condition and the surgery to everyone. The 5 of them sat in the front, followed by Siba, Abate, Alvin, and others. They attached great importance to today's surgery. At this time, everyone stared at Chen Song without blinking. After all, Chen Song was the person who had the most right to speak about the surgery. Even if Shui Jingren and Yang Ming were both academicians, it still did not affect Chen Song's position in their hearts. Shui Jingren was an academician in the field of neurosurgery and cranial nerves, while Yang Ming was an academician in the field of intracranial tumor surgery. These 2 were already the top figures in the field of neurosurgery in the country. But even so, it was their first time performing this kind of vegetative surgery. Even now, they still did not know how Chen Song was going to perform the surgery. At this time, Chen Song began to introduce. CDs caused closed intracranial injury when the accident happened. I observed the PET results and found that it was not a simple impact, but an impact injury and a collision injury. These 2 types of injuries caused the brain parenchyma contusion and the brain swelling and cerebral edema secondary to the injury. However, because of the complexity of the injury, it caused this area of deactivated brain tissue damage. So, our goal is to remove this part of the deactivated brain tissue and restore the function of the cerebral cortex as much as possible. Chen Song pointed to the image on the projector and introduced the situation. It was extremely quiet below. The surgery is divided into the following steps. The first step is to open the temporal lateral flap of the incision, followed by drilling and exploration, followed by bone flap craniotomy, and finally removing the deactivated brain tissue. Does everyone understand? After Chen Song finished introducing the surgical procedure, he asked everyone below. Understood. The 5 of them answered in unison. At this time, the nurse walked in. Professor Chen, the preparations are done. We can begin. Chen Song nodded. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out. Although he was the youngest in the room, his aura was the most powerful at this time. Yang Ming looked at Chen Song's leaving figure and then glanced at Shui Jingren. If I were you, I would put down my prejudice and date him. Chen Song is really a good person. After saying that, he also walked forward, leaving Shui Jingren in deep thought. In the operating theater, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. This surgery was the core of their rescue work. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock at night. However, the emergency department on the first floor of the hospital was still brightly lit. Wang Tong, Yu Yonggang, and the others had also finished their work for the day. They entered another office in the operating theater and began to watch the surgery. This surgery was directly related to the success or failure of this rescue work. After all, before the rescue, it had already been said that CDs was the key person to rescue, therefore, no one dared to let down their guard. At this time, Old Ma glanced at Su Aiqing and asked curiously, Aiqing, you've been with Chen Song for a long time. When did he learn so many neurosurgery operations? After he came to our emergency center, I don't think I've seen him participate in many neurosurgery operations. Old Ma asked this question that was on everyone's mind. These were all elites from all walks of life who came to participate in the rescue work. Many of them were very curious about Chen Song. What kind of person was he to be proficient in so many types of surgery? Moreover, the connection between each type of surgery was not very strong, but each type of surgery could achieve excellent results and even obtain a position in the industry that they could not fight for in their lifetime. After Su Aiqing heard this, she was silent for a moment and asked in return, must one learn from surgery? This question directly made old Ma dumbfounded. I. Old Ma stuttered for a long time and did not say anything. The surgery has begun. At this time, Yu Yonggang said. Only then did everyone gather their thoughts. Only old Ma was there thinking about the question just now. Did it have anything to do with the surgery and learning how to do it? In the operating theater, the blood transfusion department was ready and everything was ready. When the surgery chose anesthesia, Chen Song chose local anesthesia. That was right, local anesthesia was chosen for the craniotomy. This also made Xue Jingren and the others' hearts tremble. After the skull was fixed, Chen Song asked for a scalpel. This time, it was everyone's attempt. However, everyone looked at Chen Song's calm and composed appearance. It did not seem like it was his first surgery at all. The choice of incision was still the right lateral temporal flap. Although the patient had undergone a CT scan, due to the special location, it still needed to be drilled for exploration. This was to prevent surgery from needing to change the opening due to some reasons. Chen Song held the electric drill in his hand and carefully drilled into the lower temporal region to explore. When the skull was opened, Chen Song also saw a thin layer of hematoma under the dura mater. Yang Ming was right beside Chen Song. After seeing the hematoma, he didn't need Chen Song to say anything and immediately removed it. Then, everyone saw the swollen brain tissue bulging outwards. The intracranial pressure was still not low, however, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the hematoma. Because this meant that the brain contusion was nearby. As long as they continued to probe deeper into the brain, they could often confirm the existence of lesions. After making up his mind, Chen Song prepared to open the skull. Xue Jingren said directly, Professor Chen, let me do it. Chen Song was taken aback. He looked at Xue Jingren curiously. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, all right. Be careful. Chen Song didn't react to Xue Jingren's sudden show of goodwill for a while. When Yang Ming saw this, he smiled instead. In craniotomy, the assistant would usually open the bone flap. After all, this was physical work. The chief surgeon usually had to save energy for the core operation. Therefore, Xue Jingren's behavior was obviously showing goodwill to Chen Song. Xue Jingren's technique was very skillful. It had to be said that as one of the rare academicians in the neurosurgery department, Xue Jingren's foundation was very deep. When the dura mater was opened, Xue Jingren took a step back and said, Professor Chen, you do it. At this moment, the image inside the skull appeared in everyone's vision. The situation was not good. The most serious injury from the impact and collision was not on the outside, but, even so, purplish-red tissue could still be seen under the pia mater of the brain lesion. Moreover, small blood clots and broken, necrotic, and softened brain tissue could be clearly seen on the surface of the intracranial brain tissue. After seeing this, everyone held their breaths and focused. The situation was worse than they had originally imagined. When Chen Song saw this, he could not help but frown. After all, a CT examination was just an examination. It could only get a signal. After all, many things needed to be opened and seen directly. Give me the bipolar electrocoagulation forceps. And the normal forceps. Give me one. The work on the surface was very easy to clean up. After spending less than 10 minutes to clean up some damaged blood vessels and broken tissue, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. The key was still in the follow-up treatment. The blood clots and broken tissue on the surface had been cleaned up. At this time, Chen Song carefully took the blunt tissue forceps and carefully separated the brain tissue. Under the illumination of the shadowless lamp, the internal situation was quickly exposed. After seeing this, everyone's expression changed. No one expected the internal damage to be so serious. Xue Jingren frowned. Can this be cleaned up? The devitalized tissue has broken into the ventricles and lost its boundary. Also, the brain tissue has softened and collapsed. After losing its support, it will also compress the nerves. This is a little bad. Yang Ming also stared at the brain tissue that looked like tofu pudding and shook his head without saying a word. the success rate of this surgery was too low, devitalized tissue debridement. How could this be differentiated? If he was not careful, he would clean up the normal tissue. The people who were watching the surgery outside were even more silent. Could this surgery be done? At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "Give me the aspirator." The young nurse at the side quickly nodded and handed it over. Xianxia held the aspirator in one hand and started to suck the devitalized tissue from the lesion. The other hand held the bipolar electrocoagulation forceps firmly. The next surgery was a serious challenge. Xianxia's range of movements was very small. Even if his eyes could clearly see the red devitalized tissue and the yellow damaged tissue, the cranium was different from the abdominal cavity. He could not make a big fuss. Just like this, Xianxia had to electrocoagulate the bleeding blood vessels when he encountered them. The gradual removal started from the surface of the brain and gradually removed the deeper parts. After the removal, the brain area was like the bottom of a pot. As time passed by, minutes and seconds, Xianxia's hands were very steady. Xianxia also put down the bipolar electrocoagulation forceps and replaced them with needle and thread. He carefully sutured the blood vessels in the yellow area. The whole process was very long, however, he could not be anxious at all. He needed to be patient and careful enough. Just like that, just as everyone was starting to feel sleepy, Yi Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. There was an uproar when they saw that the brain tissue had regained its pulsation. Immediately, everyone came to their senses, because the standard for completely removing the devitalized tissue was that the brain had softened, sunk, and regained its pulsation. Xianxia succeeded. P.S. There are 2 more chapters in a while. Begging for monthly votes. Hold on. We can win, come on. The moment Xianxia let go of his hand, everyone in the operating theater was pleasantly surprised. It's pulsating again. Yang Ming was the first to see it and could not help but exclaim. This was a complete debridement and also one of the criteria for cortical recovery. Yang Ming did not expect that the deactivated brain tissue, which was like a tofu pudding with chives and chili oil, could be cleaned to such an extent. How skillful was this? Hearing Yang Ming's voice, everyone quickly went in to take a closer look. Seeing the softened and sunken brain tissue begin to pulsate slowly, everyone in the operating theater could not help but get excited. He actually did it. They looked up at Xianxia. "Professor Chen, you did it." His broken English was mixed with an excited tone, which made his mood at this moment very real. Xianxia did it, such a complicated collision injury and impact injury, and he actually completed the surgery successfully. This was unbelievable. At this moment, Xue Jingren suddenly said, "Look at this." Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Xue Jingren staring at a blood vessel that was recovering blood supply and a slowly pulsating brain tissue. "What?" Xue Jingren said quietly, "This is a latent reflex of the recovery of nerve function. This means, the cortical function may have really recovered." Speaking of this, Xue Jingren did not expect Xianxia to perform such a serious debridement surgery so exquisitely. Xue Jingren, who had rich experience in neurological surgery, was now 80% sure that CDs could definitely wake up. This was for sure, because Xianxia's surgery was not only very thorough in debridement of the deactivated brain tissue, but it also eliminated the possibility of the brain tissue softening, ischemia, and edema. Most importantly, while he was debridement, he tried to preserve the physiological function of the brain tissue as much as possible. At the very least, he saved all that could be saved. In the temporal lobe, the life center and some key language, memory, judgment, and so on were not affected. Xue Jingren even guessed that after the surgery, CDs might recover his memory very quickly. Thinking of this, Xue Jingren looked at Xianxia again with eyes full of admiration. This was really an amazing person. No one would have thought that such a difficult surgery could have such a recovery rate of the brain tissue. He was really too strong. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "It's getting late. After the surgery, everyone should hurry back to sleep." When everyone heard that, they immediately laughed. "Professor Chen, we're not tired." "Yeah, to be able to watch such an exciting surgery, I feel full of energy even if I don't sleep for 3 days." "Yeah." But at this moment, a young nurse said in a low voice, "Professor Chen basically worked around the clock. He only slept for about an hour last night." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Only then did they remember this matter. Was Professor Chen working around the clock? Moreover, it was such a high-intensity surgery. Could he take it? At this moment, everyone no longer looked at Chen Song with admiration for his skills. Instead, they looked at him with respect for his profession. This kind of surgery usually had extensive bleeding after the wound was cleaned up. Chen Song did not get carried away just because the surgery was successful. Instead, he used electrocoagulation and a gauze dipped in hydrogen peroxide to stop the bleeding. He had to stop the bleeding completely. Most of the time, one could travel 100 miles in one surgery. He must not have a strong start and a weak finish. And Chen Song was indeed a little tired now. However, he still meticulously cleaned up the brain tissue that had already been destroyed and deactivated. He was incomparably meticulous in removing it completely, otherwise, postoperative cerebral edema and cranial hypertension would be difficult to control. This was really the case for surgery. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. He could not relax at all. When the clock struck 3 in the morning, Chen Song also completed the skull closure. This also meant that the surgery was completely over, in an instant. There was a warm applause in the operating theater. It was a gift to Chen Song. Chen Song smiled and shook his head. Let's test some godly reflexes and superficial reflexes first and see how it works. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. That's right, once the reflexes were established, it meant that the surgery was basically a success. The cerebral cortex would recover its function. Shui Jingren quickly began the test. Pain perception test, pupil light reflection, Kelnig sign test. After the tests were carried out one by one, everyone could not help but become excited, because they found that the patient's cortical reflexes began to respond. Everyone immediately said excitedly, Professor Chen. You did it. That's right, you used surgery to wake up a patient in a vegetative state. This is probably the first time in history that a vegetative state patient was awakened by surgery. Professor Chen is mighty. The operating theater was the most enclosed environment, and the celebration in the operating theater was also the most sincere blessing of the surgeon. This place was just like a ring, only the strong could receive the applause. Even if the other party was the director, he had to listen to the chief surgeon here. This was the operating table, and he also called it a battlefield. Here, military orders were not obeyed. Chen Song was also very excited. This was the first time Chen Song had used the knowledge he had learned to complete such a surgery. It would be a lie to say that he was not happy. Because he had done something that many people could not do. Chen Song could not help but grin. At this moment, in the office outside, when everyone saw the celebration and laughter in the operating theater, they immediately understood. The surgery was a success. It must have been a success. Look at the applause. Damn, Chen Song is awesome. This is not just a simple sentence, this is awesome to the heavens. This surgery is really technical. Minister Cedes's condition, from the diagnosis, to the finding of the cause, to the success of the surgery, it was all thanks to Professor Chen alone. Hearing the man's words, the surrounding people realized that Cedes was really saved by Chen Song. Old Ma spent the whole night and finally figured out one thing. Why did he have to figure out how Chen Song learned surgery? That's right, after thinking it through, Old Ma's appetite was much better. At this moment, in another office next door, the personal assistant had already urged Alvin several times. Mr. President, you need to rest. You still have to go abroad for a visit tomorrow morning. Alvin suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer, I want to thank Professor Chen Song properly. He really helped us. And he has been working non-stop for nearly 48 hours to save our hero. This is a friend of our Ba country. After saying that, Alvin stood up excitedly and looked at the slightly tired Chen Song on the screen. He did not speak for a long time. P.S. It's the last few minutes. Everyone, hold on. Just a little bit more and you'll be 7th. Begging for monthly votes, thank you, there will be another chapter in a while. Everyone, go to sleep first and read it when you wake up. The moment Chen Song walked out of the operating theater, applause resounded throughout the entire operating theater corridor. At this moment, it was 3:30 in the morning. Chen Song, who was about to wash his hands, was stunned when he saw the crowd standing in the corridor looking at him excitedly. Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you. Chen Song couldn't help but smile. The charm of medicine was probably like this. The uncrowned crown was still a hero. Wearing white clothes, not forgetting the original intention, from the moment you become a doctor, your whole life will be illuminated by such glory. In fact, medicine was also a kind of faith. At this moment, the crowd made a path. Alvin strode forward and walked over. He gave up the ceremonial hug and hugged Chen Song tightly. Professor Chen, thank you. You will be a foreign hero of our country and people, and also the most sincere friend of our Ba country. Chen Song smiled. This is what I should do. Alvin nodded. This is what we should do. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and smiled. Alvin said to his secretary, send Professor Chen back to the hotel and have a good rest. Tomorrow, bring him to have a good rest and have fun. After that, Alvin said to Chen Song, young man, only when you know how to rest can you know how to work. Chen Song nodded and didn't refuse. He realized that sleeping was really a habit and also a rhythmic memory of the human body. You might not be sleepy, but you still need to sleep. This was what Chen Song felt now. Tonight, he just wanted to sleep well and wake up naturally. As for the stamina potion, it could be used for a short period of time, but it couldn't replace sleep. After returning to the hotel, it was already around 4 in the morning. After Chen Song washed up a little, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the system's notification sound, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully saved CDs. You have gained 20,000 points. When Chen Song saw this message, he jumped up in surprise. He didn't expect to get 20,000 points for a surgery. Wasn't this too much of a surprise? Thinking of this, Chen Song only had one feeling. Turn over the serfs and sing, I want to buy. Now, Chen Song had concluded some rules. It seemed that the system determined that the higher the difficulty, the better the completion rate of the surgery, and the better the reward. The difficulty of debridement of intracranial devitalized tissue was obviously in the cortical resuscitation of patients in a persistent vegetative state. That was why the system gave such a high score. Thinking of this, Chen Song also felt very lucky. To be honest, most patients would not be able to do anything about it. After Cedes was injured, the hospital had given him meticulous care. Furthermore, he had not been injured for a long time. Large amounts of nerve repair drugs had not stopped, and the intracranial edema was not obvious. This gave Chen Song a chance to save him. Chen Song checked carefully and found that he now had nearly 25,000 points. What should I buy? Chen Song looked at the rewards. He was a little hesitant. To be honest, many things were very good, and he wanted them very much. However, with limited points, Chen Song could only choose some items that were more cost-effective, and he had to consider their practicality. However, after a careful search, Chen Song really found some good things. Gold first aid set, points, 60,000 points. Set attributes, speed plus 30, strength plus 30, durability plus 30, equipment skills, sterile surgical cover, keep your hands clean and sterile. Passive state, speed of life and death. Let your body explode with powerful energy at critical moments, once a day, 1 hour each time. Protection, can protect your body from critical hits. Passive defense for 1 day. First aid expert, when learning first aid related knowledge, speed up. Passive state, Chen Song looked at the series of skills and attributes, and he was really a little excited. Such equipment was practically tailor-made for emergency doctors. Moreover, this should be the cheapest set in the gold set. 60,000 points. Chen Song was a little worried. He only had 25,000 points now. How could he get enough? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but lie on the bed and worry. Could it be that he should knock Cedes out and open his head again? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a chill run down his spine. That was definitely not realistic. At night, Chen Song had a dream. He dreamed that he had 100 million, not points, but yuan. He woke up in shock. He quickly opened the bank on his phone and looked at the many numbers. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He was scared to death, thinking that he only had 100 million. Unfortunately, it was not points. In the morning, after Chen Song had breakfast, a few technicians came in and gave Chen Song a good massage. Only then did Chen Song relax. After 2 days of sleepless treatment, many critically ill patients had obvious recovery. Next, there were a few difficult patients to deal with. But time was not in a hurry. He called Xianxia and chatted for more than an hour. As the wedding approached, there were more things to do. Xianxia was still quite reliable. He directly brought the company to the southern mountain village to start building the wedding venue. It was necessary to build a luxurious wedding venue in the village. However, compared to this, Chen Song heard Chen Dahai's complaints. Why were there so many banquets? Chen Song was also helpless. The number of banquets in the village had increased from 80 to 200, because Chen Song had received some news in the past 2 days. Many people in Ammonium Yang wanted to go. Chen Song could not reject, right? Even many people in the capital took the initiative to contact him. Therefore, the number of banquets kept increasing. Chen Song could not go back now. Moreover, he did not have enough points. He really could not bear to go back. But looking at the schedule, the work here would definitely be completed within a week. This way, Chen Song was relieved. Therefore, Chen Song was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he was in a hurry to get more points. Chen Song didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity when he saw a good item worth 60,000 points right in front of him. The system store was really a good thing. On the other side, Chen Song had just arrived at the hospital for ward rounds. After entering, Director Sibo walked over with a smile. Professor Chen, I heard that you are getting married soon. When the time comes, I will definitely bring everyone to attend. Chen Song was stunned. He smiled awkwardly. I really did not want to invite you. But, at this moment, Abate walked in and looked at Chen Song. He smiled and said, Professor Chen, we will definitely attend the wedding. Chen Song was stunned. You are here. Everyone here has become foreigners. Moreover, he was worried that when this group of Ba people attended the wedding, they would give AK-47S or M4A1S, too scary, P.S., sigh. Okay, it's a pity that you are 8th. However, you did not lose to others. The other party kept giving out red packets for monthly votes. You lost to money, haha, good luck this month, veteran Gagogo, please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. Chen Song saw that Abate didn't seem to be joking. He couldn't help but be stunned. This? Was he really coming? Did he have to prepare a special Qingzhen dish? Thinking of this, Chen Song's head hurt. Welcome, welcome. If President Abate could come, it would be an honor. Chen Song said hypocritically. When Abate heard this, he took it seriously and immediately smiled. Of course, of course. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, Abate was very willing to form a good friendship with Chen Song. After all, no one could reject such a top-notch doctor. This was a strong protective wall of life. Just as Chen Song was thinking about where to invite a chef for Qingzhen dishes, the nurse ran in excitedly. Professor Chen, Mr. President, Mr. Cedes woke up. As soon as he said that, Chen Song and Abate's faces lit up with joy. Cedes woke up, the two hurriedly got up and walked to the intensive care unit. Chen Song didn't expect him to wake up so soon. After reaching the intensive care unit, Cedes lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Although it seemed that there wasn't much difference from before when he opened his eyes were clearly lively. Cedes. Abate couldn't help but call out. Cedes was stunned. He quickly turned his head and looked at Abate. Abate. Cedes, who had just undergone brain surgery, had suffered permanent damage to his brain tissue and some nerves. He needed to recover slowly, or even, he couldn't recover at all. He saw that the other party could call out Abate's name clearly. Chen Song realized that the surgery was a success: memory function, recognition function, language control center. There were no problems with these. Abate quickly went forward and held Cedes' hand. He was overflowing with excitement. You're finally awake. You're finally awake. Cedes couldn't help but want to smile, but he felt that the corners of his mouth were uncoordinated. Even his movements were very slow. Abate turned and looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen. Chen Song nodded helplessly. Yes, too much tissue has been lost in the brain. It will cause irreversible damage to the nervous system. As for the specifics, it will depend on his subsequent recovery. Oh, Abate sighed. It wasn't easy to save him. He had been too greedy. CDs, this is Professor Chen Song from China's medical rescue team. If it wasn't for him, you might never wake up again. CDs looked at Chen Song gratefully. Thank you, Professor Chen. CDs was a genius diplomat and knew 6 languages. After settling him down, Chen Song got up. After all, CDs was being watched so closely by them. When he woke up, he would definitely have a lot of national secrets to talk about. Chen Song didn't want to get involved in these things. He was a doctor. The country's affairs had nothing to do with him. However, Chen Song felt very satisfied when he thought about how he could save his country in a roundabout way and help it. After leaving the ICU room, Chen Song felt relaxed. However, there was one more important thing to do. That was to earn points. In an instant, Chen Song started his helpful path again. China, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Office. When Jiaxing received the call, he immediately stood up from his chair in excitement. What? He said. Good. 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 Jiaxing said good 3 times in a row. He was overjoyed. He was really excited. The rescue work this time was too perfect. Jiaxing and Cheng Guotao had been in close contact with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After knowing that CDs was in a vegetative state, Jiaxing was stunned. If CDs was in a vegetative state, it would be troublesome. The key clue to the key person would be lost. CDs might be the only person in the know at the moment. Chen Song was really a national treasure. This time, he had really done a meritorious deed. Thinking of this, Jiaxing's excitement was still hard to calm down. You must protect Professor Chen's safety. Cheng Guotao, after the matter is resolved, you must let Professor Chen return safely as soon as possible. Jiaxing said to Cheng Guotao. Cheng Guotao nodded. Minister Jia, don't worry. Chen Song's position in the hearts of Ba country's leaders is very high. Cheng Guotao actually wanted to say that Professor Chen was now President Alvin's guest of honor. This was a treatment that even he couldn't enjoy. Jiaxing was still overjoyed. Good. Okay, that's all for now. You must report any news at any time. After that, he hung up the phone. After CDs woke up, he could find Hannibal's address, right? Jiaxing clenched his fists excitedly. But, Jiaxing quickly thought of something. If Hannibal was found, would Ba country send Hannibal to China to participate in the research of the latest L-series fighter? Thinking of this, Jiaxing couldn't help but calm down. Diplomatic relations were like the relationship between people. Most of them were exchanges of interests. As a foreign scientist in the field of thermal physics, Hannibal had done a lot of research in the field of aircraft engines. He was forcibly detained on the way back to China. The Ba country government attached great importance to Hannibal and personally sent the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, CDs, and 7 or 8 diplomatic officials to other countries at the same time. After 3 days of negotiations, Hannibal was finally saved. However, CDs was very smart. He was worried that something would happen to the plane. When arranging the return trip, he deliberately arranged for Hannibal to be at a secret base. He didn't expect something to happen to the plane. Thinking of this, Jiaxing pondered for a moment and said to the secretary, "Go to the Space Department." After Abate came out of CDs' intensive care unit, he left in a hurry. After Chen Song earned more than 3,000 points in the hospital, Cheng Guotao came. He gathered everyone. Cheng Guotao said with a smile, "The rescue work this time was very successful, especially Professor Chen. Thank you for your hard work. We will return to China tomorrow morning. After we go back tonight, everyone should have a good rest." Hearing that the rescue work was over, everyone was relieved. They could return to China. After disbanding, everyone relaxed. Chen Song was the same. Although they didn't have 30,000 points now, there were still many good things that could be exchanged. He couldn't be greedy. The only pity was that this set couldn't be exchanged separately. Old Ma smiled and said, "We can finally go back. Song do you still need a master of ceremonies for your wedding?" I'm ready. When Chen Song heard this, he felt a chill. Leader Ma, this. I didn't even plan to invite you to my wedding. Hearing Chen Song's words, old Ma's expression changed. His aggrieved expression made Chen Song feel disgusted. Pfft. What a hypocrite, that's right, Chen Song realized that old Ma had changed. He was becoming more and more hypocritical. Alright, put away your acting skills. Chen Song said with a smile. I'm worried that if you become the MC, my wedding won't be able to proceed smoothly. Hearing this, old Ma trembled with anger. The surrounding people who had participated in the rescue began to laugh as well. Yang Ming and Chen Song met for the first time. He smiled and joked, Professor Chen, why didn't you inform us about such a big event like your wedding? Are you looking down on us? The other directors also nodded. That's right, Professor Chen. We've been on a mission together and can be considered as a revolutionary friendship. If you don't invite us, I'll go back and complain to the organization. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The rescue work was over and everyone was in a good mood. Chen Song quickly smiled and said, Welcome, welcome. I'm more than happy to have all of you here. It's just that my wedding will be held in a village in my hometown. It's a long journey and I can't treat you well. Plus, all of you are busy during the weekend. So, my plan is to wait until I'm back in the capital to invite everyone for a gathering. Chen Song was telling the truth. The southern mountain village was far away. It was in the south of Dongyang province. It would take at least 7 hours to drive from the capital to the southern mountain village, and that was on the highway. Plus, there were no hotels or guest houses in the village. They couldn't possibly leave on the same day, right? So, the journey was long and tiring. Chen Song didn't want to trouble everyone. Hearing this, everyone said happily, that's nothing. At our age, we're all kids getting married. Our old friends have already gotten married. This time, it's a friend's wedding. We have to go and have a good time. Yeah, let's form a team and leave together? Good idea. I heard that the food in Jinyang is good. We have to eat it back. Professor Chen, I think you shouldn't hire a team. Let's drive our best cars and pick up the bride for Professor Chen. That goes without saying. We have to go and get some joy. When old Ma heard this, he immediately interrupted everyone. This? Wait. Directors, I have something to say. Everyone was stunned and looked at old Ma. Director Ma, what's wrong? Old Ma smiled awkwardly. This? I have 7 or 8 luxury cars in my garage. If everyone's car is less than 1 million yuan, then don't drive it. Drive mine. Otherwise, I can't drive it alone. Songer, do you want me to get you a few cars for your wedding? Really, I basically know half of the people in the capital. Old Ma would always inadvertently show off his wealth. Unfortunately, this time, old Ma was destined to suffer. Hearing old Ma's words, everyone sneered. Those who came to participate in the rescue were all industry leaders. How could they lack money at this stage? Director Ma, you can keep it for yourself. However, Su Aiqing, Li Yu, and the others were all trained in first aid. Naturally, they were not as competent as the big shots present. Leader Ma, can we pick our own car? Old Ma sighed. No problem. After returning home at night, Chen Song was worried sick. He quickly called home. After Qin Yu received the call and learned that Chen Song would be coming tomorrow, he was immediately happy. However, Chen Song said, well, yeah, go and book a hotel tomorrow. If you can book a good hotel in Jinyang City, book more. Qin Yu smiled and said, alright, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. We've already booked more than 60 standard rooms at Jinyang Hotel. It should be enough. Jinyang Hotel was a 4-star hotel in Jinyang City. The decoration was very good. After Chen Song heard this, he thought for a while and sighed. I don't think it's enough. Qin Yu was stunned when she heard this. Is 120 people not enough? Chen Song nodded. Yes, there are probably more than 50 people this time. There are also more than 20 people from Ba country. The rest are from the capital. By the way, you have to get my parents to find some chefs who specialize in cooking Xianxia dishes in the next 2 days. Otherwise, when these people from Ba country come, they might cause trouble. After Qin heard this, he sighed helplessly. Can't you stop for a while? Look at you, can't you keep a low profile? You're always like this. Why do you have to be so outstanding? It's fine if you're outstanding, I can tolerate it. You're also handsome. It's good that you're handsome, but you have long legs. How can you be like this? Can't you reflect on yourself now? Day by day, you're becoming more and more elegant, and your taste is also higher. The key is that you're so humble and kind. Sigh. What do you want me to say about you? Yes, the more Chen Song listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Qin Yu used an angry posture to scold all his good points. Hearing Qin Yu's scolding becoming more and more pleasant, Chen Song couldn't take it anymore. You have an A4 waist and long legs. You have a six-pack. You are beautiful, cute, sweet, kind, and understanding. Chen Song scolded even more fiercely. When Qin Yu heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. You're witty, upright, handsome, decisive, brave, mighty, and tall. Chen Song realized that he couldn't take it anymore. He trembled with anger. Good, good, good. You're considerate, intelligent, and elegant. You're beautiful both inside and outside. Finally, after a round of scolding, Qin Yu was defeated. Chen Song felt that he had to add some vocabulary or change his language to scold. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to win. However, he had to win. Once he lost, little ancestor Qin felt that he didn't understand her strengths enough. It was too difficult. Finally, the competition ended. Qin Yu lost happily. This was the so-called glory in defeat. Qin Yu said happily, "Hubby, I miss you, look at how good I am. I let you win again. Look at how considerate I am to you. I gave you enough face. You have such a good wife. How can you bear to go out? If I were you, I would be so happy that I forget about home every day. The emperor doesn't attend morning court. Come back quickly. I have a special feeling these 2 days. We can definitely have twins." When Chen Song heard this, he was so scared that he wanted to apply to his motherland. Can I choose to stay here permanently? I really want to lose to you, but, if I lose, will you be willing? After a round of sweet talk, the phone call ended. For such an international call, Chen Song felt that he should ask Chung Guotao to reimburse the communication expenses tomorrow. After all, this was a business trip. Thinking about the wedding, Chen Song was looking forward to it. Chinese people were more interested in the ceremony of a wedding than the marriage certificate. He had known Qin Yu for 4 years. Thinking about the past, Chen Song felt a little sweet. At this time, in the capital of Ba country, Abat said goodbye to Sidis and left in a hurry. Then, a plane took off and headed for the port of Karachi. As the largest port in Ba country, it was a gateway to the world from Asia. After arriving at the port airport, Abat led a group of armed soldiers to a room. He finally saw a gentle man in his 50s who was on the verge of death. Seeing Abat's arrival, Hannibal lay on the bed and said weakly, "Hello, President Abat." Abat hurried forward and held Hannibal's hand with both hands. "Welcome home, Professor Hannibal." When Hannibal heard this, he smiled and fainted. Seeing this, Abat's expression changed. "Doctor." A few medical staff rushed over from behind and quickly began a checkup. After a round of examination, the leading doctor said, "Mr. President, Professor Hannibal's condition is not stable. His blood pressure and heart rate are very unstable. It is recommended that he be transferred to the hospital first." When Abat heard this, his expression changed. "Go to the capital military hospital." A few hours later, Hannibal was sent to a hospital in the capital military region. The rescue work quickly began. After hearing the news, Alvin also rushed over. The capital of Ba country in the wee hours of the morning touched the hearts of many people today. When Alvin saw Hannibal, he said to all the doctors, "Do your best to save him at all costs." When Abat saw President Alvin, he couldn't help but ask. Today, Jiaojing of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called many times to inquire about Hannibal. Should we inform him? When Alvin heard the news, he frowned. To be honest, Ba country's economic development had always been lagging behind, but the international border conflict had never stopped. Arms exports had also become a big development plan. However, 5 years ago, the value of Ba country's arms exports was only about $60 million. In recent years, arms sales had risen continuously, mainly relying on the JF-17L fighter jet to open the international market. It was expected to exceed $1 billion. The L series of aircraft was a product of China's cooperation with Ba country. To be precise, it was an aspect of China's support for Ba country. Hannibal was a top scientist in the field of aircraft engines, especially in the field of the latest vertical lift. Therefore, Hannibal's extradition back to China had become a good opportunity for cooperation between China and Ba country. Now that Hannibal had returned successfully, President Alvin had a lot of ideas. After hesitating for a long time, Alvin said directly, "Let's not talk about it first. Let's just say that Cedes's condition is not stable yet. He has not fully recovered after the operation. Go and arrange for the China rescue team to assist in the diagnosis. Ask Cedes to cooperate." After hearing this, Abate fell silent. But, this rescue, also, most importantly, Professor Hannaford's condition is not stable yet. We might need to. Abate didn't finish his words, but the meaning behind his words was clear. If it weren't for the China rescue team, not only would Hannibal be found, even Cedes would be dead. Alvin was a little angry. As the president of the country, the first thing he thought of was his own country. Cooperation was cooperation. But who wouldn't want to have their own independent technology? Hannaford was now their biggest bargaining chip. Vertical lift fighter jets were now a major weapon in the international market. The American F-35, the Russian Jacques 141, and probably the Harrier fighter jet were all well-known good things. Now, with the exception of the F-35 that could be mass-produced, the Harrier had long fallen behind, and the Jacques 141 could not be mass-produced. This made the vertical lift fighter jet a hot commodity in the world. This was a rare opportunity for Ba country, which was in urgent need of funds for development. Not to mention, they had tasted the sweetness of all exports. After hearing Abate's words, Alvin said angrily, "I don't believe that our entire country can't save one person. What about our special warfare hospital?" That night, the entire Ba country's capital military region fell into chaos. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when the top expert of the special warfare hospital came out with an embarrassed expression, Alvin knew the result. Even their top doctor couldn't find the specific cause of Hannibal's illness. Abate looked at Alvin helplessly. In this world, if one wanted to be strong, one couldn't be biased. The development of a country absolutely couldn't be biased. However, Ba country didn't have any bias. They were very average, and the development of each industry was limited. Alvin still couldn't believe it and said, "Contact Saudi Arabia and find the best doctor." Abate sighed and nodded. Saudi Arabia was a veritable oil kingdom and an ally of Ba country, but it was one of the richest countries in the world. Therefore, the Saudi Royal Hospital had the most foreign medical academicians in the world. There was no other reason but money. Abate contacted them overnight and finally, in the morning, a medical team arrived in the capital of Ba country. Leading the team was Morgan, who was known as an academician of the Royal British Medical Association. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Song and the others arrived at the hospital. After today's ward rounds, Chen Song might return to China. Chung Guotao caught up with Chen Song. "Professor Chen, it's Minister Jia." Chen Song was stunned and took the phone. "Hello, Minister Jia." Jia Jing nodded and said, "Professor Chen, thank you for your hard work. After returning to China, we will definitely attend your wedding. The motherland will not forget what you have done." Chen Song couldn't help but smile. "Minister Jia is too polite. I will definitely welcome you." Chen Song actually wanted to say that Minister Jia had to solve the problem of accommodation himself. Jia Jing returned to the topic and said seriously, "Professor Chen, there is one thing that you should pay attention to. Make a good judgment on Cedes's recovery and estimate." Jia Jing explained a few things to them. Although Chen Song was curious, he put away his curiosity and nodded in agreement. Okay. During the ward rounds, Siba personally followed. After seeing Cedes even took the initiative to greet him when he saw him. However, What Chen Song was curious about was that Sidi's memory seemed to be missing. Chen Song couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, with such a serious brain injury, it was inevitable that he would lose his memory. After telling Jiajing the news, Chen Song and the others' rescue work was finally over. Although Chen Song was a little disappointed, he was very satisfied with this dungeon. 30,000 points. He had also exchanged for a lot of good things. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to look for it after boarding the plane. In the morning, Abate personally came to send them off. At the airport, Abate looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, nice to meet you. We will send our blessings at your wedding." Chen Song smiled. "President Abate, state affairs are important." Chen Song really didn't want this group of people to come. After all, there were still many armed forces in Ba country. And they were fanatical believers. If they saw something taboo at his banquet, it would be awkward. They were about to board the plane. Abate's secretary hurriedly ran over. "Sir, a phone call." Abate took the phone and frowned when he saw the caller ID. After walking away, he said, "I'm Abate, what's wrong?" "Mr. President Abate, Mr. Hannaford is still in critical condition. The situation is more complicated." That one sentence stunned Abate. What a king awkward thing to do, but there was really no other way. "Isn't Professor Morgan here?" Abate couldn't help but ask. At this time Alvin's voice sounded. "Let Professor Chen Song and the others come back and try." Alvin was at his wit's end. "China, I'll contact them." After hanging up the phone, Abate sighed helplessly. Damn. This was done, but there was no other way. Hannaford's situation was too special. Abate braced himself and walked toward the people who were preparing to board the plane. "Wait a moment." Everyone stopped and turned around. They saw Abate running over in a hurry. "Professors, there is a patient who is in a critical condition. He needs your help now." After hearing this, the crowd didn't have much of a reaction. Chen Song and Chen Guotao's expressions changed slightly. After an hour, several cars drove into the military hospital. After Jiajing hung up the phone, he slammed the table and cursed. "This king ungrateful thing. We helped so much, but he wants to abandon us." Zhang Chao from the Ministry of Aerospace Industry saw this and said with a smile, "Okay, calm down. Isn't this within your expectations? After all, Hannaford is such a key figure. Alvin wants to control him no matter what." "By the way, what did he say? Why did you suddenly tell us?" Zhang Chao asked curiously. When Jiajing heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. After Hannibal was found, the situation was more dangerous. The other party couldn't save him, so we could only let our rescue team support him. The other party's condition is that if we can successfully save Hannibal, the other party will cooperate with us to develop a new engine. The technology will be made public, and we will send professionals over. Hearing this, Zhang Chao immediately became excited. "Sure. That's wonderful. But, can it be saved?" Zhang Chao asked worriedly. When Jiajing heard this, he immediately said happily, "You don't know, but we have a genius in the medical industry now. Chen Song, Professor Chen." This time, Sidi's was almost in a vegetative state, but Professor Chen pulled him back. After Zhang Chao heard this, he was curious. "Really?" Jiajing smiled. "Why would I lie to you? Alright, I'll report this to the leader." 10 minutes later, Jiajing hung up the phone. With a happy expression, he directly dialed Chen Song's phone. "Professor Chen, the leader wants you to treat Hannibal well. If you succeed, you will be rewarded when you come back." Chen Song was also stunned. He didn't expect the leader to be involved. Okay, Minister Jia, I will try my best to complete the task." Jiajing nodded. "The old man is very happy and praised you for bringing glory to the country. I guess, after he comes back, although it's impossible to reward you openly, but you will benefit a lot in the future." Indeed, although this matter could not be said to be very confidential, it could not be considered a secret. It would definitely not be publicized publicly. However, although it would not be publicized, the reward would definitely be substantial. Sometimes, the more secretive something was, the better it was. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song turned off his phone, walked into the hospital, and changed his clothes. He was a little excited. After all, he had entered the sight of the leader. Moreover, the key was that he must have contributed to a big thing. Chen Song was a little excited and emotional for a moment. Looking at his 30,000 points, Chen Song estimated that after this was over, he would be able to soar again. Thinking of this, he was also a lot happier. He knew that this rescue work was not over yet. While talking, Chen Song went to the ward to check. Hannibal was taken into custody. After Chen Song understood the condition, he was brought into the office with everyone. At this time, there were many people in the office, and everyone was discussing wildly. The arrival of Chen Song and the others did not cause any waves. The patient's condition is not optimistic now. The myocardial damage is serious, and internal medicine treatment is useless. Moreover, there is intractable heart failure. A heart transplant is necessary. The patient's pulmonary artery is high, and the pulmonary vascular resistance is high. The situation is very complicated, and there is no way to perform a heart transplant at all. The mortality rate is very high if it is done rashly. And you need to consider another thing. The patient's overall condition is not enough to support the patient's heart transplant. If the transplant is not done, there is no chance at all. If the transplant is done, there is a possibility of improvement. Morgan said anxiously as he slammed the table. Now that the patient's life was at stake, they had to clarify the treatment plan as soon as possible and start preparing. But now, there was no plan at all. Let's vote, Morgan said. The other party nodded and agreed. At this time, there were a total of 11 people in the office, excluding Chen Song and the others. Morgan said directly, "Those who do not support the heart transplant, raise your hand." The other party raised his hand. There were 5 people. Morgan's face lit up. "Those who support the surgery, raise your hand." But, there were also 5 people. Suddenly, Morgan was stunned. At this time, a hand suddenly raised. Morgan was happy at first. "Look, there are 6 people." The other party sighed. "Look at who he is. He has no right to vote at all." When Morgan heard that, he turned around and saw that it was a young man. He was furious. "Who are you? Who let you in?" However, before he finished speaking, he took a closer look and suddenly realized that the young man looked more and more familiar. Then, his face changed. "Director. Director Chen? Why are you here?" The man on the other side was also stunned. He took a closer look and realized that this man was very familiar. Morgan's words reminded him directly. Wasn't this the vice president of AATS, Professor Chen Song? After seeing Chen Song, both sides were delighted. It was as if they had found their backbone. Morgan said respectfully, "Professor Chen, do you also support the surgery?" Chen Song nodded lightly. "Yes, I support the surgery. But it's not an ordinary heart transplant surgery. P.S. There are still 2 chapters left. Today is the 1st of the month. I'm asking for a guaranteed monthly vote. I originally wanted to develop it separately, but I felt that 2 chapters looked uncomfortable, so I decided to do 4 chapters together. But, the monthly votes are actually in the top 20. I'm a little late. So, I'm asking for monthly votes." Chen Song's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The entire room fell silent, even Alvin, who was in an independent office, sighed with emotion. The argument in the office had lasted for half an hour, but there was still no result. However, Chen Song instantly took control of the entire room. A simple sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was really shocking. Who was Morgan? He was the top cardiac surgeon hired by the Saudi Royal Hospital with a high salary and the vice president of the World AATS Association. The others were also top doctors. However, after seeing Chen Song, Morgan's attitude puzzled Alvin. They were both vice presidents, but was the difference so big? Of course it was. Although Chen Song was the vice president, in the eyes of all AATS members, this was the president's strength. Compared to other associations, AATS valued personal status and ability more. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was really curious. Professor A, who opposed Morgan, could not help but say, "President Chen, the patient's situation is very special. He has very obvious pulmonary hypertension and high pulmonary vascular resistance. Moreover, the heart transplant must be performed under cardiopulmonary bypass. This way, the danger level will increase again. He may not be able to leave the operating table." Looking at the worried Professor A, Chen Song nodded. Indeed, conventional heart transplant surgery is not suitable for the patient. However, I have a surgery that is just right. As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Chen Song intently. While speaking, Chen Song walked directly to the mannequin on the desk and said directly, "What if I add another heart to the patient?" Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Add another heart, thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. How was this possible? How could the human body allow two hearts? If someone else had said this idea, everyone would definitely be full of doubts, but the person who spoke was Chen Song. This was President Chen Song, who was known as the gospel of cardiac surgery in the 21st century. Not long after he became the vice president, he was a powerful man who had successfully used the heart-stopping technique and the heart-stopping technique. Even Morgan was staring at Chen Song with his eyes wide open. His brows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chen Song continued, "To be precise, this is called an ectopic heart transplant, or a parallel heart transplant. The donor heart will be transplanted into the recipient's right thoracic cavity without removing the recipient's heart. After the surgery, the donor and recipient hearts will share the circulatory function." As Chen Song spoke, he gestured with his hands and skillfully simulated the surgery. All the experts at the scene stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open, thinking about the possibility and feasibility of this. Time passed by second, apart from Chen Song, no one else in the office spoke a word. However, the shock and recognition in their eyes made it difficult for them to regain their composure. Too awesome, they looked at Chen Song with shock in their eyes. Morgan mumbled to himself, "This is simply a genius idea." Professor A also nodded. "No. This is not just a genius." The two of them looked at each other and recalled the evaluation Chen Song's team made of Chen Song at the AATS 2020 conference. The two of them could not help but say, "Freak." That's right, other than freak, they really could not think of any adjectives to describe Director Chen's idea. After Chen Song finished introducing all the methods, he looked at everyone and said with a smile, "What does everyone think?" Morgan immediately clapped his hands and praised, "I agree, this idea is simply amazing. This way, the original heart is not removed, and there are several obvious advantages to performing an ectopic heart transplant with a parallel heart. First of all, the first point. When the donor heart loses function due to acute rejection, the original recipient heart can maintain the patient's life and wait for another heart transplant. Secondly, the second advantage is that it is suitable for patients with pulmonary hypertension and high pulmonary vascular resistance. It can even improve and treat this type of pulmonary hypertension." Professor A nodded. "That's right, I even feel that this method has opened a door in the field of heart transplantation and expanded the possibilities of heart transplantation. But, the surgery time is too long, the surgical procedures are complicated, and the requirements for the doctor are too high." Chen Song said at this time, "Okay, if everyone has no objections, then it's decided." After Chen Song finished speaking, the scene was extremely quiet and no one objected. Alvin saw that Chen Song had decided on the plan not long after he came in. Chen Song called Abad in and explained all the situations and requirements. Then, he began to prepare. The donor heart was different from other tissues. It could not withstand ischemia for more than 3 or 4 hours. Moreover, the time for the heart transplant operation had to be reserved for about an hour. In this way, the transportation time should be limited to 2 hours. The difficulty of the selection increased a lot. However, it was fortunate that there was the power of the country as a foundation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find. The hospital could not be idle either. The requirements for heart transplant surgery were more stringent. In addition to a lot of preoperative examinations. The most important part was that the time for the donor heart to be taken and the time for the recipient to be installed with the artificial heart-lung machine had to be connected. Chen Song sat silently in the office. He did not say a word. The surrounding directors did not dare to come over and disturb him. Everyone always felt that Xianxia had a kind of aura. In fact, Xianxia was just recalling the skills that he had exchanged. Teacher Meng's favorability had consumed 40 points to exchange for such a skill. Whole heart transplant technique, master level. Finally, Morgan could not help but walk over. Professor Chen, do you think, can I be your first assistant? Xianxia nodded. Yes, you can. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Morgan. When Morgan heard this, he immediately became excited. It's not hard, it's not hard. Thank you, Professor Chen. I will definitely study hard. When Xianxia heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Well, you can do it. To be honest, the difficulty of this surgery was really not a joke. Xianxia also took a long time to learn. After all, there was an extra heart in the right chest. He had to deal with the relationship between the heart and lung tissue so that it would not suppress breathing. Then, it was very difficult to deal with the large blood vessels and other aspects, but it was a good thing to study and make progress. He could not dampen the child's enthusiasm. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at Morgan encouragingly. He hoped that he would not be discouraged later. After all, Xianxia's mentality almost collapsed when he was practicing. When Wang Tong saw Xianxia's encouraging gaze, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he coughed and took 2 steps back. To be honest, he had really experienced the fear of being dominated by technical difficulties. After following Xianxia for a long time, he had learned a lot, but the most important thing was to have a good mentality. He must not equate himself with Professor Chen. He could not even equate himself with him, after all, in the field of technical skills. Xianxia was like a bug, that was right. If he compared himself to Xianxia, it would be easy for his heart to collapse and his Taoist foundation to be shattered. It had to be said that when the country's power was used, everything was done very quickly. At noon, Xianxia and the others had just eaten lunch. A boy was brought in. This was a patient in a deep coma. His brainstem reflexes had completely disappeared. He did not even breathe on his own. The boy was not old. He was 18 years old. His body and weight were about the same as the patient's. In this way, the success rate of a heart transplant was relatively high. Currently, it was believed that the difference in weight of an adult heart transplant should not be more than plus or minus 20%. Therefore, compared to weight, the difference in age could actually be relatively relaxed. Indeed, it was obvious that bringing the donor patient was the wisest choice. But in this way, it was obvious that the chief surgeon and the assistant had a good understanding of each other. After all, one person could not do 2 things well at the same time. At the same time, the active doctor also needed to coordinate the work. Everything was ready, the surgery began. Heart transplants were usually carried out by doctors from many disciplines. The first step was to take the donor heart. This step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. There were many details. The most important thing was to avoid leaving a thrombosis in the heart. After lying on the back, Morgan was very aware of the assistant's awareness. He skillfully disinfected the chest and abdomen skin with iodine tincture. He also used 3 mg per kilogram of heparin to prevent thrombosis in the small blood vessels of the donor heart. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He took the scalpel and made an incision in the middle of the chest to cut open the pericardium. Is there any damage to the donor heart? No deformity or heart disease found. After Xianxia finished speaking, he quickly moved the ascending aorta to the beginning of the innominate artery. The superior vena cava moved to the pericardium fold. He ligated the superior vena cava about 4 centimeters above the junction of the superior vena cava and the right atrium. Morgan was a little leaned. This was talent, and there was no point in being envious. Indeed, in the field of accuracy and speed, Xianxia was much better than the average person. After separating the aorta and pulmonary arteries, Morgan immediately came over and inserted a cold irrigation needle at the root of the ascending aorta. About 3 to 4 beats later, Xianxia said decisively, "Cardioplegia." Morgan nodded. Their actions were very tacit. This made Xianxia look at him in a new light. "You've had a heart transplant before?" Professor A said, Professor Morgan is the top expert in the field of heart transplantation. This is the surgery he is best at. After Morgan heard this, he quickly said, in the past, yes. Now, President Chen is the most powerful. Yes, he had a strong desire to live. Chen Song was relieved when he heard that it was an expert. Oh. That shouldn't be difficult for you. Chen Song felt that he should give some pointers. After all, as the old saying goes, the more disciples you have, the more options you have. Morgan could be included in the reserves. At the right time, he could teach him this surgery. However, Chen Song's hand movements did not slow down at all. When the cardioplegia began, Chen Song immediately cut the right superior pulmonary vein and inferior vena cava to prevent the heart from expanding. At the same time, he placed iced normal saline in the pericardial cavity to cool it down. The whole process was smooth and there was no pause at all. Of course, it did not affect his conversation with his assistant. However, Morgan was a little worried. Professor Chen, you can perform the surgery. Don't pay attention to our conversation. Chen Song nodded. It won't affect me. I'll teach you how to do an ectopic heart transplant. After that, Chen Song decisively cut off the blood vessels and removed the heart completely. After the chest was opened, Chen Song turned around and said to everyone, watch carefully. After that, Chen Song placed the donor heart into the right chest. The entire position was in front of the right lung and beside the recipient heart. He held it with one hand to prevent the donor heart from rotating or twisting. At this moment, Chen Song said, the first step is to anastomose the left atrium. After that, Chen Song decisively cut the left atrium behind the recipient's atrial groove. He went up to the left atrium roof and down to the left atrium floor. He used a 4-0 polypropylene thread to suture and ligate the recipient's left atrium and the donor's left atrium. The continuous suture and anastomosis were performed upward and downward. Finally, they converged in the middle of the front and ligated to complete the anastomosis of the left atrium. The whole process was very fast. It was also very complicated. The suture process was dazzling, everyone was a little confused, even Morgan felt a little lightheaded. Was this AF * King surgery? Chen Song looked at everyone's stunned faces and smiled. It's simple, right? After that, he continued, the second step is the anastomosis of the right atrium. It's as simple as the left atrium. Finally, the anastomosis of the aorta and pulmonary arteries. Chen Song spoke as he did it. It was easy and comfortable, however, the people who were observing the surgery were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing with the sound of the heat sink operating at high speed. Master Lu kept reminding them, the CPU is overheating, the hard disk is overheating, the entire computer was overloaded. It was the same for Morgan, because he was closer to Professor Chen and was more focused, he was able to absorb more of the information. However, it was precisely because of this that his single-core CPU was unable to bear the burden and almost crashed. They did not have a heat sink like old Ma. For a moment, the scene was extremely quiet. The doctors present did not dare to make a sound. They did not understand and did not dare to ask. Wang Tong had long expected this to happen, so he had taken precautions in advance. This time, Morgan was really on the verge of tears. He knew that there was a gap between him and Professor Chen. However, when such a gap appeared, it was like a natural chasm. Morgan's heart was unstable. An hour later, Chen Song finished the anastomosis of the last artery. He smiled, glanced at Morgan, and said, did you see it? It's very simple. There are only 3 steps. The first step is anastomosis of the left atrium. The second step is anastomosis of the right atrium. The last step is anastomosis of the aorta and pulmonary arteries, just 3 steps. Simple, right? After Chen Song finished speaking, Morgan felt as if he could hear a series of crackling sounds. His heart was going to collapse. It was really going to collapse. At this moment, Chen Song smiled and said, okay, there will be more opportunities in the future. I'll teach you a few more times. You'll learn after watching. Right, Director Wang? Chen Song glanced at Wang Tong and said with a smile. Wang Tong smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yes, yes. Morgan saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. I'll learn it after a few more times. That's right, I must have just met Professor Chen and was not familiar with his style. That must be it, P.S., delivered at 6 p.m. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you to the two friends, Snowdancer and Snowdancer, for their 10,000 tips. Thank you. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly heard a system notification, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the full heart transplant surgery. Cardiac arrest progress plus 3%. Xianxia was stunned. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized a terrible thing. The way to increase the progress bar of cardiac arrest research and non-stop cardiac arrest research was definitely provided by the technical research and surgical clinical trials carried out under conditions of cardiac arrest or non-stop cardiac arrest. Today's full heart transplant surgery was a typical example. In that case, when he learned cardiac surgery in the future, there seemed to be an additional reward. Could he increase these progress bars? The reward for this progress bar was very rich. Xianxia clearly felt that as the progress bar increased, his understanding of this concept became deeper. Moreover, when he broke through a certain limit, there would even be rewards. At this thought, Xianxia suddenly realized something, that was, Teacher Meng could not be lost. The surgery went smoothly beyond everyone's expectations. Even Alvin had to admit that China was amazing when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to eat for a few days alone, but he did not expect to be put in his place immediately. This was really a little awkward. At this thought, Alvin sighed helplessly. Xianxia's reputation in the field of cardiac surgery was at its peak, especially in the eyes of the top big shots in the AATS Association. He was worthy of being the uncrowned king. Today's surgery had opened everyone's eyes. It was really amazing. The key difficulty of the full heart transplant was the anastomosis of the atrium. These factors directly determined the recovery rate after the surgery. The anastomosis of two hearts was very difficult and skillful. Seeing Xianxia's operation, everyone realized that the person in front of them was not only the king of theory, but also the king of the operating theater. The impact and shock brought by this kind of direct strength was unimaginable. The surgery was over. Morgan finally found his own value and began to clean up the mess, dealing with these miscellaneous matters. He realized that the best way to get along with Professor Chen was to keep a low profile. That was because it was easy to fail when you were high profile. The professor's head was buzzing and he felt a little dizzy. Seeing this, Xianxia asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Professor A smiled awkwardly and blinked. "Director Chen, it's nothing. I'm just a little dizzy from the surgery." When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed. To be honest, what was the difference between a surgeon and a driver suffering from car sickness? Seeing Xianxia sigh, Professor A blushed and quickly explained, "President Chen, please don't misunderstand. This is the first time I've fainted. It's mainly because your skills are too high. I can't accept it. He's just an old taxi driver like me. It would be strange if he didn't get carsick in the car of an F1 racing champion like you." When everyone heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right, President Chen. The well-fed do not know the suffering of the starving." Yeah, when Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Oh. Actually, this surgery is really quite difficult." When everyone heard this, they immediately wanted to pester Xianxia. "Didn't you just say it was easy? What did you mean by 3 steps? After the surgery, everyone began to observe the patient's condition after the surgery. Under the two-dimensional echocardiogram, the patient's condition was very stable. When they saw the cardiac ejection fraction and cardiac function, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the surgery was really a success. However, everyone also truly recognized the charm of a wholehearted heart transplant surgery. They helped a patient who could not undergo a heart transplant and completed the transplant surgery. They realized the true impossible. Everyone present had broadened their horizons today. This might be the pursuit of surgeons. Morgan and the others were all old members of the AATS Association. They were even vice presidents. When they saw such a new surgical method being born in front of them, the feeling and impact was unparalleled. Xianxia looked at everyone and smiled. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll summarize this surgery when I go back. Those who are interested can come to my research center." Yes, advertising could not be stopped. After the surgery, the following postoperative monitoring was also very important. Chen Song found the staff of the hospital and gave them a detailed explanation. Then, Abate and Alvin met everyone. This time, Chen Song did not have the same feeling as when he first met the president. After all, Chen Song was almost certain that the person in front of him was the person in the photo given to him by Minister Jia. Hannibal, Alvin was still very polite and thanked everyone. Morgan, Professor A, and the others were naturally very excited. After all, they were facing the president of a country. However, Chen Song was much better in comparison. Alvin said something to the staff behind him. Then, a staff member found them. Everyone handed them their bank cards. Chen Song was called out by Alvin to a room. Professor Chen, I'm sorry about this. Alvin said frankly. Of course, he did not elaborate on what he was sorry for. Chen Song also understood. This matter did not have much to do with Chen Song. Alvin was just expressing his attitude. I'm really grateful to Professor Chen for this matter. I heard that you're getting married. This is a pair of jade bracelets that I had specially made for you. I wish you a happy wedding. Alvin asked someone to bring in a beautiful box. When he opened it, 2 beautiful jade bracelets were revealed. Even if Chen Song did not understand these things, he could clearly see that the bracelets in front of him were much more beautiful than the one his mother gave to Qingyu. It's too precious, Mr. President. Alvin quickly said, this is made of the best jade in Ba country. Accept it as a token of our sincerity. Chen Song could not refuse and could only accept it. At this moment, the secretary outside walked in. Mr. President, Minister Jia of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is here. Hearing this, Alvin nodded. Yes, I know. Then, he looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, Professor Chen, your Minister Jia is here to bring you back. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that they would not be able to go back. After all, knowing too much did not seem to be a good thing. After Jia Jing received the news and reported it to his leader, he hurriedly brought his team to Ba country. In addition to meeting Alvin to discuss Hannibal's matter, Jia Jing also gave his leader another task to bring Chen Song and the others home safely. The main task was Chen Song. Chen Song came out of the office. He slowly walked towards the place where old Ma and the others were gathered. To be honest, he was most concerned about nothing else. Instead, he was concerned about how many points he would get after saving the patient with this innovative heart transplant surgery. As he spoke, he entered the office. He greeted everyone when he saw them. You're all here? Is the surgery over? Old Ma could not help but ask. Chen Song nodded. Yes, it's a small surgery. When Old Ma heard this, he was stunned. Oh, what surgery? Chen Song said, heart transplant. Old Ma sneered at the familiar smell of the document. He wanted to show off again. Oh, a heart transplant. It took so long. At this moment, the staff walked in and said to Chen Song, Professor Chen, do we need to delete all the videos of the surgery? Chen Song nodded and smiled. It's okay. Keep it. When the other party heard this, he nodded excitedly. Thank you, Professor Chen. You're so generous. After saying that, he turned around and left excitedly. When Old Ma saw this, he could not help but complain in a low voice. Look at how excited they are. It's just a heart transplant, and they're so excited. Wang Tong could not stand it anymore. Director Ma, Professor Chen's surgery is a heart transplant surgery. This is a brand new heart transplant surgery that is suitable for many complicated situations. If this surgery is spread, there will be no dispute about being a member of the AATS Association. If it's done well, it's possible to win some awards. Old Ma opened his mouth and stammered for a long time. Oh, the weather is good today. Everyone could not help but laugh. This kind of thing often happened in the hospital. Everyone was used to it. Chen Song closed his eyes and rested. He could not be bothered to argue with this silly person. He opened his message notification expectantly. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued the core character of the dungeon, Hannibal. You have obtained a large number of points, 30,000 points. When Chen Song saw it, he was stunned, he almost jumped up in excitement. This was, too blissful, right? A character obtained 30,000 points. It was too good. Chen Song tried to calm himself down. He carefully analyzed it and found the key element that affected the number of points. That was the importance of the characters within the instance dungeon quest. Hannibal was a core member and received 30,000 points. Cedes was a key figure and received 20,000 points. As for the others, Chen Song's intubation, puncture, and urinary extubation were all used up. All that was left was to change diapers. Even so, he had only earned a little more than 10,000 points. The gap between them was really huge. After successfully obtaining 60,000 points, Zhang Tai's eyes lit up. Chen Song decisively exchanged for the gold first aid set. Wearing it, Chen Song felt like he was floating. He had the urge to fight Tyson in the ring. After all, whether it was strength, speed, or endurance, they were all very strong. However, Chen Song felt that if they were in the hospital, Tyson would not be able to beat him. If they were in the ring, Chen Song wouldn't be able to defeat him. This was because he also needed to wear a white coat or surgical gown. Seeing his points return to 0, he felt a little disappointed. However, it was true that poverty could make people sober. At this moment, Chen Song's thoughts started to run wild. The first thought that came to his mind was whether or not he should perform another surgery on Hannibal. Accumulating points was simply too intoxicating. Unfortunately, just as Chen Song was wondering if he should do it, Jiaxing walked in. When he saw everyone, he smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard. I'm here to bring everyone home." Sitting there, for some reason, after hearing Jiaxing's words, everyone felt their hearts soften. On the plane, the instance dungeon closed and the message that the mission was over rang. At the same time, the point store closed. This trip to Ba country was completely over. However, Chen Song's harvest was really full. His biggest reward was his golden emergency medical suit. If he could release golden light, have his own BGM, have light and shadow special effects when he walked, and have animation when he appeared, that would be even better. It was already night when he got off the plane. Naturally, Chen Song could not return to Ammonium Yang. That night, Jiaxing brought everyone out for a meal. During the meal, Jiaxing personally walked to Chen Song, poured a glass of wine, and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, you've really made a contribution this time. If it wasn't for you this time, TSK. In short, remember, I will report all your contributions to the leader truthfully. However, as long as you don't make any big mistakes, such as treason or collusion, your life will be stable." Perhaps it was because he had drunk some wine, or perhaps it was because he was happy. Jiaxing patted Chen Song's shoulder and said. When Chen Song heard this, he also smiled. "Minister Jia, I'm just a doctor. I don't have any other thoughts." After Jiaxing heard this, he smiled mysteriously. "It's good to be a doctor. No one can live without a doctor, right? For example, our leader also needs a healthcare specialist." Chen Song was dumbfounded by his words, it even made his heart heat up. This was a little exciting, wasn't it? He knew who the leader Jiaxing was talking about was. He looked at Jiaxing with a puzzled look. Jiaxing's eyes were smiling, but he didn't say anything. After a while, he slowly said, "Professor Chen, I'll be honest. I never thought that a doctor could play such a big role. This time, it's really been hard on you. In the future, I guess I'll have to trouble you a lot. Here's a toast. In the future, don't think I'm troublesome." Chen Song nodded and touched him lightly. Jiaxing revealed a lot of information to him today. And the amount of information was too shocking, too huge. Thinking of this, Chen Song was still a little excited. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, they went home. Chen Song was sent by the driver to the residential area of his rented house in the capital. When he arrived downstairs, Chen Song didn't go back. In the blink of an eye, it was August 14th. There were less than 4 days to the wedding on the 18th, tomorrow was the wedding on the 15th and 18th. To be precise, Chen Song only had 2 days to prepare. Sitting on a bench in the park downstairs, Chen Song looked at his house thoughtfully. He was going to get married soon. Chen Song couldn't tell what he was feeling. However, it was very complicated. Men were never sentimental creatures. Compared to being sentimental, they might prefer to sit there in a daze and meditate alone. Perhaps they might not even think about anything. Chen Song leaned back on the chair and watched the young parents in the park pushing the stroller down to get some fresh air. He watched the parents holding the children's hands and taking a stroll. He watched a group of children chasing and playing in the park. Their parents smiled at them from the side. He watched the middle-aged couple walking side by side. She watched as the couple held hands and danced under the lights. Chen Song suddenly seemed to understand, perhaps this was marriage. Two people were sincerely together, had children, raised children, accompanied each other, and grew old together. In the days when Chen Song was not around, Qinyu was very busy. Chen Song's parents, Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui, had never organized such a big wedding. It was already a big headache. At this time, Qinyu showed the boldness of a hostess. From the hotel reservation to the car pickup, everything was arranged. Xianxia from the wedding company came to build it. They didn't want money, so Qinyu naturally couldn't not take care of them. Xianxia was very concerned about Chen Song and Qinyu's wedding. He was busy, even more serious than his son's wedding. Under the hot sun, he wore a sun hat and big sunglasses and found a suitable place in the village to build a platform with 2 directors. After all, the village was not a hotel, so there were not so many waiters available. Chen Song's brother, Chen Luo, had already come back and ran around to run errands. Qinyu also served as a waiter and boiled sour plum soup for everyone to relieve the summer heat. In the sky in August, the sun was vicious. But Xianxia and everyone worked in full swing. Considering that the 2 days of the wedding would either be sunny or rainy, they had to build a colorful tent. Originally, Xianxia wanted to restore the luxurious decoration of the hotel, but Qinyu quickly rejected it and chose a more low-key decoration. Everything was simple, after all, he was a doctor. It was not good for others to see such a grand wedding. Chen Song definitely wanted to give Qinyu a beautiful and romantic wedding, just like in a fairy tale. But Qinyu was very thoughtful. 2 extravagant decorations could easily cause disgust. Chen Dehai and the others were also very supportive of this. Chen Song's uncle, Chen Jianshan, and his family also came to help. The Chen family had such a promising person, so everyone naturally had to take care of him. Seeing that his daughter-in-law had arranged everything properly, even the chef was brought from Ammonium Yang. It was not Chen Dehai's turn to worry about the vegetables, meat, fish, and eggs that needed to be prepared. This made Chen Dehai not know whether to laugh or cry. If he went there was no need for his help. He went to look for Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly took out a box of 9.5 and handed it over. How could he dare to use this man? Brother, go and rest for a while. I'll get the makeup artist to design your style and clothes later. You and sister-in-law don't need to do anything for the next 2 days. I have experience, so I'll do it for you. Chen Dehai was not as big as Xianxia, but he looked older than Xianxia. Xianxia addressed him as old brother very smoothly. Chen Dehai, who was bored to death, sat there. He opened the Jiao Wuzun and scattered the smoke. Beside him were his fair-weather friends from the village. I've *King done wedding banquets all my life. In the end, when it comes to my own side, I can't do anything. Chen Dehai said helplessly. What? Dehai, your Tsong'er has the ability, so why are you unhappy? That's right, they're still pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. This wedding is really extravagant and well done. Wang Dana, the village chief of the neighboring village, had his son's wedding. The wedding was built according to the hotel specifications and cost more than 60,000 renminbi. I think your wedding would cost at least 70,000 to 80,000 renminbi. It might even cost more than 10. Your Tsong'er is really good at making money. Hiss. Good cigarettes are good to smoke. Chen Dehai did not mind and threw another cigarette to the other party. How could it cost 100,000 renminbi? They don't want money at all. We're just responsible for the food and accommodation. We're all Tsong'er's friends. Why talk about money? When everyone heard this, they could not help but glance at Chen Dehai. He was bragging again. Oh right, your family has so many people. How many tables do you need? If you're not holding a wedding banquet, why don't you prepare the goods? When Chen Dehai heard this, he immediately sighed helplessly. No, my Tsonger's guests are all foreigners. The gifts for each of them are 5 or 1,000 RMB. If we let them eat our banquet, Songer will lose face. As for the goods, I can't prepare them at all. I just went over and heard the chef say that a table of 8 abalone rice and 8 sea cucumber porridge. How can I prepare these? Oh right, these chefs are all chefs from Dongyang restaurant. I heard that there's also the head chef from Chris Western restaurant. This is the chef from the Lewin Michelin-starred restaurant. He's here to cook some Western food for the foreigners. Everyone, call your wives and children to sit at the table and eat more. I just heard from Yaya that it's estimated to be 200 tables. Chen Dehai's words made everyone a little confused. 200 tables, these 1,600 people, isn't this a joke? 1 person, 1 sea cucumber porridge, 1 abalone rice, the chef from Dongyang restaurant, the head chef from Chris Western restaurant, even foreigners were given out. Chen Dehai, your bragging is getting more and more ridiculous. That's right. You must have drunk too much at noon. Alright. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let's get to work. Let's set up those tables. Set the tables here. After smoking a cigarette, the few of them stopped listening to Chen Dehai's bragging. They got up and began to get busy. Everyone was from the same village and had a good relationship. Bragging would not affect each other's relationship. They had to work. Besides, Chen Dehai had been bragging for more than a day or two. Chen Dehai saw that everyone did not believe him and could not help but sigh. Hey. I haven't finished speaking. Let me tell you a secret. Lower your voice. I heard that the mayor of Jinyang City is coming. When everyone heard this, they were immediately amused. TSK, Dehai. Why can't you be more daring? Is the provincial governor coming? Yes. You can brag even more. Is the minister coming? I'll give you a few firecrackers and music. No, Dehai. Since you've already bragged, let's brag even more. Do you want to be the president? These aren't enough. Why don't the prime minister and the president come for a spin? Everyone burst into laughter. Under the hot sun, everyone did not mind the heat as they worked. They joked under the sun. Marriage in the village was like this. Although they had no money, they had the strength. Chen Dehai was speechless. TSK. You're just jealous. Everyone laughed. All right. There's a bottle of good wine at home tonight. Let's drink it. When he heard that there was wine, Chen Dehai smiled and said, I'll bring you a few dishes when I go. I prepared a lot of ingredients. How can we eat so much? Let me tell you. What I'm most proud of is not these. I'm most proud of my daughter-in-law. She's a doctoral student. Look at her. She's so busy. She's not careless at all. Songer is so busy that he doesn't even come home. It's all thanks to Chinyu. Booking the hotel, arranging the car, and sending people over. He's arranged everything properly. This time everyone did not refute Chen Dehai. Instead, they laughed. Yes, Yaya is a good girl. This is a wedding. She's running around. How would others know that she's the bride? TSK. Just wait for the two of you to enjoy yourselves. P.S. The wedding chapter is more difficult to write. I have to think about it carefully, so I can't keep up with the updates. Everyone, please forgive me. Don't wait for tonight. I'll think about how to write it. Once I've thought about it, I'll probably write a lot. Finally, I'll ask for monthly votes. August 15th, sunny. Chen Song woke up early and called his parents and Chinyu. Chen Song hung up happily while listening to Chen Dehai's nagging voice. You little brat, come back quickly. Yaya is so busy these 2 days that she doesn't look like a bride anymore. How can a bride be so busy? Your mother and I don't know how to do many things. We need her to arrange a lot of things. His father nagged uncharacteristically. His mother laughed foolishly. She seemed to be satisfied with this sensible daughter-in-law. He made breakfast for himself. He cooked a bowl of instant noodles and added 2 eggs. When he was looking for ham, he suddenly found a lot of sticky notes on the fridge. I made the frozen dumplings. You can cook them yourself when you eat them. Milk, it expires on August 20th, don't drink it after that. Luncheon meat can be eaten when you open it. It's already cut. I've already arranged the fridge. You can change it with a slice of lemon. Chen Song looked at these sticky notes and couldn't help but be stunned. He stood there for a long time. He didn't know why, but his nose felt a little sour. He turned in a circle and looked around the room. The slippers were placed in a familiar place. The pajamas were freshly washed and there was a fresh smell. It seemed that the whole room was so comfortable and comfortable. Unknowingly, Chen Song realized that his life was full of bits and pieces of her. These inadvertent and easily forgotten details might be this girl's love for him. He opened the wardrobe and a clean and fresh smell greeted him. Chen Song took a deep breath and looked at the clean and tidy photos on the computer table. Xianxia made a funny face and smiled happily. Unknowingly, this girl was about to become his wife. Chen Song couldn't help but pick up the photos and look at them again and again. What a good girl. After eating, he washed the dishes and put them in the cupboard. He changed the lemon in the fridge with a new slice. Xianxia liked the fresh smell. Then, Chen Song picked up the phone and contacted the landlord. Hello, Auntie. I want to buy this house. My Hui was very good at buying and selling houses. Chen Song left this matter to him. In the morning, Jiaojing called Chen Song. He said that the leader wanted to see him. After hearing the news, Chen Song was a little nervous. After changing his clothes, he got up and left. There were two old people in the room. One of them had eaten with Chen Song, while the other was someone that Chen Song saw on TV every day. After seeing Chen Song, the old man revealed his signature smile. They talked about the trivial matters of life. They were all talking about trivial matters. There was nothing grand about it. You're getting married on the 18th? The old man's last sentence stunned Chen Song for a moment. Then, he became excited. He felt that his private affairs could be noticed by this old man who was so busy every day. What kind of feeling was this? The old man smiled and said, this is a big matter. Family matters are as important as national affairs. Moreover, you're getting married. I still have to trouble you today. As I get older, I have more small problems. I think you should come to the capital once a month and do a checkup for me. We can talk about other things after we get married. Starting a family is a big matter. As he spoke, a man walked over. Chen Song looked up and was stunned. Director Zhang. It was none other than the director of the National Space Administration, Xianxia. The old man continued, I actually know about your matters. You're really young and promising. You've also made some good achievements. Work hard. As for the reward, I really can't think of what you want. We'll meet often in the future. Let me know when you think of it. If you want to do something, just do it boldly. As long as it benefits the people, the motherland, and the medical industry, I'll support it. Take this as a wedding gift from me. Chen Song took a document from Xianxia and was stunned. Chen Song was stunned. To be honest, he was really shocked by this small gift. It was really a small gift. This? Can you change the name? Everyone was stunned. Looking at Chen Song, they suddenly laughed. After coming out, Chen Song was a little excited. All the hard work during this period disappeared. It seemed that everything was worth it. In fact, he had earned a lot. He had quietly become the old man's healthcare expert. He had a checkup once a month. It seemed ordinary, but it actually gave him the feeling of an imperial sword. The value behind this kind of thing could only be realized by the real big shots. And, for his reward, the old man asked him to make a request. Although he didn't give him a clear reward. But Chen Song felt that this check could be exchanged for too much. Because the old man's words were not ordinary. As for the last small gift, Chen Song couldn't help but get excited. After staying in the capital for a day, it was already late. He had an appointment with Old Ma and the others to have a meal together. Although Old Ma was a simple-minded person, he was very loyal to his friends. There were also He Ziqian, Su Ziming, and the others. During the 2 days of the wedding, Chen Song definitely didn't have time to entertain people. And there were a lot of people going to the capital. Chen Song could only find some familiar people to help. It was obvious that these were the most suitable choices. The next day, Chen Song flew back to Ammonium early in the morning. The car was left in the capital. It was quite a distance from Ammonium to Jinyang. Chen Song went to see his father-in-law. 3 days after the wedding, he went back to Ammonium. Xianxia didn't have it easy at all these 2 days. Fortunately, the Qin brothers were reliable. Qin Yueming was very concerned about the marriage of the 2 children. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyuan had been operating in Ammonium Sun for his entire life. His connections were deeply rooted, and his network was also complicated. He was a typical local tyrant. Chen Song had to admit that his father, Chen Dehai, was definitely not as good as his father-in-law in this aspect. In addition, Ji Ruyun also had an administrative background. So, he handled all kinds of things with ease. Within a few days, all the arrangements for the hotel's wedding celebration had been made. After Chen Song left, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun drove Chen Song directly to a high-end clothing store. This was a custom-made suit. The price was very expensive. The people who came here were either rich or noble. It was a niche clothing store. When they came back in June, Ji Ruyun brought Chen Song here to order clothes. Compared to women who had to change back and forth when getting married, there were a lot of wedding clothes, wedding dresses, and so on. The men only wore a suit. So, they also spent a lot of money to tailor a few suits here. The clothes weren't cheap, and Ji Ruyun had paid for them. Although it wasn't a lot for Chen Song, it was still 2 years of Ji Ruyun's salary. Ji Ruyun looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. He stood there in a well-ironed suit, looking handsome and confident. Chen Song didn't react, but Ji Ruyun was overjoyed. Lao Qin, bring the leather shoes in the car. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded with a smile, then got up and went out. The closer it was to the wedding, the more harmonious the relationship between the 2 families became. The boss was the designer. He stood at the side with 2 waiters and said with a smile. Sister Ji, your son-in-law is really good. He has the ability and looks. I want to invite him to take a set of print model photos. The boss and Ji Ruyun knew each other. Lao Qin's most expensive suit, which was the one that Qin Yu secretly took out for Chen Song, was ordered here. Hee, right? I think so too. Ji Ruyun tidied up Chen Song's cuffs, then straightened the suit and said, I don't have a son in my life. This son-in-law is half a son. Looks like I'm lucky to be able to find a young man like Xiao Chen. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Oh right. Give me a bow tie. Ji Ruyun was very serious and meticulous when she tidied up Chen Song's clothes. She couldn't wait to smooth out every wrinkle on the clothes. She carefully tied the bow tie. At this time, Lao Qin also brought the leather shoes in. Prada brand. Very expensive, this was personally picked by Lao Qin. Here. I personally picked out the leather shoes for you. See what you like. Chen Song smiled, thank you. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but say, okay, you little brat, don't be so polite with me. I didn't even bear to wear the suit before it was taken away by that girl. I knew that sooner or later, my little treasury would change owners. Try it on. Chen Song laughed awkwardly. After changing into his leather shoes, he stood there. He was dressed in a well-ironed black suit with hidden stripes, which made him look more fashionable. The combination of the black solemnity and the black leather shoes and bow tie made him look really good. Ji Ruyun smiled like a flower in satisfaction. Lao Qin was also very happy. After trying on all the suits in the morning, the middle-aged man had a simple meal. His cousin, Chen Song, came over to pick up Chen Song and return to Jinyang. For the past few days, Chen Zhe had been running around to help with hotel reservations, shopping, and other miscellaneous matters. After all, Qin Yu was a foreigner. With Chen Zhe's help, everything went smoothly. Chen Zhe had rich social experience. He was also the manager of Qin Jianshan's construction company. He was familiar with social interactions. August 18th was a good day, and it was also a big day for a wedding. For the past few days, all the hotels in Jinyang have been fully booked. Fortunately, we did it at home. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a good place. Chen Song heard this and said with a smile, "Is it that exaggerated?" Chen Zhe nodded and smiled. "Of course. As far as I know, there were more than 10 families getting married on that day." "Right, the son of the richest family in Jinyang is also getting married. And he's marrying a celebrity. That's a big show." Chen Song heard this and asked curiously, "The richest family in Jinyang? Celebrity? Who?" Chen Zhe smiled. "Damn. You've been away for a long time. You don't know much about Jinyang." "The bearded man in Jinyang. He was a coal boss a few years ago. I heard that half of Jinyang's real estate was done by him. He's doing well now. He's working with a new energy company to build cars. His assets are also on the Huruan list. His son is Hu Jia. He's a top Harvard student. His wife is Pei Huixin. She's also a celebrity and has starred in many TV series. This bearded man can be considered the most successful person in the coal bosses group. But, based on his flamboyant style, tisk tisk tsk, there will be a lot of excitement on that day." Time passed quickly as Chen Zhe listened to his cousin talk about these things. Chen Zhe suddenly asked, "Who are your groomsmen and brothers looking for? Childhood friends from the village?" Chen Song heard this and smiled. "Yes, it's just them and my college roommates. They're all coming." Chen Song had more than 10 boys in the village. Most of them were active in Jinyang. There were also 4 or 5 of his college roommates. The young people were quite lively. The groomsmen were Luo Zhou and Zhang Chen. They were college roommates and could be considered good friends. Luo Zhou was in the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. Zhang Chen was still working in the pharmaceutical company. Chen Zhe couldn't help but ask, "Oh right, you really don't want to hire a good wedding car?" Because Jin Yu's house was in Ammonium-yang, which was a bit far away, the two families decided to use Jinyang Hotel as their wedding room. Then, Chen Song picked up Jin Yu from the hotel. This was convenient and saved a lot of trouble. The hotel had already been booked. Ji Ruyun would come tomorrow to decorate. However, there was still some distance between Jinyang and the southern mountain village. They would need a convoy to pick them up. Chen Zhe's car was an old Mercedes-Benz. Chen Jianshan used it as a decoration. However, it was still a bit old. Chen Song smiled and said, "There's no need for such a good car. Just find some relatives and friends' cars to pick us up. It's good that we're in the village. If you want to hire so many good cars, there's no need. I'm just a doctor. It's better to keep a low profile." Chen Zhe smiled. "Okay, it's already arranged. My friend's BMW will be the first car. The rest will be Audi." Chen Song nodded. "Brother, you're right. I'll treat you well after we're done." It wasn't that Chen Song had no money, nor was it that he couldn't bear to spend money. It was just that he had seen a lot in the past year. He wasn't doing business, so there was no need to pay attention to extravagance. The most important thing was to be comfortable. After returning, Chen Song finally saw Qin Yu. Seeing the girl standing there with a hat on, Chen Song couldn't help but smile with heartache. "My dad always says that you're working hard. I thought you were tanned, but you're getting whiter." Qin Yu rolled her eyes. "You're heartless. I've worked so hard and you say this when you see me? Humph, I regret it now. I'm not getting married." Chen Song laughed. "It's over. Let me tell you, we're married by the higher-ups. You have to get married. If you don't want to, you still have to. It's not up to you." Qin Yu was annoyed when she heard that. She pouted. "I realized that I'm too good to you. I pamper you and control you. Now you don't love me at all. Doggy, you've changed." Chen Song looked at Qin Yu's cute appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He pinched her delicate face. To be honest, Qin Yu's skin was really good. "Ha ha ha ha. I haven't changed. I came back today to find what you've been thinking about. I'll give it to you when we get married." Qin Yu rolled her eyes. "I want the sun, the moon, and the stars. Will you give them to me?" Bulsh *T. August 17th. It was nearing the last day of the wedding. Qin Xiaoyuan and her family had arrived. After both parties had briefed each other on various matters, they took Qingyu to Jinyang Hotel. After boarding the car, Qingyu happily stuck her head out of the window. She looked at Chen Song and shouted, "Puppy, remember to marry me tomorrow." Lao Qin stomped her feet angrily. "Alright, don't embarrass yourself. Others will think that my daughter won't be able to get married." Qingyu stuck her tongue out. "I'm afraid that he will forget." Ji Ruyun laughed out loud. "Silly girl, how can you forget such an important matter?" Qingyu suddenly felt uneasy. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous she felt. "I'm just so nervous, Mum. I'm getting married tomorrow. Dad, Mum, I feel so conflicted." Hearing Qinyu's words, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun couldn't help but sigh. Ji Ruyun hugged her daughter and felt a lump in her throat. Lao Qin even turned her head to look out of the window at the blue sky and white clouds. She widened her eyes and didn't let her tears fall. To be honest, her precious daughter was about to get married. It was as painful as having her flesh cut off. Although everyone knew that it was a good thing. But, from today onwards, she was no longer a member of the Qin family. She was going to be a wife and a mother. Qingyu acutely sensed that her parents' emotions weren't right. She quickly changed the topic. "Dad, Mum, look at the stage behind. I built it and designed it. Isn't it nice?" The two of them turned around and saw the wedding stage. The southern mountain village's scenery was not bad. The people that Qi Xianxia brought were really capable and had sufficient props. The wedding venue was located on an empty plot of land not far from Chen Song's house. After the wedding stage was completed, one could see Dragon Top Mountain from the front and back. Together with the blue sky and white clouds, the entire atmosphere gave off a natural and grand feeling. The villagers looked at Qingyu and laughed when they heard her shout. To be honest, after a few days of getting along with her, everyone was more and more fond of this polite, knowledgeable, cultured, sensible, and easy to get along with girl. Whoever marries her is really lucky. On this day, many people came to Jinyang restaurant to check in. The hotel manager was a little surprised to see these foreigners. As an inland city, Jinyang rarely interacted with foreigners. Only a few foreigners could be seen in the entire city in a year. Today, dozens of people came one after another. This made the manager a little confused. Most importantly, these people came from various countries, such as England, America, France, Russia, and so on. Most importantly, each and every one of them was well-mannered and courteous. Even the watches they casually revealed were worth hundreds of thousands. How could this not be taken seriously? The hotel receptionist said in a low voice. "These people should be here for Hu Jia's wedding, right?" "Hu Jia, I heard that you studied at Harvard. You're really capable." "That's right, our Jinyang's luck has been sucked away by the Hu clan." At this moment, a lady at the front desk ran in and shouted in shock. "Damn, quickly go out and take a look. It's really extravagant." The lady covered her mouth and exclaimed to the crowd. The manager couldn't help but glare at her. "Enough, this is a 4-star hotel. Don't act like you haven't seen the world." After saying that, he asked curiously, "Xiaoqi, what's wrong?" The lady named Xiaoqi couldn't help but say, "Go out and take a look. There's a row of Beijing Rolls-Royces parked in the parking lot outside. There's also a Bentley, a Mercedes-Benz, and a Maybach. And a few Pullmans. Oh my god, how much do these cars cost in total?" Hearing Xiaoqi's words, everyone was stunned. After all, it was hard to say if there were any Rolls-Royces in Jinyang. How could they not be shocked when so many of them came at once, not to mention those Maybach and Pullmans? They were rare in Jinyang. If Xiaoqi didn't know about cars, she wouldn't have been able to name them. A few young ladies couldn't hold it in. They said to the manager, acted coquettishly, and pretended to go to the toilet. Then, they ran out to look at the cars. Many people outside were taking photos of the cars. After all, the row of Rolls-Royces was really shocking, the surrounding people whispered. "Look, there are flowers tied to them. They must be used for the wedding." "Yes, definitely. Our mogul who is getting married tomorrow. They must be the ones who invited them." "Yes, other than him, who else can invite so many luxury cars?" A few young ladies at the front desk ran in after taking a bunch of photos. Manager, look, there are so many luxury cars. Also, look at these license plates. Beijing A. And Beijing A88888. Oh my god, what kind of heavenly license plates are these? Indeed, everyone looked at the cars and the license plates and was stunned. Even the manager was dumbfounded. He knew that the Hu clan was rich, but he didn't expect them to be so capable. Beijing A was a license plate issued in the capital in 1994. However, it was only issued for 2 years before it was discontinued. At that time, people's living standards were still very poor. Those who could afford cars were basically government agencies. Therefore, the Beijing A license plate was naturally labeled as powerful. Xiaoqi carefully calculated. After calculating, Xiaoqi said with a look of despair, "Do you know? The total value of the cars outside is about 200 million. To be picked up by such a wedding procession, I feel so happy." The manager couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xiaoqi. But, to be honest, which girl didn't have such a dream, to have a dreamy wedding? Not long after, a group of people came in. "Hello, we're checking in." The people who came in were all tall and strong. One of them even looked a little silly. "Mr. Ma Yuehui, right?" "That's right." Some of the people around were from the hospital. But there were also many of Ma Yuehui's friends. "Brother Ma, you have to introduce us to Professor Chen tomorrow." "Yes, even a face-to-face meeting is fine." "That's right. My father said that as long as you can leave your contact information, everything will be fine." Ma Yuehui couldn't help but say, "Okay, it's okay. I'm Chen Song's brother and his wife's brother. That's not a problem. But, tomorrow, you can pick up Chen Song's foreign friends. One trip at a time, we'll take it slow. We're not in a hurry." "No problem. I even brought a translator." "I'm afraid that I can't understand them," someone said with a smile. These were all drivers brought by old Ma. They drove their own cars here to pick up people. August 18th, the sky was clear. In Jinyang City, a motorcade drove out of a villa area early in the morning. In front was a Harley motorcycle clearing the way. The car in the middle was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, followed by nearly 20 Ferrari supercars with fiery red eyes. This gorgeous scenery instantly attracted everyone's attention. This luxurious wedding made up of 20 Ferrari cars moved along No. 5 Road and Shuifu Road. The distance between the front and back of the motorcade was about 500 meters, attracting the attention of countless passers-by along the way. Many of them stopped and took out their phones to take pictures of this unusual scene. A small city like Jinyang had never seen such a big wedding. In this era of information explosion, this wedding instantly became a godly tool for local anchors to attract fans. One by one, they rushed here to start the live broadcast. It could be called the most luxurious wedding in Dongyang province. At the same time, a motorcade with a BMW as the lead car and 8 Audi A6 as the wedding cars set off from the southern mountain village to Jinyang Hotel. Chen Song was a little nervous, to be honest. When the car passed through Century Avenue, motorcycles roared past. Then came the roar of the Rolls-Royce and Ferrari. Chen Song, who was in the car, was also excited. It was really exciting. Because the motorcade was too long, Chen Song's car was also a wedding car. It was not good to disrupt the formation. Chen Song simply said to Chen Zhe, "This is Hu Jia's wedding, right?" Chen Zhe smiled. "How is it? Domineering, right? Are you regretting it?" Chen Song laughed. "It's fun, but I don't think it's necessary. Let's wait for them to pass, then we'll leave." Chen Zhe nodded. After a few minutes, all the cars passed, and Chen Song's motorcade followed behind. What Chen Song didn't expect was that, he didn't expect the two motorcades to have the same destination, Jinyang Hotel. Chen Zhe deliberately distanced himself from the other party. But, today was really too special. Chen Song's motorcade followed closely behind, forming a sharp contrast. Chen Song's motorcade was actually not bad. In a city like Jinyang City, this should be considered average. However, it couldn't be helped that they met the other party's motorcade. Just like that, they accompanied each other all the way to the hotel. After the car was parked, Chen Song walked towards the hotel. At the same time, many people alighted from the luxurious fleet. All of a sudden, everyone on Xianxia's side paled in comparison. To everyone's surprise, many handsome people got out of Hujia's sports car. Among them were some popular celebrities. As soon as these celebrities appeared, they instantly caused an uproar. As for Xianxia's classmates, most of them were students. Xianxia went to high school in Jinyang No. 1 Middle School. Xianxia, who had a good personality, was quite popular. Many of his high school classmates came to attend his wedding. Everyone was from the city. They all gathered at the hotel to wait for Xianxia. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but say, F***ck. Song, aren't you too miserable? You're following behind a luxury car. That's right. Wouldn't it be better if you took a detour? Wouldn't you just become a backdrop for them? Today's luxurious fleet and celebrity groomsmen will definitely be on the hot search. Song, you have to be a backdrop. They were all classmates, so they joked about it. Xianxia didn't mind. He said with a smile, that's not necessarily true. I'm following them. Maybe they'll think that it's our fleet in front. Brothers, let's go. Welcome the bride. Suddenly, everyone laughed and said, let's go. Welcome the bride. As they spoke, the group of people walked inside. Old Ma and the others were on the upper floor of the hotel. They just happened to see the scene outside. After seeing this capital playboy couldn't help but send a message to Xianxia. Song, the fleet is here. Do you want to help? After that, Old Ma said to the people around him. F***ck. Might Song has been wronged. Did you see that? This won't do. We have to help them. When the people around heard this, they immediately became excited. What? Professor Chen has been wronged? No, let me do it. What do you mean you'll do it? Sigh. I should have brought my poison here. These sports cars won't do. If it weren't for the distance, I would have brought my poison. Is it too late for me to contact my family's helicopter now? Old Ma couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Xianxia's message and said, don't cause trouble for me. Xianxia didn't dare to be so extravagant. After all, the witness today was none other than his godfather, Kang Xiangmin. As the second in command of Dongyang province, it was rare for Kang Xiangmin to come to the southern mountain village to be the witness for Xianxia's marriage. However, because of this, Xianxia didn't dare to be too extravagant to avoid unnecessary trouble. Old Ma sighed helplessly, let's go. Let's follow Song to welcome the bride. As they spoke, everyone arrived at the suite. The decorations inside were very lively. The room was filled with people inside and outside. Xianxia had more classmates. When the group of naughty people saw this scene, they also crowded in. Fortunately, the private room rented was very big. Now, it seemed that it wasn't exaggerated at all. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were in the private room, while Qin Yu was in the bedroom. After Xianxia came in, he greeted Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun. He smiled and shouted, Qin Yu. I'm here to marry you. Come with me. Soon, loud shouts came from the room. Okay. Quick, let me go. I want to marry myself. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but cover his face. However, Qin Yu was quickly subdued. The group of girlfriends kidnapped Qin Yu. She said, don't open the door. Xianxia quickly said, come. Red packets open the way. The experienced Wang Qian ran over and said, come, sisters. Open the door. I'll give you red packets. At this moment, a voice came from the room, is there payment on the door? We support WeChat and Alipay for QR code scanning. Wang Qian was dumbfounded by this sentence. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. This? You guys don't play by the rules. No way. Why not? This is our specialty. Hurry up and sweep it. When it's full, we'll open the door. That one sentence was enough to make everyone laugh. If one trick didn't work, another trick, Wang Qian finally said, hey, sisters, give us some advice. Don't miss out on this auspicious day. Come, praise us. When Yaya is satisfied, we'll open the door. When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned. Damn, wasn't this a compulsory course for him? He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Thinking of this, Xianxia calmed his dantian. He opened his mouth and said, Qinyu, gentle, cute, generous, considerate. 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, finally, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so well prepared? What did it mean to speak eloquently? What did it mean to be hearty? Xianxia finally realized that his daily training had finally come in handy. 10 minutes of continuous repetition, even Ji Ruyun was dumbfounded. She looked at Lao Qin blankly. Our daughter is so outstanding? Lao Qin was dumbfounded. This is definitely not my daughter. Qinyu could not help but laugh out loud. Let me go, I want to marry him, haha. I'm too outstanding. The group of girlfriends were also dumbfounded. Damn, Xianxia, you actually prepared your homework. We haven't even finished the questions and you're praising us in English. Suddenly, everyone's brain twitched. However, before they could finish, Xianxia continued. Again, it took 5 minutes. The compliments in a London accent stunned everyone once again. Xianxia sneered. Little guys, your assessment is far worse than my little ancestors. Qinyu could not help but say, let me go, my Xianxia is too outstanding. The group of girlfriends could not help but say, no, no, we object. Wang Qian could not help but say, sisters, I brought you a handsome guy, fresh for you to taste. Hurry up and open the door. Really? Old Ma quickly winked at the group of naughty girls. Everyone saw that there was such a good thing, they quickly nodded. That's right. As soon as they finished speaking, suddenly, Qinyu was carried out. Where's the handsome guy? A ferocious army of tanks rushed out. Qinyu was also carried out by everyone. Come, 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 Qinyu is for you, the handsome guy is for us. Suddenly, everyone laughed. Wang Qian said cheekily, everyone, press F to enter the tanks, good luck. Let's go home and get married. Qinyu's expression changed. Don't, I haven't worn my shoes, you haven't found your shoes yet. At this moment, one of her best friends ran over. Xianxia, you can have the shoes. You can have Qinyu too. You can have the handsome guy too. Xianxia helped Qinyu put on his shoes and carried him downstairs. The groomsmen behind him were dumbfounded. Something's wrong. Am I wrong? Is there something wrong with the script? That's right. Aren't they messing with the bridesmaids? When did we become groomsmen? Sister, I was wrong. Please be gentler. Io, my small body, please take pity on it. Ha ha ha, a lively atmosphere filled the place. Ribbons danced in the room. Xianxia smiled as he picked up Qinyu and said to everyone, let's go home. Her best friends behind her also picked up the shy best man. Return to the residence. Ha 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 ha, everyone left the hotel. Qinyu was carried into the BMW. Xianxia's classmates also followed. Supervisor Chenze called out to Xianxia's classmates. Everyone, get in the car. The Audi in front. At this moment, Old Ma also came down. He pointed to the Rolls-Royce in front and said, that's also our car. Everyone, get in the car. After saying that, Old Ma picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, use the double flashing lights. In an instant, there were 40 to 50 cars, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Range Rover, Mercedes-Benz, Maybach, Pullman. Looking at these cars, the students at the scene were stunned. The double flashing lights made the scene stagnate for a moment. Old Ma said, everyone, get in the car. The double flashing lights are all our cars. At this time, many foreigners came down one after another. Old Ma quickly went up and said, everyone, get in the car. So, then, a strange scene unfolded. A BMW took the lead and a convoy of Audi wedding cars moved forward. There was a distance of about 1 to 200 meters between them. Behind them was a group of Rolls-Royce luxury cars. These cars were dignified and full of nobility. One look and one could tell that they were a team. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed. Team leader Ma, keep this convoy away from me. Can you keep a low profile? After Old Ma heard this, he came out from the sunroof of the Hongqi car and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Everyone, listen to my command. slow down, keep a low profile. At this time, the Hu family saw this scene and was stunned. The bearded man couldn't help but ask, who is getting married? Why are there so many luxury cars from Beijing? I don't know. After the bearded man heard this, he nodded. Yes, I know. Send someone to see if there are any big shots getting married in Jinyang. Hu Jia also looked at the luxury cars with a blank face. He was a little angry. After all, he was a little unhappy when the limelight was stolen. But, he knew that there were so many luxury cars that he couldn't afford to offend. Especially the license plate numbers of those cars, 1 or 2 special ones could be accepted. But, this was a whole convoy. Compared to them, their sports car lineup was a little low. At this time, luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the southern mountain village. The aunties in the village personally looked after the cars and didn't let the children come over. At this moment, the stage was very lively. And one of the anchors said excitedly, "Today, we filmed the location of the mysterious low-profile convoy. Today, Anchors Kai and I will broadcast the wedding of the 2 families in Jinyang." "Kai, what's the situation on your side?" Kai couldn't help but say, "I should attend the wedding as part of the media. Let me broadcast the scene for everyone." After all, the bride was a celebrity. Such a big event would definitely require the media's participation. There were also many media present. Everyone was very lively. "The wedding will start in a while. Now that there's some time, I'll go get a gift. At the same time, I'll show everyone the gift and gift of Hu Jia's friend." Did everyone see that? There's a huge pile of gifts of 100,000 yuan. There's a POS machine at the scene, there's a transfer. Did everyone see that? The gift is placed at the side like a small mountain. The gift is a diamond necklace, Zumaron out-of-stock perfume, an Apple phone, an iPad, a Huawei Porsche. Oh my god, it's really exaggerated. My gift of 1,000 yuan is actually worth 888 yuan in return. The gift of this page is as high as 1 million yuan. There's also a diamond necklace. Isn't this too rich? Kai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone look, the wedding is about to start. The host is actually Prime Minister Li. Unbelievable, what a big show. The magician Lu Qian is performing. Is this Gui Yunpeng? Is this a Korean dance troupe? I have to say, the celebrity lineup is really luxurious. I've already seen more than a dozen celebrities now. Brother Yang, how's it going on your side? Brother Yang. Brother Yang? Why aren't you saying anything? In the southern mountain village, the man stood in the same place. He looked at the witness on the stage and was stunned. When he heard Kai call him, he couldn't help but say, My witness is Kong Xiangmin. P.S. I was actually thinking of publishing 10 chapters in a row. But, it doesn't seem appropriate now. It's better to split it up. Finally. I beg for monthly votes. It's really a little tiring for an unmarried person to write this. I've touched on my knowledge blind spot. Seeing that I've watched a wedding documentary, give me a monthly vote to encourage me. Tomorrow's will definitely be exciting, sweet, and awesome. Brother Yang and Xiao Kai were both anchors of well-known websites in Jinyang. They often participated in outdoor activities together. Their fan base was also relatively large. It wasn't easy to come across such a rare day, so they definitely had to do a good live broadcast. However, after Brother Yang saw Kong Xiangmin, his expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively turned off the live broadcast. Hello everyone, it's a little inconvenient here, so I can't do a live broadcast. When I'm done, I'll organize the material and send it to everyone. After that, Brother Yang directly turned off the live broadcast. At the same time, Xiao Kai was stunned when he saw Brother Yang turn off the live broadcast. He quickly called, Brother Yang, why did you turn off the live broadcast? Isn't this a rare opportunity? Brother Yang couldn't help but say, didn't I tell you? The witness here is Kong Xiangmin. Xiao Kai instinctively wanted to say, who is Kong Xiangmin? He. Suddenly, Xiao Kai's expression changed, Leader. Leader Kong? Danyang provinces. Kong Xiangmin? Brother Yang nodded, yes. As soon as he said this, Xiao Kai was shocked, this. Who is this person? How can they invite old Kong to be the witness? This is too powerful. Young Kai couldn't help but be shocked because Kang Xiangmin was truly too important. What famous host, what top magician, what popular celebrity, Korean celebrity group, in the face of such a high-ranking official. Not worth mentioning, this gap was not something that could be measured by money or material things. It was a gap in real strength, status, and influence. At this moment, although Brother Yang's live broadcast had been turned off, the bullet screen exploded at this moment. There were many fans in Dongyang who followed Brother Yang. After learning that Kang Xiangmin was the witness, everyone was shocked. Jinyang's richest man. In front of old Kong of Dongyang, you are really not worth mentioning. Gifts were still flying. Even though the live broadcast was turned off, there were still countless people sending gifts and chatting. Even so, Brother Yang didn't dare to turn on the live broadcast. At this moment, Brother Yang suddenly realized that there were other people in the crowd who were filming with their phones. On second thought, since Leader Kong was willing to be the witness, it meant that he wasn't worried about these problems. At this moment, he hesitated. After a moment, he decided to turn on the live broadcast and film first. Kang Xiangmin went on stage and went down not long after. After all, the wedding had not officially started. There were more customs in the countryside, and so were the links. Chen Song and Qin Yu were kowtowing. Qin Yu hadn't changed out of her wedding dress either. As soon as Brother Yang started the video, all kinds of gifts started flying. Brother Yang, go and see who this family is. They actually have such an identity? Host, go take a look at their betrothal gifts. Alright, stop guessing. Maybe Leader Kong is just a relative and is here to help host the event. Don't make a fuss over nothing. That's possible. Old Kong's family has always kept a low profile in Dongyang City. I didn't expect them to have relatives in the village. However, I am still very curious. How much is their betrothal gift? Do you have the guts to find out? There were a lot of people at the scene, and the place was filled with people. After Brother Yang hesitated for a moment, he took out 500 yuan and decided to give a gift. This way, it wouldn't be too awkward. Hello, everyone. I'm going to give a gift to the main family. After all, it's a wedding. I'm here to do a live broadcast. I can't be a freeloader, right? Let me give my blessings to the newlyweds. After saying that, he walked in that direction. There were a lot of people taking photos with their mobile phones now, so it wasn't too abrupt. This stage is really beautiful and grand. Although it doesn't give people a feeling of luxury, they really put in a lot of effort. Brother Yang said as he walked. When he arrived at the place where the gifts were to be given, he stood there and waited for the gifts to be given. However, at this time, the scene of the gifts came into view. Zhang Baomin, 50 yuan. Chen Duchuan, 100 yuan. These were all villagers. It was normal to give gifts of 50 or 100 yuan in the countryside. The bullet screen was also filled with comments. This should be an ordinary family. They must be old Kong's relatives. That's why they came to help. Wait a minute, maybe there are some rich people. At this time, Xiao Kai's site exploded. Because it was a live broadcast, the images were separated. The audience could see the images on both sides. It was even like a PK. After Xiao Kai's gift exploded, the index immediately soared. Someone gave a Rolls-Royce. Damn, it's really awesome. The person who gave the Rolls-Royce is a former coal boss and a shareholder of Big Beard. Wait, there's more. Someone gave a Patek Philippe watch. That's worth millions, right? He's so rich. In contrast, Chen Song, who Brother Yang was paying attention to, was very ordinary. It was just like an ordinary wedding. There was nothing exaggerated. Mai Weihui, 1,000 yuan. He Chen, 1,000 yuan. They were all 1,000 yuan. This made Brother Yang somewhat suspicious. Is there something wrong with it? Wasn't this too ordinary? Maybe he was too sensitive at the beginning. These cars were actually from the rich people who came to support Kang Xiangmin. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt relieved. In fact, this was what Chen Song had repeatedly instructed. They must not let old Ma and the others lead the atmosphere astray. Therefore, the wedding gifts were limited to a maximum of 1,000 yuan. This was because Chen Song's gifts were divided into three groups. One group was for the villagers and friends, another group was for the colleagues, and the last group was for the foreigners. The three account books were also for the sake of order. Qin Yueming was in charge of the foreigners, and there were also invited translators. Brother Yang curiously walked towards the foreigners on the last side. But, at this time, something strange happened. Ma Lian, 1,000 yuan, plus Gamma Scalpel X1. When Brother Yang heard this, he was stunned. The bullet screen couldn't help but send out 666, after all, 1,000 yuan was equivalent to 7,000 yuan. It was really a lot. But, this scalpel was a little out of the ordinary, wasn't giving a scalpel as a wedding gift only novel authors had, why did others have it too? At this time, the bullet screen also started to ridicule. 2666, giving a scalpel as a wedding gift. These foreigners are so bad. I don't understand their thinking. But at this time another person appeared. Mond Alpha, 1,000 yuan, a Lancet instructor, high-frequency electric knife X1. As soon as this thing appeared, the scene suddenly quietened down. Even if they didn't understand, they knew the value of the Lancet. Now that a Lancet instructor had suddenly appeared, it was too strange, wasn't it? Wasn't he afraid of academic fraud? This was actually an article written by Mond Alpha during this period of time based on Chen Song's non-stop heartbeat theory. He felt that he should let Chen Song be the instructor, so he took this opportunity. Mond Alpha handed over the Lancet employment notice and the other envelope about the high-frequency endotherm knife in his hand. These were all sponsored by medical companies. During Chen Song's graduation thesis defense, Chen Song had unintentionally revealed that he wanted to build such an organization in Ammonium Sunday. These people and some organizations were all thinking about it. The AATS members behind him were stunned by the Gamma scalpel that Marion had just donated. All the insiders were truly shocked. Although the Gamma scalpel was a knife, it was actually an expensive big guy. In that case, the cost of a Gamma scalpel surgery was about 10,000 to 25,000 yuan. The price of a Gamma scalpel was about the same as 5 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. A Gamma scalpel was worth 20 million yuan. This was only a Gamma scalpel that had been phased out by the Cleveland Medical Center. As the world's top medical research center, the Cleveland Medical Center did not have a high price to buy such an instrument. This one was a phased-out model of the medical center. As the director, Marion and his colleagues in the hospital raised money to buy it and donate it. After all, the construction of a medical center cost a lot of money and it was difficult to start. Wang Tong was dumbfounded when he recorded it. Similarly, as the Mond Alpha of New York Presbyterian Hospital, this Lancet and the high-frequency endotherm knife also made everyone's blood boil. Everyone was a little excited. This was truly an academic feast. Hello, this is a gift. Wang Tong's assistant handed an envelope to him. After Marion saw it, he hurriedly opened it. After realizing that it was a spot, he became excited. Marion waved at the people behind him. Everyone's eyes widened and they were envious. This was a spot for Chen Song to build a cardiac research center in Dongyang. With a spot, one could come here for training and even work. This was definitely of great significance to these AATS association members. One after another, more and more people began to present their own gifts. Carter, 1,000 pounds, shadowless lamp X1. Michelle, 1,000 pounds, a B-grade Mercedes-Benz ambulance. At this time, Brother Yang, who wanted to laugh, was suddenly stunned. Then, professional comments appeared on the bullet screen. F***CK. What Rolls-Royce? Compared to that Gamma knife just now, it's so weak. Don't talk nonsense. How expensive can a scalpel be? How expensive? Hee, if that's the case, a Gamma knife can buy 3 houses in the capital. How expensive do you think that is? Soon, Baidu Didi posted the information about the Gamma knife on the bullet screen. After seeing this news, everyone fell silent. What was a big shot? These people who appeared without batting an eyelid were the real top-notch bosses. What Rolls-Royce, what Patek Philippe, they had given him the Lancet, a Mercedes-Benz ambulance, a high-frequency endotherm knife, a microwave treatment device, a mechanical operating table, and a shadowless lamp. Were they of the same rank? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. The people who were paying attention to Mogul Who's Wedding only realized at this moment what it meant to be high-end and classy, and what it meant to be low-key and luxurious. I'm impressed. I'm really convinced. Yeah, I thought. I didn't expect him to be the real boss. Only then did the people watching the live broadcast remember. Streamer, what's the name of the person getting married? Isn't it written on the canopy? Yes. Let's go and take a look. Such a person is definitely on Baidu Encyclopedia. Yeah, Hu Jia is on Baidu Encyclopedia. General Manager of Weihua Automobile Group Company, Limited, outstanding Harvard graduate, one of the top 10 youths in Dongyang City. When Brother Yang heard this, he hurriedly ran out. He stared at the screen and said, Chen Song, Qingyu. Soon, Baidu Didi rose again. Chen Song, male, 29 years old, master's degree, professor of Peking Union University, director of the emergency department of the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province, one of the top talents in Dongyang City, deputy team leader of the expert group of the Central Health Committee, academic part-time, president of the World Campus Bell Surgical Association, vice president of the American Cardiothoracic Surgery Association, vice president of the World Pancreatic Fistula Group, 2019 World Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year, vice president of the Chinese Medical Association's General Surgery Branch, team leader of the Chinese Medical Association's Digestive Surgery Department, vice president of the Chinese Medical Association's Cardiothoracic Surgery Association, vice president of the Chinese Medical Association's Hand Surgery Association, Chinese Medical Association. Academic achievements: founder of Chen's tendon suture technique, founder of Chen's cardiac non-stop beating technique, founder of Chen's digestive tract reconstruction technique, founder of Chen's elephant trunk stent technique, founder of Chen's aortic dissection typing standard. Solved a variety of difficult and complicated diseases, conquered the surgical problem of congenital heart valve disease, and saved tens of thousands of patients with aortic dissection. Silence, shocking silence. There was a minute of silence. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. What kind of godlike figure was this? Such a big shot. He actually held a low-key wedding here. At this moment, two words appeared crazily on the bullet screen: salute. Salute. What could they say to medical workers and medical scientists who had made such great contributions to the medical field? At this moment, everyone suddenly recalled the scene of the wedding car meeting the wedding car today. Professor Chen was such a big shot, yet he was using an ordinary BMW as the lead car. Behind him were all Audis, which were worth less than the Hu family's car fleet. Everything made sense now. He was a medical person who did scientific research and clinical work. He kept a low profile. Even if he met your luxury car fleet, he would let you go first. We followed closely behind. We were confident and domineering enough, because my name is Chen Song, that's all. At that moment, everyone finally realized why Kong Xiangmin would appear at such a scene to be the wedding witness. It was not because Chen Song was trying to climb up the social ladder. In fact, it was hard to say who was trying to climb up the social ladder. Professor Chen was the deputy team leader of the expert group of the Central Healthcare Committee. This was a position. He looked down on the heroes. No matter how tyrannical you are, I will stand tall. This was his confidence. As for the monetary gifts from the villagers, relatives, and friends, perhaps such a person did not care about money at all. Perhaps, to him, talking about money was really vulgar. For a moment, Brother Yang and Little Kai both fell silent. No one expected to meet such a big shot in the truest sense of the word. On the bullet screen, the salutes continued for a long time. Everyone sincerely admired Chen Song's character. As for those luxury cars, it went without saying that they were only there to build a relationship with Professor Chen. For example, the bald man in front of him. He was sloppy, so that was definitely the case. Old Ma stood aside and greeted the guests. To be honest, the weather was too hot. His bald head was a hairstyle that cost a few thousand yuan. It was designed by a top hairstylist. Although he did not know why the person holding the phone was staring at him. Old Ma might have simply thought that he was handsome. Of course, it was also possible that it was because of his expensive hairstyle. The bullet screen said disdainfully, "Do these people think that they can impress Professor Chen with money? TSK, Professor Chen will only give them a discount of 1,000 yuan. At this moment, the people who thought that the richest man in the Hu family was incomparably extravagant, luxurious cars, luxury villas, luxury watches, diamond rings, gold and silver jewelry. It was not worth mentioning, the two were not in the same weight class at all. This was the crushing of dimensions. At this moment, someone outside suddenly said, "The wedding is about to begin. Go." Brother Yang's expression changed and he hurriedly walked outside. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood on the stage and said with a smile, "On this auspicious day where the sun is shining and the music is singing, we also welcome the wedding day of Mr. Chen Song and Ms. Qingyu. Here, on behalf of the two newlyweds and their families, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and warm welcome to all the guests." Then, there was an English translation. At this moment, the people below were discussing. Brother Yang's live broadcast room exploded again. This is really a gathering of immortals. Who is this? That's right. Tell me, who is this person? Do you know that the other wedding today is the richest man in Jinyang, the Hu family? And what you see now, standing on the stage, is the richest man in Dongyang. Real estate tycoon, Zheng Wutan. As soon as this was said, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Boss Kong was the wedding witness, Mogul Zheng was the MC. This, sigh, the difference, what famous MC, Li Xiang, could compare to Boss Zheng? Who is that woman next to him? Her English is so good. That's President Zheng's wife. She's a true goddess. The people below looked at the couple who were the hosts on the stage at the same time and sighed with emotion. The gap between the richest man in Jinyang and the richest man in Dongyang province was not small. Zheng said with a smile, "Now, I announce that the wedding ceremony has officially begun." Along with the exciting sound team, everyone saw that there was actually a well-trained high-end symphony orchestra on the side. As the wedding march continued, everyone noticed a familiar pianist, Xingyu. This was a Chinese man who had won an award on the international stage. At this moment, he was playing a chapter of Chen Song's wedding. Holy shit! Xingyu, isn't this Xingyu, who claims that he won't perform for private parties? Xingyu had promised Chen Song that he would play the piano for him at his wedding. For this, he invited an excellent symphony orchestra. He designed a beautiful piece of music for Chen Song, amidst this moving melody. Spring is coming on the red apricot branches, and a woman is coming on the Yulon Bridge. Qingyu was wearing a holy wedding gown with beautiful flowers on her head. She was accompanied by Chen Song, who was wearing a white suit. It was like a chapter in a fairy tale. They were holding hands with smiles on their faces. The audience applauded enthusiastically. The two of them went on the stage, turned around, and bowed slightly to the guests present. Zheng said with a smile, "Next, let's invite Mr. Kong Xiangmin, the witness, to come on stage and give a speech." At this moment, Kong Xiangmin went on stage. As the most famous person in Dongyang province, he was probably second to none. Kong Xiangmin was also wearing a festive suit today, and he went on stage with flowers. He said with a smile, "I'm Kong Xiangmin, today's matchmaker. I'm honored to be the witness of this couple's wedding. Chen Song is my godson. Speaking of which, I'm attending today as a family member. Finally, I wish the two of you a loving couple from now on. You'll create a future that belongs to you and build a happy family. Thank you, everyone." Kong Xiangmin's speech stunned everyone. Chen Song was the godson of this big shot. Intentionally or unintentionally saying these words on such an occasion, the meaning behind it was self-evident. He was really giving too much face. One had to know that a leader would not speak carelessly. Since he said it, he had to be responsible. Soon, Kong Xiangmin went down the stage. The warm applause lasted for a long time. The wedding continued. Qinyu's eyes were like blinking crystals and gems, beautiful and moving. Chen Song suddenly realized that she was so beautiful when she wore a wedding dress. For a moment, Chen Song looked at Qinyu in a wedding dress and felt a little guilty. What a good girl, what a beautiful person, what did I do to deserve to marry you? But, yet, when such a beautiful woman was choosing her wedding dress, he didn't even participate in it. She had chosen them either by herself or together with her mother. Without any complaints, Chen Song suddenly felt a little guilty. If eyes could speak, Chen Song might have said, "I'll use my whole life to treat you." Qinyu's eyes were full of worship, happiness, expectation, and love. In her eyes. In academia, Chen Song was a hero and her idol. He always seemed to be omnipotent and she worshipped him. In life, he was considerate, tolerant of her little temper, doted on her, and accompanied her to do crazy things. He made her understand that love was really beautiful. At work, he was too busy, so busy that he did not have time to take care of himself. He was like a child, needing her to care and love, Xianxia said with a smile. It seems that the two newlyweds can't wait any longer. The two newlyweds, please exchange the diamond rings. Chen Song took out the pink diamond ring and personally put it on Qinyu's ring finger. Beautiful brilliance, exquisite craftsmanship, sparkling under the sun, all the women were moved by the sight. Groom, do you have anything to say to the bride? Zhou Guotan looked at Chen Song and said with a smile. Chen Song took the microphone and looked at Qinyu. Before he said anything, tears welled up in his eyes. He opened his eyes wide, looked at Qinyu, and said with a smile. It's you who gave me the courage. In this relationship, you worked harder than me. Really? I actually have a lot to tell you. Today, I want to tell you everything that's in my heart. We've known each other for 1,502 days. But from the first day I saw you, I knew that my heart rate had started to become abnormal. Every time I see you, I feel like I have to go through an ST-tier arching process. I'm very glad that I've survived countless calamities, allowing me to stand here and tell you that I love you. After hearing Chen Song's words, the doctors present didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun also snuggled together and laughed. Lao Qin said with a smile, this kid, no wonder he can pursue my girl. Ji Ruyun smiled. Maybe it's your girl who pursued him. Lao Qin sneered, my girl wouldn't do such a thing. Ji Ruyun glanced at Lao Qin, really? Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly lost his confidence and quickly changed the topic. You see, I said, I definitely won't cry. I'll smile and hand Qinyu over to Chen Song. Ji Ruyun didn't listen to Lao Qin's bragging. And at this time, Chen Song continued. I'm very lucky to have met you. You taught me how to love someone bravely. You taught me how to compromise, how to give up, how to cherish, and how to share. You said that I'm your first boyfriend. You don't have the experience of loving someone, but you love me with everything you have. For a year, I've been very busy and didn't care enough about you. You've always taken care of every little thing in my life. The notes on the fridge, the neat clothes in the closet. I don't know if I feel that my life is full of you. I want to be good to you. I want to give you everything I have. Looking at Chen Song's confession, Qinyu's tears began to flow. She originally thought that love was difficult. She was very worried that she couldn't be a good girlfriend with skills and no experience. Actually, loving someone was really simple. You just had to do it for him wholeheartedly. That was enough. For more than a year, she was always worried that she wasn't good enough. She originally thought that Chen Song couldn't see these details and bits, but she didn't expect him to know. All of this was worth it. Chen Song looked at Qinyu and couldn't help but say, today, I prepared a special gift for you. Qinyu was suddenly stunned and stared at Chen Song with her eyes wide open. Even the people below were the same, they all stared at Chen Song curiously, wondering what kind of gift it was. I used to ask you all the time what gift you wanted. You mean the sun, but... I can see the sun, but I can't get it. So, from that day onwards, I decided to be your son. Later, I asked you, what else do you like besides the sun? You said you wanted the moon. I thought I told you no. But you smiled and told me, you want to be my moon. With these two sentences, Qinyu's tears fell like rain. Everyone below was also stunned by these two emotional sentences. This was simply too talented. However, what does this have to do with the gift? At this moment, Chen Song continued. Later, I asked you again, what gift do you want? You said you wanted the stars. I want to tell you now. Okay, I found the star for you. Today, I'll give you the newly discovered planet 98211. From today onwards, it will be called Qinyu's planet. As he spoke, Chen Song opened a document in his hand. He handed it to Qinyu. After Qinyu opened it, she was stunned. She covered her mouth, full of disbelief. She really didn't expect it. Such a gift was simply too shocking. Qinyu touched the cover with her big eyes. She felt that even if it was fake, she was willing to believe that all of this was real. When the people below saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Everyone looked up at Chen Song in disbelief. Looking at that document, it was really shocking. It was hard to believe that all of this was real. At this time, Ma Yuehui was like thunder in her ears. She looked at Chen Song with admiration and muttered to herself, "Oh my god, this is too domineering. I really plucked the stars for you. I can give you the stars in the sky if you want them. What else can't I give you?" Was there anything more powerful than this gift? However, there were still many people who were doubtful, in Brother Yang's live broadcast room. It was very lively, after all, such news was too shocking. Giving a star to his wife. Was there anything more rich than this? No, this was something that you might not be able to do even if you had money. On the bullet screen, someone soon began to say, "This is fake, right?" "Yeah. Is this a joke?" "That's right. Even if it's fake, no one would know. It must be fake." Just as everyone was whispering, a man slowly went on stage. "Hello everyone, I'm the director of the National Space Administration, Xianxia. In recognition of Professor Chen Song's contribution to the field of medicine. It's also to commemorate our country's discovery of planet 98211. We have decided to name this planet, Chen Song's planet. In order to thank his wife, Professor Chen has decided to name this planet, Qin Yu's planet, National Space Administration, August 16, 2020. Following the man's words, the audience finally fell silent. Baidu Didi showed its prowess again. They posted Zhang's message on the bullet screen. This person was not just anyone, it was the director of the National Space Administration of China, Xianxia. It was actually real. Thinking of this, everyone was really excited. To be honest, this was the first time in their history that they had seen someone give a star. The girls stood below, mumbling to themselves as if they were sleep-talking. After all, not everyone could give a star to their wife. Worship, envy, all kinds of feelings, somewhere below the stage. Sikong accompanied his fiancée, Geng Yan, at the wedding venue. Geng Yan looked at Chen Song on stage, mature and generous. She looked at Qin Yu on stage, beautiful beyond compare. For a moment, there was silence. Chen Song's development had exceeded the scope of Geng Yan's imagination. It could even be said that they were people from two different worlds. It was really fate making fun of people. She looked at Qin Yu's diamond ring and the name of the planet that was given to her. Geng Yan was silent. At this time, Jing Ran took the initiative to shield Geng Yan from the sun and said with a smile, "Honey, be careful not to get tanned." Geng Yan turned around and looked at Jing Ran. Suddenly, she smiled. Life was like that. You might not find the one you like the most. But you would definitely find the most suitable one. Your husband and wife might not be the most handsome and beautiful, and they might have many shortcomings and problems. But perhaps life was like that. Accept each other in the midst of imperfection and make life better. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Qin Yu, I love you. I will protect you for the rest of my life." Chen Song did not finish his words. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes were sparkling and her mouth was about to pout. She suddenly hugged Chen Song and said, "Stop talking, kiss me." Chen Song was stunned, everyone present was also stunned. Then, they looked at the two people who were tightly hugging each other. Everyone could not help but laugh. That was great, it was good to be young. Lao Qin looked at Qin Yu with a blank face and slapped his thigh angrily. This girl, how can she be so proactive? Ji Ruyan said with a smile, "If it were me, I would take the initiative too." Right at this moment. Suddenly, a few cars drove in. Many people got out of the cars. There were even military tags behind, there were also many soldiers. Instantly, the crowd was stunned. Who was at this time? Everyone was already numb today. At Chen Song's wedding, they had seen too many amazing people. Kong Xiangmin, Zheng Guotan, the director of the National Space Administration, Zhang Zue, each of these people was more amazing than the other. However, the soldiers and cars at the scene, everyone was stunned again. Chen Song, who was hugging Qin Yu tightly, was also stunned. He saw a group of people walking over. "Professor Chen, happy wedding." A man slowly went on stage and handed a key to Chen Song. "This is the engine of our newly developed L-series aircraft. In the coming days, we will build a private jet and give it to Professor Chen. We wish you a happy wedding. This will be the key to the plane. Our president, Alvin, asked me to bring a message. Professor Chen is Ba country's best friend. He's also my best friend." Instantly, the audience was shocked. Who was he? Where did he come from? He actually gave him a private jet. That's right, everyone was in a daze. The operation of sending a private jet was too shocking. Moreover, what did he say? Professor Chen was Ba country's best friend and also the president's best friend. This F***king was a bit too much information. The scene was too grand, everyone felt their hearts go weak. At this moment, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jia Jing, shook hands with Chen Song. Professor Chen, happy wedding. Chao Yu also went on stage and said, Professor Chen, happy wedding. Finally, it was Xiao Runfeng. Professor Chen, happy wedding. At this moment, the people below watched as the people on stage shook hands with Chen Song one by one before coming down to find a place to sit down. They all whispered, who are they? Similarly, the streamer, Brother Yang, did not know who these people were, but there was no lack of experts among the netizens. The experts silently typed the information on the bullet screen. The first is Ba country's vice president, Mr. Abat. The second is our country's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Jia Jing. The third person is the Minister of our country's Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister Chao Yu. The last person on stage is the Director of our National Health Commission, Director Xiao Runfeng. When they saw the bullet screen, everyone was suspicious. Quickly Baidu, however, when he saw that the picture was the same as the scene. Immediately, everyone was stunned. Really, it was actually real. For a moment, no one knew how to describe their current feelings. At this moment, the news of Hu Jia's marriage to a female celebrity, his sky-high luxury car, and his luxurious groomsmen, all these news made it to the top of the search rankings. A female celebrity's obsession with popularity was incomparable. At the wedding, Hu Jia gave his wife shares of a film and entertainment company. It was easy to imagine that her future was bound to soar. The bearded man's phone rang. It was Chen Guohua, the mayor of Jinyang City. Director Hu, I have something to do now, so I can't go over. Please forgive me. I wish your son a happy marriage. Big Beard was stunned. Chen Guohua didn't attend his son's wedding. However, there were so many bureau chiefs and even some provincial directors present. Big Beard didn't care, but, soon, a piece of news reached Big Beard's ears. He hurriedly walked to the side, he picked up the phone and asked, what's the situation? The man stood at Chen Song's wedding venue and said helplessly, Director Hu. Sigh. How should I put it? The person getting married today is Professor Chen Song, and today, 5 or 6 ministers came. Even the vice president of Ba country came personally to congratulate him. He even sent a private jet modified with a fighter jet engine. Big Beard was speechless. Oh. Who is there? The man said, Leader Kong Xiangmin, Minister of Foreign Affairs Jia Jing, Minister of Science and Technology, Director of the National Defense Commission, Director of the National Space Administration. After hearing the man's words, Big Beard's expression changed. You're saying that the person following behind our wedding car is Professor Chen Song? The man nodded. Yes, hearing this, Big Beard was stunned. The wedding of Jinyang's expensive motorcade was trending. The Hu family and the celebrity's wife were famous. But, Big Beard hurriedly contacted someone to remove the news of the wedding from the trending searches. This left Hu Jia and his wife at a loss. At this moment, everyone no longer paid attention to what gifts were given, what leaders and guests had come, who were the groomsmen. These were too weak. What groomsmen group could compare to the minister's heavenly group? What gift could compare to a private jet? What gift could compare to an asteroid? There were too many. It was too shocking. At this moment, it was Qin Xiaoyuan's turn to go on stage to give a speech. As a father, Chen Dehai had already finished expressing his thoughts and feelings. When Qin Xiaoyuan went on stage, he had a thick book in his hand. Qin Xiaoyuan handed the photo album in his hand to Chen Song and Qin Yu. You're getting married today, but Dad doesn't have any gifts for you. This is a souvenir of your growth. Your mother has been writing in a diary every day since she was pregnant with you. Her love for you is written in between the lines. No matter how tired she is, she will squeeze out time to record every bit of your growth. When you were young, your body was weak. Mom suffered a lot to take care of you. There was a period of time. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyuan's voice choked up. Qin Yu also shed tears. At this moment, the souvenir in her hand was extremely heavy. It carried the love of her parents for nearly 30 years. Qin Xiaoyuan continued. As a father, I really can't bear to see my daughter get married and leave her parents' side. However, in the near future, you will also face the problem of how to take care of your child. Mom and Dad hope that this record of your growth will also help you educate your child. After that, Xianxia looked at Chen Song and said, Chen Song, Ye's past 30 years is a past that you have not been involved in. Now, I'm handing Ye's complete life to you. For the rest of my life. Please take care of me. After that, Xianxia went from choking to tears. This was the process of a father handing over his daughter completely to the other party to complete the transition of responsibility. Xianxia and Chen Song clenched their fists and hugged each other tightly. This was the agreement between the two men. Chen Song nodded firmly. I will definitely do it. Dad. Raising the case and eyebrows are more loving. Xianxia and Mingyong are of the same mind. We sincerely wish this newlywed couple a lifetime and a union of the same mind. P.S. I've finally finished writing the wedding chronicle. For someone who has never experienced a wedding, I wanted to write about love, but I also wanted to write about style. It was really too difficult. In the end, overall, I'm quite satisfied. Yes, I wish Chen Song and Qin the best. Finally, if you have the ability to make a wedding photo, I'll put it at the end of the chapter. Thank you, Sakura, sword god of Nanyue, and always calm heart for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. The banquet began. The villagers sat at the table and talked loudly. Our southern mountain village is looking for someone. How many years has it been since a president came to our village? Yes, Lao Chen's ancestors have really accumulated good karma. An old man burped. Last year, when we were burning joss paper during the Qingming festival, I saw green smoke rising from Lao Chen's ancestral grave. At that time, I thought I was seeing things, but now it seems that there was quite a lot of smoke. When the crowd heard this, not only did they not laugh, they even left with some doubts. TSK, the standard of this table is really not low. 2 bottles of old white fen, sea cucumber porridge, abalone rice, Chinese cigarettes, delicacies. This table, I, Chen Laosan, have never enjoyed such treatment in my life. A villager could not help but say. Yes, Xiaochen is not bad. Some people are so powerful that they look down on us commoners. The villagers were all talking about such a person from the southern mountain village. There were also conflicts in the village, and it was inevitable to form cliques. But at this time everyone put aside their prejudices to attend Lao Chen's wedding. From today onwards, the most prestigious person in the southern mountain village would definitely be the warm-hearted Chen Dehai who liked to drink and brag. There was no choice, his son was really powerful. At the table, the commoners toasted to their heart's content. After knowing that Chen Song was getting married, the village chiefs and village secretaries of the neighboring villages all rushed over and gave some money. After Chen Song finished bowing to the heavens and earth and received the red packets, Qin Yu went to change into his toasting clothes. The shed built by Qi Xiangjing was very large and could accommodate more than 30 tables at the same time. More than a dozen chefs were in full swing. Not a single one of them slacked off. Everyone knew that the guests at today's banquet were not ordinary. There were several ministers of the country, as well as top academicians who were treated as vice ministers, and famous foreign experts. Even the vice president of Ba country was here. They could not embarrass themselves. Although Ba country had prepared Qingzhen dishes, it didn't affect their liking for the taste of their own food. Therefore, cooking became a way to win glory for the country. Not long after, many village leaders and entrepreneurs rushed over. After all, if they didn't know about this matter by now, then they really didn't have a sense of smell. Many leaders of Jinyang City had come. The hasty departure of these people made Big Beard, who was in the middle of a wedding, very anxious. He would definitely lose face. At his son's wedding, all the leaders had left. He hadn't even eaten the food. Was he supposed to pack all the food that cost 3,000 yuan and bring it back? He watched as the people in the VIP rooms left in a hurry. Big Beard was upset. Gradually, many business friends also came to say goodbye. Old Hu, we'll be leaving first. After all, we have to go to Nanshan no matter what. The bearded man smiled. It's fine, I understand. Go. Be careful. I'm leaving, Old Hu. Hurry up and get busy. My child is getting married and has many friends. I won't cause any more trouble. That's right, old who. Let's have a good drink another day. You're busy today, so you can't drink. Yes, let's play cards together another day. As they spoke, everyone found a reason to leave in a hurry. After they left, they all drove off in the same direction. Everyone had a tacit understanding, there were so many leaders. They just wanted to get familiar with them. After all, they were from the same hometown as Xianxia. It was not too much. Big Beard watched everyone leave and felt a little helpless. He wanted to be angry, but there was no way to be angry about this. Because this was something that anyone would do if they put themselves in his shoes. At this moment, Jia hurried over. Dad, where are they? Big Beard was stunned and casually found an excuse. Something came up. They all left. Go and make a toast and entertain your friends from the entertainment industry. After he finished speaking, Big Beard called his secretary over and said to Jia. Do your work here. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in a while. Yes, Big Beard thought that he should get full marks for this. Jia was stunned and his expression changed. What the F***ck, what was going on? At this moment, at the entrance of Southern Mountain Village, a group of city leaders stood there. Chief Zhang, why aren't you going in? Director Li is here. And old Zhao, you're all here? Why aren't you going in? Where are the seats? Don't you see that Deputy Mayor Yang over there is waiting for the next wave? Who would want to leave after Professor Chen's toast? Hearing this, the person immediately sighed. Alright, stop sighing. Look at those immortals in front of you. You should stop sighing, do you see that? That table is the table of ministerial leaders, next to them are the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The two tables next to them are the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. And over there, they are the directors of vice-ministerial hospitals, and over there, they are all Chongjiang scholars. Over there. Yes, they are members of the Millions of Talents program. Over there is the table of the boss. His net worth is less than 100 million, so there are no chairs at all. The leader is President Xing, the richest man in Dongyang. Next to him is. That table is filled with international friends. They are all members of the AATS Association. There are only 1,000 of them in the world. Over there are members of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. They are all Professor Chen's old team. There are even more ferocious people. Do you see them? The Vice President of Ba Country, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hearing this, no one said a word. Line up, what's there to compete with those people? Lining up was a traditional Chinese virtue. There were more than 30 tables. Chen Song toasted them one by one. Everyone gave him face, except for a few familiar people, such as the ministers, who dared to say, Chen Song, you have to drink more. It's a good day. You have to drink. The others were honest and could only say, Professor Chen, happy new lover. I'll drink. You can do whatever you want. However, Chen Song was also very happy. He drank happily with everyone. At this moment, the students were the ones with the most complicated feelings. To be honest, because Chen Song's high school was from the countryside, compared to them in Jinyang City, he was congenitally inferior. Compared to them, he was definitely much worse. But at this moment, who was awesome, who was not awesome? Looking at the scene in front of them, who could say that Chen Song was not as awesome as them? No one. There were some things that couldn't be bragged about. This was the real deal. The bearded man also rushed over later. When the surrounding people saw the bearded man, they were stunned. Old who, is your son getting married? Why are you here? The bearded man could not help but laugh. This is an amazing person from Jinyang City. I'm going to set up a Chen Song scholarship to encourage the children of Jinyang to study hard. Many people drank too much at today's gathering. Kong Xiangmin was the same. He drank happily. He didn't seem to realize that he was the leader of Dongyang province. Instead, he felt like he was Chen Song's elder. So much so that after drinking too much, he drank a few cups with the villagers. This made the villagers very excited. When had they ever drunk with a provincial leader, but after today, they had drunk. They could even brag like this. Even Xiaoxing from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ba country's vice president Abate drank a few cups with the villagers. This was probably the most prestigious day for the villagers of the southern mountain village. However, today was destined to be special. Not only would they gain face, they would also gain something, along with the arrival of a few cars. A group of women came. They were all dressed up as if they were attending a cocktail party. They were all dressed up exquisitely. Most importantly, they all looked like middle-aged women who were still attractive. Dr. Chen. Congratulations on your wedding. Xiao Tianhua smiled and said, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, but I hope to invest in a 10,000 pig farm here. Fu Yufeng nodded. Yes, we've thought about it. Our plan is to build a vegetable farm and send it to the supermarket to increase the farmer's income. Seeing this, Chen Guohua, who was standing at the side, looked on thoughtfully. And gradually, more and more people started to express their thoughts. The Tourism Bureau suddenly said, I think the southern mountain village can actually be open to tourism. There are many ancient buildings on Dragon Top Mountain. We need to pay attention to it. Chen Song was already drunk. When he heard what everyone said, he immediately felt even happier. On behalf of the villagers of the southern mountain village, I propose a toast to everyone. Kong Xiangmin stood to the side, unmoved, not saying a word. After all, the southern mountain village was too small. Today, he was just a member of the group. It had nothing to do with his job or identity. At this moment, Big Beard walked over with a bottle of wine. That's right. It was a bottle of wine. He touched Chen Song and said, Professor Chen, I'm here today to apologize to you. My children are not as mature as Professor Chen. The wedding was too extravagant and wasteful. The convoy blocked Professor Chen's car. I'm really sorry. I'm here to apologize. I hope you can forgive me. I'll drink, you can. As he spoke, the bearded man raised a bottle of wine and drank it. When Chen Song saw this, he was stunned. He hurriedly said, This. President Hu, don't be like this. Today is a joyous day. We have double happiness. We should be friendly. Besides, I feel proud just following behind such a luxury car fleet. Who said that this thing can't be used by one family? Chen Song's words stunned the bearded man. Even the surrounding people couldn't help but give Chen Song a thumbs up. When the bearded man heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Professor Chen, you're so righteous. Yes. Double happiness. Today I am very happy. In front of all the villagers of the southern mountain village, I will make a promise. Our company will cover all the water, electricity, and gas for the entire village. Everyone can use it however they want. It had to be said that this was the background of a coal boss. In other words, the annual expenses of the hundreds of families in the southern mountain village, amounting to a few $1,000s, were all covered. Seeing this, Chen Song also proposed a toast to Big Beard. The surrounding tycoons were dumbfounded when they saw this. They didn't have to spend much money to get Professor Chen to propose a toast. How could this be? From now on, the tuition fees of all second-tier and above students in the southern mountain village will be reimbursed by Suyang Company. From today onwards, the Chen Song bursary program will be established. The poor can, all the villagers of the southern mountain village can enjoy it. How about this? I will be in charge of the elderly. The elderly of the southern mountain village who are 70 years old and above can receive a pension of $10,000 annually. The villagers of the southern mountain village were dumbfounded. They felt that their little hearts were really thumping wildly. In this lifetime, they had lived to this age. They really didn't expect to live such a good life. When the elderly heard that they could receive $10,000, that kind of excitement was really indescribable. An old man said in a trembling voice, Really? Hearing the old man's words, the boss smiled and said, Really? Of course it's real. Our Jinyu Corporation has the ability to do this. Haha. Old master, don't worry. This is their big boss. The old man couldn't help but say excitedly, Great. Great. I really didn't expect to live such a good life. The children don't have to worry about school fees anymore. Old farmers can still be rich. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Chen. The old man raised his wine glass to Chen Song. At this moment, the entire southern mountain village spontaneously raised their wine glasses. Good days have come, just like that. No one would have thought that such an ordinary village would welcome such a change. Such good welfare. Only a few years ago, a village with a coal mine had such a good life. Who would have thought that the wheel of fortune would turn? An old man said excitedly. This welfare is even better than when the Wu family village next door had a coal mine. A boss suddenly said, Old master, this Professor Chen is worth more than a coal mine. Great! Great! The villagers of the southern mountain village can follow Chen Song and enjoy life. Everyone must remember to be grateful. Today's wedding venue was extraordinarily lively. After these bosses came, they sat there without any airs. They didn't care about the quality of the food or the quality of the wine. Everyone drank happily. The bearded man even forgot that today was his son's wedding. His mind was filled with excitement. After all, today he clinked a glass of wine with Mr. Kong and shook hands with several ministers. The bearded man, who wasn't even excited about his son's wedding, was extremely excited today. After drinking too much, he directly shouted, Today's expenses will be paid by me, the bearded man. The secretary didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly pulled the bearded man into the car. This is AF** King wedding venue, how are you going to pay for it? Yes, after eating and drinking. Everyone went back home, but today was a special day. The Chen family's courtyard was pasted with a big Shi character. De Huang drank a little today. Not sure who poured the wine into the meat, but after De Huang ate the leftovers, he was now feeling dizzy. He fell to the ground and slept soundly. Perhaps it was because he had fallen out of love. After all, his harem of concubines and hens were all mixed with wine. Sigh, sleep, sleep. Perhaps when he woke up the next day, there would be a new mistress in this house. But, that night, De Huang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The movements in the room were too intense. He, who had good hearing, really couldn't sleep. He couldn't understand why Chen Song wanted to bully such a beautiful mistress, making her cry and laugh at times. Looking at the wedding night, De Huang couldn't sleep. P.S. Thank you to the birth of the 76th chief. Thank you to Xianxia for the 100000 tip. Add 3 chapters, currently adding 118 chapters. Thank you to the old chief Ing for the 100000 tip. Thank you, I'm really grateful. Add 3 chapters, 121 chapters, something happened today. After running around for a whole day, I'm really sleepy, only 2 chapters left. Sorry brothers. Once August was over, the weather suddenly became peaceful. It wasn't so hot anymore. It wasn't so hot that it was hopeless. 2 interesting people came out of the airport. Qingyu smiled and said, if you smash their Rolls Royce this time, we really won't have money to compensate. Chen Song smiled and said, I won't smash it, I won't smash it. Dear, how did your skin grow? It didn't get tanned. Look at me now, I look like Louis Koo. Qingyu said happily, don't you know that white reflects light? That's why it doesn't absorb light. Chen Song rolled his eyes and said, sophistry. Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with vampires? Qingyu looked at Chen Song charmingly and said, I don't suck blood, I suck blood that's 10 times more valuable. Chen Song almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Song had been working on the development of Chen Song 2.0 during this time. But, it seemed that the compatibility problem of the system still needed some time to adjust. Moreover, Chen Song considered another thing, which was that his own system was also preparing for the system 2.0. Chen Song was suddenly worried. When his son came out, would he have his own system? When they came out of the airport, they saw that there was a pavilion next to the airport with a public notice board. Don't let your child stay in the car. Remember, you need money, ID card, phone, child, keys, wallet. Chen Song saw this and suddenly laughed. Did you see that? It's my credit. Qingyu rolled his eyes and looked at the auxiliary police who were patrolling around. Did you see that? The police who are patrolling under the sun. It's your credit that they are working so hard. Chen Song stopped a taxi and stuffed his luggage in. After getting in the car, Chen Song said directly, "Driver, go to XXX district." The driver nodded. "Okay." Chen Song smiled and said to Qinyu, "I'll give you a gift when we get home." Qinyu heard and couldn't help but laugh. "What gift? You still have money to buy gifts now?" Chen Song smiled bitterly. Qinyu saw this and patted Chen Song's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of you. You just have to be a quiet, handsome man. You just have to be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower." Chen Song and Qinyu finished their wedding and returned home. There was still plenty of time. So they went on a honeymoon. The effect, at least, the relationship between the two people. However, this time, they went to Oxford, England. He had a good chat with Professor Croft of the University of Oxford and also visited the Research Institute. Chen Song was very interested in the research of cardiac resuscitation fluid, and Croft was looking forward to it. Once the cardioversion fluid was successfully researched, it could reduce the mortality rate of cardiac surgery. However, Chen Song's votes couldn't be saved. They were thrown into this huge research project. Then, Chen Song successfully became the investor of this invention and the owner of the patent. Scientific research cost money. Chen Song realized at this moment that even for the clinical trial of aortic dissection, the hospital provided all kinds of venues and technical personnel, and the total investment was as high as 130 million yuan. The Croft became Chen Song's wife fund. No, to be precise, it was Chen Song too. Zero's wife fund. After all, Chen Song had a wife now. Why would a man need money when he had a wife? The driver smiled and looked at Chen Song. "You two just got married, right? Are you on your honeymoon?" Chen Song smiled. Yes. The driver smiled. "Young man, you should work hard. You have such a beautiful wife, and you let her take care of you. How did you do it? Can you teach me?" Originally, he thought that it would be a lecture, but he did not expect the driver to be brave after being humiliated. He realized that he had taken the wrong path in this life. Chen Song coughed. "Bro, women can hold up half the sky now. We men just need to earn money and take care of ourselves. When the time comes, right, everything will fall into place." The driver smiled. "You're so bad. Like hell, I'll believe you." Instantly, the car was filled with peaceful laughter. Drivers in Beijing liked to chat. Time passed quickly. However, at this moment, an announcement came from the radio. "Dear listeners, please be vigilant. Don't accept cigarettes from strangers. Don't drink alcohol from strangers. There are many drugs for obedience now. If you encounter such a situation, you must protect yourself and call the police as soon as possible." The driver couldn't help but say, "Io, this world is too messy. I can't understand the lives of young people. Young lady, you must be careful when you're outside alone. Didn't you say a while ago that a Didi driver used some perfume to knock out a passenger?" Well, people of the same trade were enemies. The love and hatred between taxi drivers and Didi drivers couldn't be written in a book. After Chen Song heard the driver's words, he smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, the current society didn't have such a drug that could knock people out with just a spray of perfume. Even if there was, ordinary people couldn't get it. Because the amount that could be absorbed in the nasal cavity was too limited. Moreover, to knock out a person with this amount of poison, the amount needed was very high. Even if it was directly injected with anesthetics, it would require a lot. That was a problem that could be solved by spraying perfume. Therefore, everyone could still rest assured. As long as the windows were open, it was impossible to be knocked out. Of course, ancient times were an exception. If the kind of anesthetics that could knock people out when blown into the house really existed, it would at least make China's medicine progress by a few hundred years. At least in the field of surgery, China's position as the number one could be consolidated thousands of years ago. Even the anesthetics now were not as good as that, therefore, it indirectly reflected that the kind of anesthetics should not exist. When they got out of the car, the driver encouraged Chen Song with some emotion. "Young man, your wife is so beautiful. You have to work hard. It's not safe to be in someone else's car." Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, master. I will work hard." After getting out of the car, Chen Song said with a smile, "Do I look like a gigolo?" Qin Yu stared at Chen Song seriously for a few minutes and said with a smile, "You don't look like one." "You do. Let's go, little black face. I'll take care of you tonight. What do you want to eat?" Chen Song smiled and took Qin Yu back home. After entering the house, Qin Yu happily took off her shoes and happily lay on the sofa that she chose. "Haha, so happy. Honey, I found that even at home now, it's not as comfortable as our home. It's so comfortable. Now that I have money, I want to buy this house. After all, it's our first house. I think I'll never forget it for the rest of my life." Chen Song smiled and returned to the bedroom. He opened the box, took out the property certificate, and walked out. Qin Yu lay on the sofa and looked at the ceiling. Hubby, when we have money, we must buy it. Look, we chose the lights, the wallpaper, and the curtains are your favorite color." Lying there, Qin Yu sighed. "No, I can't. I have to discuss it with my dad." Just as Qin Yu was planning to hollow out her father, Chen Song handed over the real estate registration certificate in his hand. "A gift for you." Qin Yu was stunned. She took the book in Chen Song's hand and stood up excitedly when she saw the red cover. She widened her eyes and looked at Chen Song carefully. She pointed at it. "Hubby, this is..." Qin Yu was excited when she looked at the book. Chen Song smiled. "How is it?" "I said that I'm giving you a gift. Do you like it?" Qin Yu threw herself into Chen Song's arms and hugged his head. "I like it. I like it so much. Hubby, I'm so happy. I want to give birth to your babies." Chen Song's expression changed. "Let's go. There's a mutton restaurant downstairs. Let's eat first." The next day, Chen Song returned to the 6 emergency departments that he had not seen for a long time. After not coming for nearly a month, Chen Song actually felt a sense of familiarity when he came in. It was still early, about 7 o'clock. The hospital's night shift had not ended yet, and the morning rush hour had not arrived. Everyone was starting their work for the day one after another. The nurse's station was nervously dispensing medicine in an orderly manner. The doctor on duty was also dealing with the doctor's orders from last night. Xianxia was drawing blood from a newly admitted patient. When she saw Chen Song come in, Xianxia was stunned. "Professor Chen, you're back." Professor Chen had become an exclusive title in the 6 emergency departments. Hearing Xianxia say that, the office suddenly became lively. The person who was writing the medical record stopped writing and walked out to see Chen Song. "Professor Chen is here. He should be called Chen Tianla. This black one is quite stylish." Old Ma also ran out. "Song haha, I'm black too. Call me Ma Tianla from now on." The nurse beside him smiled and said, "Leader Ma, you are fatty hey. You can't be called Tianla. His looks aren't good enough." Everyone burst into laughter. It had to be said that Chen Song's return was very welcomed by the 6 departments of the emergency department. They even held a special welcome ceremony for the emergency department. "Professor Chen, it's time to change the dressing. Professor Chen, go quickly. There are 2 external injuries that need to be sutured. Professor Chen, come quickly." Yes, this was the welcoming ceremony of the emergency department. Dressing change, surgery, reception, repetitive and boring. However, Chen Song was very happy doing it. But at about 7:30, the 120 phone rang. Xianxia hurriedly shouted, "Professor Chen, the police station will send a patient who committed suicide with pesticide in 10 minutes. After Chen Song heard this, he casually said, "Oh." At this moment, his phone rang. "Professor Chen, this is Jiao Ling." Jiao Ling was the director of the District Public Security Bureau here. This sudden call made Chen Song immediately contact the patient who had just been poisoned. "Hello, Director Jiao," Chen Song greeted simply. "What's wrong?" Jiao Ling said anxiously, "Are you in the hospital?" Chen Song nodded. "I just arrived. I'm here." Jiao Ling grunted. "We've sent a patient over now. He committed suicide and drank pesticide. The situation is a little troublesome. He might have committed suicide to escape punishment." After Chen Song heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Committed suicide to escape punishment? What crime? Jiao Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's related to drugs." Chen Song couldn't help but become cautious when he heard that. In today's society, especially in China, anything related to drugs was not a small matter. Jiao Ling hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of Chen Song's identity, he decided to say, "It's like this. The patient is a key person in our recent investigation. He might be involved in a huge clue about drugs flowing to the capital area. This person knows a lot. We've been investigating him for a long time, but we didn't expect this person to be so decisive. When we were about to close the net, he directly drank the pesticide and prepared to commit suicide. After he died, our clue was cut off. But I reckon that even if he didn't die, he might not necessarily explain the situation clearly." Jiao Ling couldn't help but sigh. "The most important thing now is to see if we can save him." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, do your best. To be honest, this pesticide poisoning could be mild or severe. There was no technical requirement to save him. It was nothing more than a few methods." Jiao Ling nodded. "Okay, we'll be there soon." After that, he hung up the phone. Chen Song also began to prepare nervously. Chen Song couldn't help but be cautious and serious about this patient. He was so ruthless to himself. This was a desperado. The sale, purchase, trafficking, and transportation of drugs were all felonies and could even be sentenced to death. Moreover, Chen Song still hated this kind of person very much. How many families were ruined because of these things? About 10 minutes later, the ambulance had already stopped at the door. A man was taken down by a few people. Then, 2 police cars. Jiao Ling followed closely behind and hurriedly ran over. The matter was more urgent and serious. The medical department chief, Luo Yukai, rushed over and opened the green channel. The deputy director also ran over. The patient was a man in his early 30s. He was bald and wore a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. But at this moment, the man was twitching unconsciously, and his breathing was very loud. Chen Song hurried forward. "Sent him to the resuscitation room." When he saw the twitching, Chen Song could basically conclude that this was a severely poisoned patient. However, for this kind of acute poisoning patient, in fact, treatment was often more important than diagnosis, and it had to be started first. Fortunately, the diagnosis of organophosphorus poisoning was also relatively fast. Samples could be found in vomit and respiratory secretions. Check the secretions. Also, determine the decomposition products of organophosphorus in the urine and the activity of cholinesterase in the blood. These were all hard indicators. Very soon. However, the resuscitation needed to be carried out at the same time as the examination. It could not be delayed for too long. Prepare for gastric lavage. Chen Song was very experienced in this kind of pesticide poisoning. After all, after such a long time in the emergency department, he had received many poisoning patients. And for some reason, these patients had a special liking for pesticides. In the emergency system, poisoning was one of the biggest sections. It was not inferior to external injuries. Therefore, many emergency doctors had a powerful poison rescue and identification. They could do well in the emergency department. Chen Song could sense it after smelling it slightly and checking it. The patient was poisoned by organophosphorus pesticides, and he drank a lot. He was eager to die. How could he save him? Time began to slow down. Jiao Ling stood outside, feeling uneasy. The few policemen were also nervous and uneasy. In order to find this person, they had put in a lot of effort. However, they did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. Now that the man was being controlled, the other party would definitely be vigilant. It would be difficult to catch him next time. Chen Song had already performed gastric lavage and vomiting on the patient 3 times. After the toxins were removed, it was to prevent further absorption. However, it was obvious that the patient had drunk a little too much. At this moment, the test results were out. The presence of organophosphorus compounds in the patient's vomit and the breakdown products of organophosphorus in the urine. However, the cholinesterase activity was reduced to less than 30%. This meant that the situation was troublesome. When the cholinesterase activity was reduced, it had to be increased. Dephosphoridine. In the resuscitation room, no one dared to relax. Jiaoling stood at the door of the resuscitation room. Chen Song walked out of the room. The situation is a little complicated. He might need hemodialysis. Jiaoling could not help but ask, will he die? Chen Song shook his head. I'm not sure. That sentence made everyone fall silent. Let's save him first. We'll talk about it when he wakes up. Chen Song nodded. The patient was quickly sent to the dialysis room. In addition to dialysis, he also had to undergo blood transfusion. 2 hours later, Jiao Ling's phone rang. Chief Jiao, the experimental test and retest results are out, but... The other party was obviously hesitant. After hearing that, Jiao Ling's expression changed. What do you mean? Nothing was detected. After hearing that, Jiao Ling immediately frowned. The test results for the 16 types of urine toxins are all negative. After hearing that, Jiao Ling could not help but sigh and hang up the phone. At this moment, a group of people ran into the hospital. You're enforcing the law by force. What crime did he commit? Why are you arresting him? Do you have an arrest warrant? If my husband dies, I'll sue you. A group of people walked in. There were women, old people, and lawyers. Jiao Ling saw that and could not help but sigh. Now that he's a criminal suspect, we have the right to detain him. Don't worry, in 3 days, we'll definitely get approval from the People's Procuratorate. Right now, time was of the essence. One day after another, they had to get information from the man. Now, Jiao Ling also understood the other party's strategy. It was really an organized and premeditated group. When they realized that the situation was not right and were detained, they were poisoned by the pesticide directly. The mortality rate of organophosphorus pesticide poisoning was not high in today's society. The police only detained the suspect for a few days. After the patient was treated, the detention period would be over. If they couldn't get an arrest warrant during this period of detention, the police couldn't keep detaining him. Thinking of this, Jiao Ling had to treat this organization more seriously. The more it was like this, the more likely it was that the other party had committed a crime. However, in this era, it wasn't like you could say that the other party was guilty just because you felt that they were guilty. Our client is in a critical condition now. He has the right to seek medical treatment in the hospital. Jiao Ling's ears kept ringing with the other party's words. He was a little irritated. I want to see my husband. The woman said directly. I'm sorry, it's not convenient now. He's being resuscitated. Chen Song refused directly. Chen Song stood at the side and understood the current situation. Yu Yonggang brought Jiao Ling into the office. After entering, Jiao Ling was very angry. This guy is really clean. He made the drug himself but didn't touch it. There's no evidence to arrest him now. What should we do? Jiao Ling paced back and forth in the room. F***ck, when he recovers and we can't find any evidence, we'll really have to let him go. We've been following him for so long and finally found such a key person. But... F***ck, I'm so angry. As long as this group of people is at large, who knows how many people and families will be harmed. Jiao Ling was really anxious now. He couldn't force a confession with words and deeds. Times were different. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, I have a way to make him talk. Everyone in the room was stunned by his words, even director Wu Tongfu stared at Chen Song. Jiao Ling stared at Chen Song and said, is it legal? Chen Song smiled slightly. If I say it's legal, it's absolutely legal. This sentence stunned everyone. Jiao Ling's eyes lit up. He said to Chen Song, Professor Chen, if you can solve this case, it'll be a great achievement. Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. When the patient wakes up, I'm confident that I can make him talk. Director Jiao, get your men to prepare some questions now. When the patient wakes up, come in and ask. Jiao Ling was still doubtful and walked out. He started to prepare. Not long after, the patient was sent in. Logically, the patient should have woken up by now. The lawyer saw Chen Song and the others and said, I'm the patient's lawyer. I need you to provide materials for every step of the treatment process. These will all be used as evidence in court. Chen Song smiled. Of course, of course. After that, Chen Song entered the resuscitation room. He said to the nurse beside him, scopolamine. Scopolamine was a drug to treat organophosphorus pesticide poisoning. But, most importantly, it had another use, which was an obedient drug. That's right, Chen Song suddenly remembered the sound of the radio when he was in the taxi yesterday. He thought of this drug that could make people honest. Clinicians knew that when rescuing organophosphorus poisoning patients, they often encountered cases of atropine overdose. At this time, the patient would talk nonsense. Many of the words were hidden in their hearts for a long time, which was the most honest words, but there was a drug that was more powerful than atropine in the central nervous system. It was scopolamine. When a person was unconscious or had just regained consciousness, or when they were excited, they would be given an appropriate amount of scopolamine to ask the most deeply hidden words. However, it must not be overdose, or else they would really faint. Chen Song felt that scopolamine was also a key drug to treat organophosphorus poisoning. It could also make the patient speak some truth. Was it not appropriate? Thinking of this, Chen Song let Jiao Ling in. He injected the patient with scopolamine. Looking at the patient who had just woken up, Chen Song smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Ask, why, what do you want to say?" Jiao Ling and the Inquirer. The recorder naturally didn't believe it. Then, he asked carefully, "Have you ever been poisoned?" "Yes." That one sentence immediately shocked everyone. Although this couldn't be used as evidence, but, couldn't it be used as a channel to ask the truth? For example, to ask for their stronghold, contact information. P.S. I sorted out the outline today. Hee, the subsequent story will be even more exciting. The veteran has checked a lot of stories and information, hoping to make this medical novel more interesting. Thank you, Guigua10086, Norju. When the funeral is going on, 3 friends have tipped 10,000. Thank you. The subsequent story will be very exciting. At this moment, everyone in the emergency room was extremely shocked. Hearing the shocking numbers coming out of the man's mouth, everyone, including Chen Song, could not help but clench their fists. This kind of scum, it was better if he died. No, his death was not to be regretted. How many channels did things enter the capital every year? From which line? Where was the stronghold now? What were the latest clues? After the questions were asked one by one, the room was silent. The man had fallen asleep or fainted. Everyone really did not want to care about the man's life and death. This person's crime was enough to kill him many times. Jiao Ling stood there and looked at the recorder and Inquirer. He asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" "It's all recorded clearly." He looked at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, how much, can you believe?" Chen Song was also unsure. "It's basically the same, but there are some discrepancies because after using Lang Dang alkali, the patient will enter a self-created hallucination state. Some conversations will be based on what happened to him." After hearing this, Jiao Ling nodded and gave the people around him a look. "Don't alert the enemy." At this time, other than Jiao Ling, there were only Chen Song, Yu Yonggang, Luo Yukai, and Wu Tongfu in the room. He glanced at everyone. "Professors, today's matter is very important. You must keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone." After coming out of the emergency room, everyone's expressions changed. They were all a little disappointed. At this time, Jiao Ling's expression was even more helpless. His eyes were mixed with anger, grievance, and helplessness. After coming out, he did not say a word. This made the other party's family members suddenly happy. Although they did not laugh out loud, it was enough to make them extremely happy. The woman had high cheekbones and thin lips. Her eyes were fierce as she said mercilessly, "Chief Jiao, did you get anything out of him?" Jiao Ling frowned. "This is our job. It has nothing to do with you." The woman shook her head. "It has nothing to do with me? Chief Jiao, my husband is now a patient. Please don't disturb his rest. If you have conclusive evidence, you can come again. If anything happens to him, I will definitely sue you. At that time, will you take care of our family?" Jiao Ling said, "He's still in custody. Even if he's in the hospital, it's still the same." The lawyer shook his head. The law states that we have the right to visit. Besides, you don't have an arrest warrant yet. When Xianxia saw this, he found it a little funny. At this time, what you are most concerned about is not your husband's life or death. This was suicide by swallowing pesticides. As a wife, you're actually thinking about evidence instead of whether or not he could be saved. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. However, Chief Jiao's performance was even more eye-catching. Jiao Ling was so angry that his hands trembled. He ruthlessly threw them down. You guys, watch carefully. With that, Jiao Ling got up, started the car, and left. Looking at this group of family members, their eyes lit up. There was a hint of happiness in the woman's eyes. Doctor, how's my husband? The woman seemed to have just remembered that the man lying on the bed in the emergency room was her husband. Xianxia said thoughtfully, he's still in a coma and is not out of danger. This is a notice of critical illness. I need you to sign it. The woman was stunned at first, and her expression changed. She wanted to pretend to be listless, but the smile in her heart betrayed her eyes. Xianxia wanted to tell her, if you want to laugh, laugh. Don't hold it in. That's right, it seemed that the woman wanted her husband to die. Because only the dead could not speak. Not long after, the woman casually signed and left with her family. There was no commotion. However, a criminal suddenly being admitted to the hospital made people feel uncomfortable. Xianxia glanced at the policeman on guard and asked curiously, what did Chief Jiao do in the past? The other party lowered his voice and said softly, Chief Jiao used to be an undercover agent. When he said that, Xianxia was stunned. No wonder her acting skills were so outstanding. It turned out that she was a capable person. Chief Jiao had to go back and assign some tasks. This case had been upgraded again. It would definitely be handed over to the Capital City Public Security Bureau for assistance. However, there was no news from them in the past 2 days. The man had also woken up in the past 2 days and was sent to the ICU for monitoring. However, the police had been monitoring him 24 hours a day. Even so, these young nurses were still a little flustered. After all, this was a suspect. Would his enemies come looking for him? On the 4th day, Jiao Ling was forced to release the man and even lost his temper in the hospital. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xianxia knew that the big move was about to begin. Around September, there was also a recruitment in the hospital. In the northern region, recruitment was usually in the second half of the year. Graduates graduated one after another, and employers also began to recruit. It was unlike the spring and autumn recruitment in the south, where students found an ideal employer before they graduated. After graduation, they would be able to enter the job smoothly and save a lot of trouble. After the students in the northern region graduated, they would always face all kinds of anxiety and uneasiness, waiting for the recruitment announcements from various hospitals. As the National Tertiary Emergency Center, the Capital City Emergency Center had a large shortage of people. Naturally, it welcomed the recruitment. Moreover, the key was the change in the development plan of the hospital's departments, which allowed the personnel in each department to be constantly adjusted. However, Xianxia was also concerned about the recruitment recently. There was still no news about the recruitment of public institutions in Dongyang province. Now, the hospital was still in the stage of counting the number of vacancies, waiting for the specific news from the provincial department. However, Xianxia had already started to make plans. When he went back next year, he would definitely need a lot of talents to open the new building. The emergency building was not comparable to the small emergency department in the past. Whether it was a senior talent or a fresh graduate, Xianxia needed to discuss it with Chief Li Baoshan. Xianxia looked at the time. According to the previous pace, there would only be news in October. The quota of public institutions in the province was decided by the Provincial Department of Personnel. However, the recruitment in the capital city started early. Now, the 6 emergency departments in the emergency center had also undergone a lot of changes. The 3 emergency departments were all replaced by a team from the 3 emergency departments. In exchange, a neurosurgery rescue team with strong professional skills was brought in. At the same time, the deputy chief, Yu Liang, was also brought in. The 6 emergency departments would have these internal staff changes every year to better adapt to the rescue work. At the same time, they also recruited a few young doctors. Their arrival also made the 6 emergency departments more lively. Department Director Yu, who was transferred over, was in his 40s this year. He smiled at everyone he met and gave off a good impression. However, the current Chen Song was far from the young man who had just entered the hospital. He did not need to deliberately maintain a good relationship with anyone. In other words, with Chen Song's ability, he did not need to maintain a smiling face with anyone every day. In other words, he was just a trainee. He did not have much to do with anyone. However, these newly recruited doctors made Chen Song's eyes light up. There were still some good seedlings among these people. If they were trained, they would definitely be talents. At the Public Security Bureau, Jiao Ling and the others gradually started a series of actions. Chen Song was looking forward to the results of this matter. On this day, Yu Liang walked over and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, I invited many of our department directors over tonight. Shall we go out tonight?" Seeing that Chen Song was silent, Yu Liang quickly said, "Didn't we just come here? Let's bring everyone to familiarize themselves and get to know each other." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Department Director Yu, I really want to go, but I'm in the second string class tonight. I really can't go." When Yu Liang heard this, he said, "Damn, I thought it was something serious. The second string doctors don't need to be in the hospital. It's not a big problem. Another day. I'll be the host. Since everyone has just arrived, I'll treat everyone to a meal." After that, Chen Song said that he had the final say and was ready to leave. Yu Liang smiled indifferently. "Damn. It's not a big deal. Business is more important. It's a good thing that Professor Chen can have this responsibility." When he was in the second string class, Chen Song usually stayed in the hospital until around 11 o'clock and left. Unless there was something important. Things in the emergency department often changed rapidly. If you were not careful, something would happen. These new doctors were not assigned to individual night shifts. After they came, they were automatically assigned to senior attending physicians to be on duty together. Doctors were not rare talents in the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. At this level, those who were brought in were leaders of some disciplines. At the very least, they had to be the backbone of the discipline. They could be used immediately. At around 11 o'clock, Chen Song was about to get up and go home. Suddenly, he bumped into a group of people. Yu Liang and the others came back. More than 10 people came together. They were all employees of the 6 emergency departments. With so many doctors in the middle of the night, it was not a bad thing for the frontline staff. After all, so many helpers at night. But the emergency department did not ask for help. When he looked back, he immediately saw a young man being led by several people behind him. This was the new doctor. He was 32 years old and his name was Huang Binhai. He was a tactful young man who would smile and call everyone his teacher. However, that was not the main point. The main point of the doctor was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Although his nostrils were blocked with tissue paper, blood still stained the tissue paper red. The blood in his mouth even spat out all over the t-shirt in front of him. That was the most. Chen Song's expression changed. What was going on? However, Chen Song's expression immediately changed when he smelled the scent of alcohol. Stomach, his noses. Huang Binhai seemed to be in good condition. He did not seem to have lost a lot of blood, but he could not keep bleeding like this. Before Chen Song could say anything, the frontline doctor on duty ran out. "Push the bed to the resuscitation room," Yu Liang said anxiously. The nurse, Young Ku, was on the night shift tonight. She pushed the bed out hurriedly. Huang Binhai smiled drunkenly and said, I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone." Chen Song sighed. "Why did you drink so much?" Huang Binhai was a little confused. It might have been caused by the lack of blood. "I'm fine. Don't worry, Professor Chen. I'm sorry for the trouble." Chen Song said, "Take a blood sample. Check the blood routine, blood coagulation, and liver function. Ask the blood transfusion department to prepare the blood. Prepare the endoscopy room to stop the bleeding." As a doctor, Chen Song did not need to do everything personally. He began to give orders to the doctors on duty. Everyone outside fell silent when such a thing happened in the emergency department. It was not a big deal for doctors to drink. Even Chen Song drank occasionally. However, it was a little embarrassing to drink so much that he was sent to the resuscitation room. A group of doctors gathered for a meal and sent back a patient with massive bleeding. If Olju knew about this, it would be terrible. Olju was very strict with the management of the doctors under him. Yu Liang had not been here for long and such a thing happened. However, the most important thing now was to save the patient. Stop the bleeding first, the doctors on duty went to make arrangements. Chen Song glanced at the doctor who was following the doctor on duty. He was also a newcomer. His name was Zhang Qi. Dr. Zhang, pull out the tissue paper from the nose and stop the bleeding. Chen Song said directly. Gastric lavage with cold saline to stop bleeding. Zhang Qi's reaction was very fast. If the nasal cavity bleeding could not be effectively treated with nasal packing, local treatment was needed. After checking the nasal cavity with a thin cotton strip, he found that it was still bleeding from the nasal cavity and not from the respiratory tract. Then, Zhang Qi soaked the cotton strip with 1% tetracaine and 0.1% epinephrine. First, it had an anesthetic effect. Second, it could effectively constrict the blood vessels and reduce bleeding. It seemed like a simple method, but it was very effective. If it did not work, local surgery could only be done. The nurse prepared the cold saline. Meanwhile, Chen Song asked, Dr. Huang, have you ever had gastric bleeding before? Huang Benhai shook his head. I don't usually drink. My physical examination was normal. I have never done a gastroscopy. My father had high blood pressure and my mother did not have a genetic disease. Well, if the patient was a doctor, it was easier to communicate with him. At least, it was not a problem to ask about his medical history. Because the bleeding was not much, they had to wait for the test results. However, they still had to inform the patient's family. Huang Benhai hesitated for a moment and called a woman. Honey. I'm at the hospital. The woman frowned. Your doctor is not at the hospital. Where are you? Huang Benhai smiled awkwardly. I vomited blood and was sent to the hospital by my colleagues. After the woman heard that, her expression changed. What happened? I'll be there right away. When a normal person heard about vomiting blood, their instinctive reaction would be to panic. Huang Binhai's wife was not a medical staff. When she heard that, her face turned pale. Huang Benhai quickly explained, Honey, it's nothing. I just drank a little and damaged my gastric mucosa. Don't worry. But you have to come. We might need your signature for the gastroscopy later. His wife quickly nodded, hung up the phone, and walked out. Oh right, honey, when you come, remember to bring money. As he spoke, Huang Binhai's face was extremely red and even a little ashamed. Huang Binhai was 32 years old this year. However, he had been quite inspirational in his life. His college entrance examination results were very poor. He went to a medical college and met his wife at that time, Qian Minmin. Qian Minmin was an undergraduate student at the University of Finance and Economics. Huang Benhai was a smart person. He was also quite handsome. Coupled with his sweet mouth, he was liked by girls. The two of them got together just like that. After graduation, they encountered problems that ordinary people would encounter. Their families did not agree. Huang Benhai came from the countryside. Coupled with his low academic qualifications, he was rejected by Qian Minmin's parents. After a few rounds of trouble, the two of them pretended to break up. Qian Minmin's parents arranged for her to work at the local bank. It was a serious job. However, Huang Benhai never stopped improving. He was promoted to a master's degree and a master's degree. Qian Minmin was also 32 years old this year. She had waited for him until now. In a small county, a 32-year-old woman who did not get married was very pressured by public opinion. Qian Minmin also supported Huang Binhai's education during this period. She had no savings. Fortunately, all the hardships were over. After graduating from Peking Union Medical College, Huang Benhai successfully entered the emergency department of the National Key Hospital. At this time, Huang Benhai was recognized by Qian Minmin's parents after he came to visit. Actually, what was the use of not recognizing him at this time? His daughter had waited for him for 9 years, from 23 to 32, a woman's best years were gone. The two of them got their marriage certificate, they had a wedding, at the wedding, Xian Minmin's father could proudly say that his son-in-law was an attending physician at a big hospital in the capital. This was very prestigious in a small county. Xian Minmin gave up her job and followed him to the capital. The two of them started from scratch. Huang Binhai saw his wife's sacrifice and wanted to move up. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. After seeing Yu Liang's efforts to rope him in, Huang Binhai decisively went to eat. For this young doctor who had just arrived, these senior directors naturally persuaded him to drink. Huang Binhai also steeled his heart to drink in order to work hard to move up. One dared to persuade, the other dared to drink. This was a problem. Huang Binhai was in the divine surgery department and Yu Liang was his immediate superior. How could he not drink, although he looked decent now? Arrived in the capital. But only he knew the sadness behind it. Now, his wife was an accountant in a private company and earned 6,000 yuan a month. He had just joined the company, so he didn't have any settlement or startup funds. His first month's salary was only 3,700 yuan. Such a family that had just started out was like a flame in the wind. What they needed was not the wind, but the opportunity to grow stronger. Doctors also need money to stay in the hospital. Where did this couple have any savings? After everyone left, Chen Song noticed Huang Binhai's embarrassment. Only those who had experienced poverty could feel poverty. It was the kind of feeling that would make her feel uneasy and hesitant for a long time just because of 100 yuan. Chen Song said, "It's okay. Don't worry. I'll add you on WeChat and transfer you 10,000 yuan. You can pay me back when you get your salary." Huang Binhai's face reddened when he heard that. He quickly rejected the offer. "Professor Chen, there's no need. No need. It's fine. I have money." Huang Binhai naturally could not agree. When he was declining, Chen Song patted his hand. "Don't decline. I've been poor before. I know what it's like. It's hard to start off in Beijing. When you're better, you can perform more surgeries with me. I'll fight for a bonus for you in the department." Huang Binhai could not hold it in for a moment. Tears welled up in his eyes. When his stomach was bleeding, he still smiled and told Chen Song that his gastric mucosa had ruptured, so there was no need to worry. But, at this moment, 10,000 yuan made a doctor cry. Sometimes, the person who defeated a person was not the most ruthless, bad, or fierce person. It was the reality. Chen Song smiled. "Alright, in 2 years, you won't care about this 10,000 yuan. Chen Song was telling the truth. Huang Binhai was different from him in the past. He had the capital. No matter what, a doctor from Peking Union Medical College Hospital was in high demand. A few years later, if he was in the capital emergency center, not to mention more, it was completely possible for him to earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. After all, Wang Yong was now in the second provincial hospital. If he worked hard and performed more surgeries a month, he would earn at least 20,000 yuan. Moreover, most importantly, a doctor's retirement was not a profession to raise children. When they were young, most of them did not have money. When they were old, most of them would be treated well. He would grow up. Moreover, neurosurgery was ultimately a top-notch technique in this industry. When Huang Binhai had some top-notch techniques and could perform freelance surgeries, his life might be improved very quickly. When he heard Chen Song's words, Huang Binhai was extremely excited. This 10,000 yuan was very important. But the most important thing was this understanding. More importantly, Chen Song's last sentence was, "When you're done, perform surgeries with me in the future." This was the most important and most tempting sentence. Soon, the nurse returned and prepared cold saline. She began to insert the gastric tube and pump the stomach. In fact, this cold saline was very effective in stopping bleeding. It was very suitable for gastric bleeding that was not a lot of bleeding. Moreover, this method was simple and easy to use. Most hospitals could use it. When the gastric tube was injected with 4 degrees Celsius cold saline, the local blood vessels in the stomach contracted and the ability to dissolve cellulose locally was reduced. Therefore, the bleeding could be stopped. However, Chen Song innovatively added 100 milliliters of 8 milligrams of noradrenaline in normal saline solution. Time passed by minute. Before Qian Minmin arrived, the bleeding was successfully stopped. When Qian Minmin arrived, she saw Huang Binhai lying on the bed and smiling at her. She was angry and in pain. It was not easy for both of them to get to where they were today. They cherished each other's efforts. After a long time, Qian Minmin suddenly said, "Don't drink in the future." She did not blame Huang Binhai for drinking, nor did she ask so much. Instead, she took out a clean t-shirt from her bag. "I brought you new clothes." Because she knew him too well, he could think clearly about what he did. Moreover, these words could not be said in the hospital. Huang Binhai looked at Qian Minmin with tender eyes. She was such a sensible wife. This woman was the same age as him, but she raised him for 8 years. Huang Binhai could only secretly make up his mind. "I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." "Okay. This is Professor Chen Song." Qian Minmin nodded and shook his hand. "Hello, Professor Chen. I often hear about you from Binhai." "Binhai's condition. Is it okay?" The test results were out. After Chen Song finished reading, he sighed. "It's not a big problem, but you really can't drink in the future. There's obvious damage to your liver. After you're discharged, you'll have to continue with liver protection for a while." On the other side, Yu Liang and the others walked in. Seeing that Huang Binhai's bleeding had stopped, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Binhai, don't drink if you can't drink. Everyone can't force you to drink." "Yeah. Everyone is together to have fun. We just got together and had a small gathering. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sister-in-law, this is all my fault." "Don't worry." Yu Liang's words were very formal and there was nothing wrong with them. Huang Binhai also smiled and said, "I didn't know I was like this." "Don't worry, everyone. Besides, I'm fine now." It seemed that Yu Liang was really concerned about Huang Binhai. He kept calling Huang Binhai brother and sister-in-law as if he was really close to Huang Binhai like a real brother. However, Huang Binhai knew that Chief Yu was really sophisticated and had a good mouth. Just now, at the dinner table, he asked Huang Binhai to drink as the team leader. Did Huang Binhai drink? However, Huang Binhai would not expose him. Instead, he insisted on apologizing and saying that it was his problem. Chen Song stood at the side and looked at the people around him. He could guess what was going on. Yu Liang's words sounded dignified but there was no meaning behind them. He could not even say that he would pay for Huang Binhai's medical fees. As the team leader, he was really, after all, there was such an honest person at the table. Naturally, Yu Liang would drink as he wished. On the wine table, it was really the most difficult game in China. As a subordinate, he had no right to speak and had to drink as he wished. This incident also made Chen Song have some impression of these newcomers. Just as everyone was preparing to go home, Chen Song was thinking about another problem. Huang Binhai obviously did not drink often. How could he have gastric bleeding after drinking just once? Moreover, what made Chen Song most curious was the abnormality in his liver function. Why was the transaminase level so high? Alcohol was harmful to the liver but drinking once should not have caused this situation. Chen Song was curious. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. The nurse at the station urged, "A man suddenly vomited blood in the West City night market." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Huang Binhai could not help but say, "Professor Chen, we were at the West City night market just now. In one night, there were 2 patients who vomited blood in the night market. One was Huang Binhai who never drank." Chen Song nodded and picked up the phone to call the endoscopy room. "Dr. Zhang, I'm Chen Song. I have a friend who wants to do an endoscopy. Can you help me take a look?" "Sorry for the trouble." "Yes. You can just take a picture with your phone." "Okay, send it to my WeChat." After hanging up the phone, Chen Song said to Huang Binhai, "Go up and do an endoscopy. You don't have to go through any procedures. Just say that I asked you to go." "Sister-in-law, you should go with them," Chen Song said to Qian Minmin. Huang Binhai was touched. "I drank with Yu Liang and drank on your behalf. After drinking so much, all you have to do is comfort me." Look at Professor Chen. He directly asked him to do a gastroscopy. Gastroscopes were not cheap either. This was especially true for emergency cases like the night shift, which cost a lot of money. But, if they didn't go through the formalities, it meant that they didn't have to pay. Usually, there would be staff members in the hospital who would take scans. Whether it was CT scans, MRI scans, or X-rays, as long as the scans were not out, they did not have to spend money. They could just take a picture with their mobile phones. But if you release the film, you will enter the hospital system and you will have to pay for it. After all, you just need to take a look at the CT scan, and there's no loss. Basically, everyone is friends, and they won't ask for money. But even so, Yu Liang was not willing to inform the endoscopy room on behalf of Huang Binhai. On the other side, the front line of the emergency department went out to pick up the patient. With the first bleeding, it seemed that the second one was not as stressful. When Yu Liang and the others saw that Huang Binhai was fine, they all wanted to leave. But Chen Song did not say anything. Huang Binhai did not come back. Everyone was embarrassed to leave without seeing Huang Binhai come back. So, they simply waited in the emergency department. A group of drunk doctors sat in the office. If Olji knew about this, he would definitely teach them a lesson, even if it was after work. When the new bleeding patient came in, his face was pale, his consciousness was blurry, and his breathing was weak. This directly shocked everyone. This was obviously a sign of excessive blood loss. Why did this happen? At this moment, a WeChat notification sounded. Chen Song looked at the photo and frowned slightly. The gastric mucosal barrier had damaged the submucosal blood vessels. This did not look like an ordinary gastric mucosal injury caused by alcohol. Indeed, it was the same gastric mucosal injury, but different injuries were actually different. What was going on? Although the situation was not serious, Dr. Zhang in the endoscopy room still performed an endoscopy to stop the bleeding out of kindness. Huang Binhai saw all of this and was extremely touched. He knew that all of this was because of Chen Song. Huang Binhai also remembered Chen Song's kindness. At this moment, in the resuscitation room, the patient did the same thing as Huang Binhai, but the bleeding was still not successfully stopped. The family members were already shocked. The blood transfusion was already in progress. After losing a lot of blood, the patient was now close to going into shock. They quickly sent him to the endoscopy room for emergency endoscopy bleeding. At this moment, Dr. Zhang in the endoscopy room was also stopping Huang Binhai's bleeding. After the bleeding patient suddenly came in, it was too late. He was about to stop Huang Binhai's bleeding first and treat this dangerous patient first. At this moment, Chen Song said directly, "Dr. Zhang, let me do it." "Don't worry." For a moment, the emergency department doctor on duty and the night nurse in the endoscopy room were dumbfounded. "Professor Chen. You're crossing the line, this is the endoscopy room. Why are you joining in the fun?" However, looking at Chen Song's solemn vow to do the preparatory work in the early stages, he looked decent and even very professional. Intramuscular injection of 10 milligrams of anisotamine. The nurse quickly nodded. Time passed by, and the patient was still bleeding. Half an hour later, Dr. Zhang was almost done. He glanced at Chen Song and reminded him, "Professor Chen, be careful. There's too much blood in the stomach, and it's affecting the observation. Also, the patient is still bleeding. It might be very difficult to stop the bleeding." As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Zhang decisively finished treating Huang Binhai's bleeding point and was about to come over. However, at this moment, he was surprised to find that Chen Song had actually found the bleeding point skillfully and decisively stopped the bleeding with high-frequency coagulation. The whole process was smooth. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Dr. Zhang opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. He wanted to say something but stopped. He really did not know what to say. "This? Professor Chen, your endoscopy bleeding control skills are really accurate." The nurses in the endoscopy room at the side also nodded. Indeed, Chen Song's endoscopy bleeding control skills were really good. They were usually very knowledgeable, but this was the first time they saw someone find the bleeding point so quickly and so accurately. It seemed that the director was only at this level, right? Chen Song nodded. "Our hospital's emergency department is more complicated. We have to learn everything, so it's a little messy." At this moment, the laboratory called. "Professor Chen, the patient's condition is a little dangerous. There's liver failure." With that, Chen Song's expression changed. Huang Binhai's liver was seriously abnormal. This patient's liver failure, what had they experienced? Author's note: well, there are still 2 more chapters. My hand is back, can I ask for a monthly vote? Chen Song frowned and said directly, give me the test results. After that, Chen Song hung up the phone. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He opened the TV screenshot of the endoscopic bleeding control surgery just now. After taking a closer look, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he found that the patient's gastric mucosal barrier had been obviously damaged. This kind of damage directly damaged the blood vessels under the mucosal membrane, and the risk of bleeding was very high. What was going on? Chen Song paced back and forth in the room. He couldn't figure out the reason. He turned around and looked at the patient who was unconscious due to blood loss. Although the bleeding had stopped, the risk factor had changed from blood loss to liver failure. At this time, the WeChat notification sounded again. He quickly opened it and looked at the patient's various test results. Obvious increase in aminotransferase. It shouldn't be diffuse liver necrosis. Could this be acute liver failure, increased blood bilirubin, acid-base imbalance, metabolic acidosis, thrombocytopenia? Wait, looking at the complicated test results, Chen Song's mind kept analyzing all kinds of possibilities. Finally, a nearly accurate answer appeared in his mind. Acute liver failure. This kind of acute liver failure was a serious clinical syndrome that occurred shortly after liver damage in people without liver disease. The mortality rate was high, but the most common cause was viral hepatitis. After Chen Song finished reading, he said to the doctor on duty, call the hepatology department for an emergency consultation. The patient needs special care. The group hurried back to the emergency room. When the family saw the patient come out, they quickly asked, Doctor, how is it? Chen Song frowned. Seeing that the patient's family was there, he couldn't help but say, the situation is not optimistic. The patient's bleeding has stopped, but the most dangerous thing is not bleeding. Just now, the laboratory department called me. The patient may be in a hepatic coma now. Hemorrhagic shock is not a big problem. The biggest problem is acute liver failure. With one sentence, the family was stunned. The patient's wife was so scared that she fell to the ground. Today was a special day for them. The child's 1-month-old celebration had just ended. The family gathered together to eat and drink to celebrate. But, who would have thought that a happy gathering would lead to such a situation? Doctor, I beg you, please save him. Our child is only 1 month old. He hasn't been called daddy yet. The woman's voice was filled with despair, and the patient's parents were not any better. The grandmother, who was holding the 1-month-old baby, was now trembling. Chen Song quickly said, we will try our best to save him, but the situation is really dangerous. You need to be prepared. At the same time, my suggestion is to contact the liver source as soon as possible. Get ready for the liver transplant. We can adjust the situation of liver failure as soon as possible, but we still need a liver transplant if we really want to succeed. After that, Chen Song quickly left with the patient. The patient's wife's face was pale. She sat on the ground in a daze. A happy occasion had turned out like this, who would have thought? Huang Binhai sighed helplessly. He looked at the family members on the ground and felt a little emotional. He was really lucky. Otherwise. He glanced at his wife, Qian Minmin, and found that she was a little distracted. From time to time, he would turn around to look at the woman on the ground. Huang Binhai quickly held his wife's hand. Don't worry, it's fine. His wife's face was full of worry. Don't drink in the future. Huang Binhai nodded. Yes, I won't drink at all. After that, he glanced at his wife. Can I drink Xianxia? His wife burst into laughter. The two of them followed Chen Song to the emergency department. At this moment, Yu Liang and the others saw that Huang Binhai had returned, and their eyes lit up. You're back. Are you okay? Huang Binhai nodded and smiled. Chief Yu, you haven't gone back yet? I've really troubled everyone. Because of my matter, I didn't let everyone have a good time. I invited everyone to participate. Yu Liang waved his hand. Alright, Binhai, we're relieved that you're fine. Everyone, go back home. Don't drink in the future. Everyone stood up one after another. After saying goodbye to Chen Song, they said goodbye to Huang Binhai and left. Chen Song went to the nurse's station. Remove Dr. Huang's fee, the rescue fee. The emergency department's bill, right? The nurse nodded. Professor Chen's words were very effective in the 6 emergency departments. This was personally arranged by Chief Yu Yonggang. To be honest, Chen Song was now the king of the 6 emergency departments. He could basically do whatever he wanted. Of course, it was a little exaggerated. At this moment, after everyone left, Chen Song asked Huang Benhai to stay in the hospital for observation. Xian Minmin went home. She still needed to go to work the next day. How could Huang Benhai fall asleep after such a torment? He followed Chen Song back to the doctor's office and sat down. At this moment, there was a lot of herbal tea on the table in the office. Chen Song frowned. Where did this come from? A student at the side said, Professor Chen, this is what Chief Yu and the others left behind. Huang Benhai was stunned. He picked up the herbal tea and glanced at it. Isn't this what we drank tonight? Chen Song replied with an "Oh." He simply opened a bottle of ready-made wine and gulped it down. Tonight's incident made Chen Song a little angry and anxious. He had to admit that although the herbal tea did not taste good, it was really useful sometimes. Chen Song glanced at the brand. It was not He Qijing, nor was it Wang Laoji. It was a rare brand that he had never heard of before. Chen Song frowned slightly. What brand is this? Huang Benhai said, Damn, it's all a gift from the merchant. Oh, Chen Song replied. However, at this moment, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. He thought of another possibility. Could it be a drug reaction? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly got up and ran out with the herbal tea in his hand. After he came out, he happened to meet the patient's family. 7 or 8 of them sat in the emergency hall in disappointment and despair. Chen Song could not help but ask, Excuse me, have you seen this before? The other party was stunned. He did not know why Chen Song asked this question. Isn't this herbal tea? Chen Song nodded. Did you drink it just now? Or more accurately, did the patient drink it? After everyone heard this, they were obviously confused. Yes. The hotel sent herbal tea. Many people had it. We all drank it. After Chen Song heard this, he took a deep breath. Perhaps, it was related to herbal tea. He caught a clue. Thinking of this, Chen Song nodded. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Soon, the doctor on duty from the hepatology department came down. He started a more targeted treatment plan for the patient. However, Chen Song had something important to do at this time. It was related to this unknown herbal tea. However, when Chen Song investigated this brand, he found that the reviews were quite good. This was a herbal tea beverage produced by a chain store in the West City night market. The store was a century-old store, and it was said that herbal tea was also a specialty. However, it was less than 20 years old. But to be honest, there were still many customers. Chen Song opened a review app and searched for the store. He couldn't help but shake his head. Because most of the reviews were good. This herbal tea is a specialty. It's a pity that the boss didn't list it, or he would definitely make a lot of money. What a conscientious businessman. Yes, I think this herbal tea is really good. The key is that it's better than Wang Laoji's. That day, I had a toothache. After drinking a few bottles, the effect was really good. Indeed. Me too. I felt a little uncomfortable that day. It felt really good to drink some. The densely packed comments were like spam. He returned with failure. Chen Song felt that there was something in it. If he wanted to find out the ingredients, the hospital definitely wouldn't satisfy him. He needed to go to a specialized laboratory. Chen Song was also helpless. He had to wait until the next morning. That night, Chen Song didn't sleep much. He kept thinking about what could produce such an effect with alcohol. Not only could it destroy the gastric mucosa, but it could also damage the liver function. Could it be Chinese medicine? In just one night, Chen Song, a graduate of the clinical department and a surgeon, he spent the whole night reading Chinese medicine theories and modern research. Chen Song didn't believe that herbal tea had no side effects. Putting the dosage aside, it was a hooligan to talk about toxicity. Drinking cola every day could make one sick, not to mention other things. After all, herbal tea was a Chinese medicine product. If the Chinese medicine wasn't used properly, it could produce a series of reactions. However, Chen Song checked for the whole night and found that no matter if it was Jia Duobao, Wang Laoji, or He Qijing, there was no such news. That was strange. Finally, when it was time to change shifts in the morning. When the doctor on duty explained the situation, a drug woke Chen Song up. Ibuprofen. Acetaminophen, that's right. Chen Song was so excited that he almost jumped up. Looking at Corey, everyone was dumbfounded. The doctor on duty suddenly stuttered. Did he say something wrong? Thinking of this, he became even more nervous. But at this time, Chen Song coughed, waited for everyone to change shifts, and then left in a hurry. Chen Song had dealt with the Food and Drug Administration before. The other party had a quality inspection organization. Chen Song took these unknown herbal teas and went straight to the administration. After nearly a year, when Chen Song came here again, he was personally received by Chief Ho Weigua. Ho Weigua looked at the young man. Maybe I should address him as Professor Chen now, because this young man's ability was actually not below his own. Professor Chen, why are you here so early? What's the matter? Ho Weigua personally made a cup of hot tea for Chen Song. Chen Song thanked him and nodded. Yes, there is indeed something. Chief Ho, I need your help to test the content of acetaminophen and other non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs in this herbal tea. Ho Weigua nodded. Yes, no problem. I'll get Director Su to test it for you now. But, did something happen to Professor Chen? Chen Song nodded and told him what happened last night. After listening, Ho Weigua's face changed. You mean, Chen Song couldn't help but say, my guess is that in order to improve the efficacy and effect of the exclusive herbal tea, to attract repeat customers and increase business profits, the merchants added Western medicine into the herbal tea. Last night, the two patients were the same. After drinking a lot of herbal tea, they drank a lot of alcohol, which caused the gastric mucosa to be damaged, causing the blood vessels to rupture and cause bleeding. After saying that, Chen Song continued. In fact, alcohol can increase the secretion of gastrin in the serum. Antipyretic and analgesic drugs such as aspirin and acetaminophen can also increase the secretion of gastrin in the serum. The combination of the two can cause a sharp increase in the secretion of gastrin and gastric acid, which can damage the gastric mucosa barrier and damage the blood vessels under the mucosa. There is a risk of gastric bleeding. Similarly, under the effect of acetaminophen, alcohol can damage the liver, increasing the side effects of the drug. In a short period of time, the side effects are very likely to cause liver cell damage and acute liver failure. After saying that, Ho Weigua's face changed. Are there any other patients? Chen Song shook his head. Actually, this is a matter of probability. Everyone has a body type. The side effects of the drug will cause various reactions in sensitive bodies and worsen the condition. However, what is certain is that the long-term use of these drugs and alcohol can definitely cause damage to the gastric mucosa and liver function. After hearing that, Ho Weigua seemed to realize that something was wrong. He couldn't sit still anymore. If this was really the case, it was certain that there was more than one shop in the country. This matter had to be taken seriously. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the anxious time passed very slowly. Finally, a call from Director Su came. Chief Ho, acetaminophen was found in it. The content is not small. These guys are really bad. They actually added these substances into herbal tea. How dare they? After Ho Weigua heard that, he said, okay, I got it. After hanging up, he looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, sigh, thank you so much. If not for you, who knows how many people would have been scammed. We'll have a meeting now and start an investigation. Chen Song nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Ho. Ho Weigua blushed. Sigh, we should be the ones thanking you. If not for you, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Ling Qing. At this moment, Chen Song was surprised to hear a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations on discovering herbal tea scam. Generous rewards. 1. Neurosurgery Gold Skill Book. 2. Skill points plus 10. Chen Song was delighted. Another gold skill book, and it was a limited neurosurgery skill. A great harvest. He really didn't expect it, and 10 skill points. Not bad, not bad. P.S. Adding Western medicine to herbal tea is not a rare thing, but many people are still not aware of it. I hope that everyone will pay attention to it. As for whether these herbal teas circulating in the market exist or not, the veterans don't dare to say much. But to be on the safe side, please don't drink it with alcohol and don't use herbal tea to poison it. Finally, I would like to thank the readers for their urging and voting. Today, one of our readers asked our operations officer to operate well because he saw that our monthly votes ranking was at the bottom. Then, the operations officer started to bully the veterans. Sigh. That's why I had no choice but to beg for tickets under the pressure of the operators. Begging for votes. Western medicine was illegally added to herbal tea. 12 herbal tea shops in our city were closed down by the police. These 2 days, the Food and Drug Administration acted quickly. With the help of law enforcement agencies, they quickly raided many herbal tea shops in the city. After the inspection, they found that some herbal tea shops' products contained acetaminophen, aspirin, and other nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. This discovery instantly shocked the entire health committee. After Xiao Runfang knew about this, she personally started to investigate all the herbal tea shops in the market. She also started to form a special inspection team and started to investigate. However, even though it was not done, the sheep that ran away had to be found back, at this moment, in the capital emergency hospital. Chen Song also asked Huang Binhai and the family of the man with liver failure to sue the shops in the West City night market for compensation. Huang Binhai's condition was not serious, but the liver protection medicine was not cheap. After the gastric mucosa was damaged, it would take some time to repair it. For Huang Binhai's family, who had just joined the company, it was better than nothing. The most important thing was that young man called Sun Jian from last night. Who would have thought that he, who originally had a happy family, would encounter such a painful thing? His family now no longer felt like a complete family. Sun Jian's liver failure was very serious. He was not even 30 years old, and now he was facing a very serious problem. He was not out of danger yet. Liver failure and massive bleeding made the illness worse. For such a young man with such a bright future, it was a problem whether he could pass this hurdle. The herbal tea made the Sun family's heart turn cold. Behind the profits of illegal businesses, there were countless invisible patients paying for them. They were harvesting the health and wealth of the common people. Chen Song could not control this kind of thing, but he also hoped to do his best to help this family. For example, try to save Sun Jian. Actually, in a family like Sun Jian's, there was an old man, a young man, and a gentle and virtuous wife who was about to start a new phase of his life. Sun Jian's sudden illness, how could this family face it? If Sun Jian was really gone, this child who was just born would lose his father. This pair of parents who were about to retire would lose hope. What should this young woman do? This family would really be broken up. The Department of Hepatology took the patient away and conducted 3 in-hospital consultations in one day. More than a dozen experts, including Chen Song, discussed for 4 to 5 hours and could only give a treatment that maintained the status quo. Now, he could only use various alternative therapies to reduce the burden on the liver. At the same time, he could contact the liver source and complete the liver surgery as soon as possible. However, as the bilirubin in the patient's blood continued to increase, the situation seemed to be worsening by the day. If they really couldn't find a liver source, everyone would have to face this reality. His wife, who was breastfeeding, was so angry that she stopped breastfeeding. She cried until she was dumbfounded. Her eyes were red. The person he loved deeply had yet to wake up. The patient's mother could only hug the baby who was only a few days old and helplessly watch this scene. In her eyes, she wished that she could exchange her child's life. The patient's father was busy contacting the law to sue the herbal tea shop. In fact, what was the difference between such behavior and murder? Looking at the patient getting weaker day by day, looking at the woman whose eyes were red and swollen from crying with a hoarse voice. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, these things could really harden one's mind. It wasn't because one had lost pity and compassion, but because one simply didn't have enough tears. There was a saying that was very true: when you doubted life, come to the hospital to take a look. When you firmly believed in life, come to the hospital to take a look. In fact, the hospital was really such a place. There were true love, joys and sorrows, and there were also ugly faces. This was also why after staying in the hospital for a long time, the tear ducts didn't seem to be as developed as before. It was because there were many emotions that one had to put away, learn to adapt, and even learn to use rational thinking to look at problems and learn to understand and see through these things. However, in this world, true love couldn't be seen through. However, at this time, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. No matter how capable he was, he still needed a donor liver source, right? Every time he went to the hepatology department, Xianxia's heart would feel helpless after he came back. Back in the office, Xianxia sat down helplessly. He opened the system and looked at the golden neurosurgery skill book that he had just obtained. The appearance of this skill book really relaxed Xianxia's nervous and worried mood. Perfect level neurosurgery skill. This was Xianxia's dream. He opened it casually, and the familiar system prompt sounded in his ears, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the neurosurgery skill, intracranial tumor removal, perfect level. After Xianxia saw the system prompt, he instantly stood up. He was a little excited, he didn't expect it, he really didn't expect it. Xianxia didn't expect that he would be able to obtain such an awesome skill. Intracranial tumor removal, it wasn't just because of the high difficulty of this surgery. The most important thing was that the type, scope, and number of this surgery were too many. To be precise, there were too many patients like this. A practical skill was much more practical than those flashy skills. After all, this also meant that he could help those who really needed help. This skill was a good reward in terms of practicality, technique, and many other aspects. Xianxia also understood that after he revealed the truth about the herbal tea, he had made a great contribution. Therefore, the reward was very generous. Seeing Xianxia stand up, Liu smiled. Professor Chen, what made you so excited? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He waved his hand. What happened these 2 days is nothing more than the herbal tea. Damn, I can only see 2 patients now. Many people are still in the dark. Wang Yao said. Liu nodded and said angrily, this group of people is simply heartless. There were many people in the office. Everyone knew about Huang Binhai and Sun Jian's situation. They all complained about the injustice. Huang Binhai didn't rest for too long. After being hospitalized for a while, he went back to work. However, his liver skills needed to be checked regularly. Thinking back to what happened last night, Huang Binhai felt a little lucky. He really escaped from death. Looking at Sun Jian, who was still in a coma, he suddenly felt that he was extremely lucky. Sometimes, it was more satisfying to be miserable than to flaunt one's wealth. After staying in the hospital for a long time, one would realize that although one seemed to have nothing, one's health was one's greatest wealth. Dear Mom, a weak voice rang out in the quiet ward, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder in the minds of everyone in the room. Zhang Ling turned around and saw that her husband was still very weak, but he had already opened his eyes. She was so excited that she wanted to stand up, but her legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. However, the first person to walk beside Sun Jian was still his mother. Fan Qinghua had not slept well for the past 2 days, but his eyes were bright because Sun Jian was his spirit. The child had just fallen asleep in the pram, but he suddenly burst into tears. He seemed to have sensed that his father had woken up and wanted to see him. Zhang Ling hurriedly wiped away her tears, carried the child in her arms, and walked to the bedside. Good boy, baby, look, Dad is awake. Call him Dad. Kiss Dad. It was obvious that the child did not understand these words and did not know how to call him Dad, let alone what it meant to kiss him. Sun Jian saw this and a smile appeared on his face. His pale face and flushed cheekbones made this smile even more blissful. Looking at his wife hugging the child and kissing him, Sun Jian quickly said, Don't. I'm a patient, don't infect the child. Sun Jian was just an ordinary person. He did not know that liver failure was not contagious. He just wanted to treat the child better. It's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Fan Qinghua kept repeating this sentence and suddenly thought of something. Child, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water? Sun Jian shook his head. Mom, it's okay. I'm fine. When the nurse learned that Sun Jian had suddenly woken up, she ran to the doctor's office in surprise. Dr. Li, Sun Jian is awake. This sentence made the doctor in charge. Dr. Li's eyes lit up. He quickly got up and walked to the ward. Go and inform Director Zhang. After saying that, he hurried to the ward. It was a good thing that the patient had woken up. When Zhang Huimin heard that Sun Jian had woken up, his eyes also lit up. The hepatology department did not have an intensive care unit, so they could only send nurses to monitor him temporarily. Zhang Huimin was the director of the hepatology department and was very knowledgeable about liver diseases. He and Gao Ronghua, one internal and one external, were like the guardians of the emergency center's hepatobiliary system. When Zhang Huimin walked into the ward and saw Sun Jian, he could not help but frown. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Dr. Li, go and push the ventilator." His words stunned the doctor in charge for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Huimin picked up the phone. "Dialysis room, I'm Zhang Huimin. We have a patient here who is going to undergo semi-permeable dialysis. Get ready." When the other party heard this, he quickly nodded. "Yes, Director Zhang." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huimin said to the nurse, "Go to the operating room and find Chief Gao." The nurse knew that department director Gao was Gao Ronghua from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. He was one of Department Director Zhang's most trusted people. However, the two of them did have a tacit understanding when it came to keeping patients alive over the years. This was also where Wu Tongfu was formidable. The most important thing in the emergency center was to defend and protect the patient's life. Then, they could treat or transfer the patient to another hospital. However, Zhang Huimin's actions made the doctor in charge dumbfounded, because Director Zhang's operation was basically to resuscitate him, but wasn't the patient already awake? When Sun Jian's mother saw Zhang Huimin, she quickly stood up and said, "Director, he's awake." Sun Jian's wife was also overjoyed. After all, to them, waking up meant that things had taken a turn for the better. Sun Jian also smiled at Zhang Huimin. However, at this moment, Zhang Huimin quickly said to the nurse, "Intravenous injection of asaguramine." The nurse quickly nodded and the doctor in charge went to find a ventilator. When Fan Qinghua saw this, he couldn't help but ask, "Director Zhang, this. What's going on? What's going on?" Zhang Huimin couldn't help but say, "This isn't a healthy awakening. To be precise, it's more like the final radiance of the setting sun." When they heard this, everyone was stunned, even the nurses and doctors were stunned on the spot. When Sun Jian heard this, his breathing became more rapid and his eyes were filled with despair. His wife, Zhang Lingling, and mother, Fan Qinghua, obviously changed their expressions. "Director Zhang, are you joking?" Fan Qinghua felt that the question he asked was not up to standard. However, Zhang Huimin also understood. He couldn't help but say, "This is a kind of reaction when the compensatory imbalance is critical. When the journey of life is about to end, the human body will mobilize the potential in the body to carry out the final struggle in the dying period. The chemical energy stored in the cells that hasn't been exhausted will quickly become adenosine diphosphate, releasing a large amount of energy to the various organs and tissues. Especially the driving force of the nervous and endocrine system. The hypothalamus and pituitary gland will prompt the adrenal cortex to immediately secrete a large amount of adrenaline and corticosteroids. The sympathetic nerve excitability will also become active." After saying this, Zhang Huimin looked at Sun Jian. Although his face was pale, his cheeks were flushed and his breathing was rapid. His blood pressure and heart rate were obviously increasing. Zhang Huimin, who had many years of clinical experience, made all kinds of judgments the moment he came in. There were many critical cases in the Department of Hepatology. Many patients with critical cases would have different reactions before they died. It wasn't easy to see the final radiance of the setting sun, but he had seen it before. Moreover, he had just seen Sun Jian's test results yesterday. It was impossible for him to wake up so quickly. Did he really think that acute liver failure was a joke? When they heard Zhang Huimin's words, the room instantly stagnated. It was so quiet that only Sun Jian's breathing could be heard. Was he really going to die? Was there really no chance? Zhang Ling's tears rolled down instantly. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't make a sound. Fan Qinghua suddenly calmed down. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Doctor, is there any other way? Is there really no other way?" Zhang Huimin shook his head. "We will do our best. If you have anything to say, communicate with each other first." The nurse here also hurriedly gave him an intravenous drip of vinegar. The urgent blood ammonia test in the laboratory also came back with news. It was indeed very high. At this time, the metabolic waste in the patient's body had caused the internal environment to become chaotic. If this continued, the patient wouldn't be able to hold on. Semi-permeable membrane dialysis could help. The ventilator was about to be pushed in at this time. Sun Jian seemed to have also noticed the difference in his body. He suddenly smiled and looked at his wife, his child, his mother, and this beautiful world. Tears flowed down drop by drop. He missed this world very much and also missed the beauty of life. Unfortunately, when he was at his happiest, he might have to leave. Help me shake the bed up. I want to sit down and hug the child. Sun Jian's voice was clearly filled with despair and sorrow. The nurse glanced at Zhang Huimin. Seeing Director Zhang nod, she helped him shake the bed up. The young nurse was 22 years old. At this moment, when she saw the separation of life and death, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. In such a warm family, she was really not used to seeing Zhang Ling throw herself into Sun Jian's arms and cry bitterly. At this moment, she really realized that people could really cry until they lost their voices. Tears were cheap, but they were also priceless. This was the first time Sun Jian woke up. Everyone had also told him the ins and outs of the matter, but, after knowing, Sun Jian looked at his wife and son and felt his nose sting. He felt very wronged. Why is it me? Why did it have to be like this? No one answered. No one could answer either. After a long while, he calmed down. He said, "Mom, come over. I have something to tell you." Fan Qinghua nodded and rubbed her eyes. She picked up the phone and called her husband. "Come to the hospital and see the child. He's awake." Sigh. It was just a sentence. It was less than a dozen words, but the man understood the meaning behind it. The man hung up the phone and felt sad. The feeling of losing one's son in a middle-aged age really made one's heart burn with anxiety. "Mom, I want to leave the house to Lingling." Sun Jian went straight to the point. Fan Qinghua did not refuse and grunted. "All right, I'll agree to anything you say." What else did the old couple need to spend money on? They were both high-level intellectuals and had decent jobs. They were considered middle class in the capital. Sun Jian was their greatest wealth. Without the child, what else could they do? Zhang Ling shook her head and sobbed with tears in her eyes. "No, I don't want anything. I just want you. Sun Jian, I beg you. Don't go. Don't leave us behind. Your son still doesn't know how to teach you how to be a father. Don't go, okay? Even if you're unconscious. I raised you. I want to keep looking at you." Sun Jian held the child and touched Zhang Ling's hair with one hand. His breathing was rapid, and tears were dripping from his eyes. His lips were trembling as he said, "I'm sorry." His lips trembled as he said, "When I die, you can remarry, you can keep the house or sell it, I'm leaving a will." "No. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I won't remarry. I will raise our child. I want him to know that his father is the best father in the world." Zhang Ling couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying. Everyone in the room was in low spirits. The young nurses and doctors began to cry. Only those who have seen it would understand the parting of life and death. For those who didn't understand, no matter how much one said or described, they wouldn't be able to understand that feeling. Bitterness. Sun Jian was making arrangements for his funeral. Finally, he looked at his mother. "Mom, I love you. Your son is unfilial. I can't take care of you when you're old. If there's a next life, I won't be your son anymore. I won't let you work for me anymore. I'll be your slave to repay you." Sun Jian was a little agitated. As he spoke, his breathing quickened. The alarm on the monitor rang. At this moment, the ventilator arrived. Zhang Huimin looked at everyone and quickly said, "Put on the ventilator. Family members, please leave. Catheter." At this moment, a call came from the dialysis room. "Director Zhang, send it over. Get ready together." Zhang Huimin quickly nodded and informed them to bring the patient to the dialysis room. The family members were left standing at the back in a daze. As a human, the hardest thing to give up was love. The hardest thing to let down was responsibility. The moment Sun Jian closed his eyes, tears fell. Would he have the chance to see them again in this trip? Would he see them again? No, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it. When Sun Jian's father arrived, Sun Jian had already been sent for dialysis. His current condition wasn't good. 2 hours later, Sun Jian was being monitored. His body couldn't withstand another round of torture. Zhang Weimin, Gao Ronghua, and the other directors started another discussion. The result was, we have to find a liver source within 2 days. Otherwise, when the patient faces such a situation again, it will be difficult for him to survive. Sun Jian's life was once again forcefully extended for 2 days. After hearing this news, the Sun family couldn't care less about anything else. They started to contact all kinds of people and spend 1 million RMB to find a liver source, but sometimes, a liver source was reserved and had to be queued up. Which one of them wasn't used to extend life? Would anyone sell it? There were, but they might not be able to use it. It was really difficult to find one that could be used during this period of time. Sometimes, it really wasn't a matter of money. Even billionaires had to be prepared in advance to reserve and search for it. This kind of sudden acute liver failure was really troublesome. What to do? At this moment, Fan Qinghua found Gao Ronghua. Director Gao, I'm Sun Jian's mother. I want to ask you to test and see if I can provide a liver for Sun Jian as a donor. Gao Ronghua was stunned for a moment. It's like this. The liver transplant surgery technology is not mature. Even if you are successful in matching, we might not be able to use it. Fan Qinghua smiled bitterly. I'm just testing. There's no legal requirement for this, right? When Gao Ronghua saw this, he was actually only about 70 or 80% out. But, just as Fan Qinghua said, there was really nothing wrong with this matter. It could be tested. This test lasted for an entire day. When Gao Ronghua found Fan Qinghua the next day and told her about the situation, Fan Qinghua was happy, because the compatibility between his and Sun Jian's liver was very high. This meant that the success rate of the liver transplant would be very high, and the survival rate would also be higher. At this moment, Fan Qinghua said directly, I want to provide a donor for my son. Gao Ronghua had already expected this. She said honestly, Sister, it's not that I don't agree, but as I said, the success rate of the surgery can't be guaranteed. Although the liver transplant from living relatives has existed for many years, the success rate is really limited. Moreover, it's mainly suitable for children. Sun Jian is old, so it's not suitable. Most importantly, we can't guarantee your safety. The death of the donor after the surgery. I'll be direct. Gao Ronghua said, I'm worried that both surgeries will fail at the same time. Gao Ronghua was stunned by his words. After hesitating for a moment, she said directly, I'm willing to take the initiative to provide a liver for Sun Jian. I'm willing to bear the risks of the surgery. I'm willing to sign all the informed consent forms. After saying that, Fan Qinghua looked at Gao Ronghua and knelt on the ground. Director Gao, I beg you, give Sun Jian a chance. It's fine if I die, but he really can't die. He's still young, and there are too many beautiful things in this world that he hasn't experienced yet. His child still doesn't know how to call him father. Fan Qinghua knew that if she didn't beg, Gao Ronghua would definitely not perform the surgery for him. Just as Gao Ronghua said, the mortality rate of the surgery was extremely high, and the surgery was not mature yet. Not many people were willing to do such a thing that would harm the doctor's future and prospects. Moreover, this kind of surgery wasn't something that could be done with Fan Qinghua's signature alone, it also needed Fan Qinghua's husband to sign. After all, a living liver donor was troublesome just thinking about it. This also involved medical ethics. P.S. Everyone, read these 3 chapters first. There are 2 more chapters tonight. But, say something. Of course, it's not to ask for votes. What I want to say is that most of the patients in the hospital don't have a chance to turn things around. Perhaps in reality, this scene of life and death will be staged. Sun Jian won't have Chen Song's treatment, and there won't be a miracle. After all, life is really not easy. I hope that when everyone reads this, they can understand the helplessness and sadness of life and death in the hospital. They can also cherish their hard-won health. Thank you to QQ Reading. The scenery remains the same for the 200000 tip. Add 6 chapters. See you tonight. Seeing Fan Qinghua suddenly kneel on the ground, Gao Ronghua was stunned. He quickly helped her up. Sister, don't be like this. Fan Qinghua's eyes were filled with tears. Director, it's really difficult for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person. As a mother, I'm really willing to walk this path for him. Gao Ronghua could not help but sigh. Get up first. Let's sit down and discuss this matter properly. It's not easy for me to talk when you're kneeling. I might have to kneel down with you later. As a doctor, how can I not hope that the patient can survive? Don't you think so? Gao Ronghua could see that this mother was really determined to donate her liver. However, it was not as simple as she said. Fan Qinghua pondered for a moment and stood up as well. Her eyes were a little hesitant. After a long time, she said, actually, I've made up my mind this time. If you don't agree, I'll find a place to commit suicide when I go out. I've already written the medical advice to donate my liver to my son. I'll also donate the other organizations. That one sentence really scared Gao Ronghua. Sister, calm down. Actually, as I said, it's not that there's no way. I can only say that the mortality rate is a little high. There's a surgical method called living relative liver transplantation. However, the difficulty of this surgery is very high. Moreover, it's mainly donated to children. Therefore, it's difficult for us to evaluate the difficulty of giving it to an adult and a man who's a size larger than you. How about this? I know what you're thinking. I'll immediately invite the top liver transplant experts in the capital over. Let's sit down and discuss this problem and come up with a surgical plan. What do you think? It's very important to solve the problem. You're also a university professor. We don't need to be angry, right? Gao Ronghua was really worried that this sister would stab him when he went out. She would turn him into a patient. You should also go back and discuss with your family. We'll work hard to do the surgery well and give you a perfect answer. What do you think? After all, your liver source is also suitable. We still need to discuss it. Fan Qinghua left half believing and half doubting. She could not delay any longer. If she delayed any longer, the child would be gone. What was the point of her side? After Fan Qinghua returned, Zhang Ling hugged the child, her eyes filled with a daze. As for the future, she really didn't know what to do. Beside her was her husband. He had quit smoking for 20 years. At this moment, he was smoking one cigarette after another. However, he stayed far away from his daughter-in-law, worried that the smell of the cigarette would choke the mother and daughter. Seeing Fan Qinghua come back, her husband couldn't help but ask, "Where did you go?" Now, he cherished his wife even more. Old partner, if Sun Jian were to pass away in the future, he would be her only companion for the rest of her life. Perhaps he should be nicer to her. He shouldn't be so stubborn. He shouldn't let her do all the housework. He should also cook something to make her happy. Fan Qinghua walked over and glanced at her husband. She was also reluctant to part with him. Seeing him smoking, she knew that he was upset. She simply said, "I have something to tell you." What is it? Fan Qinghua realized that her husband's tone was unusually gentle today. She looked up at him and realized that his face had aged a lot. His decent white shirt was full of wrinkles and sweat stains, and the white roots of his sideburns were much more obvious. You should smoke less. It's not good for your health. Fan Qinghua wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Okay, I won't smoke anymore. The man put out the cigarette that was still very long. This scene made Fan Qinghua's nose ache even more. Damn, what's wrong? My liver and the child's liver ratio is quite high. Oh? What? The man first responded with an "oh," but he immediately understood the meaning of his wife's words. Fan Qinghua pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's nothing. When I went to look for Chief Gao just now, she told me that there's a surgical plan called a living relative liver transplant. This kind of surgery allows me to give a part of my liver to my son. This way, we'll have a liver source and our son will be saved." After the man heard this, he suddenly fell silent. Can it succeed? The success rate is quite high. The man could not help but turn his back. What a difficult multiple-choice question. It was really difficult. Wife and son, who did he want? Who did he not want? Any one of them was enough to kill him. I'll go and see if my liver source is suitable. You're not suitable. A normal mother's body is more suitable. Fan Qinghua said directly. Enough. You're a dignified bureau chief. Are you wasting time? Look at the situation now. Can't you be more decisive? Let me tell you. If I die, it's fine. If our son is gone, our home is gone. Do you understand? Home, this word was very common. But every time he took it out and looked at it in his palm, he would feel that this word was very difficult. For a man, this was undoubtedly the biggest test in his life. At this time, the man really did not know what to say. You know, our son is more important than me. I've lived for 59 years, and our son is only 29 years old. For the rest of our lives, no matter what, I won't lose out, and neither will our son. At this point, Fan Qinghua glanced at her husband, who was rubbing his eyes, and could not help but mock him. All right. You're an adult. What's there to cry about? Before she could say anything, Fan Qinghua was pulled into her husband's arms. She immediately blushed. Aya, we're in public. You should pay attention to your image. So many people are watching. Let go of me. However, this time, no matter what Fan Qinghua said, this pair of thick hands and broad chest wrapped tightly around her. After a long time, she also cried. Hubby, I'm really satisfied. We've been through so much. It's really not easy. For me, you've given up on what you like. You're so busy every day, so tired. You've worked hard. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. I think that big sister Zhang is quite good. She's been a widow for so many years. Her character is really good. If I'm really leaving, you two can live together. I'm old. It's too lonely to be alone. I can't take care of you anymore. Smoke less in the future. As they hugged each other, the old couple suddenly burst into tears. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they took a look and left with sighs. Crying in the hospital was really a helpless matter. At this time, Zhang Ling also noticed it. Thinking that something had happened, she hurriedly carried the child and walked over. Dad, Mom, you. What's wrong? Fan Qinghua saw this and let go of her husband. She wiped her tears and smiled. It's nothing, Ling. When Fan Qinghua and her husband came to the hospital to look for Gao Ronghua to sign, the two of them walked to the door arm in arm and sat down. Beside them was Zhang Ling. She looked at Fan Qinghua gratefully and remained silent. She really did not know what to say. It was as difficult as her father-in-law not knowing what to say. She carried the child over. Mom, the child is closer to you than to me. That sentence made Fan Qinghua's eyes wet again. She smiled. In the future, don't let the child wear diapers all day. Wash the diapers more. Otherwise, his walking posture will be wrong in the future. Zhang Ling nodded. Mom, you look after the child in the future. I'll wash the diapers. It's convenient for me to take care of you if we live together. Fan Qinghua smiled and did not say anything. At this moment, the doctor's office was extremely lively. Everyone was fiercely discussing the feasibility of living relative liver transplantation. This surgery was very stressful. For everyone present, whether it was their intelligence or skills, it was a very difficult test. Who could guarantee that they would be able to do it well? In the room, everyone had not come to a conclusion about the first problem, that was the size of the liver. Living relative liver transplantation usually uses the left lobe of the liver. However, in adult liver transplantation, taking the left lobe of the liver as the donor liver is usually not enough to meet the needs. Therefore, I still think that this surgery is too risky, the director of Anjin Hospital and the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery said honestly. After everyone heard that, they nodded. Indeed, living relative liver transplantation is usually used for children because the admitted left lobe of the liver is big enough for the child. In fact, the biggest difficulty in liver transplantation was the size of the liver that the patient needed to survive. Moreover, at present, there was no recognized standard for the minimum size of the donor liver required for the recipient to survive. Therefore, the problem of choosing the size of the donor liver to be removed was the first problem. However, the latest research results showed that the experience of a professor in the field of liver transplantation in Japan was that in order to maintain a good postoperative survival rate, the minimum size of the donor liver was 50% of the estimated size of the recipient's liver. Of course, if it was just survival, it might be possible to achieve 40%, however, the surgery definitely needed to have a survival rate. In this way, the 50-50 probability would be troublesome. In addition, Sun Jian was tall, and Fan Qinghua was a woman, so naturally, she could not compare to him. The most important problem now was how to solve the first problem. If they couldn't even solve the first problem, they wouldn't be able to solve the following problems. After a round of discussion, Zhou Hongguang coughed lightly. Immediately, the crowd quieted down. Zhou Hongguang was a big shot in this field. He was an associate academician in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in the field of liver transplantation. He was also the director of the Capital Liver Transplant Research Institute and the director of the Capital Liver Transplant Center. Therefore, at this moment, he had the right to speak. However, Zhou Hongguang was also under a lot of pressure. This was because the difficulty of such a surgery was very high. There were many things that needed to be considered about how to choose and how to rebuild the hepatobiliary system. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I have a few words to say. At this time, before Zhou Hongguang had time to speak, he suddenly thought of another very important matter. Oh right, Professor Chen didn't come? Everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect Zhou Hongguang to suddenly ask this question. Who was Professor Chen? Everyone whispered to each other and looked at each other. However, Gao Ronghua immediately realized that Chief Zhou was talking about Chen Song. He quickly said, I'll ask the nurse to call him now. In fact, Gao Ronghua had seen Chen Song's liver transplant surgery once. But how should he put it, his skills were actually quite outstanding. At his level, he should be considered average. He could not be considered very good, but he was still at the level of a chief. Indeed, Chen Song had just learned how to perform liver transplant surgery back then. He was only at the master level and did not leave a deep impression on Gao Ronghua. However, he knew that Chen Song's liver cutting and repair were very outstanding. With more people, more ideas. Everyone waited. Not long after, Chen Song arrived, Zhou Hongguang quickly nodded to welcome him. Therefore, Gao Ronghua once again told him about the patient's situation and Fan Qinghua's initiative to donate his liver. Then, he returned to the first question again. Professor Chen, this is the general situation. What do you think? Chen Song raised his head and looked at the size of Zhou Qinghua's liver on the radiographic films. He began to think. His eyes were constantly thinking about how to make full use of the liver so that he could retain the efficiency of the liver. After all, the burden of using the same liver for two people was very heavy. How to make effective use of it, this became a serious problem. Not only did he have to ensure the survival of the donor, Fan Qinghua, but he also had to ensure the success of the liver transplant surgery. His eyes had already begun to guess again and again. To be honest, this was the difficulty of the surgery. If he wanted to improve the living donor liver transplant, Chen Song had to change it according to the patient's own condition. This step was very difficult. Time passed by just like that. The room was very quiet. Everyone was silent. Even Zhou Hongguang looked at Chen Song and did not say anything. When he was in the capital of Ba country, Zhou Hongguang had also seen Chen Song's liver transplant surgery. Although it was not amazing and even felt that it was similar to his, for some reason, he had enough trust in Chen Song. Finally, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, the feasibility of the surgery is still quite high. His words made everyone's eyes light up in the room. What does Professor Chen mean? That's right. How can it increase the survival rate? It was all because of the medical system. Wouldn't those who were in the surgical circle in the capital remember the name Chen Song? This was the first time they met. Chen Song decisively used a sentence to make everyone curious. This requires a special cutting operation on the donor liver tissue. After saying that, Chen Song stood up and said, my idea is that since the patient's liver blood vessels are in good condition, in that case, we can do this. First, we can use the main part of the right half of the liver. This way, we can make full use of more blood vessels, the right hepatic vein, the middle hepatic vein, the right hepatic vein, the right hepatic artery, the right hepatic duct, and so on. The existence of these blood vessels will increase our success rate. After saying that, Xianxia stood up and said, the surgery will be divided into 2 groups. I will be the recipient group, and Chief Zhou, you will be in charge of the donor group. Zhou Hongguang's eyes lit up. The surrounding people were also full of expectations for this surgery. Perhaps Xianxia really had a way to save the patient. After all, he had already created so many miracles. He should not mind one more. P.S. Thank you, still as the scenery, for another 100,000 tip. Mighty. Add 3 chapters. Please send it to me at 5 p.m. Hee. Most of the time, the meaning of the surgery was not the surgery itself, but the hope. At this moment, the family of 3 stood outside the operating theater, looking at the door of the operating theater, like all the people waiting around, waiting for hope, but also fear and despair. Xianxia felt more and more that the profession of a doctor could not be too emotional. Because, too many emotions accumulated in one's body, one would have a lot of strange thoughts. Sometimes, one could not think too much. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would grow old. Why should one think so much? There were always a few departments in the hospital where the doctors were not fixed. Because they had seen too many deaths, no matter how hard one's heart was, it would melt, and they could not even bear to think about it. Compared to the pressure of work, the mental torture was more painful. In the operating theater, Xianxia and the others once again walked into the operating theater with the dreams of 3 generations. The old man's anticipation, Zhongling's fear, and the child's curiosity. Everyone knew that this battle was not going to be easy, because liver transplantation itself was a very complicated and delicate work. The organization of the liver transplantation team before the surgery was very important. Usually, it was divided into a donor liver group, a recipient liver group, and an anesthesia group. The participating departments should at least include the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Cardiac Surgery, Laboratory Department, Hematology Department, Microbiology Department, Immunology Department, Blood Bank, Pathology Department, Radiology Department, Pharmacy, and so on. All these departments had a tacit understanding and orderly running in and training again and again. Xianxia had to participate in the surgery fully. In addition to anesthesia, starting from the donor liver group, Xianxia had to cut off the liver to save this great mother and her son. There were too many things to consider. How big was a liver? It was really not big, but it was enough to support a great mother's love. It was said that the body was full of courage. Who could be more courageous than such a mother? How could a small liver meet the needs of 2 people? This was an extremely difficult question. It required Xianxia to calculate accurately. The surgery had not started yet. Xianxia stared at the CT report and kept thinking. The ruler in his hand kept calculating the size and structure of the liver, analyzing how to ensure the highest survival rate of the transplant. The 4-dimensional structure that Xianxia constructed in his mind was displayed in front of Xianxia. He needed to simulate the liver cutting again and again. While removing the liver, the relationship between the blood vessels in the liver had to be sorted out. The volume of the liver needed to be calculated to meet the needs of the liver. The complications of intra-abdominal bleeding during the operation had to be calculated, and the new bile duct and the digestive system had to be designed. It was too difficult. Time ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The anesthesiologist behind him said, "Professor Chen, we're ready." "When do we start?" Xianxia could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. It was too difficult. His mother was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 60 kg. Sun Jian was 178 centimeters tall and weighed 76 kg. The liver volume of the 2 people was different, so giving Sun Jian 50% of the liver was not enough to satisfy his daily needs. Moreover, under normal circumstances, according to the default rules of living donor liver transplantation, 50% was already the limit. Xianxia had simulated it many times, and 50% of his mother's liver was too much for him to handle. What to do? The anesthesiologist was already urging him. Xianxia took a deep breath, glanced at the mother, and made a bold decision: remove 60% of Fan Qinghua's liver. After thinking of this, Xianxia said, "I'm going to wash my hands." After saying that, he walked out. While washing his hands, Xianxia opened a simulation stone. Looking at the only simulation stone left in the space, Xianxia took a deep breath. "I hope I never have to use you." Unfortunately, that was impossible. When the image changed, and the donor and recipient groups were simulated in the space, Xianxia began the simulation surgery. After all, although living donor liver transplantation was not very mature, it was definitely an old surgery that had been around for decades. Mature, however, maturity also meant that it was very difficult to change it. A surgery where a 59-year-old mother donated her liver to a 29-year-old son was the first time Xianxia had seen, heard, and experienced. The simulation began. Xianxia first removed 50% of the liver, and as expected, the surgery failed. Even if he chose countless ingenious separation techniques, used the perfect Wu's knife technique, and gave priority to the blood vessels in the liver. Wait, they all failed. After all, the same liver for two people sounded like a fantasy story. If 50 was not enough, he added more: 51% failure, 52% failure again, 57% success. Xianxia could not help but get excited. He finally found out where the mistake was. It was in the reconstruction of the liver's ducts. A liver tissue only had one ducts for the liver, including the liver ducts, and so on. However, if Xianxia wanted to complete the surgery for two people, he needed to complete the reconstruction of the liver ducts. After Xianxia thought it through, he began to try again. In the space, Xianxia did not know how long had passed. After he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt that something had changed. Zhou Hongguang suddenly asked, "Professor Chen, why are you sweating so much?" Xianxia was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had sweated so much in an instant. Xianxia smiled. "It's nothing." Zhou Hongguang nodded and sighed. "Well, Professor Chen, we've discussed it. I think we shouldn't put too much pressure on ourselves for this surgery. After all, this kind of surgery is too difficult. We've never heard of a situation where one liver is used for two adults in the country. What I mean is, try your best to ensure that the man survives. Yes, at critical moments, we can use a liver transplant surgery." Xianxia was stunned because this sentence meant completely giving up on Fan Qinghua to protect Sun Jian's health. Gao Ronghua also nodded bitterly. "Well, indeed. This is also the suggestion of the family and the donor." Although this answer was very inhumane, however, thinking about it carefully, if it was really a single-choice question, how would you choose? Emotionally, you would be willing to stand on the side of this great mother. But rationally, perhaps saving the man was the best choice. Xianxia looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed. The two of them were a little stunned. "Professor Chen, what are you laughing at?" Gao Ronghua could not help but be stunned for a moment. The surrounding chief physicians also looked at Xianxia curiously. They saw Xianxia wipe his hands and walk toward the operating theater. He left behind a sentence: "Only children make choices. Adults, naturally, they want both. Two people, two surgeries, and both will be successful. They will both survive." His words made everyone a little confused. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? They seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone looked at the confident Xianxia and was stunned. "Only children make choices? Of course, adults want everything. Compared to us, you're the child." The group of old men looked at each other. Everyone was stunned by Xianxia's sudden arrogance. If old Ma was here, he would be very comfortable. He would even think that he had learned another trick. Unfortunately, these people did not know much about Xianxia's technique. They could only sigh and look at each other. "I want everything too, but is it possible?" "That's right. Even old Master Wu might not be able to do it well if two adults were to share the same liver." "Yeah, it's not that simple." Zhou Hongguang could not help but say, "Let's go and take a look." What if it's possible?" That's right, Zhou Hongguang was very confident in Xianxia. He was only lacking in the process of old Ma. When everyone heard Zhou Hongguang's words, they nodded. Actually, Zhou Hongguang was their biggest source of confidence today. But looking at the situation now, let's take it one step at a time. Sun Jian was still in an unstable coma. After all, his condition was still unstable. Although levodopa could help him recover his nerve function, it would still take some time. The surgery was carried out in 2 operating rooms. The first step was the donor group, Fan Qinghua surgery. Fan Qinghua's eyes were closed. This short half an hour was very important to her. Countless scenes flashed through her mind. From Sun Jian's birth to learning how to call for his mother, from turning over to walking, from eating by himself to dressing independently, to him getting married and having children. Every time she thought of this, Fan Qinghua felt that it was worth it. When she saw Chen Song enter, Fan Qinghua smiled happily. Everyone was stunned. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Auntie, aren't you afraid?" Fan Qinghua smiled. "I know you, Professor Chen. You're a famous person. You're the deputy leader of the expert group. I'm happy that I can see you for treatment. Professor Chen, one last thing. I have a request." Chen Song nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Fan Qinghua's eyes were wet. "You must save my son. It doesn't matter if I die or not. As long as he's alive, this family is still here. If he's gone, this family is gone." Chen Song smiled. He stared at Fan Qinghua and said with a smile, "Everything will be fine." After that, he glanced at the anesthesiologist. "Prepare the anesthesia. Auntie Fan, you'll be fine after a nap." The operation began. Chen Song skillfully cut open the skin and opened the abdomen layer by layer. Cancel autologous blood transfusion, no blood transfusion, no blood transfer technology. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said something, which stunned everyone who was about to leave. Zhou Hongguang and the others raised their heads and looked at Chen Song. Is there enough time? At this stage, during ordinary liver transplantation surgeries, it was indeed a good thing to remove a liver from a liver donor without using the bypass technique, because this way, the surgery time would be greatly reduced. However, this was because there was no need to consider the life of the donor. If one wanted to remove the liver from a living person, it was best to do so while there was circulation. Because this way, there would be enough time. Zhou Hongguang did not question Chen Song's operation. Instead, he was handling the work according to Chen Song's requirements. However, he still reminded him, the time of anapatic stage and inferior vena cava blockage must be controlled within 1 hour. Chen Song nodded. "Okay, I'll do it." After it entered the abdomen, Chen Song skillfully dissociated the liver. In fact, this step was similar to hepatectomy, but it was much more careful than hepatectomy. Surgeries were never independent, but superimposed on each other. Chen Song had never learned tricuspid valve repair surgery, but his proficiency in the mitral valve allowed him to handle the tricuspid valve with ease. Next, Chen Song dissected the first and second hepatic porta. The surgery was about to reach a critical moment. How to remove the liver, how much should be removed, where should they start? With this doubt, everyone turned their gaze to Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song took a deep breath and said, "Chief Zhou, help me hold the scalpel. Remember to give it to me later." Zhou Hongguang nodded. "Okay. But what kind of blunt dissection are you using?" Chen Song lowered his head and held the liver in his hand. At the same time, he said faintly, "Breaking the liver with my hands." Hearing this, everyone in the office suddenly drooled. As a classic dish, breaking the liver with your hands was very popular, but this was king surgery. However, at this moment, Chen Song's hands had already started to operate. Chen Song's hands along the left longitudinal groove exerted a little force, and the liver parenchyma was broken. Chen Song's hands had a very slight tactile and information feedback ability to the liver under the blessing of the perceptive gloves. The liver parenchyma had just been separated, but no blood vessels or nerves were damaged. This operation was done carefully, but everyone was dumbfounded. Was this too strong, breaking the liver with his hands? Moreover, he had such a good grasp of the blood vessels in the liver. Gao Ronghua, who was ready to stop the bleeding, held the hemostatic gauze in place, because the small blood vessels were not damaged, not to mention the other large blood vessels. It was perfect. It actually gave people an illusion. After everyone saw this scene, they were really shocked. "Professor Chen, this is..." Zhou Hongguang could not hold back and asked in surprise. Chen Song looked at Zhou Hongguang as if he had seen nothing out of the ordinary. "This is blunt dissection." Zhou Hongguang was suddenly speechless. Everyone was also speechless. Of course, they knew that this was blunt dissection. But this was the first time they saw blunt dissection with their hands. Chen Song explained, "The patient's liver is relatively intact. If you use the scalpel and hemostatic forceps to separate it, the control of strength is not very good. It's different if you use your fingers. You can clearly feel the texture, strength, thickness, and other information of the liver. Through this information, you can constantly change the strength, thereby preventing accidental damage to the nerves and blood vessels, avoiding excessive tissue expansion, and reducing the destruction of tissue function. After that, Xianxia said, "Give me the scalpel." Hearing everyone's words, the scene fell silent again. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at their hands. Then, they looked at Xianxia's hands. Could it be that I grew a pair of artificial hands? Everyone had the same thought. For the first time, Zhou Hongguan had the feeling that his hands were pig trotters. Could it be that other people's hands had such good perception? They could actually feel the difference in the texture of the liver to preserve the blood vessels and nerves. My hands are pig trotters? I only know how to pick my nose and wipe my ass. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguan really doubted his life. He could not help but secretly look up at the others. He was afraid that others would know that he did not fit in. However, there were many people who had the same idea as Zhou Hongguan. They were afraid that others would find out that their hands were useless. They could only pretend that they knew what was going on and nodded at Xianxia's words. "Oh. Professor Chen is right. Oh, I didn't know that you could do this. Professor Chen is right. I've learned something. I've learned something new. Let's go back and buy a pig liver to try it out tonight." Zhou Hongguan panicked when he heard these words. Anyone could guide them. The nerves in the hand were one of the most densely distributed parts of the body. The sense of touch there was very sensitive. Zhou Hongguan only had one thought now. It's all my fault for being young and ignorant. If I knew that the sense of touch in the hand is so sensitive, I wouldn't have done those things that are not suitable for children. I wouldn't have been so thick-skinned now. Sure enough, the elders didn't lie to me. Young people should quit smoking. However, Zhou Hongguan felt that he could not lose in terms of momentum. Professor Chen is right. I've tried to perform blunt dissection with my bare hands before. The effect is very obvious, but the requirement for the sensitivity of the hand is too high. I'm old now, and I feel that I can't do it anymore. Sigh. If I knew that there was such a method, I would have learned this technique too. When he said that, everyone else panicked. Many of the male chief physicians recalled the unbearable past and their youth, and they sighed. It's all my fault for being young and ignorant. Xianxia could not help but be stunned when he heard their tone. You actually took it seriously? And hurt each other so much? We're all from the same root. Why are you in such a hurry to hurt each other? Xianxia suddenly felt that he was too cruel. If he knew that this would happen, he would not have said it and caused them to hurt each other. The process of removing the liver would not take too long, and the time spent hurting each other would not be too long. Xianxia chose to remove the right half of the liver. Because this way, the right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, right portal vein, right hepatic artery, and right hepatic duct could be preserved and transplanted. He had to be careful during the entire dissection process. When everything was ready, Xianxia needed to determine the tangent line of the hepatectomy. Block the hepatic portal. Zhou Hongguang's hands and feet were very nimble. He skillfully blocked the right hepatic portal. After the hepatic portal was blocked, the color of the hepatic portal would change. At this moment, Xianxia decisively changed the color of the liver as the boundary. He took the ultrasonic knife and began to cut. The whole process requires extreme caution. The sharpness of the ultrasonic knife is definitely beyond your imagination. Xianxia's hand was very steady. Bit by bit, he carefully removed it according to the route he had planned. Soon, he reached the middle hepatic vein. Xianxia said to everyone, the middle hepatic vein must be included during the transplant. Because the middle hepatic vein drains segments B and 8, if the middle hepatic vein is not preserved, it may cause right hepatic hyperemia and swelling, which may affect the liver function. This complete preservation can effectively increase the success rate of small liver transplantation. This was Xianxia's experience and skills. After many training sessions in the simulation space, Xianxia's experience was abundant. The experience of the golden simulation stone was very different. It could directly see the recovery process in the later stages. Such an experience was extremely beneficial to Xianxia. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no consensus on whether the middle hepatic vein was preserved during right lobe liver transplantation. Xianxia's explanation enlightened everyone. they remained calm on the surface, but their hearts were already shaken. That was because it was obvious that Xianxia's liver transplantation skills had far surpassed theirs. The next thing to do was to cut according to the ratio. Xianxia's ratio was 45%, 55%, preserve 45% of the liver, then reconstruct the blood vessels and liver ducts. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw Xianxia decisively cut off 55% of the liver, including the blood vessels and liver ducts. Was it possible to preserve 45%? Everyone glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia remained silent. Xianxia had already done the following set of operations countless times. It had to be done quickly. This was the key to Fan Qinghua's survival. The liver parenchyma was quickly cut and separated successfully. Zhou Hongguang intubated the right portal vein and injected Ringer's lactated solution into a basin filled with ice chips. He continued to infuse the right portal vein and biliary tract with UW solution. Full biliary tract perfusion was beneficial to avoid or reduce postoperative biliary tract stenosis. Don't rinse the liver lining, Xianxia quickly said. Gao Rongwen nodded. At this moment, Xianxia's words were undoubtedly the truth, because Xianxia had already proved with his ability that he could do it. At this moment, less than half of the liver was left. When they saw this, everyone could not help but worry. Was it possible? Could he survive with 45% of the liver? The liver could grow. After liver transplantation, there was a growth period. Although it was relatively slow, it could bear the full function of the liver as it grew. However, how to survive this critical period was especially important. The remaining left half of the liver must be carefully stopped bleeding and all the small open bile ducts must be sealed. If the operation just now was exquisite, the next one was precise: blood vessel reconstruction, liver duct reconstruction, bile duct reconstruction. He strived for perfection in every step he took. Every step had to be done carefully. Only 45% of the original liver was preserved, but it had a local advantage. After the body was repaired, it had a super strong healing ability. In fact, the most powerful thing about the human body was its self-defense system. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, it definitely did not only evolve the brain capacity, but also the perfection of its self-recovery and defense ability. The essence of medical treatment should ultimately be returned to helping the human body heal itself. In fact, Xianxia still recognized some of the theories in Chinese medicine, for example, strengthening the body and eliminating the evil, benefiting the qi and strengthening the body, cultivating the earth to produce gold, and so on. The 5 elements coexistence might actually be a theory to promote the body's self-healing. In everyone's sight, Xianxia kept repairing the broken section. He tried his best to preserve the liver's blood vessels. Blood was the driving force for survival. At this moment, Xianxia had already successfully ligated those tiny blood vessels. Professor Chen, you only have 10 minutes. The anesthesiologist reminded. An hour's time was too short for such a delicate surgery. However, Xianxia's speed was really fast, precise and fast. Xianxia nodded and said, yes. He continued the surgery. Finally, after Xianxia successfully anastomosed the last bile duct, the liver was finally revealed. Although it was only about 45%. It gave people the feeling that it was complete. There was no test certificate now. The function of the liver had to be evaluated after the surgery. Therefore, the most difficult step of the surgery was completed. Xianxia used 45% of the liver to preserve its complete function. He did it. The next step was to wait patiently for the reaction after the transaminase reached its peak 3 days later. That was the final answer. The end of the first surgery gave everyone confidence. Professor Chen was so good at cutting liver. There should not be too much of a problem with a liver transplant, right? After all, the most difficult part of a living relative liver transplant was this. Moreover, Xianxia gave the middle hepatic vein to Sun Jian and removed most of the hepatic blood vessels, hepatic ducts, and bile ducts. Such a liver source was excellent enough. However, this was relative. For Fan Qinghua, 55% was already very good, but for Sun Jian, who was about 85 pounds, it was still a little weak. However, at least it was not a bad start. It could still be played well, after the treatment. Xianxia, Zhou Hongguang, and the others tidied up and went to the operating theater next door. At this time, Sun Jian had completed the laparotomy. For the specialists in Beijing, they could even perform a liver transplant. What they could not do were the difficult transplant surgeries. For example, this one. The chief physicians were a little nervous. They were all chief physicians of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the Emergency Medical Center Hospital. They were in their 40s and were in the prime of their lives. However, they were not qualified to enter the operating theater next door with Xianxia. Everyone discussed softly. Chief Physician Feng, do you think it's feasible? Damn, who knows? Anyway, for me, I can't do it because at most, 50% of Fan Qinghua's liver can be removed. This 50% is not enough for Sun Jian to survive. Whether he can survive in the ICU or not is a problem. Sigh, it's really difficult to encounter such a situation. If we lose Sister Fan, it won't be good if word gets out. However, if Sun Jian is gone, this family will be even more helpless. What I'm most worried about now is that both of them are not easy to deal with. An older chief physician could not help but sigh and say. He did not mean to make everyone uncomfortable. It was just that, he had to consider all kinds of possibilities. If both of the surgeries really failed, the consequences were almost unimaginable. This was undoubtedly a disaster for the Sun family, however, this was the uncertainty of medicine. Who could guarantee it? Alright, don't be depressed, everyone. Maybe Professor Chen has some extraordinary skills. The old chief physician said with a smile, trying to cheer everyone up. After all, Professor Chen has so many great achievements. Everyone encouraged each other. In fact, sometimes life needed to be like this. When faced with desperate situations and difficulties, you needed some like-minded friends to encourage each other. As he spoke, the door to the operating theater opened. Chen Song walked in with Zhou Hongguang and a few other directors. Everyone raised their heads and looked. Following the light in the corridor behind Chen Song, everyone was suddenly stunned. Mother *****. Chen Song is glowing? No, it was the light behind his head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Song was stunned and turned around to look. The lights in the corridor are too bright. Head nurse, you should change them another day. Otherwise, you'll affect everyone's vision if you suddenly open the door. The head nurse was taken aback for a moment before she quickly nodded. Oh. Okay. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but sigh. Professor Chen's words were really effective. His words were even more effective than anesthesiologist Old Zhou's and chief physician Gao's words from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. After the nurse helped Chen Song get dressed, Chen Song walked to the operating table. Looking at the liver, he could not help but sigh. Ding. Failed liver, level 91 boss. Encountered a special scenario and triggered a special mission. 1 liver, 2 lives. Mission description: use Fan Qinghua's liver to successfully save Sun Jian and allow yourself to survive. After completing the mission, you will receive a reward, a liver that does not break down. Chen Song was instantly stunned. What the hell was a liver that does not break down? Chen Song was very confused now. However, no matter how confused he was, he had to wait until the surgery was completed. Before the donor was implanted, Chen Song carefully checked the liver section again to see if there were any small bile ducts that were open. He handed this glorious task to Chief Physician Gao Ronghua. Chief Physician Gao, check if the bile ducts are open. Gao Ronghua nodded and began to check carefully. At this time, Chen Song began to prepare for the implantation. The first step before the implantation was to sort out the blood vessels. After all, whether the liver could survive or not depended on the blood vessels. The first step was naturally to anastomose the blood vessels. No problem. After Gao Ronghua finished checking, he passed it to Chen Song. Chen Song naturally trusted the cautious Gao Ronghua. As the department director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Chen Song had dealt with chief physician Gao Ronghua more than once. This person had a strong ability to stop bleeding in the liver. Chen Song's perfect level bleeding control came from this department director. Similarly, in terms of grasping the details, Chief Physician Gao was very experienced and very careful. With him checking, Chen Song was very relieved. The surgery could not be completed by one person alone. It required everyone's cooperation, otherwise, there would not be enough time. After the surgery began, Chen Song first anastomosed the right hepatic vein to the recipient's inferior vena cava, then the middle hepatic vein to the recipient's left hepatic vein. This step was not a big problem for Chen Song. These blood vessels in the body were more familiar to Chen Song than his own house number. If he really did not know them, he could even name them. Before the anastomosis was completed, albumin had to be perfused through the portal vein to remove the gas in the lumen and the remaining preservation fluid to prevent possible gas embolism and hyperkalemia. This step was also handled by Zhou Hongguang and Chen Song. The most serious complications of liver transplantation were pulmonary complications, intra-abdominal hemorrhage and vascular complications, biliary complications, rejection, and non-function of the transplanted liver. Chen Song needed to carefully reduce the possibility of various complications. Chen Song began to anastomose the portal vein and the hepatic artery step by step. After the anastomosis of the 3 veins was completed, Chen Song's fingers trembled slightly when he tied the knot. A skilled and unfamiliar surgical knot was formed. Open the blood vessels. With Chen Song's words, the vascular forceps were opened, and the blood instantly began to flow. This was an ordinary scene, and most people did not notice anything strange. When Zhou Hongguang's peripheral vision drifted over, his expression suddenly changed. He was surprised to find something that seemed ordinary but was very terrifying, because he found that when the blood flowed, the anastomosis actually began to expand. Generally speaking, stenosis of the anastomosis was an inevitable thing. After the blood vessels were anastomosed, there would definitely be more or less stenosis due to the existence of needle and thread anastomosis. However, Chen Song's blood vessels did not narrow at all. Moreover, the anastomosis was actually expanding. After seeing this scene, Zhou Hongguang could not help but gulp. This seemingly ordinary detail was actually not ordinary at all. It could even directly affect the success rate of the liver transplant surgery. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang asked excitedly, "Professor Chen, how did you do it?" Zhou Hongguang's words stunned everyone at the scene. What did he mean? Everyone looked at Zhou Hongguang and found that his eyes were full of excitement. Everyone was stunned. What had happened? For a moment, everyone lowered their heads and looked carefully. Professor Chen did not seem to have done anything. All he did was to perform a simple suture and anastomose the 3 blood vessels. However, after all, they were all experienced chief physicians. After careful observation, they keenly noticed a slight difference. The anastomosis of the blood vessels was not narrowed. How did he do it? Everyone was really shocked at this moment. The anastomosis of the blood vessels in the liver was essential for liver transplantation. Professor Chen actually solved the problem of the anastomosis of the blood vessels by accident. Moreover, they did not notice it. If it were not for Chief Zhou Hongguang's greeting, they would not even have noticed it. For a moment, everyone blushed. Zhou Hongguang was also very pleased that Chen Song could notice it. After all, he was an associate academician. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly had some ideas in his mind. Anyway, he had nothing to do during this period of time. Why not train a few academicians for fun? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt that this idea was feasible. He remembered Zhou Hongguang mentioning this some time ago. There were 3 people in this batch that he was familiar with: Zhou Hongguang, Gong Daizhen, and Su Ziming. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Song heard a mission notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a mission to help Zhou Hongguang, Gong Daizhen, and Su Ziming successfully become academicians. The mission reward will be determined according to the training results. Chen Song nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it was in line with the system's style. Unfortunately, he did not have a chance this year. He did not even get nominated, let alone selected. Since there was a mission, Chen Song felt that he should train them well. Therefore, Chen Song said to Zhou Hongguang, "Look carefully, what's the difference?" Zhou Hongguang nodded. He looked carefully, mainly observing the anastomosis. Could it be a special suture method? No, it was a very ordinary suture method. What was it? A moment later, Zhou Hongguang stared at the knot and suddenly realized. This is the expansion factor technology used? Chen Song smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Chief Zhou's skills were still very solid. His vision was much higher than other people's. At this moment, after hearing Zhou Hongguang's advice, everyone instantly reacted. using this kind of expansion factor technology when tying knots was beneficial to the expansion of the anastomosis site after blood flow was opened, and at the same time, it also played the role of preventing the anastomosis site from narrowing. What a great idea. For a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with eyes full of worship. Surgery really required talent. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but sigh and shake their heads. They could not help but admire him, but at the same time, the crowd was also somewhat excited. After all, he had only been with Professor Chen for a short period of time, and he had already learned a lot of skills. What a bountiful harvest. However, at this moment, Xianxia continued. Actually, there are still a few things that everyone should pay attention to. When anastomosing the hepatic vein, you should pay attention to the appropriate length. If the right hepatic vein is too long, it may cause distortion after blood flow recovery. The surgery continued. Xianxia relaxed instead. Sun Jian's foundation was pretty good. Moreover, when Xianxia performed the surgery, he did not notice any obvious rejection or unsuitable parts. The vascular anastomosis was smooth, the reconstruction of the hepatic duct and bile duct was smooth. This surprised everyone. Perhaps it could really succeed. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but become excited. If it succeeded, it would really be a miracle. After all, one liver for 2 lives. This was a rare successful case in the field of liver transplantation. Moreover, it was a living liver source. Of course, most of those successful cases were transplants for children. They did not need too much liver. And today's surgery? It was a 59-year-old mother providing half of her 29-year-old son's liver source. This was a classic case. Thinking of this, everyone was a little excited. If it succeeded, they could be considered to have created history, right? Time passed by minute. When Xianxia successfully dealt with these details. At this moment, all the blood vessels were anastomosed and blood flow was restored. At this moment, Gao Ronghua said to the long-awaited doctor in the color ultrasound room, "Chief Bai, get ready to take a look at the blood flow." Chief Bai quickly got up and began the examination. He had been looking forward to this step for a long time. Through the Doppler ultrasound imaging, he could clearly see the speed of blood flow and the flow of blood flow. The data could not speak, but it was very honest. When they saw this scene, everyone felt excited for the first time. This was already more than half a success. What was going to be done next might not be surgery. Because Xianxia had already done this part of the surgery to the extreme. Every detail was already excellent enough. For a moment, everyone was a little excited. Xianxia looked at everyone and could not help but laugh. All right. Everyone looked up at Xianxia and could not help but laugh. Perhaps from today onwards, Xianxia's surgery would inspire many people. It would even start more research and discussion about similar surgeries. In the previous liver transplant surgery, a liver was only used by one patient. This time, the surgery needed to be carried out under the premise of maintaining the stability of the donor's blood circulation. 2 sets of liver canals, including the hepatic artery, portal vein, and bile duct, had to be separated and provided to the 2 recipients to complete the transplant. Compared to the traditional whole liver transplant, the difficulty of the reconstruction of the canals in this liver transplant surgery was obviously higher. However, Xianxia happened to be an expert in the field of digestive tract reconstruction from the World Society of Digestive Surgery. He was very good at the reconstruction of the digestive tract. This might be an innate advantage, right? On this foundation, Xianxia began the surgery with a further innovation. A small liver was successfully transplanted into the patient's body. How could this not make people excited? At this moment, a chief could not help but laugh. Perhaps they might really succeed. Zhou Hongguang nodded firmly. No, it's for sure. It will definitely succeed. After saying that, he added, I believe in it. Everyone nodded and laughed. The surgery ended with everyone's laughter. A rigorous and dangerous surgery ended with such a smiling face. Perhaps it was the greatest relief. The patient was quickly sent to the intensive care unit. The next few days would be the biggest test of their lives for them. They persevered through it. Happiness and victory would come. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of this day. Xianxia was no exception. P.S. I'm finally done writing. I'm sorry, I'm done writing again. Thank you for your support. Finally, can I ask for a monthly vote? Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window. The gentle sunlight shone in the white ward, making this white world more warm and less bleak. This was the intensive care unit of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery on the 14th floor. Perhaps it was because he felt the touch of the sun, or perhaps it was because he felt the warmth of the world. Sun Jian moved his finger joints slightly, and then, his consciousness gradually returned to his mind from the state of drifting. He waited quietly. Waited for his muscles to be controlled. Waited for him to open his eyes and see the world clearly. For this moment, he struggled for a long time. He had a dream. The dream was very long and very far away. He wanted to wake up. He struggled with all his might. He could not die. His child, his wife, and his parents were all waiting for him. Finally, he opened his eyes. The first scene that greeted him was sunlight. The second scene was angels. Yes, he knew that he was saved, and it could not have been without the help of these angels in white. The color in the room was white. The sound in his ears was beeping. The smell in his nose was unique to the hospital. The feeling in his fingers was an oxygen saturation monitor. It was good to be alive. He was still alive. Thinking of this, Sun Jian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not know how long he could hold on. Had the liver source been found, Sun Jian did not know that his mother had donated the liver to him. At this moment, a nurse also noticed his abnormality. She quickly walked in front of him and smiled happily. "You're awake?" Sun Jian opened his mouth and hummed. His voice was a little hoarse. He was about to say something when the young nurse said happily, "Wait a moment. The chief and the others are changing shifts now. I'll go and find the chief immediately." The young nurses were very happy that Sun Jian could be saved. Over the past few days, Sun Jian's surgery and prognosis had become the most important thing in the intensive care unit. Everyone was looking forward to this young man waking up and not letting down this maternal love. Sun Jian nodded. Ouch. Sun Jian moved slightly and felt a sharp pain in his lower right abdomen. He reacted slightly and suddenly realized something. I had an operation? When the nurse heard that, she nodded. Yes, you have been in surgery for more than 2 days. Today, you finally woke up. Speaking of this, the young nurse could not help but sigh. She looked at the bed next door and hesitated. Sun Jian was overjoyed. I found the source of the liver? At this moment, Sun Jian suddenly followed the nurse's line of sight and glanced at the bed next door. He was stunned by what he saw. He saw a familiar side profile lying on the hospital bed. This face, this side profile. He had seen it for 29 years. How could he not know who it was? In an instant, Sun Jian felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck his mind. He was dumbfounded. How could he not understand what was going on? He looked at his mother and suppressed the anxiety and fear in his heart as he asked, "Hello, this is my mother, right? Could it be?" Seeing this, the nurse couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like Sun Jian still didn't know what had happened. The nurse took a deep breath. To be honest, after working in the hospital for such a long time, she had not seen many people sacrificing themselves to save their son. Auntie Fan Qinghua's shock to the nurses was unparalleled. They would visit this auntie every day, hoping that she would wake up soon. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. Your liver source isn't that easy to find. For you, your mother donated 55% of her liver. Actually, if it was possible, she was willing to donate 100%. Hearing this, Sun Jian felt his body tremble. He had guessed it long ago. He had guessed it right from the start. He didn't expect it to be true. His body trembled as he clenched his fists. His eyes were about to burst. Tears finally gushed out from his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. No. 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 Sun Jian kept repeating this sentence in a low voice as he lay there in pain. His tears wet the pillow. Mom, why are you so silly? Sun Jian closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, "Nurse, will my mother survive?" Sun Jian suddenly reacted and asked quickly. The nurse suddenly felt uncertain. "I don't know." Auntie Fan is in the same situation as you. She hasn't woken up since the operation. Hearing this, Sun Jian fell silent. His eyes were filled with helplessness, guilt, and self-blame. He couldn't repay his mother's kindness in this lifetime. Someone else's mother gave birth to someone else once. And his mother had given him 2 lives. He couldn't repay this kindness in his next life, or even the next one. For a moment, Sun Jian didn't know what to say. He looked at his mother and realized that his mother was old. The roots of her hair were much whiter. He could see crow's feet even with his eyes closed. There were freckles on her skin without makeup. He looked at her quietly as tears blurred his eyes again and again. Until Chen Song and the rest came to the office. Sun Jian's eyes were still expressionless. Gao Ronghua quickly organized everyone to start all kinds of tests. The aminotransferase had reached a peak yesterday, but it quickly fell back to normal today. This meant that the liver function was good. This also meant that the liver transplant was successful. Bile secretion was normal too. For a moment, everyone was excited. It's a success. It's really a success. What an amazing surgery. While everyone was talking, Sun Jian didn't say anything. Because his mother had exchanged his life for his. How could he be happy about this? After a long time, looking at the lively atmosphere in the room, Sun Jian asked in a hoarse voice, "Director, how is my mother?" Before he could finish his words, tears had already flowed and his voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Gao Ronghua comforted him. Professor Chen personally performed the surgery. The success rate is very high, but the reason why your mother hasn't woken up yet is not necessarily a bad thing. Only 45% of her liver is left in her body. We intentionally intervene to let her body adapt to this internal environment as soon as possible. But we've already tested her. All the conditions in her body are stable. So, don't worry. After hearing this, Sun Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a chance. He still had a chance to be filial. As long as his mother could wake up, he was willing to treat her well and be filial to her for the rest of his life. The young man didn't know the kindness of raising her. He wasted half his life as if he didn't hear it. Now that he had read The Path of the Human World, he didn't forget the October marks, stretch marks, surgical incision marks, etc. Sun Jian tilted his head and looked at his mother quietly. How long had it been? He hadn't looked at the mother who gave birth to him so carefully. P.S. I wrote the poem myself. It's not well written. I don't like to spit it out. Actually, I like the last line. Don't forget the October marks. The moment Fan Qinghua opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Sun Jian. Mom. You're awake. Mom, you're finally awake. Sun Jian held his mother's hands excitedly and sat by the bed. His voice was choked with sobs. To be honest, Sun Jian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. At this moment, he really understood what it meant to be anxious. He had forgotten how many vows and promises he had made. The moment his mother opened her eyes, he suddenly felt that. It was dawn. There was nothing to be afraid of. When Fan Qinghua saw Sun Jian sitting beside her healthy, she could not help but laugh. Both mother and son instantly burst into tears. Fan Qinghua did not say many touching words. She just smiled and said, "Lie down for a while. You just finished the surgery. Rest. When you're discharged, come home for dinner. Mom will cook something delicious for you." No words could compare to a mother's concern. When the nurse saw that Fan Qinghua had woken up, she also ran to the office excitedly. "Director, Auntie Fan is awake." Hearing this, Gao Ronghua's eyes instantly lit up. Although he had predicted that she would wake up, who could guarantee it? It was good that she woke up. It was good that she woke up. Gao Ronghua quickly picked up the phone and called Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song had just finished bandaging an old man's arm. He said with a smile, "Be careful in the future." The old man nodded happily. "Young man, thank you. You're really patient. Let me tell you, with this patience and perseverance, you can achieve great things. Although we only bandaged a superficial wound today, it won't be long before we can do major surgery." Nurse Jing Yi, who was assisting Chen Song, could not help but laugh and say, "Sir, you have good taste." Chen Song smiled. When the emergency department was busy, Chen Song did not mind whether it was big or small. the old man smiled. This is not good taste. Really, young people need this kind of. At this moment, Chen Song's phone rang. It was inconvenient to change the dressing, so Qingyi helped to answer it. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Ronghua's slightly excited voice came through. Professor Chen, the liver transplant surgery was very successful. Fan Qinghua and Sun Jian are both awake, and all the indicators show that the operation was very successful. You're really amazing. This dual-purpose liver transplant surgery is simply opening up a new direction. Professor Chen, this might be the first case of a living donor liver transplant in our country. If you have time, come up and take a look. Chen Song heard Gao Ronghua's voice and said faintly, okay, 10 minutes. I have a patient who needs bandaging. I'll go up after I'm done. Gao Ronghua was stunned by Chen Song's calm tone. Aren't you excited at all? This was doing two things at the same time. How many people could do that? This was simply opening up a new direction in the field of liver transplantation. How could Professor Chen be so calm as to bandage an external injury patient with such a magnificent feat? What kind of wisdom was this? For a moment, Gao Ronghua was silent. Perhaps this was the difference between him and a master. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ronghua said, let's go to the ICU first. Everyone was stunned and could not help but ask, don't we need to wait for Professor Chen? Gao Ronghua walked out and said faintly, Professor Chen has a patient who needs debridement and bandaging. It will take another 10 minutes. Let's go over first. As soon as Gao Ronghua said that, the doctor's office immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Gao Ronghua in surprise. Disbelief was written all over their faces. After all, Professor Chen was so famous. Why would he do such an unconventional surgical treatment like debridement and bandaging? Shouldn't he be in the operating theater every day, surrounded by beautiful operating theater nurses, surrounded by countless chief physicians, publishing an SCI article every 2 to 3 days, attending international conferences every few days, applying for the National Nature Fund without paying attention, and winning awards without paying attention? He actually had the time to bandage, at this time. Someone said, this is what it means to be in a higher realm. As soon as this was said, the room immediately fell silent. After everyone deliberated for a while, they could not help but look at each other and nod. At this moment, when Chen Song picked up the phone, the old man who was being bandaged at the side also happened to hear it. When one was old, one would naturally be more knowledgeable, not to mention in the capital. Naturally, he also heard the other party address him as Professor Chen and talk about the liver transplant. He even said that it was the first liver transplant in the country and that it was a precedent. When he heard these words, he was full of pretentiousness. Wasn't this too amazing? Even if the old man did not know much, he knew most of it. He stared at Chen Song with wide eyes full of curiosity. After a few minutes, Chen Song finished bandaging the wound. He smiled and said to the old man, Sir, remember not to get it wet. Xiaoyi, help the old man settle down. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he got up and left. Qingyi smiled and nodded. Okay, Professor Chen. Hurry up and go. I'll take care of things here. After Chen Song left, the old man widened his eyes and asked curiously, Young lady, this is? Qingyi narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, Professor Chen is not an ordinary junior doctor. He's the treasure of our hospital. When the old man heard that, he became even more curious. Oh? What kind of treasure? Qingyi smiled and said directly, let's put it this way. Let me tell you a few titles. Professor Chen is the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. He's the world's. Qingyi rambled on for a few minutes before stopping. The old man was dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. Such an amazing person bandaged my wound? No wonder he can become so successful. I give him full marks for his wisdom, damn. Such an amazing person. Why didn't I leave a shadow for him? The old man sighed regretfully and got up to leave. This group of old men liked to chat and brag every day. He glanced at the gauze he was bandaging and sighed. He could brag for half a year. At this moment, Chen Song walked towards the office. The emergency center was very crowded. People came and went, and the elevator was full. Along the way, people greeted Chen Song. Hello, Professor Chen. Professor Chen, where are you going? "Hey, Professor Chen, which floor are you going to?" When the doctors and chief physicians met on the way, they greeted him, whether they knew him or not. Chen Song also nodded in response. The passers-by kept looking back. Such a young man was already a professor. I wonder if she's married. He was also quite handsome and seemed to be in a high position. He was also working in a national hospital. He would definitely be a son-in-law. When they reached the elevator door, the elevator staff personally held the elevator and nodded with a smile. "Professor Chen, which floor are you going to?" Chen Song felt that he could be considered to have fought for half of the emergency medical center. At the very least, the elevator lady would personally hold the elevator and wait for him when she saw him. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Only the leaders of the hospital had such qualifications. And Chen Song had it. Without a doubt, this meant that in everyone's hearts, he was already comparable to the director. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt that he should be a little arrogant and have a good chat with Director Wu. As they spoke, Chen Song arrived at the intensive care unit. At this time, Sun Jian's family was all there. The intensive care unit could only be visited for a limited amount of time a day. Under normal circumstances, it would not exceed an hour. Most of the time, it would only be around 10 minutes. Sun Jian and Fan Qinghua waking up at the same time made the entire department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery very excited. After all, such an amazing surgery was born here. In the future, they would be proud to talk about it. After Chen Song arrived, everyone looked at him with respect. Professor Chen. To be honest, everyone's respect for Chen Song was fake. This was admiration for his ability, this was different from admiration for his position. One was passive submission, the other was active recognition. Chen Song nodded, smiled, and walked over. When Fan Qinghua saw Chen Song, he immediately became excited. Professor Chen, thank you. This aunt, who was almost 60 years old, looked at Chen Song with excitement. If it were not for him, her family would have been gone. Our family will remember your kindness. Sun Jian quickly prepared to get up, but he was stopped by Chen Song. Professor Chen, thank you. Thank you for saving me. After understanding with Gao Ronghua and the others just now, he also realized the danger he was in. If it were not for Professor Chen, not only would he not be able to save himself, but his mother would also be in danger. To be honest, Chen Song dared to take this step and accept this surgery. He was already taking a risk. After the surgery, if either Fan Qinghua or Sun Jian failed, it would be very dangerous. In the end, Chen Song still took over and successfully completed it. Chen Song smiled. If you want to thank someone, you should thank your mother. She is a great mother. Sun Jian's father and wife looked at Fan Qinghua excitedly. She had sacrificed too much for this family. Sun Jian looked at his mother gratefully. Mom, this is the second time you've given me life. In the future, I will definitely take good care of you. Don't worry, Fan Qinghua looked at the child and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, silly child. You've been stirred up. As a mother, you're like this. Sun Jian carried the child and looked at his wife, Zhongling honey. Let's call our child Sun Minzhen, okay? Our family needs to be grateful. Zhongling nodded. I'll listen to you. Sun Jian picked up the child. Son, you have to remember that I was able to survive because of the help of many people. Your name is Sun Minzhen. When you grow up, Dad doesn't expect you to have a bright future. Just be a good person. After Chen Song looked at the indicators of the two seriously, he left with peace of mind. For the next period of time, they needed to recover and recuperate. In the end, they had walked out of the critical period. Chen Song and the others returned to the office and gathered everyone on the day of the surgery. In the afternoon, they began to discuss the case. There were too many things to share and summarize about the surgery this time. In fact, this was an aspect that could not be obtained after the surgery. Everyone was very excited, the entire office was bustling with noise and excitement. The department directors of 4 or 5 departments of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery from the top hospitals in the capital gathered here. Everyone was extremely excited as they watched Chen Song talk about his surgical experience. Everyone was very excited, everyone even had the illusion that Professor Chen might have one foot in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. If that was really the case, it would definitely be a blessing for the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in the Emergency Center. Needless to say, at this time, the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery and the Department of General Surgery in the Emergency Center had successfully applied for several national projects this year. The Department of Cardiovascular Surgery was directly connected to the construction of a medical research center that cost 2 billion yuan. With such a research center, the future of the department would be bright for future development. Xianxia's explanation was very thorough. The surgical concept of using one liver for two purposes was bound to shine in the future. After all, there was a shortage of liver resources today. If they encountered such a situation, they would really have many choices. The continuous improvement of this theory and method would have a profound impact on solving the current shortage of liver resources for liver transplants. After the meeting, Xianxia looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Actually, I've been thinking about another question after the surgery. Is there a way to distribute one liver source to two patients who need a liver transplant? If so, how should we do it?" Alright, the meeting is over. Everyone, think about this problem carefully. The meeting is adjourned. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Hongguang thoughtfully, got up, and left with a smile. Zhou Hongguang felt Xianxia's gaze and could not help but be stunned. He seemed to see hope in Xianxia's eyes. In fact, at this moment, Zhou Hongguang suddenly thought of another thing. This might be the key factor for him to win the academician selection in October. That's right, what did he lack now? Influence, international influence in the industry, and the emergence of this theory was undoubtedly a window for him. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang even trembled with excitement. There was a chance, he still had a chance. Originally, Zhou Hongguang thought that there was no chance for him to win the academician selection this time. Now, Xianxia directly placed the opportunity in front of him. It was just a matter of whether he could grasp it. Excitement and agitation surged in his heart. This time, he could not admit defeat. Ding. Zhou Hongguang's favorability plus 10, favorability has reached 60. After Xianxia heard the system notification, he was suddenly stunned. He could not help but smile and shake his head. Do your best, the opportunity was given to you, it was just a matter of whether you could grasp it or not. However, at this time, Xianxia still had something in his heart that made him happy. He was finally going to get the liver indestructible. After walking out of the office, Xianxia heard the system notification ring again. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the mission of 2 lives with 1 liver. You have obtained the reward, liver indestructible. Liver indestructible, this is a purple super liver. After equipping, it will automatically take effect. Characteristics 1. Metabolic adaptation. The liver is the human body's chemical factory, participating in protein synthesis, fat metabolism, sugar metabolism, vitamins, drugs, and toxins metabolism. It will carry out a special metabolic mode according to the special conditions of the human body to ensure the health of the body. 2. Hormone metabolism adaptation. As a place for hormone and vitamin metabolism, it will allow you to burst out the strength of the human body at critical times. 3. Toxic metabolism enhancement. As a place for drug and toxins metabolism, it will speed up detoxification and reduce toxic side effects. Xianxia was stunned. This was really a liver indestructible, amazing preparation. P.S. There are still 2 more chapters, please vote. Hee. Xianxia looked at the system notification and felt like he had ascended to a higher level. However, how should he test such a liver? What was the difference between the 2 livers? It was impossible for him to slice his own liver. It was even more impossible for others to slice his own liver. However, how could he show that his liver was different from others? At this moment, Xianxia had a meal. After the surgery, the people in the Department of Hepatology were in high spirits. After doing such a big thing, they naturally wanted to celebrate. The joy of the hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgeons was very simple. They just ate, drank, and cut their livers. Everyone decided to invite Professor Chen out for a drink. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard that. Drink, alcohol was metabolized by the liver, that was good news. Xianxia felt that they had found something that he was good at. With such an invincible equipment, who would Chen Song be afraid of? When the people in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery heard that Chen Song was coming out, they became even more excited. Now that they were going to have a meal with Professor Chen, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Everyone decided to take turns to get Chen Song drunk. After all, just because he was good at surgery did not mean that he was good at drinking. No matter what, he had to be alone, right? After making up their minds, everyone chuckled in tacit understanding. They began their first round of attack. Beer. Chen Song also began his first round of beer experiments. Yes, it was like water with air. However, the glycogen conversion of maltose might be faster. As for alcohol, forget it. Boss, give me another bottle. I want dark beer. Looking at the defeated crowd, Chen Song sighed helplessly. Not a single person could fight, however, this angered everyone. They called for help. Zhou Hongguan made a call, and a group of war gods came to 301. Chen Song decided to try white wine this time. Yes, the effect was obvious. The speed of alcohol decomposition was comparable to beer. For a moment, Chen Song examined himself again. What kind of liver was this? When he was fully equipped, Chen Song felt that the problem he had to deal with was not diseases, but superhuman opponents like Darkseid. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen Song went to the toilet a few more times. She went home disappointed. He decided to go to the hospital the next day to do a CT scan to see if there were any changes to his appearance. However, he was afraid that after he did it, he would find that he was full of liver. That would not be good. It was already past 11 o'clock when they got home. When Xianxia saw Chen Song come back, he couldn't help but complain, "Why did you come back so late? Is there another dog?" When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "Of course not." As she spoke, she got up and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. You should rest early. Don't you have to work tomorrow?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He got up and ran into the room. Chen Song was curious, but he still walked towards the toilet. After all, he reeked of alcohol. Although what he drank was basically metabolized, the smell of alcohol on him was still quite strong. Most importantly, that group of people didn't play by the rules. They started splashing when they couldn't drink. Zhou Hongguang was even more shameless. If it weren't for his agility, he would have vomited on him. After washing up, Chen Song went to bed happily. Just as he lay down, Xianxia walked over with a box. She looked at Chen Song with a resentful expression. "Let me show you something." Chen Song was stunned. He smiled and hugged her. "What is it?" Xianxia pouted and handed over the things in her hand. "Look, what is this?" Chen Song was taken aback. He took a look at it and immediately laughed. "Isn't this our marriage certificate? Why are you taking this out in the middle of the night?" Xianxia sneered. "Take a closer look." "What is this?" Chen Song was suddenly curious. He turned it over and looked at it several times. He was sure that it was a marriage certificate. Isn't this a marriage certificate?" Xianxia pouted and widened her eyes. She looked at Chen Song with a resentful expression and said angrily, "Wrong. This is a driver's license." Chen Song was stunned, he was instantly blinded. "This is obviously a marriage certificate." Xianxia directly pinched Chen Song's face. "This is a driver's license. You've become a dog." Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. "Driver's license? What do you mean?" Xianxia said bitterly, "In the past, when we didn't have a license, you drove every day. At that time, you drove without a license. The speed was quite fast and the driving time was quite long. But look at you. What have you become after you have a license? It's not that bad during the internship period. Now that our wedding is over, you have the qualifications to race on the highway. Why don't you drive? Can the speed be done?" Chen Song finally reacted. He didn't react just now. Only now did he understand, this girl. The speed was getting faster and faster. When Chen Song heard that, he immediately blushed and explained, "The car needs regular maintenance. It can't be driven all the time." Xianxia sneered and directly turned over to ride Chen Song. She grabbed his face with both hands and pinched it hard. You have to open for business today, even if you don't want to. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. Legalized driving? What can I do? I'm not afraid of female hooligans, I'm only afraid of hooligans being cultured. After a quiet night, when Chen Song woke up the next morning, he was surprised to find that he was refreshed. Not only did he not feel tired, but he even felt a little refreshed. Well, of course, after all, he had slept on the floor for a night. The floor was very hard. Of course, his waist was good. Recalling what happened last night, Chen Song was really embarrassed, not because of anything else, but simply because he had urinated too much. The liver metabolism was fast. However, there was also a lot of decomposition products. Where should he go? The lower 3 roads. This caused the car condition last night to not be obvious. The engine kept stalling. This made the driving process not smooth. After a while, he had to go to the toilet. Xianxia was so angry that he kicked Chen Song out. Chen Song had spent the entire night reflecting. It seemed that this thing also had side effects. Cough cough, it seemed that it still needed to be perfected. No wonder it was purple. The most powerful thing might be the golden liver. Well, thinking of this, Chen Song felt that there was still a long way to go. At this time, Xianxia also woke up. Chen Song smiled flatteringly. Morning. Xianxia glanced at Chen Song faintly. After thinking for a while, he sat beside Chen Song with some heartache and patiently comforted him. How old are you? You have to urinate frequently. I'll help you register a number tomorrow. Really, you don't have to be afraid. In fact, there are many genitourinary surgeons who have to urinate frequently and urgently. Don't be traumatized. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I drank too much last night, cough cough. I'm usually quite good. When Xianxia heard this, he encouraged him. Well, yes, you have to believe in yourself. It's a good thing to cultivate confidence. Chen Song. Scissors. Gauze. Scissors. Rock. Old Ma's untimely words stunned everyone in the operating theater. Everyone stared at Old Ma and did not speak for a long time. Old Yu could not help but ask, what does rock mean? Old Ma scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. You guys keep talking about scissors, gauze, scissors, gauze. I think you should at least talk about rock, right? Well, this did not sound wrong, but this was the operating theater. Did you think this was rock paper scissors? However, no matter what, Old Ma's words made everyone in the operating theater smile and relax. In the following days, Chen Song did not have much to do. He participated in the emergency department every day, accompanied Old Yu to the hospital, and went to the park to walk the horse when he had nothing to do. It was considered a happy life. Recently, Chen Song felt that his body was much better. At least, he was not so tired. Well, after drinking less, the side effects of frequent urination and urgent urination were much better. He could even drink 1 VN. As a result, no one wanted to drink with Chen Song now. After all, what was the point of drinking with an emotionless wine pot? However, this also made everyone envious. Old Ma had patted Chen Song's liver more than once and said enviously, Song, I really want to exchange my kidney with your liver. I have so much good wine at home. I'm afraid that my liver will be damaged by drinking. Hearing this, Liu immediately laughed. Dream on. How can you do business like this? With your 3-minute kidney, you want to return Professor Chen's iron liver? Old Ma was not angry. It was a cost-free business. What if he made a profit? A liver transplant was also simple. Chen Song was on the night shift. Before 6 o'clock, Chen Song brought takeout to the emergency office. There were not many people at this time. Chen Song ate his dinner leisurely. However, at this time, there was a commotion outside. Where is your chief? I want to report you. This is not a hospital. How can you call this the Capital Emergency Center Hospital? People are going to die because of you. Quack doctors are misleading people. Hurry up and arrest them. 2 men and a woman were standing at the door, cursing angrily at the emergency department. At this time, it was the peak hour for people to get off work and eat. After people passed by one after another, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Before the nurse could call Chen Song, he got up and walked out. After all, with such a loud voice, it was hard not to be discovered. There were many people around. The two men and the woman were not young. They were all in their 40s. The woman was pushing a wheelchair, and an old lady was sitting on it. The old lady fainted immediately. Medical disturbance, or what? This was Chen Song's first thought. However, regardless of whether it was a medical dispute or not, they had to understand the ins and outs of the matter first. As he spoke, Chen Song walked straight ahead. "Hello, I'm the doctor on duty. What happened? Or, is there anything I can help you with?" Chen Song was very polite and had a good attitude. When the three of them saw Chen Song, a young man, running out, they were stunned. "It has nothing to do with you. Go and call your chief," the middle-aged man said faintly, as if he did not want to make things difficult for Chen Song. It was past 6 in the evening, and the hospital's administrative staff had all gotten off work. Many of the chief physicians who did not have surgery left early. Chen Song explained helplessly, "At this time, the chief physicians are either performing surgery or have already gotten off work. I'm on duty today. If there's anything, I can help you solve it." Chen Song saw that the other party was not someone who would pester endlessly. In fact, he had already guessed that the other party might have encountered a problem. He quickly said, "It's like this. If the old lady is not feeling well now, let's not delay the treatment and finish the treatment as soon as possible. We can solve any problem. If it's caused by us, the hospital will definitely not shirk responsibility. With such a big hospital here, we can't run away, right?" The middle-aged man nodded, and the woman behind him quickly pushed the old lady in. "It's like this. My mother took the medicine you prescribed today, and not long after she took it, she fainted. Isn't this a problem with your treatment?" Hearing this sentence, the surrounding people suddenly started to talk. To be honest, this was the reason why the hospital was willing to let things go. Because they were afraid of causing trouble. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly said, "What medicine did she take? What illness does the old lady have? Do you have a medical record book? Let me take a look." The woman quickly took out a box of medicine from her pocket and handed the medical record book over. "There's no problem with this medicine. Your doctor asked us to buy it from the prescription opposite." Chen Song took a look at the medicine first. Dibazole tablets. Chen Song was slightly stunned. This was a blood vessel smooth muscle relaxation drug. After taking it, it could reduce peripheral resistance and achieve a hypotensive effect. It was suitable for mild hypertension, and at the same time, it had a therapeutic effect on vasospasm. But, what illness did the patient have? Why did they prescribe dibazole? Chen Song opened the medical record book and read it. After taking a closer look, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. How was this high blood pressure? It wasn't gastrointestinal spasm or vasospasm. This was clearly an old lady with hyperthyroidism and sweating. But, why did they prescribe dibazole for such a hyperthyroidism patient? This didn't make sense at all. He continued to read and saw the doctor's prescription signature. With this look, Chen Song was stunned. The original prescription tag should have been taken away when they bought the medicine. But, the medical record book would have the doctor's instructions. After Chen Song saw it, he instantly understood what was going on. But, it was precisely because of this that he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Damn it, he was really helpless. He now knew why such a thing happened. He quickly said to the nurse, "Give the old lady a blood pressure test." While waiting, Chen Song looked at the signature below. Yu Liang. The name was written in a flamboyant and elegant style. The prescription was even more elegant. It looked like what a doctor should look like. Sloppy. If Chen Song wasn't a doctor, he would have thought that there would be a problem with him, let alone the patient. This patient clearly had hyperthyroidism, and the drug prescribed was tapazole. However, what was written in this medical record book? Dibazole and tapazole were very similar. How could there not be a problem? At this moment, the old lady's blood pressure results came out. The nurse quickly said, "Professor Chen, blood pressure, 6,545 millimeters of mercury." When Chen Song heard this, he immediately took a deep breath. It was indeed low blood pressure. Tapazole was an antithyroid drug for hyperthyroidism. Dibazole was for lowering blood pressure. this sloppy handwriting directly caused the patient to buy the wrong medicine. Chen began to think about how to explain. P.S. Sloppy prescriptions are actually a kind of sin, I don't agree with it. Of course, my power is limited, and my words carry little weight. I hope that my power can change some social problems. This might be the purpose of my book. At that moment, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the emergency room. Chen did not panic. After all, he had been through a lot and had seen many things. What's more, they weren't really looking for trouble this time. Their mother was really feeling unwell. Chen pondered for a moment. The most important thing now was to restore the old lady's blood pressure. The simplest way was to drink water and expand her blood volume. However, it was obvious that this situation was relatively slow. The most direct way was to use sodium chloride injection. Thinking of this, Chen quickly said, "How about this? Calm down first. The most important thing now is to improve the old lady's condition. Let's talk about other things, okay?" When the old lady's children saw Chen words, they felt that it made sense. They were not troublemakers, but they were definitely not afraid of trouble. If there was a problem, they had to save people first, otherwise, it would be meaningless. "Hurry up," one of the men said angrily. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the other party and then looked at Chen. "Yes, save people first." The middle-aged man did not say much because this matter had nothing to do with Chen. There was no point in talking to Chen about this. He would not vent his anger on a young man. Chen nodded and quickly asked the nurse to send the old lady to the ward. He did not go to the emergency room and only gave her a simple saline drip. When the other party's family saw this, they could not help but say, "Aren't you being too careless? Can a saline solution solve the problem? What's wrong with my mother?" The younger man could not help but stare at Chen with his eyes wide open. He could not keep his cool at all. Chen said, "It's not that I can't bear to use medicine, but there's no need to use medicine. Let's put it this way. The reason why this happened is mainly because you bought the wrong medicine." As soon as he said that, the three of them widened their eyes and stared at Chen. "How can this be wrong? We went with a prescription. We don't know how to prescribe medicine, but how can the person who filled the prescription not know?" The older middle-aged man also said in a deep voice, "Young man, you have to be responsible for what you say." Chen sighed. "But I really can't blame you. Actually, the drug chief you prescribed to you was tapazole, and the drug you bought was dibazole. Although these two drugs only have one radical difference, they really have nothing to do with each other. The old man has hyperthyroidism. Tapazole is a drug to treat hyperthyroidism, while dibazole is a drug to lower blood pressure and relax blood vessels. So, after the old man took the medicine, not only did he not get better, he even fainted. It was because of the drop in blood pressure." After listening to Chen words, the crowd instantly quieted down. No one argued. No one said anything either. In the end, he had bought the wrong medicine. This was awkward. The surrounding onlookers whispered to each other. The three family members stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to say. Actually, it wasn't that Chen was willing to side with Yu Liang, but, how should he put it? To be more precise, he didn't want to make the situation worse. "You should have gone to the pharmacy to buy the wrong medicine." Yes, it doesn't matter if he's a doctor. Yes. In fact, this showed that there was something different. In the past, when there was a dispute, most people would stand on the side of the patient no matter what. But in the past few years, there had been some changes. Everyone was more inclined to side with reason. The middle-aged man's logic was clear. He sighed and said helplessly, "This doctor's handwriting is too sloppy." Chen nodded. "Indeed, we are also responsible for this matter. I will communicate with Chief Yu. As for the specific follow-up, you can discuss it face-to-face." Indeed, Chen felt that Yu Liang had a lot of responsibility. First of all, the hospital's prescriptions were usually written electronically in the hospital. The paperless era had been in the hospital for many years, especially in an international metropolis like the capital. There were very few handwritten prescriptions. However, it was not absolutely impossible. Handwritten prescriptions were still not eliminated. This was a supply chain. Many doctors would cooperate with outside pharmacies. For example, how much medicine would I prescribe, and how much would you reimburse me at the end of the month? At this time, the doctor would write a handwritten prescription and ask them to go out to the designated place to buy the medicine. After all, the pharmacies outside were private enterprises. The staff would come today and leave tomorrow. Not many of them were stable. Who could guarantee that they would recognize your medicine? It would be strange if there were no problems. This gray supply chain had existed for many years. Otherwise, why did you think there were so many pharmacies next to the hospital? After all, there were already hospitals. Why would you open a pharmacy? Therefore, this was not something that Xianxia could solve. However, it was fine for you to go out and ask the patient to buy medicine. At the very least, you had to respect the patient when you wrote it. It was still fine for Bazol and Dibazole. It was not fatal. If there were clarithromycin and clindamycin, or promethazine and chlorpromazine, it could be life-threatening. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that this matter should be a wake-up call for Chief Yu. After about half an hour, the old man's blood pressure gradually recovered. After all, the effect of the medicine was limited. Dibazole itself was not a strong antihypertensive drug. In addition to the drug metabolism, normal saline expansion, and so on, the patient recovered very quickly. Blood pressure was something that could not be felt usually. When the blood pressure was low, it immediately felt abnormal. The old man's condition improved. The family members also hurried to his side. After being frightened for a long time, they finally calmed down. "Doctor, thank you," the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Xianxia smiled. "It's okay. It was caused by our responsibility." At this moment, Yu Yonggang came back from the surgery. Xianxia said to the patient's family, "This is our chief. I believe the chief will give you an explanation for this matter." Yu Yonggang was slightly stunned. "Xianxia, what's going on?" Xianxia sighed and recounted the events of the day to him. After that, Yu Yonggang's face suddenly darkened. To be honest, Yu Yonggang hated this kind of thing the most. He did not expect this kind of thing to happen to him. How could he tolerate this? Thinking of this, Yu Yonggang took a deep breath and said to the patient's family, "Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." After receiving Yu Yonggang's affirmation, the middle-aged man nodded. Since his mother was fine, he was not too angry. However, this kind of thing was ultimately a landmine. He did not know when it would explode. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "Chief Yu, this matter is not just about our family. It may be about many patients." After the problem was solved, the three men left with the old man. They did not pester him. In fact, the real reason for the medical dispute was that the problem could not be solved. The real purpose was to treat the patient. However, the words of the man before he left made old Yu unable to sleep for the whole night. The management of the 6 emergency departments had always been very strict. He did not expect that Yu Liang would encounter such a situation not long after he arrived. He knew that Yu Liang was such a person, but he did not expect him to cause trouble for himself. What should he do? Early the next morning, when it was time for the shift change, Lao Qin walked directly into the office and looked at everyone in silence. Lao Qin's appearance stunned everyone. Who was so unlucky to offend such a person today? The consequences of Lao Qin's anger were very serious. The order of the 6 emergency departments was not something that could be casually trained. It could not be separated from Old Yu's careful management. Old Yu had always been more open in terms of profits. He also gave a lot of commission to everyone. The treatment fees and surgery fees were much higher, but he rarely gave a commission for drugs. Moreover, something like Yu Liang's had not happened in the 6 emergency departments for a long time. After the shift change, Old Yu took out a projector screen and uploaded the photos he had taken. "Everyone, look at this. What drug is this?" Everyone was stunned and looked up. "Isn't this Dibazole?" "No. It's Dibazole." This, everyone discussed. Old Yu did not beat around the bush. He stared at Yu Liang and asked, "Chief Physician Yu, what drug is this?" How could Yu Liang not tolerate his own handwriting? But why did Old Yu show him this? Yu Liang could not help but frown. "This is Dibazole, right?" As soon as he said this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. F*ck, even he could not recognize it. Why did he want others to recognize it? In fact, a doctor's handwriting was not scribbled. That was not the case. This happened 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, doctors wrote medical records by hand every day. They could not erase or draw. If they wrote something wrong, they had to rewrite it. Who would dare to write such handwriting? At that time, a fine of 3,000 yuan for a medical record was a small matter. It was too common, every doctor's medical record had to be handwritten. Many of them simply brought their medical records home to write. Therefore, the handwriting of the doctors who came from that era was actually pretty good. As for sloppiness, that was a bad habit. Don't think that the doctors who wrote all the prescriptions knew them. In fact, they were just guessing. Otherwise, they would ask the master to identify them. But if you really finished it, wouldn't it save you a lot of trouble? This was also the reason why he had asked a medical student to prescribe the medicine. Other than the fact that the experts were busy, it was also because their writing was easy to recognize. Hearing Yu Liang mention tabazole, Olju was so angry that he slammed the table. Bullshit. Can't you read your own handwriting? Immediately, the entire office instantly quieted down. No one had expected that Olju would suddenly start cursing in front of everyone. Not giving him any face at all, but only Xianxia could understand Olju's anger. We can understand that your handwriting is sloppy, but you can't even recognize your own handwriting. That's a bit too much, that was irresponsible. This was a photo that Olju had taken when he personally went to the pharmacy and took out the prescription. In the end, you said you made a mistake? What was this if not dog sh*t? For a moment, Olju was really furious. He directly cursed. Yu Liang's expression also changed instantly. He was a chief physician in his 40s. He couldn't take it lying down when someone pointed at his nose and scolded him. However, Yu Yonggang was the chief of the 6 emergency departments, and Yu Liang was just a small team leader. But Yu Liang couldn't just be pointed at and scolded, right? Speak properly. Yu Liang said with a livid expression, this is the department. Yu Yonggang, don't have the final say. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They were arguing, this kind of thing had never happened in the emergency department. It was rare to see 2 chief physicians slamming the table and scolding each other during a shift change meeting in the emergency department. They were all adults. How could they fall out with each other? But today, they really did. Olju snorted coldly, you have the final say? You don't even know the prescription you wrote. Why are you trying to reason with me? Let me tell you, Yu Liang, this is the 6 emergency departments. It's not where you used to be. If you can do it, you should do it properly. Don't mess around all day and make the emergency department a mess. If you can't do it, get out of here as soon as possible. Olju really didn't give him any face at all. His words made Yu Liang's face turn green and purple. He was so angry that he didn't say anything. If he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid of ghosts screaming at his door. Now that Olju said this, he naturally knew that he had prescribed medicine to the pharmacy. Yu Yonggang continued, also, everyone here, write down the medical records and medical books carefully. Don't be like some people who don't even know that they were prescribed the wrong medicine to the patient. Yu Liang was so angry that he didn't say anything. After a moment, the more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. Why should he be angry at him? He was invited to the high-level neurosurgery team. He wasn't here to be bullied. Thinking of this, Yu Liang directly stood up and walked out. When Yu Yonggang saw this, he couldn't help but ask, where are you going? Yu Liang said, I'm sorry, you're too powerful. I can't serve you. Yu Yonggang nodded. Okay, you definitely won't be able to come back after you leave this door. Fine, the catfight escalated. This time, the atmosphere became awkward. Yu Liang didn't expect Yu Yonggang to be so decisive. He gritted his teeth. If this place didn't want him, there would be another place for him. Besides, if he left, he didn't believe that anyone would be able to lead the neurosurgery team. After that, Yu Liang was about to walk out. At this time, Yu Yonggang directly said, I'll announce the next work adjustment. Xianxia will replace Yu Liang to take over the neurosurgery team and be the leader of the 3rd team. When they heard this, everyone in the office was stunned, even Yu Liang, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He sneered at Yu Yonggang and stood up to leave. When old Yu saw this, he directly asked, "Chen Song, are you confident?" What else could Chen Song say? Yes. Good. Dismissed. Suddenly, the office quieted down. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After the meeting, old Ma handed Chen Song a bottle of milk as if nothing had happened. Oh my god, I was scared to death. I didn't even have the nerve to eat breakfast. Chen Song rolled his eyes. You still have the appetite to eat breakfast at this time. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but click his tongue. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Do you think old Yu's EQ is so low that he can't suppress his anger in this kind of situation?" TSK. Naive. When Chen Song heard this, he was suddenly stunned. That's not right, right? Shouldn't old Yu be acting himself today? After all, he was so angry, how could it be fake? No way? Old Yu is really angry. Old Ma took a sip and drank all the milk. He licked his lips and smiled. Do you think that the chief physicians are all so stupid and naive? Chen Song is really naive. Let me tell you, old Yu has a lot of ideas. His anger is all an act to scare people. You are too naive. At this point, old Ma looked at Chen Song and whispered, "Let me tell you, this Yu Liang is an old man. He's very cunning. However, most people turn a blind eye to it. Otherwise, do you think the second emergency department will give the entire neurosurgery rescue team to us? Old Yu, today is an opportunity to show off and provoke Yu Liang. I didn't expect Yu Liang to really fall for old Yu's trick." Chen Song looked at Yu Yonggang with a surprised face. When he saw Yu Yonggang stand up and smile slightly, he suddenly felt that what old Ma said was true. Chen Song couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The capital's tricks are so deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Old Yu's move cut through the Gordian knot. It was fast and direct. Old Ma sighed at this time. Sigh. This emergency department, only I can see through all of this. Lonely. Life is so lonely. Although Chen Song didn't quite understand why life was so lonely, he looked at old Ma's annoying face. He felt that Lei might be more suitable than Shui. However, how did he become the leader of the emergency department's neurosurgery team? He looked at the other people who were also confused and transferred together. Chen Song decided to go over and say hello to everyone. After all, this was a sudden appointment. Not to mention others, even he didn't have time to prepare himself. When Chen Song went over to get to know them, everyone was quite excited. After all, working with Professor Chen was a great opportunity for him to be proud of himself. However, the only thing that wasn't so good was Professor Chen's neurosurgery level. This made everyone feel inexplicably nervous and worried. Although Yu Liang was cunning, he still had some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Huang Binhai had basically recovered by now. He was very happy with Chen Song's arrival. However, everyone was calm. After all, the emergency department's neurosurgery department was only responsible for some critical patients. The neurosurgery department would have to handle the truly complicated cases themselves. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could just apply for a consultation. After Yu Liang left the emergency department, he went straight to the hospital director. However, this time, Yu Liang was successfully transferred to the neurosurgery department. This caused him to be stunned. After Yu Liang went to the neurosurgery department, he was just an ordinary chief physician, and he did not have a team to lead him. In this way, who could he exploit? However, it was too late for regrets. He could only go to the neurosurgery department for the time being. Now, he could only place his hopes on Chen Song. After all, he did not think that Chen Song would be able to lead a team well after crossing over. After all, it took a long time to train an excellent neurosurgeon. It was different from other departments. On this day, Chen Song was woken up by the emergency department's call. "Professor Chen, Secretary Deng's son's tendon is broken. Come over and suture it." It was 1:30 in the morning. Chen Song turned over and got out of bed carefully. He did not dare to disturb Qinyu. Secretary Deng was not just anyone. He was the secretary of the emergency department. In terms of status, he was not lower than Wu Tongfu. However, Deng Gaoyuan was also responsible for the director of the Chinese Medicine Administration. Therefore, in terms of status, he was not low. After rushing to the hospital, Chen Song saw Deng Gaoyuan sitting on a chair with a gloomy face. He covered his face with both hands and sighed repeatedly. His wife was beside him with tears in her eyes. "Professor Chen, over here." Li Yu, who was on duty, said hurriedly. Chen Song nodded and asked softly, "Suicide again? Cutting his wrist?" Li Yu nodded. "Yes." Chen Song sighed helplessly. How many times had it been? At this time, he saw Chen Song. Deng Gaoyuan stood up and forced a smile. "This? Sorry to trouble you, Professor Chen. I still have to go to the hospital in the morning." Secretary Deng was very low-key and humble. He did not put on airs at all. In Deng Gaoyuan's words, no matter how high he was, what could he do? He could not even educate his own child well. Indeed, Secretary Deng was very successful in his life. The Chinese Medicine Administration was developing well under his leadership. There were more things to do on both sides. Wu Tongfu was basically in charge of the hospital. Deng Gaoyuan rarely interfered. Deng Gaoyuan's son was 24 years old this year. However, he was a veteran of depression. He had depression at the age of 18. It had been 6 years. During these 8 years, he had committed suicide countless times. Chen Song had witnessed it 2 or 3 times in the hospital. This had always been Deng Gaoyuan's sore point. However, depression was not something that could be cured just because you said so. It was really hard to explain the mental illness. He had gone abroad several times but still could not find the problem. When he was 20 years old, Deng Gaoyuan gave up. His wife quit her job and did not dare to go to work. She took care of their child. He was also scared. The two of them had thought of having a second child. After all, if this continued, it would be troublesome. Sometimes, Deng Gaoyuan even felt that his child should be a rich second-generation heir. He could even be a prodigal. He should be healthy instead of committing suicide every day. Chen Song comforted him. "It's okay. I'm here. My tendon suture is very good. Don't worry, Secretary Deng." Deng Gaoyuan could not help but shake his head. "I hope you can't suture it well so that this kid will stop thinking about suicide." Deng Gaoyuan was not old. He was in his early 50s. He was much younger than Wu Tongfu. His wife was 3 years younger than him. They got married early. Chen Song could not help but sigh. He did not say anything else. He got up and followed Liu to the operating room. Chen Song looked at him with dull eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Chen Song was very good at suturing tendons. After spending an hour, Chen Song finished all the details. However, tendons could be repaired. Depression was very difficult. After treating Deng Yu's tendon, Chen Song got up and was about to leave. He suddenly saw something wrong with Deng Yu's eyes. His expression changed instantly. He quickly went closer to take a look. With one look, Chen Song frowned. This was optic neuroedema? Chen Song's eyes were different from other people's. He made a prompt decision and began to stare. He took a closer look, and as expected, he found that Deng Yu's left optic disc was swollen. It was a sign of optic neuroedema caused by depression. This was impossible. Could it be an intracranial lesion? P.S. That's 3 chapters for now. Everyone, sleep early. Don't wait. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. Chen Song was curious. Why was there an edema of the optic disc? Chen Song looked at the dazed Deng Yu and wanted to ask him some questions. However, he immediately dismissed the idea. It would be a miracle if he could get an answer out of him. Sometimes, a diagnosis was really about solving a case. Any clues needed to be carefully collected by the attending physician. Difficult cases were like unsolved cases. They often needed to collect details from inconspicuous places. Chen Song looked at Liu and said, "I'll go back and ask some questions. You, look after him." Liu nodded. "Go ahead." In fact, depression was most of the time. The patient was not always in that state. They only wanted to commit suicide when they had an episode. It was like a cycle in the human body. In fact, whether it was the blood, body fluids, endocrine, nervous system, etc., all of them were cyclical. The human body was a complicated machine. It was really too complicated. There were more than 1,500 physiological functions in the liver. If these functions were spread out, they could cover the entire capital city. Chen Song returned to the emergency department as he spoke. It was 3:30 in the morning. At this time, the emergency department was very quiet and the hall was a little cold. Secretary Deng sat on the chair with his wife in his arms. She was tired from crying and fell asleep. Secretary Deng could not sleep. The child's matter seemed to be his sore point. When it came to his career, Deng Gaoyuan felt that he was just like his name. He had high aspirations, but in life, he felt that he was a complete failure. He could not even educate his child well and made him suffer from depression. It was really unpresentable. In fact, the organization was giving him more and more work. The leader had also hinted a few times that he wanted him to move. Deng Gaoyuan had not dared to express his opinion about this. If he moved, it would not be a simple sentence. He was now a deputy minister. At this time, any move would mean that he was a reserve minister with a high position and power. Could he be qualified for such a position? Deng Yu was his biggest burden. To be honest, Deng Gaoyuan was a little emotional. He had talked to Director Xiao Run's about this matter several times. Xiao Runfang also said that Deng Gaoyuan might replace him in the future. Xiao Runfang wasn't young anymore. It would only be a matter of 2 years. Deng Gaoyuan estimated that his most likely route was to be the deputy director of the Health and Wellness Commission for 2 years, and then smoothly take over after 2 years. For a civil servant who wouldn't be tempted by such a future, today, the leader came to talk to him again. The two of them even drank some wine. This matter was brought up again. Sometimes, Deng Gaoyuan actually thought, what is the purpose of my life? He looked at the ceiling and thought for the whole night. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The most important thing about the administration of Chinese medicine was that it was easy. Once it was moved, he had to put in the fastest speed and the most energy to adapt to the new job. After all, the scope had expanded again, there were more things that he needed to learn. If that was the case, he would definitely not be able to take care of the child. Damn, at this moment, Chen Song ran over in a hurry. Secretary Deng. Let me ask you something. When Chen Song saw that Secretary Deng's wife was sleeping, he couldn't help but whisper, should we send her to the duty room? Deng Gaoyuan shook his head. No need. I'll go back after the surgery. Professor Chen, has the surgery been completed? Chen Song nodded. Yes, the surgery has been completed. But I have to ask you and Auntie about something. When Deng Gaoyuan heard this, he didn't ask why and just woke his wife up. In the hospital, he had to listen to the doctor. Deng Gaoyuan had this awareness. After the woman woke up and saw Chen Song, she quickly asked, how is it? Professor Chen? Did the surgery go well? Chen Song nodded. The surgery was very successful, but he still needs rehabilitation training. But there's another thing that needs to be confirmed. Has Deng Yu's eyesight deteriorated recently? Hearing this, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Yes, a little. This child can't see clearly recently. He's also irritated when reading books and watching TV. He likes to hide in the quilt alone and doesn't talk. I thought his condition had worsened recently. After I went to the psychiatric hospital, I asked him to take more sertraline. Then, this happened today. After hearing this, Chen Song was almost certain in his heart. He continued to ask. Has Deng Yu ever had meningitis or trauma to the brain before, these diseases? Hearing Chen Song's words, the woman quickly shook her head. No, this child is also stupid. Although he hurts himself, he rarely hits his head or jumps off a building. Most of the time, it's on his arm. The woman really couldn't continue. Whenever she talked about these, her heart would ache. It was as if those dense wounds were cutting her own flesh. It was extremely painful. When Chen Song heard the woman's words, he also frowned. No trauma, no intracranial infection, what could it be? Looking for an ophthalmology consultation. Professor Chen, what happened? Chen Song nodded. Yes, during the surgery just now, I found that there was something wrong with Deng Yu's eyes. It's very likely that it's optic disc edema. Usually, besides ophthalmology, the main causes of this disease are intracranial infection, intracranial trauma, and intracranial tumors. When Chen Song mentioned intracranial tumors, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right, could it be an intracranial tumor? When he thought of this, Chen Song was a little excited. It was very possible. When Deng Gaoyuan saw this, he also frowned. Professor Chen. What should we do now? Chen Song quickly said, let's take an X-ray first. Deng Yu should have had an intracranial examination before, right? Deng Gaoyuan nodded. Of course, he had. He was part of the medical circle, so he knew many famous doctors of all sizes. 2 years ago, he had been through a lot of trouble. He even went to Mayo twice. However, it was useless. The examination couldn't find any problems. However, the more the examination couldn't find any problems, the more he looked like a mental patient. Depression was not easy to examine. 2 years ago, all kinds of examinations were done. There was nothing wrong with the brain, and there were no organic lesions in the body. So, I gave up at that time and could only rely on medication. However, in recent years, the situation seems to be getting worse. The medication is also increasing. Sometimes, medication doesn't help. The citalopram that he used to take is already drug-resistant. Sigh, Chen Song simply comforted him. Let's do a checkup first. There might be some changes in the situation. Deng Gaoyuan understood. He looked at Chen Song seriously and thanked him. Then, he said, Professor Chen, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Please take care of Deng Yu. We're his parents. We just have to cooperate. With the support of Deng Gaoyuan's family, Chen Song let go of his hands. Call the ophthalmology department and invite them for a consultation. Radiology department? I'm Chen Song. Yes, let's make an appointment for an MRI scan. After Chen Song picked up the phone and informed them, Liu returned with Deng Yu. After seeing Chen Song, Liu asked curiously, what's wrong, Chen Song? Chen Song said worriedly, I suspect that Deng Yu's depression might not be a mental illness. After hearing this, Liu was stunned. If depression isn't a mental illness, then what is it? Chen Song said, tumor. Liu rolled his eyes and whispered, it might as well be a mental illness. Tumor. Intracranial tumor, TSK. Liu couldn't help but look at Deng Yu and sigh. Chen Song smiled and said, it might not be a malignant tumor. While talking, Chen Song looked at Deng Yu and said, let's go for an MRI scan. Don't be afraid, it's just a room. Close your eyes for a while and you'll be fine when you come out. Deng Yu had depression, but he wasn't stupid. Naturally, he could understand Chen Song's words. Recalling the MRI scan, his face changed. He began to shake his head frantically. No. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh and say helplessly, it's okay, I'll go with you. Don't be afraid, it's okay. No, I'm not going. Deng Gaoyuan walked over. He wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Deng Yu quietly and smiled. Son, you've never disappointed me. Really, you're just sick. You'll be fine once you recover. Listen to the doctor, okay? Deng Yu heard Deng Gaoyuan's words and calmed down a little. He looked at his father's eyes and avoided looking at him. To be honest, Deng Yu felt that he was a useless person. Other than his father, he couldn't find any value. Perhaps his only merit was his reincarnation. Okay. Deng Yu's voice was very low. When they arrived at the MRI room, Deng Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment before entering the examination room with Chen Song. There was no radiation in the MRI machine. When Deng Yu entered the machine while lying on the bed, he began to feel restless. Then, he began to turn over, trying to get out. Deng Gaoyuan quickly said, lie down, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Deng Yu was a little scared, and his voice started to sound like he was about to cry. No. No, I feel like I'm going to die. Let me out. Let me out. Then, his breathing quickened and his hands began to clap. Blood began to seep out of his bandaged hands. The radiologist quickly stopped. Deng Yu also rolled off the bed. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. When she saw Deng Gaoyuan, she hugged his leg and trembled as she said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't do it. It's too unbearable. It's like death." Chen Song sighed helplessly. He had expected this to happen. It was really difficult for patients with severe anxiety and depression to undergo an examination in a confined space like the MRI and CT room. That kind of narrow and dark environment would instantly cause the illness to flare up. Chen Song had seen this happen more than once. Therefore, from the beginning, Chen Song said that he would accompany him in the examination room. However, he did not expect that he still could not do it. Deng Gaoyuan knew that this was too difficult for Deng Yu. This was also the reason why he had rarely undergone such examinations after the age of 20. Helpless, everyone could only return to the emergency room and reconsider. The ophthalmologist also came. When he saw Secretary Deng, he quickly became attentive. After Chen Song discussed with the ophthalmologist on duty, they still decided to do the examination. MRI and CT were almost impossible to avoid. They had to figure out the situation in the brain first. After hesitating for a while, Chen Song decided to inject a sedative. Deng Gaoyuan also agreed. After Deng Yu fell asleep, the group of people sent him to the radiology department again. At this time, it was already around 4:30 p.m. While waiting for the results, Deng Gaoyuan's eyes were a little melancholic. Chen Song took out a bottle of coffee from his pocket and handed it over. "Secretary Deng, have a sip." Deng Gaoyuan glanced at the coffee and smiled. "Thank you. It must be hard in the emergency room, right? I still have to keep coffee on hand." Chen Song smiled. "It's okay when you get used to it." Deng Gaoyuan nodded. "Old Wu thinks highly of you and wants you to stay. What do you think?" Chen Song could not help but say, "The Capital Emergency Center Hospital is good, but the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province is my home. If I go back and build my home, I won't have any burdens when I go out." Indeed, the Second People's Hospital gave Chen Song a platform. This platform was very important. When Deng Gaoyuan heard Chen Song's words, he was suddenly stunned for a moment and smiled. "Well, it's pretty good. Brother Qin and I have dealt with each other before. He's a very good person. In fact, I should be considered your uncle's generation. However, he will probably be transferred in the next 2 days at the latest. If you have any difficulties, call me. As long as you do your work well, you don't have to worry about who will be the director. If you have any problems, just call the provincial office. If you can't solve it, call the health commission." Deng Gaoyuan's words were very calm, but they were also very bold. However, he really had the ability to do so. How many 50-year-old deputy ministers were there in the country? Chen Song smiled. "Secretary Deng, I'm just a department director. How can I trouble you?" Deng Gaoyuan smiled. "As a department director, you have more weight than the director of Peking Union Medical College Hospital. You didn't see the director election of your hospital this year. It even involved Director Xiao." Chen Song was stunned. Just as the two of them were chatting, the radiologist was sweating profusely. He swore that he had never seen such a large arachnoid cyst. Looking at the size, he was a little shocked. To be honest, in his 12 years as a radiologist, this was the first time he had seen such a large tumor. He looked at the young man lying on the other side of the glass and felt a little sorry for him. How could he endure until now? As he spoke, he did not have time to take a look. He ran to the next door and said, "Secretary Deng, Professor Chen, come and take a look." Hearing the radiologist's words, Chen Song was stunned and asked directly, "Is it an arachnoid cyst?" The radiologist was stunned. "Professor Chen, you know?" Chen Song nodded seriously. "Is it very big?" The radiologist was stunned again. However, his heart was in turmoil. How could he guess that? He could not help but nod. "Yes, it's very big. I've never seen such a big one." Chen Song raised his eyebrows. Only Deng Gaoyuan's expression changed. Arachnoid cyst? Chen Song nodded and said to the nurse, send the patient back first and let the neurosurgeon come down for a consultation. In the office, Deng Gaoyuan and his wife looked at Chen Song in surprise. What? You're saying that Xiaoyu didn't suffer from mental illness all these years? Chen Song nodded. Yes, to be precise, it shouldn't be a primary depression. Depression is just a side effect of his illness. Actually, the pain and damage that Deng Yu suffered far exceeded his performance. This kind of torture is very difficult. After hearing this, Deng Gaoyuan was suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his child didn't suffer from depression. He, Deng Gaoyuan, was a national deputy minister in the medical field. His child's diagnosis was wrong. Moreover, Deng Yu had been treated for depression for so many years. For 6 years, he had been treated as a mental patient. 6 years, he had been taking psychotropic drugs for 6 whole years. Even a normal person would have problems after taking them, right? The office instantly quieted down. No one spoke. Deng Gaoyuan couldn't accept this fact. The one on duty tonight was Yu Liang, who had left because of a grudge with Yu Yonggang. He rushed to the emergency department as soon as he heard the news. After all, this was Secretary Deng's son. If he could perform well in front of Secretary Deng, he could leave a good impression in front of the leader. After he finished looking at the scans, he began to explain. Well, if that's the case, everything can be explained. Deng Yu should have a congenital arachnoid cyst. During development, the arachnoid division is abnormal. It's more common in teenage boys. Combined with the scans, it can be seen that a frontal lobe cyst can cause depression. And Deng Chao's optic disc edema can be explained very clearly. The optic nerve is covered by the extended meninges in the skull. When it reaches the optic foramen, it's divided into 2 layers. The outer layer is the periosteum of the orbital bone, the inner layer is the optic nerve sheath, and the inner layer is the soft membrane and arachnoid membrane surrounding the optic nerve. Therefore, the cerebral subarachnoid space is connected to the optic nerve subarachnoid space. When an arachnoid cyst occurs, it's obvious that there's a solid disc edema. Yu Liang explained very clearly. He had to admit that as a chief neurosurgeon, he was quite skilled. However, after he finished, Yu Liang was surprised to find that Secretary Deng wasn't happy. Instead, he frowned and his face became gloomier. Do you have a way to treat it? Finally, Deng Gaoyuan looked at the huge arachnoid cyst in the skull. It was bigger than his fist and he felt a chill down his spine. Finally, he looked at Yu Liang and asked. Yu Liang was stunned. He looked at Deng Gaoyuan and blushed awkwardly. TSK. Sigh, it's too late. If the arachnoid cyst was discovered early, it wouldn't be a problem to treat it. It might even be a minor surgery. But it's really a little troublesome. The arachnoid membrane is tightly adhered to the surrounding tissues, and it's constantly expanding. It now occupies a large area of the skull. The most important thing is that there is a small hole in the wall of the cyst that is connected to the subarachnoid space. Cerebrospinal fluid continuously flows into the cyst through this hole. The small hole acts as a valve, and due to the pulsation of the basic cranial artery, the cyst gradually expands. Moreover, the results of this CTA show that these blood vessels have formed a cycle with the arachnoid membrane. If we perform surgery, these blood vessels will need to be treated. However, these blood vessels are all below the cyst. If we perform surgery rashly, it will easily cause intracranial hemorrhage. Moreover, this place is entangled with the optic nerve. This place, Yu Liang said a lot. He needed to make it clear to Secretary Deng that it was not that he could not do it. It was just that this surgery was too difficult. Sigh, even academician Xue Jingren might not be able to perform this surgery, let alone me. Deng Gaoyuan did not say anything. His expression was very unpleasant. The characteristic of an arachnoid cyst was that it would continue to expand. It would even get worse. Surgery was a must. Moreover, it would get better and better. However, they had delayed it for more than 4 years. They had allowed this arachnoid cyst to grow to this stage. If it were not for Chen Song, they would not even have discovered the cause. It was quite ironic. That's right, where's Chen Song? Deng Gaoyuan quickly asked, Professor Chen, do you have a way? Yu Liang glanced at Chen Song. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. To be honest, he did not have any direct conflict with Chen Song. However, Chen Song was the one who told Yu Yonggang about what happened that day. Coincidentally, after Yu Liang left, Chen Song became the team leader of the neurosurgery department. Therefore, Yu Liang really had some opinions about Chen Song in his heart. At this time, when he saw Deng Gaoyuan ask Chen Song about it, he could not help but laugh contemptuously in his heart. If he did not have a way, how could Chen Song have one? Could such a big cyst be cut just like that? Secretary Deng, I have a way. We can drain the fluid from the arachnoid cyst. The intracranial pressure will be reduced, and naturally, the current symptoms will be alleviated. The ophthalmologist looked down and did not say anything. However, this method might be really good, at least for the ophthalmologist. Chen Song said directly, it can be cut. Suddenly, these 3 words stunned everyone in the room. One night, Chen Song only said these 3 words. Yu Liang rambled on for the whole night. From the theory to the pathogenesis, he explained very clearly. He even mentioned the difficulty of the surgery, even the method of the surgery was given. However, Chen Song's 3 simple words were like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to his monumental treatise. It was very shocking, everyone was shocked. It could be cured, don't talk so much. You're a doctor. Whether or not you can cure it is enough, don't say so many reasons. What difficulty? What skill? Which leader would be willing to listen to your professional knowledge? They only want to know if it could be cured. As expected, after Deng Gaoyuan heard Chen Song's answer, he instantly stood up and clenched his fists. He stared at Chen Song excitedly and asked, really? Chen Song replied, yes. Yu Liang's eyes widened. He glanced at Chen Song and said, Professor Chen. This cyst has already fused with the pia mater. The blood vessels are seriously entangled. Are you sure? Chen Song replied, yes. Yu Liang obviously did not believe it, he knew how difficult it was. Deng Gaoyuan heard this and immediately said, good. Professor Chen, I'll leave this matter to you. Chen Song replied, yes, let's do the hospitalization. But Xiao Ku, go and get a notice of critical illness and a consent form for surgery. Let Secretary Deng sign it. After that, he glanced at Deng Gaoyuan and said, Secretary Deng, you still have to sign these things. After all, any surgery has its risks. Yu Liang heard this and quickly said, Secretary Deng, my method has no risks. Deng Gaoyuan glanced at Chen Song and said, yes, surgery has its risks. But, Professor Chen, after the surgery, can depression be cured? Chen Song nodded and said, in theory, yes. But it needs a process. After all, if it's taken for a long time, there will be withdrawal symptoms. Good. I'll sign it. Deng Gaoyuan immediately agreed. P.S. After the YI affair, I came back from my hometown. I'm preparing to rent a new house, so I'm a little busy. I'll write 2 more chapters. Everyone can read them tomorrow morning. I'll go and write. Can I ask for monthly votes? Deng Gaoyuan's words really stunned everyone. Yu Liang's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. He did not know why Deng Gaoyuan was willing to choose Chen Song's risky plan. Moreover, he did not believe that Chen Song could cure the patient. That was impossible. More than 10 years of surgical experience told him that this patient was not to be trifled with. Drainage was the simplest, most direct, and most effective way. Yu Liang was not convinced at that moment. He felt that these leaders were too superstitious about Chen Song. Yu Liang even had a feeling. He felt that he was actually the male lead in the story. He was depressed and had a lot of ambitions, but he had nowhere to show them. Chen Song and Yu Yonggang were actually bad people. They protected each other, but Deng Gaoyuan could not see the truth. He was obviously good to him, but he did not realize it. He was willing to believe in Chen Song, who was more famous. Sigh, helpless. You won't be so smug when there is a problem. Do you really think that surgery is a joke? Impossible? How can there be so many miracles in surgery? The more Yu Liang thought about it, the more indignant he felt. On the other side, Deng Gaoyuan signed. Chen Song nodded and said, Secretary Deng, let's go back tonight. We'll finish the preoperative examination and complete the necessary tests. I'll contact Director Hu Chuanbang and Academician Xue Jingren tomorrow. They'll come over and cooperate with me. Go ahead, don't worry about it. Deng Gaoyuan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Professor Chen. If Xiaoyu recovers, I'll personally hold a banquet to thank you. Chen Song smiled and said, It's late. Go back and rest. We have people here. Deng Gaoyuan nodded and went home with his wife. Deng Gaoyuan was a little excited along the way. If it was really as Chen Song said, after a successful surgery, not only could Xiaoyu recover from depression, it was definitely a good thing for Deng Gaoyuan. Now he could devote himself to his new job. Deng Gaoyuan felt more and more emotional as he thought about it. His wife, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was also looking forward to it anxiously. She glanced at Deng Gaoyuan and could not help but ask, Honey, Xiaoyu's depression can be cured, right? Yes. Definitely. How many people has Professor Chen treated? Moreover, Xiaoyu doesn't have depression at all. It's just a side effect. He will definitely recover. Honey, don't worry. It's been hard on you all these years. Sigh. What's there to talk about? It's fine as long as our family is safe. Indeed, no matter if it was a minister or a commoner, there was one thing that was equally precious, and that was health. The next morning, Chen Song personally called Xue Jingren. Academician Xue, I need your help with a surgery. Do you have time? When? It starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Alright, I'll definitely go. After Xue Jingren hung up the phone, he was a little excited. Xue Jingren was really excited about Chen Song's invitation. He could not forget the rescue work in Ba country. Chen Song was really amazing. After the last incident, Xue Jingren had a better impression of Chen Song. After all, Chen Song had truly taught him something. What kind of surgery would it be today? Xue Jingren was a little curious. Deng Yu's surgery was very important to many of the chief physicians. The chief physician of the neurosurgery department, the ophthalmology department, and the hospital's leaders, including Wu Tongfu, were all very important. After all, he was Secretary Deng's only son. Yu Liang was also present, but his existence had been ignored. It was simple. Because the positions of the people present were relatively high, all of them had titles. However, when Chen Song released Deng Yu's case, everyone was stunned. He could even hear the faint sound of a breath being sucked in. Such a big cyst. And, it's an expanding arachnoid cyst. The adhesion between the cyst wall and the surroundings is a little serious. It's too difficult to completely remove the cyst wall. Yes, but if the cyst wall is not removed, it will recur in the future. If it's removed, it's too difficult. Eh? This cyst is too strange. There are actually blood vessels passing through. Once the surgery is performed, the blood vessels must be cut off. After the surgery, the intracranial and extracranial blood vessels must be anastomosed. However, once there is ischemia, the possibility of nerve function damage is too high. He already has an emotional disorder. This TSK, it's difficult. As the video results were released one by one, the chief physicians quickly began to analyze. Every word they said was the real situation. It was a situation that could not be avoided. Finally, after about half an hour, Deng Yu's situation was clear to everyone. Chen Song glanced at Xue Jingren. Chief Xue, what do you think? Xue Jingren was the most skilled person in the field of neurosurgery. Xue Jingren pondered for a moment and said, There's no technique in this surgery. It can only be done by force. His words hit the nail on the head. Everyone nodded. Indeed, if we want to treat depression, the cyst wall must be cleaned. Otherwise, it's meaningless. That makes sense. Arachnoid cysts are not very important in the first place. If we don't have to do surgery, we won't do it unless it's really affecting the patient's health. Now that Deng Yu's situation is very obvious, since the surgery is going to be done, we have to do it thoroughly. Just like Chief Xue said, we have to do it by force. Xue Jingren pondered for a moment and said, Yes, there's no technique in this surgery. There's no technique in this surgery. It really depends on the skill of the surgeon. There are a few difficulties that must be overcome. First, the cyst wall adhesion is serious and difficult to clean. Second, the speed of the surgery must be very fast because one of the intracranial and extracranial blood vessels must be blocked. The cyst wall must be cleaned within a specified time. Third, the technique of microvascular anastomosis. The entire surgery involves a total of 12 blood vessels, 1 large artery, 3 small blood vessels, and 8 microvascular anastomosis. It must be completed within a specified time. These 3 are not 3 difficulties, but one big one. The surgeon must have these 3 possibilities at the same time and overcome 3 difficulties to complete the surgery. After that, everyone fell silent. Who could have such skills? At this moment, Xue Jingren glanced at everyone and then looked at Chen Song. Perhaps only Professor Chen can meet these conditions. Professor Chen, you'll be the chief surgeon for this surgery. Chen Song was stunned. He glanced at Xue Jingren and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I've been practicing well recently. My skills as a supporting character are improving day by day. I really deserve to be encouraged. He's worth grooming in the future. At this moment, everyone was stunned when they heard Xue Jingren's words. Could it be that Professor Chen could do it? Even Yu Liang did not expect Xue Jingren, an academician, to be so spineless. What's so great about Chen Song? Can he buy you a car or a house? You flatter him like this. Unfortunately, Xue Jingren was overjoyed when he saw Professor Chen's gratified smile. There was no dispute in the preoperative discussion. Chen Song was in charge of the surgery. The surgery method was simple and crude. It was head-on. It was the so-called endoscopic resection of intracranial arachnoid cyst. The surgery needed to be performed under an endoscope. Just as Xue Jingren said, there were not many skills in this surgery. It was all about the ability of the surgeon. This was a competition of the surgeon's talent and ability, the same operation, the same technique, and the same surgical procedure. There were no skills. There were only skills. There were only operative skills. To put it simply, it was a battle of fists against fists. It was also a surgery that was very fascinating to watch. After all, any surgery was too complicated. It was not enjoyable to watch. This surgery was focused on a few points. First, accuracy. Second, speed. Third, stability. These 3 tests were the basic qualities of the surgeon. Chen Song led a group of people into the operating theater. Yu Liang also came. When Chen Song saw this, he smiled. Help me get the forceps and scalpel later. When Yu Liang heard this, he was stunned. He felt humiliated. In his opinion, the best way to slap someone in the face was to make them do some trivial chores. Therefore, Yu Liang was about to refuse. Just as Yu Liang was about to refuse, Chief Hu Chuanbang saw this and quickly said, Chief Yu, if you don't want to, I'll do it. I'll get the equipment for Professor Chen. After saying that, Hu Chuanbang ran over happily. To be honest, when he saw Yu Liang being chosen as the forceps holder, he sighed in his heart. After all, he also wanted to observe the surgery from a first-person perspective. Moreover, holding the equipment was the role with the best view, the easiest, and the best learning angle. However, since Chen Song took the initiative to let Yu Liang do it, Hu Chuanbang was embarrassed to say anything. What was surprising was that Yu Liang was not willing. This was simply good news. How delightful. When Yu Liang saw this, he was immediately dumbfounded. Director Hu, this. Don't you want face at all? Working as a scrub nurse for Chen Song. Seeing this, Chen Song could not help but shake his head and sigh. To be honest, at first, Chen Song felt a little embarrassed that he had squeezed out Yu Liang's director. Therefore, he gave him a chance to observe the surgery properly. Who would have thought that he would be so ungrateful? Instead, he felt that he was humiliating him. Chen Song could not help but want to laugh. Was it necessary for him to target and humiliate a person? Look at Hu Chuanbang, he doesn't care about this at all. Sometimes, the more useless and poor a person was, the more they wanted to save face. Little did they know that there was a saying about suffering because of one's pride. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to lose face. Instead, he wanted to learn to be clear about what was important. He didn't want to be too sensitive and insult others for no reason. Your personality isn't that valuable, and others don't have the intention to slander you. Time passed slowly. Endotracheal intubation and general anesthesia. the most important thing in this kind of surgery was the choice of surgical positioning. Chen Song was very familiar with it. He thought that his choice of positioning was the best. After all, he had his own four-dimensional structure. After reading all the examination results, he already knew the situation of the patient's intracranial cyst. The next operation was also very simple. He skillfully drilled the skull with a diameter of 1.5 cm. When everything was done, Chen Song cut open the dura mater and inserted the endoscope into the cyst. At this time, the situation in the cyst made everyone sigh when they saw it. There was liquid inside. Extract the liquid first. Xianxia quickly nodded. The liquid extractor was carried out carefully. After a full minute or so, the cyst was slightly cleaner. And Chen Song finally had room to operate. He took the bipolar electric condenser and decisively opened the window of the cyst near the brain pool. This process had to be light and heavy. If he wasn't careful, he would damage the brain. This was because the cyst in the front of the temporal lobe was connected to the carotid pool, the lateral fissure cyst was connected to the lateral fissure pool, and the foramen magnum cyst was connected to the occipital pool or vermis. Therefore, the entire treatment process was very sensitive. The patient's cyst directly spanned more than half of the brain. How could this not make people sigh? After opening the window, it was time to clean the cyst wall. At this time, the superficial temporal artery and the middle cerebral artery needed to be dealt with. First, they had to be cut off and then continue the anastomosis. This way, the damage could not exceed 5 minutes. And the patient had a large cyst wall that needed to be dealt with. Therefore, the following work was really a head-on operation of strength. Free blood vessels. Clamp an arterial clamp on the cortical artery. Yes, that's right. It was time for the surgery to race against time. Within 5 minutes, Chen Song had to clean the cyst wall. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Chen Song. In the operating theater office, Deng Gaoyuan clenched his hands tightly and stared at the big screen. He did not dare to breathe. Chen Song reached out and peeled the ions and micro-scissors and began the operation. However, as soon as he started, Xianxia's expression changed. The adhesion is so high. Professor Chen, is this okay? At this moment, the important brain areas or blood vessels were tightly adhered. Should he clean it up? If he did not clean it up, it would be the same as the beginning. The cyst would continue to stimulate the temporal lobe, affect emotions, and lead to depression. However, if he cleaned it up, it would be a little difficult. Chen Song did not hesitate and said directly, "Clean it up." As he spoke, Chen Song's hands were like a pair of precise mechanical hands. Every step was extremely precise. The brain tissue was too precise. He could only operate millimeter by millimeter. However, the blood vessels had already been ligated, and time was limited. He had to do it quickly. Time passed minute by minute. Chen Song's forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. This kind of operation was really hard. This was a test of hardcore operation. Xianxia held the mirror and watched Chen Song remove it so quickly and carefully. He was shocked on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that he had underestimated Chen Song. His foundation was really too good. This kind of cyst cleaning was the fastest and most stable he had ever seen. There was really no other like it, not only him. Hu Chuanbang stood at the side and exclaimed loudly. From this angle, he could just see Chen Song's hands operating. It was these details that made people unable to stop, but they also had endless aftertaste. At this moment, Yu Liang saw this scene. He was so envious. However, he could not say anything. After a long time, the surgery continued. 4 minutes and 20 seconds later, Chen Song successfully completed the stripping. Instantly, everyone could not help but wave their fists and cheer. P.S. Thank you for the 100000 tip from the QQ reader. This was a surgery that did not require skill, only skill. The adhesion of the cyst wall made the surgery more difficult. The severed artery also limited the surgery time once again. The only way to succeed was to fight with force, using the toughest skill to solve the toughest problem. As an important parietal layer in the skull, the arachnoid membrane had a certain degree of toughness. The pia mater below it was closely connected to it, and the difficulty of the surgery rose to such a level, but Chen Song did it. Shui Jingren, who stood beside Chen Song, was worried sick. But he also had mixed feelings. Because this surgery was successful, it was equivalent to Chen Song completely opening the door in the field of neurosurgery. In neurosurgery, the most common, most difficult, and most complicated were tumors of the nervous system. There was a big difference between a cyst and a tumor. A cyst was benign and had a clear boundary without excessive erosion. On the other hand, no matter how complicated an arachnoid cyst was, it was still a cavity and did not grow together with the brain like a tumor. However, the difficulty of this surgery was no lower than any other tumor surgery. The requirements for a neurosurgeon's technique, operation, control of details, precision, speed, and so on were very demanding. If this was successful, it would be a true master. What would happen if this surgery failed? Shui Jingren smiled. How could there be a way out if he went into battle? If he won, he would return triumphantly. If he lost, he would have to face it. This was the true cultivation of a doctor. At this time, everyone in the office outside saw this scene and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Deng Gaoyuan also looked excitedly at the department director of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, Yang Ming. Department Director Yang, is this a success? Yang Ming came late, so he did not go directly to the operating theater for fear of disturbing the normal operation. Instead, he came here to observe the surgery. After seeing this scene, Yang Ming could not help but give Chen Song a thumbs up. Yes, it's basically a success. Moreover, this cyst wall cleaning surgery is the cleanest, most thorough, and safest surgery I've ever seen. Professor Chen's surgical skills are really amazing. Secretary Deng, don't worry. The basic problem is not big, but there's one last thing. The previous clearance of the cyst wall can be seen as a clearance of hostile organizations, but there is still a follow-up step, which is the repair of the damaged area. The work of anastomosing the superficial temporal artery and the middle cerebral artery requires the help of a recipient artery. In this case, the choice and method of anastomosis are very important. If the previous arachnoid cyst cleaning was a test of the doctor's basic skills, the choice of the next surgery will be a test of the doctor's comprehensive judgment. Suddenly, the office was filled with whispers. Deng Gaoyuan was also a little nervous. Professor Yang, why don't you give Professor Chen some advice? Give suggestions? After all, you have a lot of experience. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. Secretary Deng, you can rest assured about this. Professor Chen's comprehensive judgment is also the best I have ever seen. To put it simply, Professor Chen is a natural-born surgeon. Whether it's his talent, judgment, or surgical control, everything about him is enviable. Hearing Yang Ming's high evaluation of Chen Song, everyone suddenly sighed with emotion. Wu Tongfu was a little curious. Well, Professor Yang, Chen Song hasn't stepped into the field of neurosurgery yet, right? Why do you have such a high opinion of him? When Yang Ming heard this, he was stunned. Didn't Chen Song tell you about the Ba country incident? Wu Tongfu and the others shook their heads. They had no idea what Yang Ming was talking about. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really too low-key. The others were tempted by Yang Ming's words. They couldn't help but say, Professor Yang, just say it. What's going on? Yang Ming said, didn't you notice? Shui Jingren is so respectful to Chen Song. Logically speaking, there is a gap between the two of them. Shui Dong's matter was not a small matter in the medical circle. After all, Shui Jingren's face was too big. Wu Tongfu and the others knew. However, looking at the scene at this time, he was so respectful to Chen Song, and even had a feeling of mutual appreciation. This made everyone even more curious about what had happened. Yang Ming said directly, actually, we have already experienced a few neurosurgery operations abroad. However, at that time, the chief surgeon was not Shui Jingren at all, but Chen Song. At that time, Chen Song taught Director Shui a lesson. Since then, Shui Jingren's attitude towards Professor Chen could be said to have changed 180 degrees. After listening to Yang Ming's words, everyone was silent for a while. This person. He was too outstanding. It was really not easy to have enemies. After the wall of the cyst was cleaned, Chen Song also heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't vent his anger completely. After all, there were still a lot of things to do later. The anastomosis of the large blood vessels. The anastomosis of the superficial temporal artery and the middle cerebral artery began. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stopped, because the following anastomosis needed to consider a problem. Where to anastomose the blood vessels, there was an essential difference between the intracranial blood vessels and the blood vessels of other places. Their characteristics made it difficult to perform a perfect anastomosis. This required a blood vessel as the recipient artery. In this way, the choice of the recipient artery was especially important. At this moment, Shui Jingren and the others all realized this. They were a little anxious, due to the shortening of the operation time and ensuring smooth blood flow, the better the recovery of nerve function. However, now that Xianxia suddenly stopped, everyone was a little hesitant, how to choose the blood vessel. In fact, different recipient arteries had different advantages. For example, the angular gyrus artery was thicker and was the more ideal recipient artery. However, it would be more reasonable to choose the recipient artery according to the condition of nerve function damage and the actual condition of the recipient artery during craniotomy. For example, aphasia or upper limb paralysis, the frontal ascending artery or anterior parietal artery could be chosen. At this moment, Deng Yu's condition was very obvious. It was a classic temporal lobe injury. However, how should he choose the recipient artery? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Who said that only one artery could be used? Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly couldn't suppress his desire to experiment. Xianxia's brain worked quickly. He thought of the two most suitable arteries to suture. Finally, two blood vessels appeared in his mind, posterior parietal artery plus angular gyrus artery. These two blood vessels were helpful for sensory and emotional abnormalities. Moreover, the angular gyrus artery was thicker. This skill could satisfy the recipient and also help the temporal lobe recover. It was killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Wu Tongfu saw Xianxia's eyes and his expression changed. This kid is going to be a demon again. Secretary Deng's expression changed drastically when he heard that. The person on the bed was his only son. Director Wu, what do you mean? Wu Tongfu could not help but cough a few times. It was when Xianxia participated in the cardiology professional skills competition. This kid created a few unknown little tricks one after another. Of course, they're not as powerful as tactics, but they're really useful. When the video of his surgery was uploaded, we were also very surprised. Then, we went to analyze it. What was the result? At that time, the result of our analysis was that half of these techniques were suitable for everyone, but most of them could only be used by Xianxia because the requirements for the surgeon were too high. At that time, there was a technique called the two ropes technique. It looked simple, but it required a precise grasp of the angle. Otherwise, it could not be done at all. TSK, TSK, TSK. The result was very difficult to judge. Speaking of this, Wu Tongfu could not help but sigh. However, when I watched the video later, I noticed this kid's expression. Yes, you see, this is the expression. In the video, Xianxia's eyes were shining, and his eyebrows were raised. He looked as if he was exultant. It was terrifying. When he heard that, Deng Gaoyuan became even more anxious. This? Director Yang, go and tell him not to let him be the test subject. It was not easy to successfully clear the cyst wall, but he failed at the last step. Wu Tongfu smiled. You're too timid. If Xianxia did it, he should be confident. Deng Gaoyuan was angry. Isn't this your son? We finally have hope, and you're still not. Before Deng Gaoyuan could speak, Yang Ming spoke. What is he doing? At this time, Xianxia had already started the surgery. Xianxia chose to pull the superficial temporal artery through the foramen of the temporalis muscle and the osseous foramen to the cortical recipient artery. However, it was not over yet. Then, Xianxia began to treat the posterior parietal artery. He peeled off a 0.5 cm long section of adventitia at the end, clamped it with a temporary arterial clamp, and trimmed the end into a neat new opening. Choose the posterior parietal artery? Very thoughtful. It can help people with abnormal feelings and emotions recover. Professor Chen's choice is really good. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. On this side, when Deng Gaoyuan heard Yang Ming's words, he was relieved. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But, Before he could be happy for long, Yang Ming stood up directly. Chen Song actually used the same method to treat the angular gyrus artery. What were they trying to do? How do you anastomose 4 blood vessels? How do you operate it? There was a limit to how long blood vessels could be anastomosed. This? What are you doing? Yang Ming exclaimed. The expressions of everyone in the office changed. Those who were familiar with neurosurgery were also stunned. However, the person who stood up was none other than Deng Gaoyuan. Secretary Deng almost had a heart attack because of this surgery. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the most dangerous place was still not the office. Everyone in the operating theater froze. Everyone stared at the big screen with their mouths agape. Shui Jingren looked at Chen Song's face in shock. He wanted to see something strange on Chen Song's face. What a pity, Chen Song was very excited at this moment. The desire for surgery filled his heart. There was only one sentence in his eyes: I really want to do the surgery. Shui Jingren was also stunned. He really didn't expect Chen Song to open 2 blood vessels. If it was someone else, Shui Jingren would have kicked him. He had a good trump card, but he played the king with 3 2s, the other party had 3 bombs in his hand. How could he play with a hammer? Yu Liang looked at Chen Song in shock. He suddenly felt that Chen Song's life was not meant to end today. Secretary Deng actually dared to let you do the surgery like this. You're really F***king. Evil. However, Yu Liang was secretly delighted. If Chen Song was unlucky, would he be able to tell Deng Gaoyuan that he regretted it in the first place? It's good that you chose me. At least you can keep him alive. At this moment, Chen Song said to Hu Chuanbang, use heparin saline to rinse the blood in the lumen. Then, clamp 2 arterial clamps on both ends of the exposed cortical artery. After the complicated preparation work was completed, Chen Song began the operation. He anastomosed the superficial temporal artery and the cortical branch of the middle cerebral artery end to side. He used a 10-0 single-strand nylon suture and a non-invasive needle to perform an interrupted suture. Then, the ingenious combination between the recipient arteries allowed the blood to enter the circulation smoothly. In fact, the characteristics of intracranial blood vessels was that they liked to build collateral circulation, and Chen Song happened to take advantage of this. He first sutured the 2 opposite corners, then quickly sutured the anterior and posterior walls with 5 stitches. Then, he inverted and ligated the anastomotic margin so that the intima of the 2 blood vessels faced the intima. A total of 8 to 10 stitches were sutured. Then, he started to perform various rapid and effective sutures. Time passed by minute, and just as Chen Song completed the end-to-side anastomosis of the 2nd blood vessel, Shui Jingren suddenly realized, this was really F***king creative. Choosing 2 recipient arteries, moreover, using a special method to perform the anastomosis could completely make up for the lack of blood supply in the beginning. Most importantly, it would not affect the normal circulation of the blood. This is really a F***king genius. For a moment, Shui Jingren's hands trembled. Chen Song could not help but say, don't shake your hands. Shui Jingren blushed and said, okay, I'm sorry, Professor Chen. You're really a genius. This is really the best method I've ever seen. Shui Jingren's words had successfully stunned everyone in the office. They looked at each other and did not know what to do. Could it be that Professor Shui was mad at Professor Chen? Was he being sarcastic? But it doesn't seem like it. But why can't I understand the surgery? At the same time, in the office. Outside the operating room, Yang Ming also reacted. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some emotion, oh my god, this is simply a genius idea. This is so shocking, Chen Song is really a genius. Speaking of this, Yang Ming looked at Deng Gaoyuan excitedly and said, Secretary Deng, TSK. You're really lucky to have met Professor Chen. I think other than him, no one else could have thought of this method. This will definitely speed up the healing of the temporal lobe and reduce the sequelae of depression. TSK. This is amazing. At this time, everyone heard Yang Ming's words and quickly took pictures to record it. At this time, Yang Ming said, don't take pictures, it's useless. This method looks simple, but it's actually very difficult. Do any of you have the ability to complete the anastomosis of 4 major blood vessels in a few minutes? Oh, right, this is the intracranial blood vessels under the endoscope. Everyone blushed and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. P.S. Please vote for me. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard his words, however, they immediately felt relieved. That's right, it's not that we didn't work hard enough. It's because we might not understand it even if we watched it. We might not be able to learn it even if we understood it. We might not be able to perform it even if we could learn it. That's right. Everyone felt more comfortable watching the surgery as they thought about it. The others in the operating theater were speechless as they watched Xianxia's surgery. They were speechless because they did not know what to say. The two recipient arteries cleverly used the characteristics of the intracranial blood vessels and then used professional anastomosis techniques to successfully anastomose the blood vessels. While the blood vessels resumed operation, more blood was supplied to the damaged area to achieve the goal of repairing the damaged temporal lobe brain tissue. Hu Chuanbang became more and more excited as he watched the surgery. He was even a little amazed. Intracranial blood vessel anastomosis could be as simple as a simple anastomosis or as complex as the combination of multiple recipient arteries. In such a complicated situation, multiple vessel anastomosis just happened to fulfill the diverse needs of the surgery. It could fulfill the basic needs while also achieving a more high-end treatment effect. Amazing, it's really amazing. The more he watched the surgery, the more he felt that it was a classic. Hu Chuanbang even felt that this field was especially suitable for his research. It had a mutually reinforcing relationship with his previous research on the repair of nervous system brain damage. This might become a new research direction for nervous system blood vessel anastomosis technology. Choose an optimized anastomosis approach. It could even be used as a treatment method. The more Hu Chuanbang thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if he saw a broad road in front of him. At this moment, Hu Chuanbang suddenly heard a sigh from Xinren's side. He was stunned. Was there a problem with the surgery? Why would he sigh when the surgery was going so smoothly? However, he immediately saw Xinren's eyes. It was a kind of helplessness, as if he expected better from Xinren. Hu Chuanbang was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized one thing. That's right. How many people could perform such a fast and precise operation and suture technique under an intracranial endoscope? Thinking of this, Hu Chuanbang instantly understood Xinren's feelings. It was a kind of pain. It was as if there was a mountain of gold here, but he could not move it away. It would only increase his sadness. Forget it, this matter should be considered at length. Chen-song, oh, Chen-song, can't you come up with some techniques that are suitable for ordinary people? You can't have a guide that only you can do. What's the point of having such a guide? Hu Chuanbang did not give up. After the concept was formed, the technique could be practiced continuously. Furthermore, as long as one had a train of thought, it was normal for problems to arise. Just like that, the surgery came to an end in everyone's shock. At this time, Yu Liang was still dreaming and was unwilling to wake up. This kind of surgery was not out of the scope. I can understand it, so what? That's all, I just don't know how to do it. Am I proud? Yu Liang wanted to comfort himself, but the more he looked, the more jealous he felt. He had thought that Chen Song would just take office like that. She didn't expect him to be so powerful. All of a sudden, Yu Liang's heart trembled as he recalled the events of the past few days. He realized that he had been King tricked, as it turned out. Yu Yonggang, this old fox, had calculated everything. He had taken the opportunity to anger him and force him to leave without any effort. He had even decided on the candidate after he left. I'm really an idiot, Yu Liang sighed inwardly. How could I be so stupid? If I didn't make any mistakes, it would be difficult to get rid of me. In the end, I actually took the initiative to leave confidently like a little idiot. Most importantly, I foolishly thought that after I left, Yu Yonggang would regret and be annoyed by the lack of a leader in the neurosurgery department of the 6 emergency departments. Then, I would return in a high-profile manner. Now it seemed that, return my foot, who wants you? It would be difficult for me to return in the future if I left so stubbornly. The key was that my identity was still in the 6 emergency departments. If I went to the neurosurgery department, it would only be a temporary transfer. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't get a bonus if I performed the surgery here. After all, I performed the neurosurgery department's surgery and took the money from the doctor's hands. They would definitely be unhappy. Return to the emergency department? Should I apologize to old you? After making up his mind, Yu Liang decided to give it a try later. The surgery here ended very quickly. The smoothness of the surgery was beyond everyone's expectations. Deng Gaoyuan listened to Yang Ming bragging about the surgery in his ear. It was as if he could already see his child's recovery. For a moment, Deng Gaoyuan was really happy. This might even be the happiest day in recent days. As soon as the surgery was over, Deng Gaoyuan couldn't wait to go out and see Chen Song. Professor Chen, thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you so much. Sigh. Xiaoyu is a thorn in my heart. For so many years, I misunderstood him. I thought that this child didn't want to improve himself and got depression. I didn't expect. I didn't care enough for him. This is a thorn in my heart. Thank you so much. Deng Gaoyuan was not stingy with his feelings. When Deng Yu suddenly found out that it was an arachnoid cyst, Deng Gaoyuan's heart was filled with regret. If he had urged him earlier, it wouldn't have developed to this day. He thanked Chen Song profusely. He didn't care about his identity and status. Today, he was simply an old father. When the people behind saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. Why would he need connections? Why would he need to manage connections? Why would he need to be tired of dealing with people? A real big shot would wait for others to come to him. This Secretary Deng in front of them was neither too far nor too close to everyone in the hospital. He was different from Wu Tongfu. He didn't need to manage the hospital personally. He was so cold and aloof, his position was very special. He was also the director of the Chinese Medicine Administration. The next step was to be the deputy director of the Health and Wellness Committee. After 2 years, he would be promoted to the director of the Health and Wellness Committee. He was only 50 years old, 53 years old, and the director of the Health and Wellness Committee. This was amazing. Therefore, Deng Gaoyuan rarely formed cliques in the hospital. He took the initiative to make friends with other doctors. He just smiled at other people's attentiveness and even had a respectful attitude. However, when they saw Deng Gaoyuan taking the initiative to make friends with Chen Song, he thanked him profusely and looked as if he wanted to dig out his heart to express his gratitude. Everyone sighed with emotion. In the future, Chen Song would be unimpeded as long as he was in the medical field. Even after changing to administration, his future was limitless. He wasn't even 30 years old. When the doctors behind saw this, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ability could really make up for other aspects. The workplace relationships that one had painstakingly built and thought were ironclad were extremely fragile in the face of dimensionality reduction. Therefore, instead of building a pavilion in the water, it was better to work hard to improve oneself. Those veterans in the workplace could indeed do well in their positions, but if they wanted to be promoted or improved, they would have to have extraordinary abilities. Of course, this extraordinary ability covered a lot of things. Deng Yu was sent to the intensive care unit. Deng Gaoyuan and his wife did not do anything now. They were waiting for Deng Yu to wake up. The couple had prepared a lot of things to say to the child. And now, Hu Chuanbang had also prepared a lot to say to Chen Song. Yu Liang had it too. After Chen Song came out of the intensive care unit, Hu Chuanbang hurriedly walked forward. Yu Liang followed closely behind. He decided to wait for Hu Chuanbang to finish speaking before he apologized. If he was thick-skinned and apologized, Yu Yonggang would not go too far. They arrived at the emergency office. Yu Yonggang saw Hu Chuanbang and Yu Liang and nodded. Department Director Hu, please take a seat. Hu Chuanbang smiled and said, No, I'm not sitting. I'm here today to discuss something with Department Director Yu and Professor Chen. Yu Yonggang nodded. You're too polite, Department Director Hu. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hu Chuanbang glanced at Chen Song and said embarrassedly, It's like this. I just found out that Professor Chen has such profound attainments in the field of neurosurgery. Today's surgery really opened my eyes. I was thinking of sending people from the neurosurgery department to the 6 emergency departments to learn from Professor Chen's neurosurgery team. My plan is to send 2 of the best neurosurgeons and let them learn well. Don't worry about the benefits. The neurosurgery department will take care of it. You can treat them as free labor. After all, Department Director Yu Liang went to the neurosurgery department. We don't lack people here. When Hu Chuanbang said this, Yu Liang was instantly dumbfounded. F***ck, F***ck, what am I doing here? Hu Chuanbang's words directly left him with no way out. It was basically impossible for him to return to the emergency department now. He felt that he was really stupid. It was the worst move in his life. He did not have much bonus in the neurosurgery department. Free labor, what about the pressure of the mortgage? He had just bought a new house. Yu Liang was on the verge of tears. Now, he could only hope that when Chen Song left to further his studies, Old Yu would give him a way out. Yu Yonggang glanced at Chen Song and said with a smile, Chen Song is the team leader. You decide. Chen Song nodded and said, of course we welcome them, but... Director Hu, I'll say the ugly words first. The people who come are not capable, but they have to be obedient. I can't manage them if they come. After all, they have more experience than me. Hu Chuanbang clapped his hands and said excitedly, good. With your words, I'm relieved. I'll go find him now. After saying that, he got up and walked out, leaving Yu Liang in a dilemma. It was so awkward that he wanted to die. The next day, Hu Chuanbang personally brought 2 male doctors in their mid-30s. After he arrived, he said in front of Chen Song. Remember, Professor Chen's words are my words. If I find out that you don't study well and don't follow my instructions. Before he finished speaking, one of the men said, that's enough, Director. You've said this 10 times. It's meaningless for you to say this. In our hearts, Professor Chen's position is much higher than yours. How dare we not listen to him? Hu Chuanbang's lungs hurt with just one sentence. He pointed at Wang Dan in front of him and said angrily, you brat. You're a traitor. Yu Yonggang, Chen Song, and the others were joked. The atmosphere became more harmonious. Most of the emergency neurosurgery treatment in the emergency department was trauma. Occasionally, there were some patients with cerebral hemorrhage. The difficulty level of the surgery was not very high, but it was about a fast, effective, and stable treatment. Ever since he was not on duty with the sharp knife group, Old Ma had been lonely and empty. His life was even more lonely. After becoming the team leader, his responsibilities were heavier. After all, Chen Song had to personally pay attention to the patients who were doing ward rounds. In the morning, Chen Song went to do ward rounds and happened to meet Old Ma. Old Ma was talking to a patient. Take this medicine every day from now on. Old Ma handed the patient a box of medicine seriously and reminded him, take it for life. The patient nodded and opened the medicine box. He was stunned for a moment. Only 3 pills? Old Ma nodded. Yes. The 3 sentences were extremely scary when they were put together. Chen Song suddenly froze in place and did not dare to go in. If words were a skill, Old Ma would definitely do the opposite. It was all a skill to court death. Sure enough, the patient's expression changed. 3 pills. 3 days. Take it for life. What the F***ck? As expected, the patient was frightened. His voice trembled as he asked, Doctor, do I only have 3 days left? Old Ma was stunned and could not help but glance at Li Yu. Eh? You've told him the good news? When the patient heard this, he thought, is it true? He was really frightened, but, was this good news? Even Li Yu was stunned on the spot. He realized that it was not difficult to communicate with the patient, but when the patient communicated with Old Ma, the problem was really big. It was definitely a hellish level of difficulty. Even if there was no problem, there would be a problem. Seeing that the patient was about to cry, Li Yu quickly explained to the patient. You will take this medicine for life, but we can't prescribe more during your hospitalization. When you are discharged in 3 days, we can only prescribe 3 pills. You won't have a big problem. Remember to buy the medicine after you go out and take it regularly. Don't misunderstand. The patient was originally scared to death. After all, who wouldn't be scared after hearing these words? Only 3 days, 3 pills for life. There were traps everywhere. Fortunately, Li Yu's explanation was very clear. Only then did the patient finally breathe a sigh of relief. This made Chen Song also stunned on the spot. He did not dare to say anything for a long time. This D***MN misunderstanding. He was hesitating whether to wait for Old Ma to do the ward rounds before starting. Otherwise, he felt that his brain was slower. Old Ma came out of the ward and could not help but sigh. There was a sense of loneliness in it. After seeing Chen Song, he was slightly stunned and his eyes lit up. Eh? Song ward rounds. Chen Song nodded blankly. Yes, what a coincidence. Old Ma laughed. Let's go together. Chen Song's expression changed. You go first. I forgot to take the stethoscope. After saying that, Chen Song stuffed the stethoscope to Huang Binhai next to him and turned to leave. Old Ma was stunned. Sigh, life is as lonely as thunder. Huang Binhai followed behind Chen Song and could not help but ask, Professor Chen, isn't life as lonely as snow? Chen Song was suddenly stunned and seemed to understand Old Ma's concept. He said to Huang Binhai seriously, because Lei Bishue is more stupid than snow. That's right, ever since Chen Song deciphered Old Ma's catchphrase, he immediately felt relieved. This was indeed in line with Old Ma's temperament. At this time, Liu happened to be behind him and heard this sentence. He pondered for a long time and praised Chen Song. Chen Song was very curious why Old Ma had not been complained about. No, Luo Yukai. That's right, isn't the medical department chief Luo Yukai the brother of Old Ma's wife? Chen Song suddenly understood. It turned out that this guy was really lucky. Thinking of Old Ma's luxury car, villa, beauty, inheritance, background, the keywords of Ma Yuehui could suddenly be replaced with 3 words, brother Jinzi. However, it had to be said. Ward rounds were a more troublesome but necessary job. For any doctor, whether it was internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, or pediatrics, a very important part was ward rounds. After all, medicine was a humanities discipline. What it needed was a kind of communication and interaction between people. When treating patients, a doctor's attitude was different. Old Yu's aloofness made the patients feel a sense of distance and dryness, but it was precisely because of this that they felt authoritative and rarely questioned. Old Ma's schizophrenia and lack of distance made the patients feel more comfortable. However, Chen Song generally liked to slightly raise the corners of his mouth and maintain a smile. His tone was as gentle as possible and more peaceful. However, not every patient could make him kind. Occasionally, he would encounter some patients who could not help but want to lose his temper. After Chen Song checked the old man in bed 28, he smiled and reminded him. Then, he looked at the young man in bed 29. Bed 29 was a new patient. He came last night and Huang Binhai personally accepted him. Male, 33 years old, suddenly felt dizzy, headache, and nausea after drinking. The medical history was relatively complete and some tests were also done. Blood pressure in the morning is 170,120 millimeters of mercury. The glucose tolerance test results show diabetes. Fasting blood sugar in the morning is 19.1. The patient's carotid artery plate is more serious. Huang Binhai reported the patient's condition clearly, but the patient was a little impatient. The bed was shaken up. He leaned on it and looked at the legs. He held a cigarette in one hand and sniffed it under his nose. After all, smoking was not allowed in the ward. He glanced at Chen Song and the others impatiently. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, have I finished checking? Can we go out today? I just drank too much and fell asleep. You guys are making me sick. Also, last night, you said that I fainted from hypoglycemia. Today, you said that I have diabetes. I'm going to be laughed at by you guys. Hurry up and get me discharged. After the man finished speaking, he turned his head and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, the doctors are getting younger and younger. Where's your director, big brother? We also spent money to come here to see a doctor. Our money is not less than others, right? Why couldn't he choose his own attending physician? Can I change to someone with more experience? Fine. Here comes another big shot. Everyone sighed softly. It was really troublesome to communicate with such patients. If he thinks that you're easy to bully, the follow-up treatment will only be more troublesome. If he attacked in anger, he would be complained about. Sometimes, it was really troublesome. Did he think that the hospital was a massage parlor where he could choose his masseuse? Do you want me to find you a 30-60 woman with long legs? The scene was a little awkward. This room was a 3-person room, and there were 2 other patients. The man looked like a ruffian. Although he was disgusted, he didn't want to cause trouble in the hospital. He even wanted to go out and talk about whether he could change the bed. Chen Song was also silent for a few seconds. Then, Chen Song didn't say anything. To be honest, who wouldn't have a temper after being rebuked like this? He took the medical record book and looked at the test results to calm his emotions. Then, he said to the man, "I know your request. I originally wanted to communicate with you about your condition, but it seems that you don't want to know, so I won't say it. But I have to remind you that your illness is inherent, not found out by the test. You need to understand this. After all, I don't have the ability to make you sick." Then, Chen Song explained the man's situation to Huang Binhai. He arranged the follow-up examination and precautions, including the use of medicine and so on. Finally, he said, "Write all these on the discharge record. Go and ask him to sign that he's voluntarily discharged. He won't be responsible for any problems after he leaves." After that, Chen Song got up and left. From beginning to end, he didn't look at the man. But, after the conversation between Chen Song and Huang Binhai, he was dumbfounded. I want to complain. What's with your attitude?" Chen Song ignored him and got up to leave. Another old man in the room saw this and couldn't help but say, "Young man, what are you complaining about? First of all, Professor Chen's temper is very good. Even so, he explained his condition and fulfilled his responsibility of doing ward rounds. You heard it. Second of all, you wanted to be discharged, and he agreed. He did everything that should be done. What's wrong with him? Besides, do you think the hospital is a massage shop where you can choose your masseuse? That's enough. The hospital isn't a service center, and the doctor isn't a waiter. You're a patient, not a boss." The man's face was green and red. He glared at the man and deliberately showed his tattooed arm. "Who the F***ck are you? Why do I need you to care? I'm hospitalized and I've paid for it. Shouldn't he serve me?" When the old man heard this, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he sneered. "Don't scare me with your cat. If you're really a gangster, go out and ask your brother. Which gangster would offend a doctor? If you're not a gangster, you're always scaring people with your cat. In Beijing, it's easy to get yourself killed. Just because Professor Chen is nice doesn't mean other people are good-tempered." After the old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes and didn't say anything. At this time, a few adults came in from outside. The leader was an old man in a tang suit, sneakers, 2 walnuts in his hands, and a few rings of beads and antiques around his wrists. He walked in with an easygoing smile. The few people behind him had an imposing aura. "You're living in a nursing home now. Why do you come in so often?" "I'm old and useless. There's no harm in coming to the hospital more often." The old man smiled. "Besides, other than the emergency department, where else can I find Professor Chen?" When the old man in the traditional Chinese suit heard this, he stared at the old man with wide eyes. Cunning. When the man saw the old man, his expression changed. He quickly got up and ran outside. He didn't expect to meet this old man in the hospital. He wasn't qualified to know this old man. If he hadn't attended his boss's banquet and happened to see his boss being respectful to this old man, he wouldn't have known this old man, but when he thought of what happened just now, the man didn't dare to stay in the hospital. Discharge, he would be discharged after. Apologizing, P.S. There are 2 more chapters tonight. Please wait for a while. I've been really busy and tired recently. I don't have much time to rest. I'm not being perfunctory. There's no such thing as boring in an adult's life. There's only busy, busy, and busy." The man had just walked out of the ward. His little heart was thumping wildly. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, suddenly, he saw the ward door open. The old man in the tang suit walked out of the room. He looked at him with a smile. "Young man, you're leaving the hospital?" The man looked at the jade thumb ring on the old man's hand. He was really flustered. His boss had spent a lot of money to buy it as a gift. I'm not leaving, I'm really not leaving." How could the man dare to leave the hospital now? Even if he was alive and kicking like a little rabbit, he had to lie on the bed like a tortoise. When the old man heard that, he was stunned. He scratched his head. "Ah? I'm sorry. That old man lied to me that you're leaving the hospital. I was thinking that it's not easy to find a hospital bed here, so I came in and asked Professor Chen to take a look at me. Damn, you can stay here. After that, the old man in the tang suit turned back to the ward. The old man didn't want to cause trouble in a place like the hospital. He came in to join in the fun. He didn't want to do anything. When the man heard that, he was instantly stunned. I'm leaving the hospital. Really, I'm leaving the hospital. I'm really fine. The man hurriedly said to the old man. He thought to himself that he didn't want the old man to owe him a favor now. He just wanted to be free now. Moreover, if the old man was going to be hospitalized, he had to be discharged even if he was in the late stage. At this time, Xianxia had also finished his ward rounds and turned back. He saw the man standing at the door. Beside him was an old man in a tang suit. Dr. Chen, I know my mistake. Don't lower yourself to the same level as a bore like me. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Huang Binhai. He saw that his eyes were also wide open. His eyes were filled with little stars. What had happened, however, the patient had decided to be hospitalized. Xianxia felt that he should have come to a sudden realization. It seemed that he was indeed the virtuous and skilled Professor Chen. Thinking of this, Xianxia put on an expression as if he knew that he was wrong and could change for the better. Your body is your own. You're still young, and there are some problems that need to be corrected in time. Actually, you don't need to stay here for too long. You can do a CTA today to complete the examination and transfer to the neurology department for treatment. With that, Xianxia got up and left. The man heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the old man in the tang suit and smiled flatteringly. He felt that his back was drenched in sweat. He got up and went out to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves. However, as soon as he stepped out of the emergency room, a man in his 50s rushed in and bumped into him. Just as the man was about to get angry, he suddenly saw that this person looked very familiar. Taking a closer look, this wasn't the CEO Wang. He was a famous person in Beijing, entrepreneur. He actually, personally came to see the doctor. Shouldn't this kind of person invite someone to his house? How could the man still be angry? Even if the other party was wrong, he would apologize first. However, before the man could finish his sentence, Director Wang hurriedly apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. I left in such a hurry. I'm really sorry. When the man saw this, he was dumbfounded. So polite? It's okay. Not long after Director Wang left, the man squatted outside the emergency room and smoked. After smoking for an hour, he saw 3 or 4 big shots enter the emergency room. This made the man doubt his life. Shouldn't big shots go to the clubhouse? Was it popular to come to the emergency room now? When he looked at the plaque of the emergency room again, he seemed to think that these 3 words should be read as Southern Heavenly Gate. That would be more appropriate. After smoking, he entered the hall and saw Xianxia scolding the old man on the hospital bed. And the old man didn't say a word from beginning to end. Instead, he kept smiling apologetically. How was this possible? Who exactly was this doctor? The man was instantly stunned. He felt that he was doubting his life. Did he come to the wrong place? This damn hospital was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A random young doctor dared to criticize the stubborn old man in Beijing. These days, it might be because autumn was coming. She was fluctuating in autumn, and people's tempers were not very stable. In fact, sometimes you would find that the human body and the seasons were related. In a year, there were 2 seasons where people were prone to anger. One was spring, and the other was autumn. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, these 2 seasons were when the qi in the liver changed, and people were prone to anger. This was like a stage in life. Spring was puberty, summer was maturity, autumn was menopause, and winter was old age. It was normal to be prone to anger during puberty and menopause. However, on this day, something really happened in the 6 emergency departments. A medical dispute appeared. To be precise, this time it went directly to court, and the defendant was Li Yu and the emergency department of the emergency hospital. On September 12, the patient's family sued Liu and the emergency department of the emergency hospital on the grounds that the doctor was irresponsible and caused the death of the patient's father. The patient's family believed that the patient's condition suddenly worsened and the family immediately called the doctor, but the doctor ignored them and did not see the patient in time. Moreover, the doctor on duty did not know how to treat the patient and delayed the patient's precious treatment opportunity, resulting in the patient's death. They asked the hospital to compensate the medical expenses of 73,278. 83 yuan, 2,200 yuan for hospitalization food allowance, 93.55. 2 yuan for lost time. 981,870 yuan for death compensation, 163,552 yuan for funeral expenses, 12,000 yuan for family members' lost time in work due to the funeral, 3,000 yuan for family members' transportation expenses due to the funeral, 20,000 yuan for identification fees, and 550,000 yuan for mental damage compensation. This was equivalent to nearly 2 million yuan. The other party had calculated each and every one of the 20 or so compensations, and each of them seemed to be reasonable and well-founded. They were extremely professional. Liu told Xianxia that one of the old man's sons was a lawyer, and the other was an accountant. Everyone sighed helplessly. In this era, there were many more unruly cultured people. In the past, unruly people came from barren lands, but now, there were more and more such cultured people, filling every corner of the world. The other party did not argue with the hospital. Instead, he displayed the qualities of a high-level intellectual. After dealing with the old man's matter with the hospital, he directly filed a lawsuit with the court. He even looked up all kinds of information and reasonably came up with a compensation of nearly 2 million yuan. Liu clearly remembered that the deceased's family members had lost 300 yuan while playing mahjong online due to the poor signal in the hospital. They were helpless. Just like that, after Chen Song arrived at the emergency center, he finally saw a patient sue the hospital in court in a serious manner. Chen Song felt that the other party might have felt that they could not get 2 million yuan from the hospital. Secondly, they wanted to stand on the side of justice. To put it simply, they wanted to be a prostitute and set up a monument for her chastity. Not only did they want money, but they also wanted to protect the other party's reputation. Perhaps the lawyer's son could even gain a good reputation and successful experience and have more business in the future. The accountant's daughter could also start a new business called Hospital Specialized Compensation. In short, they had calculated everything clearly. This matter also attracted a lot of attention. After all, the doctor-patient relationship was a sensitive topic. The court date was getting closer and closer. And everyone was getting more and more nervous. It all started a few days ago. An old man suddenly vomited blood and was sent to the 6th Emergency Department for resuscitation. Admission diagnosis: gastrointestinal bleeding, hemorrhagic shock, abdominal pain, chronic pancreatitis, lung infection. After admission, Liu personally performed a gastroscopy on the patient and found multiple ulcers behind the bulb of the duodenum. There was a deep ulcer in front of the bulb with white moss in the center and blood clots covering it. The patient's condition was more serious, and it was an old man with deep ulcers behind the bulb with broken blood vessels. Therefore, a titanium clip was used to stop the bleeding. After all, the worst thing for an old man to suddenly bleed like this was a sudden drop in hemoglobin. Fortunately, the surgery went smoothly. After the surgery, the patient returned to the ward safely and stayed in the emergency department for observation. Although the patient's condition was stable, there were many accompanying symptoms. Liu had repeatedly reminded the patient that he might have pancreatitis and that his condition was not stable. It was best to send him to the intensive care unit. However, the old man's condition would cost tens of thousands of dollars a day to send him to the intensive care unit. The family did not agree at all and had to place him in a normal ward. As the doctor in charge, Liu was very worried about the patient. However, things like diseases did not change because of one's will. Liu could not keep an eye on the patient 24 hours a day. However, the patient suddenly lost consciousness on the 3rd day after the surgery. His head tilted back, his eyes stared to the left, and urinary incontinence. Liu quickly had the patient's blood pressure measured at 70,110 millimeters of mercury. Seeing this, Liu quickly sent him to the emergency room to start resuscitation. However, during the transfer, his consciousness suddenly became clear and he could respond. The symptoms lasted for 1 to 2 minutes. At this time, Liu talked to the patient's family again and told them to send the patient to the intensive care unit. However, the patient's family still thought that it was just a paroxysmal episode and did not care. The patient's family did not take it seriously at all. Liu was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. When faced with such a situation, everyone was a little anxious. However, at this time, the family could not even guarantee that there would be a companion. At noon on the third day after this, the patient suddenly lost consciousness. The patient's family came to have lunch with the old man and saw the symptoms. The family said that the old man's neck and limbs were stiff for a short time. After about a minute, the stiffness disappeared and urinary incontinence occurred. After hearing this news, Liu was shocked. At that time, he considered the possibility of major bleeding again and quickly transferred the patient to the emergency room for further fluid replacement, acid suppression, and active anti-shock treatment. At that time, the patient's blood pressure was only 5,542 mmHg. However, under such circumstances, the 2 sons and 2 daughters were busy with their own matters. She would occasionally come over, saying that she was accompanying her father to eat, but in fact, she was using her father's meal card to eat at the hospital. They had to admit that the coffee in the hospital's cafeteria was really good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to drink a cup every day. That night, all the patient's children went home to sleep. There was no escort. He did not want to be sent to the ICU either. And in the middle of the night, the old man suddenly lost consciousness and died. After this incident, the other party began to silently collect evidence. Then, he sued both the hospital and Liu. Liu, on the other hand, hadn't had a good rest for a week because of this old man. Moreover, when the other party took Liu to court, he had the face of an elite. "We don't lack money. This time, we must seek justice for our father. The law will definitely stand on the side of justice." Regarding this issue, Liu had always wanted to ask a question. Why didn't you send the old man to the ICU? Why didn't they even hire a nurse? You may have a lot of money, but it's true that you don't want to spend it on your father. There were actually many treatment plans for the same disease. But let's put it this way. Different prices would have different recommendations. For some rich people, they really didn't lack money. They might consider more about using medicine at their own expense. They could go out and buy it. These drugs were not reimbursed by medical insurance. They had to buy it themselves. The price was hundreds to thousands a day. However, when faced with such a situation, the other party's family's attitude was very consistent. "We choose the drugs covered by medical insurance." All of these were fine, but why did you sue us for not being skilled enough? Liu was also extremely frustrated. Being entangled by this matter, how could anyone devote themselves to work? Although which doctor had not experienced complaints, however, very few doctors stood in court and had such a conversation. In fact, Xianxia even had an illusion. He realized that after the old man died, the irritation and complaints on the faces of the family members were even less than when the old man was alive. There was even a look as if they had abandoned a big burden. The court took this matter very seriously. At the same time, during the trial of the case, the court commissioned the Judicial Identification Center to appraise the case. Moreover, at the same time, they invited experts from the Chinese Medical Association's digestive department to act as an expert team to appraise the treatment period. Similarly, the hospital invited Xianxia to testify in court as an expert assistant. In this regard, what Xianxia was doing now was to collect the patient's treatment situation. These 2 days, Liu was anxious and uneasy. Although he thought that he had done his best for this patient. He returned home once every 2 days. When the old man was unstable, he did not dare to go home. But this time, he was sued in court and had to compensate 2 million yuan, although he only needed to pay a small portion of it, less than 20%, other hospitals and departments would take care of it. But this was still hundreds of thousands. This was really torture for Liu, who was carrying a mortgage in the capital. After all, in medical dispute cases. In such cases, hospitals lost most of the cases. There were many vivid examples. Some doctors even refused to accept the loss and became depressed. Some even committed suicide by jumping off a building. An obstetrician delivered a baby on a train. After saving the mother and child, he was sued in court because of some small problems with the baby. In the end, he was fined more than 1 million yuan. After paying the compensation, the other party chose to commit suicide. Because she felt that the world was not worth remembering. In the process of such a case, it was definitely not a doctor's economy that was destroyed, it was more of a belief. Once the trial was over and the patient's family was judged to win, the hospital would fail. This was just compensation for the hospital. But for Liu, it was a heavy blow. A double blow to his mind and body. In just a few days, Liu lost a total of 7 to 8 kilograms. Xianxia was invited to be the expert to defend the hospital and Liu. This time, everyone in the emergency department was very angry. Old Yu and Old Ma looked at Xianxia and could not help but say, "Xianxia, you can do it." He looked at Liu, smiled, and said firmly, "Trust me, I can protect you." P.S. I wrote it late, hee hee. Liu looked at Xianxia's confident smile and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry to trouble you." Xianxia shook his head. "It's no trouble at all." Yu Yonggang was expressionless and in a bad mood. It was common to be sued in the emergency department. "However, we made a mistake. We can understand if you sue us. After we tried our best, you still think it's our fault and even use it as a basis to extort money. This is really disappointing." Moreover, the current environment had also encouraged a certain kind of unruly arrogance. It made them think that the hospital did not want to make a big deal out of it and was even willing to settle things peacefully. At noon, Wu Tongfu called him. "Yonggang, this matter." Wu Tongfu decided to sound him out first. However, before he could finish, Yu Yonggang said directly, "Director Wu, I don't plan to talk to them this time, since it's already in court, let's just talk face to face in court." Wu Tongfu could not help but laugh when he heard that. "Alright, don't be so angry. I'm calling you because I've invited the hospital's legal consultant, Mr. Jean, to help you deal with this matter." At this point, Wu Tongfu said firmly, "It's fine. We don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble." This time, they directly froze the medical records and sued us in court. They even found an appraiser. This is really bullying. The hospital will cover all the expenses of this lawsuit. Tell Liu not to worry. He won't suffer any losses. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yonggang suddenly felt a fire in his heart. Even Liu, who was listening on the phone, was extremely excited when he heard the director's voice. People were like this. They needed affirmation and a sense of belonging. The department and the hospital did not wrong him this time and stood on his side. That was enough. The day of the trial arrived. Many media outlets also began to pay attention to this matter. Doctor-patient disputes were always the best resources to grab the headlines. Doctors and patients seemed to always be on opposite sides in the media. Now, when they appeared in court, this opposition was infinitely magnified. To the media, this was like a cat that smelled blood. When Yu Yonggang brought Liu, Old Ma, Xianxia, and the others to the entrance of the courtroom, a group of people surrounded them. "Hello, we are reporters from XX Evening News. Director Yu, I would like to ask what you think of this lawsuit." "Dr. Liu, what do you have to say about this case?" "Professor Chen, which side will you stand on in court this time? Justice or the hospital?" The media's questions were not sharp, but they were full of traps. Yu Yonggang and the others originally did not plan to provoke these people, but after hearing the question, Yu Yonggang stopped in his tracks. He turned to the media and said, "Liu is a good doctor. He is a hero who has participated in many disaster relief and other rescue operations. He is an outstanding young doctor in the capital and has been honored by the Great Hall of the People. Regarding this matter, I only want to say one thing, those with ulterior motives, bring it on. Do you think we'll be scared this time? As the department director, I have participated in all of Liu's treatment plans. I think this is an excellent and standard emergency treatment plan. There are no problems. In this treatment, the family's inactive treatment became the direct cause of the patient's death. What I want to say is, for those who think we are pushovers, please remember that the hospital does not want to affect the normal order of the rescue. We are not afraid of your poor performance." Yu Yonggang's voice was sonorous and powerful. Everyone around could hear him clearly. When everyone heard Old Yu's firm tone, They were stunned. This was because it was the first time they had seen such a tough doctor. In the past, all of them were low-key and reserved. At this time, Xianxia also said into the microphone, "I represent my profession. It has nothing to do with justice. In the court, there are people who will pronounce justice for us. I'm just doing my job. And I happen to be the most professional person in the field of digestive surgery." After Xianxia finished speaking and was about to leave, he turned around and added, "There is no one else." After saying that, Xianxia also left with the crowd. Xianxia's words stunned everyone. What an arrogant sentence. "I happen to be the most professional person in the field of digestive surgery, there is no one else." Perhaps the only person in the world who was qualified to say this was Xianxia. The general surgery department might be very big, but who could compare to Xianxia's expertise in the field of digestive surgery? As the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery and the team leader of the Chinese Medical Association's Society of Digestive Surgery, Xianxia was synonymous with authority in this field, whether in China or the world. It was just as Xianxia said. "I represent my profession. And justice will be administered by others." With such an opening, the trial had reached a climax before it even began. Everyone was full of anticipation. Today's news was definitely going to be explosive. In the hands of these professionals, the news articles had already been drafted and could be published on online platforms very soon. The trial was about to begin. The deceased's family was also very professional this time. They invited a professional identification agency to conduct a detailed and in-depth autopsy on the deceased's medical treatment process. As soon as the trial began, the emergency department of the emergency center and Liu encountered a problem. The forensic identification center entrusted by the court began to announce the results of the case. The other party believed there are certain problems in this practice for both the doctor and the patient. As for the diagnosis and treatment, the patient was sent to the emergency department of the emergency center for treatment 2 hours after vomiting blood. According to the patient's medical history, past history, physical examination, auxiliary examination, endoscopy, and treatment, the admission diagnosis of gastrointestinal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock was established. The patient was given monitoring, oxygen inhalation, fasting, and other symptomatic treatment. After informing the patient of the risks, the emergency department performed endoscopy to stop the bleeding, which was in line with the emergency treatment principles of gastrointestinal bleeding. There was no mistake in the medical prescription. However, after the patient was suspected of bleeding again, the doctor did not communicate with the patient's family properly and did not perform emergency surgery. There was a mistake. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless. What did it mean to communicate properly and effectively? This was simply an unsolved mystery. The defense lawyer of the hospital directly stood up and said, "The doctor in charge, Liu, has reminded the family of this matter many times and suggested that the patient be transferred to the ICU. However, the family refused. We deny our responsibility on this point." As soon as these words came out, the deceased's lawyer's son directly sent a medical record. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. After the patient's death, the patient's family immediately requested the relevant departments to block the medical records. Medical records were very important. They were the doctor's treatment records and also strong evidence to protect themselves. However, sometimes emergency treatment was a race against time. How many people did not have problems with medical records? That was impossible. Just as expected, after reviewing the existing materials and understanding the situation at the hearing, they immediately concluded that the medical records were not written properly. When the announcement was made, the patient's family immediately became excited. Because this was an indisputable fact. In fact, they did not expect to win the lawsuit completely. They only hoped for compensation. Even if 2 million was not enough, they would pay as much as they could. Was this not the case for medical disputes? There were all kinds of possibilities because there was profit to be made. Of course, there were also times when doctors were responsible. Medical staff could not be overly complacent. However, at least after the doctor had sincerely tried to save the patient, you still made a false accusation. How could you spend this kind of money that went against your conscience? At this moment, the hospital's lawyer seemed to have expected this. He stood up slowly and said, "Your Honor, medical records are the basis of the law. It is common for medical records to be incomplete in the emergency department. I believe that any emergency doctor knows this. Dr. Liu was not irresponsible in his work. It was because the emergency department was changing rapidly and all kinds of things were too complicated. He was tired of dealing with all kinds of things. However, the relevant medical advice in the medical records can accurately express the patient's treatment process. I don't think it constitutes a mistake. Moreover, Dr. Liu also completed the medical records within the stipulated time. Therefore, I think we should be flexible in our judgment. Otherwise, all the medical records in the emergency department may be used as the basis for the patient to sue. Therefore, Dr. Liu is pardonable. It had to be said that Lawyer Jean was really in the medical field. He knew the internal situation like the back of his hand and had all kinds of regulations at his fingertips. Hospital legal counsel were not cheap. Which one of them was not a professional? Lawyer Jin's words immediately made everyone's eyes light up. The judge also began to seriously consider this matter. At this moment, Lawyer Jean suddenly asked a question. Your Honor, I have a question. I hope the other party can answer it. The other party repeatedly emphasized that Dr. Liu and the emergency doctor on duty did not have the corresponding professional skills. They also believed that the diagnosis and treatment were wrong. Let's put this aside for now. However, I want to know why the patient's children did not perform an autopsy after the patient died. In this case, the cause of death of the patient is pending. The exact cause of death has not been obtained. Do I think that the patient's family members are suspicious of the following? First, the other party repeatedly refused to send the patient to the ICU during the critical period and repeatedly ignored the more targeted examinations. Why? Secondly, after the patient's death, the patient's family did not conduct any autopsy. Instead, they complained that the hospital's diagnosis and treatment skills were not up to standard. Why? Two questions, each and every one of them striking the heart. After everyone heard this, they all looked at the plaintiff's side. They were all family members of the patients. When they were alive, they treated the old people like this, but after they died, they pretended to care for them. This face was truly disgusting. The compensation for psychological damage was in the hundreds of thousands. You might even be secretly happy. After all, a burden is gone. Now that things had developed to this point, it had already reached a white-hot stage. Both sides exchanged blows, countering each move as they came. However, these trivial questions were not difficult for Lawyer Jean, who had rich professional skills. After all, as the legal consultant of the hospital, he had dealt with all kinds of problems. This amateur patient's family was no match at all. However, the other party now had a trump card in his hand. There was a problem that the other party refused to let go of. That was, during the patient's treatment process, the medical staff's skill level was not up to standard, resulting in such a consequence for the old man. In other words, the other party, after the appraisal by the appraisal agency and the medical investigation committee, believed that after the patient's condition stabilized, the doctor did not treat the cause of the disease to prevent further bleeding, causing the patient to lose the opportunity to avoid further bleeding. Moreover, after 2 major bleeding episodes, the patient did not receive treatment according to the general surgery department's opinion, causing the patient to lose the opportunity to receive treatment. Therefore, the most difficult problem at the moment was here, how to prove that Liu and the doctor on duty handled the patient's situation correctly. After a series of arguments, the court finally made an appraisal opinion that the medical prescription made mistakes during the patient's diagnosis and treatment process. This mistake caused the patient to not receive the necessary treatment in a timely manner, and there was a certain causal relationship between it and the patient's eventual death. Based on the medical prescription's mistakes, qualifications, characteristics of the disease, and personal factors, the causal relationship was considered to be equal. As soon as these words were said, the scene immediately boiled over. Why? What was equal responsibility? Equal responsibility meant that the degree of responsibility was 40% to 60%. Once it was found to be equal responsibility, under normal circumstances, the court would judge it according to 50%. If that was the case, the hospital would have to bear 50% of the compensation fee, which was more than 1 million. What was the difference between this and extortion? In this way, the highlight was here. That was, did the hospital make any mistakes during the patient's treatment process? If so, what was the proportion? How much responsibility did the hospital have to bear? At this time, lawyer Jean stood up directly to refute. We do not agree with this appraisal opinion. This was the way the court worked. You could question, but you had to provide strong evidence. After the judge heard this, he immediately said, "The appraiser is in court for questioning. May I ask what questions the defendant has?" At this time, Xianxia slowly stood up. Finally, it was time to need him. The conflict between the hospital and the patient was, to a large extent, a problem with the treatment plan. If the treatment plan could be proven to be completely correct, the doctor naturally had no problem. However, this process was very difficult. Seeing Xianxia stand up, everyone in the appraisal center was stunned. Xianxia? And the patient's family did not seem to have done their homework. The staff in the appraisal center had a headache. Who was Xianxia, the president of the world's digestive surgery field? It was not even an exaggeration to say that, as long as Xianxia said that there was no problem with the treatment process, all he needed to do was to say that the judge would definitely approve. Why? Did he really think that the president of the Chinese Medical Association's Digestive Surgery Society was a joke? This was authority. In fact, for many difficult problems, the appraisal center would eventually invite experts from the Chinese Medical Association. However, this was the final appraisal result. Only the appraisal center and so on that could not find a solution would invite them. This was also the reason why there were fewer medical disputes in hospitals like Concord, Huaxi, and Xianxia, because in these hospitals, there might be some top figures in this field. You told the director of Concord's Department of Cardiovascular Surgery that your treatment plan was wrong? Stop fooling around. He was the president of the Chinese Medical Association's Cardiovascular Surgery branch. You said he was wrong. Who do you think you are? Fine, it's fine if he was wrong, but where is the evidence? What is evidence? The evidence is a high-level professional thesis. Where can you find it? It's too difficult. Don't think that social and academic positions are not useful. The hidden value of these positions can only be discovered at critical times. With the appearance of Xianxia, the staff of the appraisal center began to worry. After all, how should they answer Xianxia's question? Should they answer? What if Xianxia suddenly said, "I think it's correct"? They didn't know how to refute it. Seeing the appraisal center like this, the patient's family was stunned. What's wrong with you? Are you scared before it even starts? This can't be. Of course, they didn't know how much psychological pressure the people in the appraisal center were under. At this moment, Xianxia stood up and said, "Hello, everyone. I'll talk about 2 points here, which are the main doubts in this treatment process. First, the patient was hospitalized with bleeding ulcers. Generally, ulcers can be cured with conservative treatment, but some cases involve multiple large ulcers. Conservative treatment is not effective and will choose to remove them in the later stage. The relevant theoretical basis is detailed in the Guide to the Diagnosis and Treatment of Acute Non-Varicose Upper Gastrointestinal Bleeding and Concord's Emergency Rescue Manual. Therefore, the attending doctor, Li Yu, should perform surgery on the patient during the remission period. In terms of treatment, there was no problem at all. Second, the next day, the emergency department's stipulated observation period is 1 to 7 days. At that time, the attending doctor, Li Yu, clearly told the patient that there was no bed and could not be admitted to the hospital. If the patient insisted, the patient would bear the consequences. Moreover, Li Yu had communicated with the patient's family many times about electing the surgery, but the family refused. At that time, they even asked to be sent to the ICU, but the other party also refused. These were all signed on the informed consent form and recorded in the medical record. So, based on this evidence, Li Yu and the doctor on duty did not make any mistakes during this treatment. They did not even show any unreliable professional skills. The appraisal center saw that Xianxia didn't use any medicine. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. If you use it, I think there's no need for this trial to be held. Just say what you think and the judge will pass the sentence. Actually, to be honest, would the judge be willing to make things difficult for these presidents? Could he guarantee that he wouldn't get sick every single time? Actually, the appraisal center shouldn't be considered to be on opposing sides. The appraisal center needed to raise some questions for the hospital to answer and explain. Just like the medical investigation committee, the focus was on resolving conflicts. The medical investigation committee was not as professional as the appraisal center. The appraisal center would help the patient raise some questions according to the patient's doubts and try to let the hospital solve them. After all, most of the time, we can't deny a fact. That is, in the long-term process between the patient and the patient is actually the weaker body. These two organizations were protecting the legal rights and interests of patients in disguise. It was also a form of supervision for medical institutions. If it was really the patient's problem, the question they raised was not valid at all. If it was really a problem with the hospital, they would try their best to protect the rights of the patients. Sometimes, these organizations were set up for good reasons. It could only be said that they were used by people with ulterior motives as tools for profit. The staff of the appraisal center also began to give a final reply. 1. Anti-ulcer drug treatment is targeted at duodenal ulcers and other treatments. In this case, the duodenal bulb ulcer has invaded the blood vessels. The cause of the hemorrhage is the invaded and destroyed blood vessels. Preventing the invaded and destroyed blood vessels from bleeding again is the key to this case. 2. The patient was in a stable period at that time, and there was a surgical indication. 3. According to the medical records, the surgical consultation opinion is that the surgery risk is extremely high, the mortality rate is high, and the prognosis is extremely poor. Therefore, the duodenal bulb ulcer bleeding is stable and timely treatment of the cause of the hemorrhage is the key. What the other party meant was that the hospital did not actively organize the surgical treatment. However, everyone could see that the appraisal center could only try their best to give some suggestions and let the hospital answer. The outcome was becoming more and more obvious. The responsibility of the hospital continued to weaken. This made the patient's family more and more anxious. At this moment, Chen Song, as the hospital's expert assistant, officially testified in court. Hello, everyone. Regarding the problem of the appraisal center, it's like this. First, for patients with gastrointestinal bleeding, endoscopy should be the main treatment. After the endoscopy treatment is not obvious, interventional therapy and surgery should be considered. When the endoscopy treatment has stopped bleeding, a second hemorrhage is a probability event. There are no guidelines to specify whether surgery is needed at this time and the time of surgery. The hospital cannot perform preventive surgery. Second, when performing surgery on the patient, two factors need to be considered: whether the patient needs surgery and whether the patient can tolerate surgery. In the case of the patient suffering from a serious autoimmune disease, malnutrition, and so on, the risk of surgery is much higher than endoscopy treatment. Third, the doctor should inform the patient's condition and treatment plan of the patient, but there is no rule that states that the patient must be informed in writing. The surgery can only be performed if the patient and the family agree to the surgery and sign the informed consent form. In summary, I think that the emergency department of the hospital and Dr. Liu did not make any mistakes in handling this matter. At this moment, the appraisal center also began to nod. Accepted. Seeing the appraisal center like this, the patient's family was stunned. They did not expect things to develop to this point. Shouldn't the hospital compromise? How could this be, at this moment? The final court ruling stated, according to the appraisal opinion, after considering the development of the patient's condition, the difficulty of the surgery, the survival rate, and other factors, the court believes that the main cause of the patient's death should be the outcome of the patient's disease. The court also agreed that the hospital should bear a slight responsibility of 2%. The court does not think that there is anything wrong with this. The court ruled that the hospital should compensate the patient's various losses of more than 20,000 yuan, compensation for mental damage of 10,000 yuan, and bear the appraisal fee and expert's appearance fee of 10,000 yuan. Along with the verdict, suddenly, there was an uproar below. This victory might really mean a transformation in the hospital's doctor-patient relationship. In the face of medical disputes, I hope that every doctor can view it positively. On the one hand, they should comprehensively analyze the diagnosis and treatment process, fill in the gaps, and summarize their experience. On the other hand, they should collect evidence that is beneficial to the patient and try their best to persuade the appraisal expert and judge. Anger, complaints, frustration, shirking responsibility, and settling the matter would not solve any problem. P.S. Writing this story may not be very straightforward, but the veteran also hopes that everyone can understand the way to deal with a dispute in the doctor-patient court. If you are a doctor, don't be afraid of things. Collect evidence to solve the problem. If you are a patient, use legal knowledge to protect your legal rights. The veteran also witnessed this with his own eyes when he participated in a doctor-patient conflict with his supervisor during his postgraduate studies. This process can be considered as a true doctor-patient trial. I hope that everyone can understand. I was afraid that I would be bored if I kept writing cases. I didn't expect that I would have to look up information and make calls when writing this. It would be even more boring. Sigh, I will continue tomorrow. This time. The public confrontation between the emergency center and the patient in court attracted a lot of attention. It even alerted many medical units. Compromising and keeping the peace really could not solve the problem. For those with ulterior motives, the most suitable method was to strike hard. This time, the emergency center's compensation of 20,000 yuan was the lowest in history. Although it made people feel uncomfortable to still have to pay the compensation. But this money already belonged to humanitarian care. After all, the hospital was a collective unit. Even if someone committed suicide in this place, they had to pay some money to deal with it. This seemed to have become a special feature. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. This time, the emergency center's toughness made many hospitals see hope. Perhaps in the future, they would not even need to pay 20,000 yuan. They might even need the other party to be responsible for the relevant court costs. In the end, the medical troublemaker would have to compensate the hospital tens of thousands of yuan for affecting public order. Anything was possible. As the saying went, everything was difficult at the beginning. The road needed to be taken first and then smooth. This time, Xianxia and a group of people from the emergency center hospital's 6 emergency departments appeared in the medical unit's field of vision. Xianxia and the others also played the role of an example. After the trial ended, the judge looked at Xianxia and left. Before leaving, he gave Xianxia a thumbs up. It went without saying. Although it was not convenient for him to say anything, his meaning was clear enough. He had enough compassion for the deceased. Giving birth to such a child might be his greatest sorrow. At the same time, he was also disdainful of these family members. Although a judge should be fair and just, over the years, he really did not know how many times he had seen bad people succeed and evil people win. It could not be helped. Sigh. Sometimes, things were really not that simple. The power of a judge was not as great as imagined, and today, seeing the hospital's bravery in the confrontation, although it was still a compensation of 20,000 yuan, no one could find any fault with it. It was even very significant for the future development of the hospital. The law needed to be perfected step by step. The result of the verdict this time made him feel really good. The trial ended, many doctors who came to the scene were excited. This was like a victory, and it greatly encouraged everyone. Liu looked at Xianxia gratefully. Thank you, Professor Chen. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the success of this mission was all thanks to Xianxia's help. This was the importance of Xianxia. The presence of Xianxia as an expert witness in the court this time was of great significance. After all, what was Xianxia's identity and status? His words carried more weight than any thesis. Yeah. If it wasn't for Professor Chen, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly today. This is probably the first time in the history of our country that someone as famous as Xianxia is participating in a trial. Furthermore, they are not attending as a third party but as an expert witness. All hail Professor Chen. Indeed, I give you a thumbs up. At Xianxia's level, they had always been careful with their words and actions. They would not speak carelessly or testify carelessly. In fact, most people wouldn't even participate in something that wasn't up to them. Because there was a risk, therefore, Xianxia was one of the few people in the country who spoke on the side of the hospital. Because of this, Xianxia had captured the hearts of many hospitals and doctors. This was because this doctor was very passionate. In fact, people with flesh and blood were more likable. Old Ma was also very happy. He excitedly held Xianxia's face and couldn't help but pull it. Song, do you know what I like about you? While Xianxia was still in a daze, Old Ma was kicked away by Old Ju. Let's go back and talk. This is a court. Don't learn from this idiot. Old Ma felt wronged, even his right to be happy was taken away by Old Ju. You young gang, be careful, or I will sue you for assaulting a doctor. Assaulting a doctor is punishable by death. Old Yu ignored him. A doctor who assaulted another doctor is not punishable by death. He said to Chen Song, let's go back first. Everyone nodded. Old Ma was left in a daze and depressed. Happiness belongs to others. I have nothing. Coming out of the court, Chen Song saw that there were many reporters outside. However, when Old Ma saw this, he said to Old Yu, I'll go get the car. After that, he walked down with his head held high, thinking that he was the first defendant to come out. He believed that these people would definitely ask him a lot of questions. Thinking of this, Old Ma was full of ideas, comparable to Chao Ji. He had prepared a lot of words and was waiting for the reporters to interview him. However, when this group of people saw Old Ma coming down, they all made way for him. A path. Looking at the dense crowd suddenly opening up a path, Old Ma was dumbfounded. He said to the reporters, everyone, make way for the driver. When Old Ma heard this, he suddenly stood on the spot and was silent for a long time. Driver? Who's the driver? You're the F***king driver. However, in order to make it seem official, Old Ma had specially driven a man back today. Everyone knew that driving a car like this, no matter how one dressed, one would look like a driver. Not to mention a burly man like Old Ma. At a glance, one could tell that he was a driver and also a part-time bodyguard. Professor Chen, hello. First of all, congratulations to the Emergency Medical Center for winning the lawsuit. I'd like to interview you. What do you think about the current doctor-patient conflict? Chen Song did not want to be too entangled with the reporters. However, not all reporters were bad people. Many of them had professional ethics. It was the same for any industry, moreover. Instead of avoiding them, it was better to speak frankly. Chen Song looked at the reporters and stopped in his tracks. This scene made the reporters excited. After all, Chen Song rarely appeared in the media and rarely did interviews. This time, the topic was already very popular. With Chen Song's interview, it was definitely popular. Chen Song said lightly, the root of the doctor-patient conflict is the imperfection and irrationality of the medical system. However, this is not a problem that we can solve at the moment. The fuse of the doctor-patient conflict is that medical treatment has become a tool for profit. Whether it's doctors or patients, they treat each other as tools for profit. On this point, I'm against it. In the future, I may not necessarily stand on one side, but I will participate in the third-party evaluation and firmly punish those who disrupt the normal medical order. In the beginning, someone asked me if I was on the side of the hospital or the side of justice. Now, I'm giving my position. I'm on the side of authority. As soon as these words came out, it was full of dominance. I'm on the side of authority. Who can doubt it? I don't represent justice, but the authority of knowledge. This is both a promise and a responsibility. I believe that this is only temporary. After saying that, Chen Song got up and left. Chen Song smiled slightly. Chen Song's words made many people excited. Such a thing was only temporary after all. The medical industry would eventually have a clear and bright future. That night, the newspaper was published. Patient dies, family claims millions. The hospital counterattacks, Professor Chen Song overturns the appraisal center's conclusion. The future of the medical field needs such people. I don't stand on any side, I represent authority. Professor Chen Song promises to join a third-party appraisal organization in the future and strive to contribute to doctor-patient disputes. This is just the beginning, but it means the future. The news and media showed a very positive and optimistic scene about the emergency center's victory this time. At this time, in the emergency center hospital, Deng Yu's recovery speed exceeded everyone's expectations. Because of the removal of a large part of the cyst wall, Deng Yu needed to undergo a long period of recovery training in the hospital. This included nutrition, brain tissue, and so on. However, Deng Yu's depression suddenly recovered very quickly. On this day, Deng Yu's face showed a smile for the first time. The young nurses in the intensive care unit were very excited. What did it mean to make a patient with severe depression smile from the bottom of his heart? After hearing the news, Deng Gaoyuan rushed over in a hurry. Deng Yu saw Deng Gaoyuan and sat up with a smile. Dad. This call of Dad made Deng Gaoyuan so excited that he stood there at a loss. Happiness came so suddenly that it made Deng Gaoyuan, who was in his 50s, feel flattered. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, because Deng Yu hadn't smiled at him and called him Dad for a long time. at this moment, the most worried part of Deng Gaoyuan's heart was at ease, after a few days of recuperation work. Deng Gaoyuan's news came. He stepped down from his position as the director of the Chinese Medicine Administration and was smoothly transferred to the Health Commission as the deputy director and continued to be the secretary of the emergency center. After Deng Gaoyuan went on stage, he didn't have time to sit down. He directly held a meeting and proposed and approved the establishment of a national third-party medical liability appraisal center team. And directly hired Chen Song as the first team leader. When this news was announced, everyone was dumbfounded. Because some time ago, Chen Song just said that he would participate in the third-party appraisal work. But, who would have thought that it would only be a few days? The Health Committee announced the establishment of the Identification Center and invited Chen Song to be the first honorary team leader and acting team leader. They didn't need to participate in the operation of the appraisal center, but they could interfere and manage it directly. What does this mean? To put it simply, Chen Song could enjoy the rights of a president, but he did not need to perform the daily duties of a president. His job was very simple, which was to evaluate medical disputes that were highly controversial. After this news was announced, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh at Chen Song's luck. Wu Tongfu even talked to Chen Song. Chen Song walked into the director's office and asked curiously, "Director Wu, are you looking for me?" When Wu Tongfu saw Chen Song, he smiled and nodded. "Well, I have something to talk to you about. Take a seat first. I'll get someone to make a cup of tea." Chen Song nodded. Wu Tongfu handed the tea leaves to the secretary and walked over. "You've been doing well recently. The media thinks highly of you. It's not easy to have such influence in the medical field." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Director Wu, you must be joking. As a doctor, what's the use of having such a big media reputation?" Wu Tongfu smiled. "Haha, you don't understand, right?" When the tea was served, Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song and suddenly asked, "Today, Secretary Deng asked me to ask you something." Chen Song was stunned and became curious. "Why didn't Secretary Deng ask me directly?" Wu Tongfu shook his head and directly threw out a big piece of news. "He asked if you're interested in developing in the health committee. He can promise you that there will be no obstacles for you to become a deputy minister." When he heard this, Chen Song was stunned. How much weight did this sentence carry? It was difficult for his father-in-law to even have a main office in his life. There was no problem for him to be told that he could become a deputy minister. This, to be honest, in a big environment like China. Who would reject such a good opportunity? Moreover, Chen Song had a lot of resources. He was the #1 healthcare doctor and the healthcare specialist of several big shots in the military region. These were all Chen Song's future assets. Chen Song could be considered to be the true definition of what it meant to be, not many people to make friends with, but, the quality is really high. Chen Song hesitated again and again, but he still chose to reject. His value was not in the officialdom. He did not have the ability and confidence to do well in this position. It required not only medical skills, but also a special ability. Moreover, he did not need to get involved in this mess. He was a doctor and would not be influenced by any forces. No matter what era, he had the skills and would never lack people to help him. After thinking about it carefully for 2 days, Chen Song rejected Secretary Deng's good intentions. That was why Chen Song became an honorary team leader and acting team leader. However, no matter what, Chen Song's current influence was also flourishing. The establishment of the official identification center also meant that the country was ready to be bold and decisive in doctor-patient disputes. They even invited Chen Song to be the team leader. Bad things were squeezed together, and good things liked to come in pairs. In the past 2 days, on the news in the capital, a director of the Public Security Bureau in the capital named Jiao Ling broke into a large base of drugs such as obedient water and aphrodisiac. Nearly 98 kilograms of drugs were collected at the scene, and several days of leads were cut off. This big case was solved by following the clues. Jiao Ling was successfully promoted to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the capital city, in charge of criminal cases. This ambush and evidence collection took a month. After successfully breaking the net, yesterday, Jiao Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. This period of work was very stressful. However, Jiao Ling had been thinking about one person, and that was Chen Song. Without him, he would not have the chance to solve the case. The next day after Jiao Ling was successfully promoted to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the capital city, a silk banner was sent to the emergency hospital. This silk banner was personally sent by Jiao Ling. Looking at this banner, although Chen Song was happy, his heart was also flustered. He was afraid that the group of drug traffickers would find trouble with him after seeing him. That would be really troublesome. Even if Jiao Ling told him that he had already taken down Chen Song, he would not believe it completely. At this time, in the emergency hospital office, Chen Song's honorary silk banner and plaque basically covered the entire wall. However, being famous was not a good thing. After all, there were more and more people who came to see Chen Song for treatment these days. Everyone wanted Professor Chen to examine them. Even if it was a gynecological examination, they did not mind. In fact, they even enjoyed it. P.S. Everyone, go to sleep first. We'll read it together tomorrow. I don't want to break the chapter, but I can't finish it if I keep writing. The updates have been too unstable recently. I feel guilty. I'll recover as soon as possible. I promise. End of chapter 15-14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.